for the communal fascist forces, and that is in whether the land of Kerala or the minds of people of Kerala. They are not for the communal fascist forces, but for democracy and secularism.
Okay. But whichever exit poll you look at, Annie ma'am, local or national, the news is not very good for the CPI and the left, and not just in Kerala.
No, let the results come. That is what I would like to wait till the last vote is counted. But by saying so, last time we have seen that it was a huge victory for UDF, and we got the left got only one seat. So this time it will not be the case. This time the left front will perform much better than the last election, and we are hopeful that we will have a very decent and very good number.
It's 7:40. I think by 11:40 it will be clear whether you have won your seat or not. But any predictions? Would it have been better in hindsight had the India bloc stuck together and just fielded one candidate in Wayanad, that is Rahul Gandhi?
No, the thing is that as a candidate, as a left front candidate, I have contested to win the seat, and the whole campaign was not for a friendly contest or something like, or to spend some time in Wayanad, or it was not like that. It was a political contest, and our campaign was purely on political issues, and because you are all predicting it is because of Rahul, all channels are in favor of that candidate, UDF candidate, not the LDF candidate. But I'm hopeful the people of Wayanad, the voters are also very much enthusiastic, and they are also hopeful that the left candidate will win.
Annie Raja, best of luck for today, and thank you for joining us. We'll speak to you once the results are out as well. Nilanjana, that brings me to two questions. Complete irrelevance of the left in this election, is that something that has been established, not just in the state of Kerala, where it is expected to win maybe one seat, maybe and West Bengal as well?
No, in West Bengal there has been talk during the campaign of some kind of a resurgence within the left. We have to see that in terms of vote, how much it happened. But on the ground, the reports which came that yes, there was much greater enthusiasm for the left and within the left cadre compared to the previous elections, from the time that they lost to the Trinamool in 2011. Thereafter, it's been more than a decade of decline of the left in the country. But I think, that as an idea, the left remains relevant, because I believe that democracy is not about having a hegemonic single voice.
Correct.
So the more voices we have, the better it is. We have to look at, a democratic country like India with the kind of, composite traditions which we have. As a big orchard with multiple, numerous types of trees, that is what is the country. And the diversity is something both in terms of not just the people, but also in terms of the political ideas and the ideologies.
So we need the left, we need the right, and we need the center as well.
We need everybody.
We need everybody.
We need everybody who's within the framework of law. That is most important.
And therefore, Dharam Sankat for Rahul Gandhi. He's tipped to win Wayanad. Chances are that the only seat that the Congress wins in Uttar Pradesh, I think I'm being mean here, but anyhow, let me say it, will be Rae-Bareli. Although they are expected to do better than last time, by the way, Karan. But Dharam Sankat for Rahul Gandhi, then what should he pick? South, where the Congress has been traditionally strong, or North, where, because there has been Safa chat as far as the Congress is concerned, at least in Uttar Pradesh?
I think if someone were advising him, he should pick the North, because that is where they need to build a base. Honestly, if you ask me, the gloves were off in Kerala right at the start of the elections, and which is where the India Alliance never really got together. I mean, the first flashes of acrimony were actually between the left and the Congress in Kerala. And they never really got along after that. And in Bengal, that is, Nilanjana made a good point here, that there is a resurgence of the left in West Bengal, but that is only going to eat into the vote share of TMC and TMC largely, and it's going to come back to haunt them. The one place where they really needed an alliance was West Bengal, and they never really got their act together. So I think the India alliance has also suffered because of the left. Whatever little is left of the left, I think it's left in Kerala, a few pockets of West Bengal, and JNU perhaps. That's about it. That's what's left of the ideology right now. And they really need to reinvent their ideology. Left in the traditional sense, which was liberalism, I think that eludes the current setup that we have. If only they can rediscover themselves, I'm sure it will find its relevance.
Rahul Gandhi, difficult pick between Wayanad and Raebareli if he wins both today. Because look, fact is, Karan is saying he should pick the North, given the fact that there is where they are weak, they need to build a base there. But if that was the case, and if messaging was the entire point of picking a second seat, then the second seat should have been Amethi, not Raebareli.
Well, yes, Amethi, yes, could have been there. There could have been somebody else, a very equally prominent leader of the Congress from Amethi. They
Priyanka
have got
Gandhi.
somebody who has been.
I can't think of anyone else being pitted from Amethi except Priyanka Gandhi, if you're saying high
Priyanka
profile.
could have, she could have, contested from Amethi. I had, in fact, in the course of the article, actually written an article, a signed article in my name, arguing that Priyanka Gandhi should have contested from Varanasi. That was a real challenge would have been posed. The contest would have become much more interesting. Just imagine that if it had been a Modi versus Priyanka Gandhi contest, it would have been a great media story. But also the fact is that for somebody to make a splash and create a long-term electoral career, it's important not always to look, that it's very difficult to say, would have been very difficult to defeat Mr. Modi and get elected, so let's not start on a wrong note. Those considerations cannot be made, because you have to be very bold and take the risks, which is important. But yes, I completely agree with Karan that till the time the Congress does not contest and emerge victorious against the BJP in the seats and the states where they are head-on against each other. Till that time, the Congress cannot actually make a recovery and become a party which has a claim to be power.
But traditionally, in the last 10 years, data that has been thrown up suggests that every time the Congress and the BJP are in a direct fight together, the Congress does badly.
No, the Congress has won, states also in the past. They did not, it's not that as if they did not win the elections. The previous elections in Madhya Pradesh or in Rajasthan, the Congress had governments. 2018, they did win those seats. They won Chhattisgarh. It didn't go well for them in 2023 for, I think, various self-goals. More than anything else, the Congress would have possibly won comfortably Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh had it been for better planning and management of the election campaign. They didn't do it, and that is possibly one of the reasons as to why the opposition was not really able to do very well in the early stages, towards the end of 2020.
He's right that they've won a few times in the assemblies, but the Lok Sabha election is a different ballgame altogether. In 2018, Congress won Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and lost all three seats to an absolute clean slate in 2019, because BJP's vote share, when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket, it goes up by 15 to 17% in the entire Hindi heartland. That's a matter of data. The fact is, Shreya, people respect guts in electoral politics. I remember when Arvind Kejriwal was out there to make an impact, he challenged Sheila Dikshit in her own constituency. That's the kind of guts people look up to in a leader. And that's what has eluded the Gandhis. Rahul Gandhi should have contested against Smriti Irani. He should have sent that statement that, okay, I am here in for a fight. We didn't see that. He chickened out. Similarly with Priyanka Gandhi, why didn't she contest an election this time around? She's done 107 rallies, the fourth highest by any leader, and she doesn't even contest an election. So that's a poor alibi that, oh, we were behind the scenes, we were managing things. You were pretty much the face. So why not have your name on the ballot? And Congress volunteers, the people who work hard on the road, they understand this. They were dejected and disillusioned in Amethi. They were all set to welcome Rahul Gandhi there.
Let's shift our focus to Delhi. Praveen Khandelwal is the BJP's candidate from Chandni Chowk. He's joining us on the broadcast. Good morning, Mr. Khandelwal. A big day for you today. What are you expecting?
Well, certainly it is a big day, not only for me but for the country as well. We are going to register a very sound victory with a comfortable margin in Chandni Chowk, whereas the Bharatiya Janata Party is all set to retain all the 7 seats of parliament in Delhi, and at national level. Undoubtedly, the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to form a very nationalist and stable government under the leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. So there is absolutely no doubt, and we are coming with flying colors.
चलिए, but sir, despite having swept Delhi in the last 2 elections, पिछली बार का तो आपका आंकड़ा 7 out of 7 था, the BJP still changed candidates in most of the seats this time. Is that an acknowledgement of the threat posed by anti-incumbency against your party?
Absolutely not, and rather I would say that there was pro-incumbency and not anti-incumbency. And as far as the change of names of the candidates is concerned, Bharatiya is a cadre-based organization, and therefore the party decides the role of individuals different times for different roles. So there is absolutely no replacement at all. It is all it is all, if I say, is the decision of the organization to depute the individuals for certain responsibilities. So therefore there is absolutely no anti-incumbency, and the people of Delhi and particularly in Chandni Chowk were certainly thrilled by the performance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi government in past 10 years, which has gained enormous confidence in the mind and heart of the people, which I saw during my campaign when people whom I even don't know, they don't know me as well, they were coming forward with all those aspirations in their eyes, and they were confident that yes, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Modi is the only viable option that on which they can rely on. So therefore there was no anti-incumbency, rather I would reiterate, it was pro-incumbency.
Okay, Mr. Khandelwal, thank you very much for joining us, and all the very best for today. May the best man/woman/party win. Speaking about pro-incumbency, do you think that that is what has played out in this election? You know, we all understand that there was no anger against Prime Minister Modi, right? On the ground, there was some disappointment, but it's clear now, at least as far as exit polls are concerned, that the opposition was not in a position to convert this disappointment into votes. Then are we to say, by the end of the day, if the exit poll numbers hold, that this was a Modi wave once again, with the BJP and the NDA bettering their tally? It was a wave that none of us saw. I mean, the only wave we saw was a heat wave, actually.
No, you know, if at the end of the day, the exit poll figures turn out to be correct. I wrote an op-ed on the day the exit polls came out, you know, in the Times of India Plus website, saying what does it mean if the exit poll data holds, you know, the results hold. It definitely means the widening of the sphere of the BJP. It is no longer a Hindi heartland party. It is a national level party. I also made a very controversial and a very contentious argument that have not only, if it holds, if the exit polls are proven true, then Mr. Modi would have not only, you know, equaled Jawaharlal Nehru's performance of winning three consecutive elections, but he would have also done better than that.
Correct.
Because Mr. Nehru had the benefit of the legacy of the freedom struggle and the political blessing of Mahatma Gandhi. Against that, the BJP in the Modi era has actually weathered a lot of resistance, both from inside the BJP as well as from outside. For him to bring the party to 3 consecutive victories is a new kind of an achievement. You know, Jawaharlal Nehru's achievement is history now. But today this becomes much more important for being able to convert a large number of people to its way of thinking, which is completely different from the consensus of the post-independence years.
So by the end of it then, was this election not about any mudda? Because there was no overarching mudda in any case in this election.
I think it was.
Was it about then just Modi? Do I want Modi as the Prime Minister or do I not want him as the Prime Minister? And I may be disappointed with him. I may have a problem with the entire Mangal Sutra, mutton, etc. comments. But by the end of it, I mean, I see no alternative. This guy is the best for the country. Isi ko vote dete hain, irrespective of who my MP is. I don't care.
No, I think, Shreya, we are discounting his achievements here. It's this election, the overarching issue is delivery. When someone delivers 10 crore tap water connections, 12 crore toilets, it's serious delivery we're talking here. Serious numbers, and that matters to people. Imagine Bihar, just take an example. There are 1.6 crore rural households. Only 1% had tap water connections. Today, it is 90% have tap water connections in the last 5 years. It matters to the Mahila. The M that really matters is Mahila, Shreya. And what Nilanjan Da said, it is an unprecedented phenomena if it happens in the history of the world. Roosevelt and Margaret Thatcher are the only ones who have 3 consecutive mandates, but they too did not increase their vote share. They too did not increase the mandate, the size of the mandate.
And it wasn't easy for Thatcher. The third term didn't come easily.
Unbelievable achievement
for Thatcher,
if it happens.
and in this case, it's coming easy for Modi. Give me a minute. Some breaking news coming in. The BJP, I believe, is holding a meeting before counting at JP Nadda's residence. So that's the big piece of news coming in. The opposition has already told us, irrespective of which way the elections go, they are going to be holding a meeting as well, post the results and possibly do a press conference. So a key BJP meeting, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, before the counting actually begins. Quick reactions coming in from a string of leaders from the BJP. Let's quickly listen in.
What do you think that the political pendulum is this time going to swing, and how confident you are?
I'm very confident, and I'd like to thank the voters in advance that they voted in favor of Prime Minister Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they have taken the right decision to bring back a strong and decisive leader. Also, the continuous support from Prime Minister Modi with the full majority is going to further help India to go to the next level from 5th largest economy to the 3rd largest economy, and also to achieve the roadmap of Viksit Bharat. You know, we are all geared up to work under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. The Parliament will see a lot of action in the coming years, and I'm sure the world who is looking at India with a ray of hope will finally see again Modi back in power.
ये मैंने कभी नहीं देखा था, क्योंकि मैं इसी गांव देहात के पर ही फिल्में बनाता था, इसी गैंग वॉर्स पर मैं फिल्में बनाता था, इसी गोरखपुर पर मैं OTT सीरीज बनाता था, और आज उसी गोरखपुर में आप खड़ी हैं, CC रोड है, 4 लेन है, 6 लेन है, कनेक्टिविटी है, एयरक्राफ्ट है, इसी पानी के क्रूज में बगल में मेरे घर के यहाँ अपराध होते थे और यहाँ पे जानवरों की लाशें बहती थी, अभी पानी का जहाज वहाँ क्रूज चलता है. तो ये देयर आर ऑल सो मेनी रीजंस.
आपने है, गोरखपुर की जनता ने तो मतदान कर दिया. अगाध विश्वास है और मैं पूरी तरह आश्वस्त हूँ कि आज भारत की जनता चयन करेगी भाजपा की लोक कल्याणकारी नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की नीतियों को, चयन करेगी हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकसित भारत के विजन को. मैं जानती हूँ तीसरी बार फिर मोदी सरकार.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate,
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy, where the road accident has happened.
I am a change maker at UPES. I am tomorrow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning once again. The big piece of news coming in. Counting has now officially begun for the 543 seats that went to the polls in this record-breaking election, ladies and gentlemen. The big piece of news coming in. Counting has begun. The BJP, as you know, has already opened its account even before the elections had started. They had won Surat, so the BJP starts with a lead. In fact, the NDA starts with a lead of 1. Counting has begun in 542 seats, therefore. Shortly, we are expecting the first leads to come in. That should come in about 10 to 15 minutes. Quickly listening into some reactions coming in from top BJP netas.
देश की जनता पूरी तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देने के लिए इस चुनाव में बाहर उतरी थी और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार, फिर एक बार देश की सेवा 24 घंटे सातों दिन 24/7 विकसित भारत 2047 तक बने, उसके लिए जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने संकल्प लिया है, जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के एक एक कार्यकर्ता ने परिश्रम किया है, उसका आज मतदाताओं द्वारा आशीर्वाद भरपूर मिलेगा और देश में पुनः एक बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक ईमानदार, कर्तृत्ववान और देशभक्त सरकार आज स्थापित होगी। ये देश एक है, हम सब एक है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी देश की सेवा करते हैं। भाषा, प्रदेश, धर्म, जाति, ये सब कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस के और उनके कुछ मित्रों के विषय हो सकते हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए का विषय एक मजबूत भारत, एक विकसित भारत।
इतना गर्व होता है कि हमारे पास एक ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री है जिनके प्रति विश्वास है, आदर है, सम्मान है और जिन्होंने बेदाग 10 साल काम किया। उस परिप्रेक्ष्य में कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है, इनकम्बेंसी है और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ही मिले ताकि वो सक्रिय रूप से काम कर सकें एक विकसित भारत के लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to keep a very close eye at the bottom half of the screen. Not the top half of the screen, but the bottom half of the screen, because that is where you're getting the numbers. The first leads coming in, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens right now. So NDA has already won Surat. We know that. It seems there's a lead. The first lead that we are getting in is a positive indicator for the NDA. The NDA, just take a look. Rapidly, the numbers are changing on your screens. The NDA now at 8. These are just leads. Will they convert into seats? We'll know in an hour or two from now. But the NDA at 8, India at 5, others at 3. These numbers will rapidly change. Ruhi, well begun is half done, they say?
Well, it's just, you know, as you mentioned, very, very initial leads, Shreya, so very difficult to say anything. But yeah, I mean, is it unexpected to see the NDA beginning with leads? No.
It was unexpected to see the NDA win its first seat before the vote was even cast.
Yes, I was wondering what's happening. I was looking at the screen and I was like, it's not even started. So how is this happening?
It happened courtesy Surat. Yes. And it happened courtesy Mukesh ji, who was on our show just a while ago. And I asked him, you know, it said that the BJP opened its account by cheating. He said, cheating nahi, hum kya kare? If everyone wants to join the BJP ideology, what can we do?
Well.
Abraham, any first reactions coming in? The NDA at 10 and India at 5, others at 3.
Yeah, it is a welcoming move for the India Bloc where they have said that it will be cutting across 150 seats. But going with this speed, then they should be crossing the 272 mark, I would presume. And still, it is an early lead and we have to wait at least 9 past 10 so that we can have a clear leads to
but
get
with
processed.
NDA at 12 and India at 5, these are of course early initial trends. How is the India alliance expected to cross?
That's where the cephalogist work has to be in depth. With an exit poll was an average of 140 seats for the Congress. If it is going at this speed within 10 minutes of 5 for the Congress for the India Bloc, it should be opponently go beyond 200 with this speed. So let us wait for the early, these are the early signals of how the VVPAT has been just opened within 10 minutes back. So we have to wait at least 10 o'clock to get the clear majority of the lead has been progressed.
But you know, people, the opposition has raised question marks about the exit poll. Just take a look at the numbers. Again, I'm saying these are early leads. We just need to be very clear about that. These are not seats, these are early leads. Will these leads convert into seats? We'll know in the next couple of hours. I think in the next couple of hours, I would say by 10:30, 11, we'll know. But look at how the NDA is running away with seats.
Right. Well, it also depends on where the ballot boxes have been open. I mean, where the EVMs have been open. You know, where the counting. So all those things, what numbers are coming in, all that also matters a lot. But as you said, these are very initial leads, so very difficult to say much. Except that NDA is clearly running.
And by the end of it, Abraham, whether you like it or not, how many seats does the NDA need to form the government, and what percentage of vote share? 30 to 40% vote share. उसमें सरकार बन जाता है. And how many seats? 272.
272.
उसके ऊपर anything is bonus and a psychological victory. That's about it.
Of course. Of course, but we have to wait and watch. The game is all about winning or losing. Beyond that, what is the undercurrent which was being played in this general election, and the Congress fought it well along with all the other regional parties. So we have to wait and watch whether the undercurrent which has been evident in all the states have been replicated to India Bloc as a vote share. As you rightly mentioned, the earlier 2019, there were been the NDA was forming a government with 37% of vote share. Now, whether it has been uplifted or whether it is in the downgrade, we have to wait.
That will be interesting to see.
We have to wait and watch.
That will be interesting to see.
Yeah.
And also the fact is, irrespective of whether you believe exit polls or not, fact is that even the Congress is expected to better its vote share. And better its vote share more than the BJP. So let's see if that plays out. Nilanjan Da, if you're looking at the numbers on your screens, and as I've been urging our viewers, just, ladies and gentlemen, keep a close focus on the numbers that are at the bottom of the screen. The scroll that you see, that's where the story is. हम लोग तो बोलते रहेंगे for the next 3-4 hours. So you can hear us, but your eyes should be where the NDA is at 35, 40 now, India at 11, and others is at 5. Nilanjan Da?
Tell me. I'm here.
Any first comments? Any first comments? The NDA seems to be running away with all the seats here.
Well, yes, these are initial trends, from the postal ballots, and the initial trends are definitely in favor of the NDA. Normally, we have also seen in the past that the postal ballots actually go in the kitty of the ruling party or the ruling front. So I am not at all surprised with the NDA really running away with a very early lead. This is a trend which could continue, or it may get overturned in time. Depends on what kind of a verdict it is.
But it's a great start for the NDA. It's bare 7, ladies and gentlemen, and the leads that are coming in, and we have leads in about 60 seats there, 60 to 70 seats there, and out of which the NDA is walking away with most of them, with 45, India Alliance at 15, and the others don't seem to be doing too well. They started with 3, they are up to 5, which means this is a clear, by the looks of it, the picture is very clear. The others will not matter, it's just the NDA and the India Alliance. By the end of it, you will not need anyone to form a sarkar, the verdict will be clear.
I mean, obviously, others, there are certain very significant others, but otherwise, everybody is in an alliance. India is also a big alliance, many parties in it. NDA is also an alliance. How many others are really left? I think that's also a significant question to ask, right?
And while we've all spoken about the India Alliance and the India partners, the fact is that the NDA very smartly had also stitched up an alliance that we weren't talking about. Chota parties all come together to give it that boost that is required.
So I think we don't talk too much about it because it's also overwhelmed by the Narendra Modi factor and by BJP's election machinery, etc. But these small alliances also matter, like 3 seats here, 2 seats there, make a lot of difference when you're looking for that magic figure.
These numbers, if they do convert, and I understand all of us can say early leads, but early leads actually point to which way the election is going. I think that is very clear, Abraham. If they do by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, is this then a clear victory for Narendra Modi, not the BJP, not the NDA, but for Narendra Modi. Is that something that the opposition will be willing to accept?
We have to wait and watch. Again, I am reiterating the same fact because where we had any kind of indices to be precisely, whether we have a food inflation also put on Paar, whether we have the money inflation put on stall, we have to understand whether the 2014-2019 the credit score has been converted into vote share to give the credibility to our Modi Sarkar for the last 2 terms. We have to wait and watch if the people's mandate is in that way. Other than that, everything will be speculations and insinuations. I don't want to comment on that.
Okay, but the women vote. Right. And every exit poll, if you look at it, if you look at the granularity of the exit polls that have come out, seem to be suggesting that of the 31.2 crore women voters, many of them, most of them, have voted for Narendra Modi. And that is what is propelling the early leads that we are seeing. And just look at this. This is mind-boggling, actually. 80 for the NDA, 30 for the India Alliance, 10 for others.
Right. So, Shreya, see, there is no doubt that this election was about whether you want Narendra Modi as Prime Minister again or not, right? So, that was the main thrust of this election. Issues are around it. That is at the core of this election. The women vote, as you said, has been crucial to the BJP, has been crucial to Mr. Modi, and which is why he's talking directly to women voters with all his schemes, with all his policies, with, and not just he, a lot of state leaders also doing it. So, of course, it's a very crucial vote, and he does remain very popular among the women voter. That's something that's hard to deny.
But is that I'm just wondering to myself, is that an urban take on the elections? Do I want Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister or not? That is what I'm deciding, because if you go to rural India, and we know that rural and urban India vote differently, मुद्दे हैं उनके.
See, Shreya, I have traveled through 6 states, and I mostly travel in rural areas because I think urban India is not always the right indicator of which way the election is going. And I would say the overwhelming factor was whether you want the BJP or not. Also because there is this bigger question of और कोई विकल्प नहीं है. विकल्प क्या है? What is the alternative, right? So local issues matter, issues do matter, but at the end of the day, this is a Lok Sabha election. People are looking at who the Prime Minister should be.
But is this also a ration election when it comes to rural India, when it comes to the poor, that this guy is sending us food every month?
Certainly.
This guy is ensuring that our children don't go to bed hungry. This is what we want to continue.
So welfare is at the heart of Indian politics right now. It is
not Ram. It's ration that decides this election.
It's calm versus Ram. Well, that's the whole thing. No, but welfare is the star of Indian politics right now. Everybody's competing to give the best welfare delivery platform to voters.
But then, we'll still wait for Andhra Pradesh's elections results to come out, especially the assembly elections.
But the exit polls are very interesting on that.
But because if welfare is at the heart of Indian politics, and if that is what people reward, why has Jagan Mohan Reddy not been rewarded? I mean, his welfare schemes are stellar, especially for women.
Well, that happens because look at Telangana as well. BRS rather lost in the assembly elections. Although KCR's welfare schemes are extremely popular and quite on point. So these things happen. Everybody is competing, right?
Everybody is competing. I think what also works for Narendra Modi and the BJP is that at least at the top level, look, no one can deny the fact that there is corruption at the lower level. I mean,
always,
all Indians, all middle class Indians, you go out, there's corruption at the lower level, but at the top end, the guy is clean. And that is not something that could be said for Jagan Mohan Reddy.
Yeah, well, that is the perception.
That is not what you could have said for BRS.
I think the perception, yes, among voters is that about the Prime Minister. Also, you see, the BJP has a huge advantage in terms of its machinery.
Correct.
It's able to talk about its schemes.
100 ka aakda paar kar liya bhai. As we speak, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll speak for the next 3 hours. You just need to keep your eyes on the scroll. The NDA, piece of news coming in as far as early leads are concerned. 101 ladies for the NDA. When we give 100 rupiah in a lifafa on a happy occasion, we never give 100 rupiah, we give 101. So 101 for the NDA. Ruhi's just, she just rolled her eyes.
I don't know what to say.
She just rolled her eyes and said, ye kya ho raha hai? Hi Neoma, good morning. How are you doing? Happy to see the numbers on your screens.
Hi, good morning. It's such a good morning. It's not even funny, and so happy and so reassuring to see what's happening. I don't know if you can hear me because the voice is really breaking. The country is working. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Neoma. And let me just tell you why Neoma cannot hear us and why there is so much background noise. This is the BJP headquarters. Neoma, you're at the BJP headquarters. And there are these little cubicles and all BJP spokespersons are
That's
there.
absolutely
So there's a lot
right.
of cross-talk. I understand that. Neoma, go ahead. हाँ, तो आप जोर से बोल दीजिए, हमें आपकी आवाज़ सुनाई दे रही है. Go ahead, please.
India has voted for development. It's going to be a historic win with the Prime Minister coming in the third term, which has never happened in the history of India. The women have voted, the youth have voted. So we are on an adrenaline rush, an unexplainable adrenaline rush.
Okay, it seems Neoma hasn't had much sleep. Neoma, by the looks of it, you've not got much sleep yesterday. Was it nervousness? Was it something else?
See, overconfidence for me is a buzzkill. So I had surrendered to faith after working really hard. And this is a culmination of hard work with pure intentions. So that's how I would project this election result for all the people who work towards achieving development.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first leads out, more than first leads out actually. It is 100 par for the NDA, 400 par we don't know, we'll see. But 100 par for the NDA, India at 50 right now. Early leads, I just want to qualify this as many times as I can at the cost of repeating myself and at the cost of you guys getting irritated that these are early leads. We'll just have to wait and watch if these actually convert into votes. But I think there's a fair indication as to which direction this election is going. Tausif, hi, good morning to you. I saw you in the guest room. I wanted to say hi.
Hi, good
and
morning,
then
sir.
I just had to rush to the studio. But before I come to you, good morning, HD Kumaraswamy at a temple in Vocaliga Sears, I believe. Hi. Maybe we'll get a cup of coffee after this because by the looks of it, हमारा काम बहुत ज़्यादा होने नहीं वाला है तौसीफ. By 10:30, 11, I think things will be settled and we can all chill and have a cup of coffee and let the BJP take over because once the very depressing early trends. Why do you call them depressing? Because as you speak, we can see Mr. HD Kumaraswamy at a temple. He's meeting Vocaliga Sears, and I understand that everyone can do with some divine blessings. Given that it's a big day today, we'll talk about that scandal in a bit. But Tausif, why so depressing? I mean, exit polls had told you what is coming today. You only said ye bakwas polls hain. These are Modi polls. These have been made in the BJP headquarters. Turns out they were correct.
Yeah, See, no, the exit poll has a reputation in Bengal in 2021. They had projected very less seat, around 140 to 160 for Trinamool, but Trinamool got 212. So I have a very good reasons not to believe the exit polls. And now the early trends, since as they are called, you know, whatever it is, now gone 130, is shooting up so high. So yeah, it is very depressing. We are looking for a change. We want some new energy in the government. We want to, you know, bring new people with new ideas, with the same thing, same Hindu-Muslim, same dictatorship, same Modi Bhakti. You know, we are all fed up with this. We were looking for some change. I mean, even if the Prime Minister face changes, we'll bring some new energy to the country. I mean, there's a stagnation and a very, very important quote, very famous quote by Ram Jethmalani, and we all revere him. He's a very famous lawyer. So he said once that, like in swimming pool, we need to change the water periodically. So similarly in politics, we need to change the government, you know, periodically. So if for 5 years the one government gets okay, if they perform well, give him a second chance. But after second chance, after 10 years, even if they perform well, you got to remove them. If you really want the country, if you really want the system to keep going with, you know, allow new ideas to foster, you have to change it periodically. If you're in so love with the same set of people, let them wait, let them play a role of opposition for some time, and then again bring them back. But anyway, that is my, I mean, that's my thoughts. That does not reflect in the
what can you
results
do?
that we see today. That's why I call it depressing.
Tausif. Chalo, depressing to theek hai, but what can you do if the couple has happily settled? You know, if they don't want a divorce, why are you insisting that the couple goes for a divorce? Abhi bhai, it's 10 years and the marriage is still stable.
No.
If the groom and the bride want to continue with each other,
no, marriage can stay.
I believe. No, give me a minute.
We
Give me a
just
minute.
want the
Give me a
couple
minute.
to
Give me a minute. Some
move
reactions
out of
coming in.
the
Let's quickly
house.
listen to
Let
that.
another couple.
Are the house is good.
195 നമ്മുടെ ഘടകകക്ഷികൾ എല്ലാവരും ഒപ്പിച്ച് ചെയ്യാനും കോൺഗ്രസ് 100 കാട്ട് കിട്ടുമെന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പൂർണ്ണ വിശ്വാസമുണ്ട്. അതും ഞങ്ങൾ ഗ്രൗണ്ട് റിയാലിറ്റി കണ്ടിട്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും പ്രചാരണം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്കും ഒരു പിടുത്തമുണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ. ഇവിടെ ഒരു വിജയം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ ടൈറ്റാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ വിജയം എളുപ്പമാണ്, അങ്ങനെ ഒരു തോന്നൽ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ശ്രീ ഖർഗെ എത്ര ഒരു അനുഭവിയാണ്, അദ്ദേഹത്തിനൊപ്പം ഇരുന്നിട്ടാണ് ഈ നമ്പർ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഇവർ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ആയിരിക്കില്ല. ഇവർ പറയണത് പിന്നെ ഇന്ത്യ അലയൻസ് മൊത്തം 150 ഈ എക്സിറ്റ് പോൾ കാണിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ പറയും എന്തായാലും അതിനും കാട്ടും നല്ലോണം കൂടുതലായിരിക്കും. എത്രയെന്ന് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഖർഗെ സാർ ഇറക്കിയ എണ്ണം 295. അതിനെ നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു യാർഡ് സ്റ്റിക്കായി വെച്ചിട്ട് പിന്നെ നോക്കൂ എന്താ വരാൻ പോണെന്ന്. ഇന്നെന്തായാലും നമുക്ക് പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ കാണാനുണ്ട്.
Okay, since I don't understand the language, I'm going to request Abraham to tell us what exactly Mr. Tharoor is saying.
As per the Khargeji's clearly quoted, at most 295 would be the benchmark for Congress Party and the India Bloc alliance. He would be going ahead and giving another 10 or 20 seats more from their viewpoint. And that is what the ground reality is all about.
Is he winning his seat though?
Yeah, he is telling he will be optimistic to win a seat, and let us wait and watch.
Let's wait and watch. But do you think he'll win his seat? Because his opponent is a formidable one, a sitting union minister, and an articulate one again.
But anything can happen in an electoral politics, you know. Even the Prime Minister lost election in Indian democracy. So we have to wait and watch whether it has been resonated with the pollers, electoral voters on the ground. Because ground aspirations is something different. I'm still restating the same point. India has, beyond 2014 and 2019, 2024 election is somewhere you don't have any anti-incumbency in a much more larger way. But there is some undercurrent which has been played like in 2004, where entire exit poll was saying that India shining and Vajpayee is going to come to the power. But the electoral result was duplicating the same thing.
But just look at the screen. I think the story is clear.
These are postal ballot, ma'am. You know much more better.
Correct.
543 seats. The ballot will be open only after 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Only then we will be knowing what is the electoral mandate leads have been coming. These are what the first lead which has been generating is our postal votes.
But if postal ballots were that irrelevant, Abraham, the fact is that the Vice won't have gone to town about them, right? And to the courts about them.
No.
So they're fairly significant.
No. Only thing is you should validate the postal ballot only before the counting process of the before opening of the VVPAT. Because if it is done after the election, there are certain irregularities will happen to adjust the differences. If the margin is somewhere a little bit, the postal ballots can be counted on the end of the elections as well. So the BJP shouldn't take that route. That is the reason all the opposition party went to the court saying that the postal ballot should be counted before the opening of VVPAT.
Okay. Early leads from Mumbai. And ladies and gentlemen, just look at this. The prestigious South Mumbai constituency, Arvind Sawant of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena is in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Early leads coming in from South Mumbai. Another lead that is coming to us is from Mumbai Northwest. This is where Amol Kirtikar, again from the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, is in the lead. And I don't think there are any surprises here. North Mumbai, Piyush Goyal, sitting minister in the government of India from the BJP, in the lead here. What about Mumbai South Central? Rahul Shivale Shinde. He's from the Shinde Sena, again in the lead here. So let's quickly take a look at Mumbai North Central as well. We have Sanjay Dina Patil, who is in the lead from Mumbai Northeast, that is. So right now, Maharashtra was supposed to be a bit of a khichdi, and there is no clarity on which way Maharashtra is going to go. And if early leads are to be believed, that's exactly how it's playing out.
Absolutely. And I'm not surprised about how Maharashtra is playing out, because on the ground, it was the most confusing election to cover. It's full of very, very kind of big contradictions. And there is a lot of confusion among voters about the two Shiv Senas, about the two NCPs.
But Mahayuti is in the lead. Matlab, if that early lead is anything to go by, Mahayuti is in the lead, but khichdi hai.
I would say that is more because of the BJP and the Modi factor, because I'm not sure the allies themselves as allies are playing out that well for the BJP. So, I mean, going ahead in the assembly elections, because they are this year, the BJP will really have to rethink its game.
But we often forget, when we speak about the BJP, we often forget that in 2019, the BJP and the Shiv Sena together were the largest alliance.
Correct, they were.
Sure. And the BJP was the single largest party.
Sure.
So, so if they end up doing well, it should be expected.
But everything has changed since 2019.
In the last 2 years.
I mean, it's the last 5 years in Maharashtra has seen everything. There's everything that's happened. Parties have split, families have fought, alliances have become, all kinds of very weird permutation combinations. So everything has changed. Maharashtra that's why it's the most interesting and the most complicated state right now.
So early leads that are coming to us from Mumbai seem to suggest that the MVA is leading in 4 seats in Mumbai, which means the Mahayuti is ahead. Would you want to hazard a guess when it comes to Baramati? You track women voters in this country, but Baramati is an absolutely...
I am not going to hazard a guess about any seat in Maharashtra.
Kyunki saas bhi kabhi bahut hi story playing out in Baramati.
It is a very, very interesting contest, but as I said in Maharashtra, I'm not going to hazard any guess about any seat. It's just really, really...
But is it a contest between the two women, or is it a contest between uncle and bhatija?
Both. So I'll tell you, with the thing with these factions of Shiv Sena and NCP is that it's interesting that it's a contest about who you want as PM, it's a contest about local issues, about the candidates, but most importantly about these two factions and the leaders leading these two factions. So who feels more aligned to Sharad Pawar, who feels more aligned to Ajit Pawar, and similarly for the Shiv Sena.
Again, I'm just going back to our screens because that is where the story is. And that's what honestly I mean, we can do as much analysis as we want to here in the studio. But the fact is, the story ultimately is about numbers. And the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are racing ahead as far as, there's Ajit Pawar as we speak of him. There he is. In many ways, this election is testing him as well.
Right.
And is testing the fact that, what's the narrative that played out? Here's an elderly gentleman, someone who formed the party, someone who nurtured the parties, someone who nurtured Ajit Pawar as his son. And by the end of it, Ajit Pawar not once but twice does what he does his own thing. And this is where we are today.
Right. So, Shreya, there are different kinds of narratives, right? Let's just talk about the NCP first. One narrative is what you mentioned.
Because if you speak to Supriya, she still speaks with a certain degree of hurt about what happened.
Right. So there is that one narrative, of course, that Sharad Pawar was betrayed by his nephew and, he's the real leader of the NCP. But there are people who also say कि Sharad Pawar जी ने भी तो ये पहले किया है. उन्होंने भी तो पार्टी छोड़ी है. उन्होंने भी तो अपनी पार्टी स्टार्ट की है. तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं है राजनीति में. So, it's a question of conflicting, battling narratives. Similarly, in the Shiv Sena, there is loyalty for Uddhav Thackeray because of the last name, but there is, Shinde also has his own.
Dharam Sankat.
No, I have a say in Maharashtra.
Just a minute, because there's something that is coming in from the south. Abraham, you'd want to look at this.
Okay.
I mean, expected, yes. Rahul Gandhi leading in Wayanad. We'd heard from Annie Raja earlier this morning, his opponent from the left. She said, I have given this all I had. So this was not a fight on paper. This was a real fight that played out. But turns out, ladies and gentlemen, that Rahul Gandhi, who won by record numbers in Wayanad last time, is ahead this time as well. Tipped to win the Wayanad seat. No surprises here, Prem.
100%. He is loved by entire Keralites, even cutting across the party line, cutting across caste, creed and religion. He's a revered leader in South. Particularly in Kerala, the people love him like anything, and it will be replicated in Wayanad seat once the results are out. Even he will be cutting across beyond the last year margin. He will be going beyond the last year margin, I would say.
So what happens in the north then? If he's revered in the south, if he's revered in Kerala,
no,
what happens in the north then?
No. Well, he's most likely going to win a seat in Raebareli
as
well, right?
Well,
yeah. So that's all. So I will repeat what I've said in this election, that Rahul Gandhi, the Congress made a huge mistake by not contesting from Amethi. Rahul Gandhi made a huge mistake. He should have contested. There's a lot of unpopularity on the ground for Smriti Irani, and it was a bad call by the Congress.
Also perceptionally, what's the point of going to a safe seat? But just take a look at what's on our screens right now. We all know Taranjit Singh Sandhu.
Right.
He is leading from Amritsar. He was India's ambassador to the United States of America not too long ago.
Right.
In fact, that has been a huge subject of debate, that you have diplomats, you have sitting judges quit and join the BJP and fight elections. So that's been a debate of its own in this election season. But the opening seems to be good for Taranjit Singh Sandhu. If the leads hold in Amritsar, then he's becoming a member of parliament from Amritsar, a very prestigious seat.
I think I think judges joining politics is very, very questionable.
Sitting
judges.
Yeah.
It's very, very questionable.
Even for diplomats, I would. The right thing is a cooling period.
Cooling period is always important.
It
is, but I think the BJP is desperate because its bench strength is quite weak. I mean, it's looking up in recent times, but when it first came to power in 2014, it had very few people who could actually serve as credible ministers. So the BJP is desperate to get people from outside the traditional party fold so that it can have some bench strength.
Okay, Rohini Acharya leading in Saran had said a couple of things about the Prime Minister in this election which didn't go down very well. Was a big controversy as well. You have two of Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughters contesting this election. You have Misa and you have Rohini Acharya. It seems that the younger one is leading. We'll wait and watch what is happening to Misa, but Rohini Acharya leading from Saran. But I'll just wait for this one, actually. I mean, a lead may or may not convert into,
that's true for all the numbers. So we are basically, it's just more hypothesis right now based on leads.
Any analysis on what we could be seeing in Bihar? Because look, Narendra Modi's reputation is strong in the north. We understand that. But look, who he's allied with.
Right.
Someone who's called Paltu Ram, aaj idhar, kal udhar. So you can give a vote to anyone. Ultimately, by the end of it, you will see that there's only one person who ends up becoming Nitish Kumar.
Yeah, I mean, Nitish Kumar has really squandered away whatever he had accumulated, the goodwill, the popularity, and his the impression of being a very good administrator. He is to be blamed for where he is right now, and the kind of mockery that is often made of him, because really you can't. This is amusing politics. He's just always the CM with somebody else as support. It can't work like that.
Well, it is working, and
it is. I mean,
but
history is not going to be very kind to him, right? I mean, it's not something he could have been the kind of leader Bihar needed. He changed Bihar from what it was under the RJD rule. There was better law and order. Girls felt so much safer. Education had improved. He was a good chief minister. I mean, just to be in power, he really squandered away all the goodwill.
And this election season, the BJP actually saw a loss. Sushil Modi died of cancer.
Yes, of course.
So that was a big loss.
Of course.
That was a big loss for the party. Our guests continue to be with us as we see the numbers racing ahead. Maybe we should just keep, before we go to anything else, just keep a close eye on the numbers, because once 272 happens, I know you can say abhi 9 bhi nahi baje hain, and these leads we should just wait, but 272 will be a psychological mark, and so all the laddu making and the puri making and the aloo making we are seeing at the BJP headquarters, uska kuch kaam aayega, which means they know what they are doing. They are prepared, they know how to fight elections, they know when they are winning, and they are prepared for the party. What time do you expect the Prime Minister to hold his roadshow and do the victory march and the victory speech? Sham ko hoga?
The only two people who know what the Prime Minister is going to do are the Prime Minister and Amit Shah. I think all journalists always get it wrong because we cannot second guess the Prime Minister, and this BJP leadership is...
No, but I can tell you one thing. Whatever Prime Minister Modi does, there'll be a victory speech, etc., will be on prime time.
Of course. That way he's predictable, yes.
So it's going to be at 8 o'clock. I don't. So
makes it easier for all of you. You have so much to show at prime time. Then
at 8 o'clock is my show, the Urban Debater. So I'll just read the headlines. Say over to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister will speak for 45 minutes.
That's true. He's going to try and target the prime time. Yes.
Actually, Neoma, you want to leave? ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है भाई? You are winning today by the looks of it, and you want to leave Mirror now and go to another channel?
No. I just wanted to say something when you guys were talking about the women vote bank towards Sri Narendra Modi ji. You know, at one point we only spoke about the upliftment of women. Today we are speaking about the empowerment of women. So there is such a beautiful shift in where we women stand and select the right person for us as a leader. And when it comes to puri and aloo, definitely no calorie count today.
No calorie, and everyone at the BJP headquarters will have to eat puri, aloo and laddu for all 3 meals by the looks of it. 274, ladies and gentlemen. 274.
Yeah.
हो गया न्योमा जी. I don't know whether I should start congratulating you right away, but 274 तो हो ही गया. Bye. चलो. BJP को लगा हो गया हमारा काम. We are done for the day. Bye, Neoma. We'll see you. Tausif Ahmed, the numbers the numbers not looking good for you. There's a piece of news that may make you happy. Mr. Annamalai, it seems that the BJP is trailing in Coimbatore, high-profile seat. The Prime Minister made a lot of effort in the state of Tamil Nadu, and you have to give him that, Abraham.
Yeah.
That they don't stop trying.
100%. That I will always give it to BJP. As you said, rightly said, they know how to fight an election on the ground zero without any discrepancies, and they will give 100% effort in that. I should agree with that.
And the DMK is leading in 24 seats, which means clearly, even this time, as expected, they are running away with this election.
37 to 38 for DMK is sealed
38 out of 39.
39. Only one seat I will be betting on in NDA bloc. That is Tirunelveli seat. Tirunelveli seat because it is a former transport minister from the ADMK government who has been switched over to the NDA bloc. With BJP he is right now. And I would be giving him that seat because he is almost 45 years of dedication work in ADMK as a ADMK minister on ground zero. He is penetrated to length and breadth of Tirunelveli. So I would be giving the first account if NDA bloc should open in Tamil Nadu, then it will be on Tirunelveli.
And not Coimbatore, not Annamalai. Despite what he has done, he's brought so much energy into the election in Tamil Nadu.
He never brought anything to the people. He just made sure
he did that Padyatra. Top to bottom of the state,
even his fellow friends didn't follow the Padayatra. It is a flop show, utter flop show in Tamil Nadu. Even he doesn't agree with that Padayatra is a huge success. Whether it is going to penetrate and change towards vote, that is not going to happen. He will be trailing and he will be losing without, at least with 1 lakh margin. 1 lakh vote margin he will lose. Keep it and write. His writing is on the wall.
Chalo, I am writing 1 lakh.
Please, for sure.
I am writing 1 lakh.
Let us
he will lose. You are saying Annamalai will lose with a 1 lakh margin.
100%. 80,000 to 1 lakh margin he is losing. And Mr. Ganapati of Coimbatore from the DMK party, he is well-known the length and breadth of Coimbatore, and he has done so much as a party cadre and as a social entrepreneur.
But in Tamil Nadu, which is DMK land, you are still giving the BJP 1 seat, and you are saying it's not because of the BJP, it's because of the leader.
Not because of Annamalai, because of the ADMK leader who switched over to BJP. Because he had almost four decades of his hard work which has been penetrated in his constituency.
So the BJP was smart in poaching him then, no?
It is almost done before 2-3 years back, and he has his own permutation and combination to switch over the party rather than with ADMK. So it is not, I'm not giving the wholesome credit to BJP.
Okay, the big leaders in Kashmir are trailing. By the looks of it, Mehbooba Mufti is trailing. By the looks of it, Omar Abdullah is trailing. By the end of it, you could very well see this change, ladies and gentlemen. But for the moment, early leads from Kashmir seem to suggest that the big wigs of this election are trailing. But what an election this has been! I mean, you just need to stand and salute the election in Jammu and Kashmir because of the record turnout,
right?
Including in the valley, above 50%. That's incredible, yeah. Jo bhi bolo.
Of course, yeah, that's true.
That we have to commendable because they believed in the constitution right now after the bifurcation of the state between Ladakh and this. Now the repose on faith on constitution has been happening in the Indian democracy.
I remember polling percentages in the Kashmir Valley, 3%, 4%.
Yeah.
From 3%, 4% to 50%. That's incredible.
Right.
What happened? I mean, there was so much bad blood in Kashmir over the bifurcation, over Article 370, etc. What happened? Well,
I think people perhaps do want to, I've not traveled to Kashmir, I can't answer for sure, do want to participate in the democratic process. But I would say that Kashmir is an election we have not talked about enough because it doesn't have those many seats. Everybody's interested in UP and Telangana and Andhra and West Bengal and Orissa, etc. and Maharashtra. Nobody talks about Kashmir. This election in Kashmir is actually one with a lot more implications than just who will form the government at the center. It is a watershed in a way in Kashmir. So that's an important election to talk about.
I do believe that Kanimoy is leading.
Of course.
She's leading, of course. You're saying of course. Of course he is.
She will cross almost 3 lakh vote margin, she will win.
Nilanjan da, would you want to come in here? I'm just looking at the tally. Early leads, yes. But the NDA, it seems, is running away with this election. Look at the numbers right now. 280 to 107 of the India bloc.
A very impressive lead, And I've also been trying to follow state breakups which are coming, though these are very early and they would likely change. There are one or two things which is surprising. The first thing which really caught my eye is that the Andhra Pradesh figures appear to be reversing what the exit polls were suggesting, that the BJP and its allies, that is the TDP and Pawan Kalyan, they would be actually doing very well in Andhra Pradesh. In the state assembly elections, it could be a different ballgame altogether. But here, I think, there is some kind of a correction in the making. But as again, it is very early. Still, these are leads. These are postal ballots. The actual EVM votes, will take some more time to come. It also, there are, the states where the BJP and the Congress are head on. There, the Congress appears to be, holding on to some seats. I'm not talking in terms of, it's not a clean sweep for the BJP. But the Congress is having, like for instance, Madhya Pradesh, there are also some reports of, at least I saw one plate which talked about the Congress, leading in 2 seats in Chhattisgarh. Rajasthan, we have not been able to see. West Bengal, yes, the BJP appears to be ahead of the Trinamool Congress, though the Congress had leads in 2 seats when I last saw at the state tally. So it's turning out to be an election. At the end of it, while the larger story may be from the present trend that if it gets maintained, that the BJP actually and its allies actually getting very close to a 2/3 majority. But the other thing is also going to be a lot of state elections, which need to be talked about, which could be a lot of talking points in the days to come as the verdict becomes completely clear and counting is over.
All right. Again, early leads from Maharashtra, very interesting. The Maharashtra election, ladies, and let's just put the breaking on our screens once again. The Maharashtra elections are the ones that were said to be the most difficult to predict, and that is how it seems it's turning out to be. These are early leads again, ladies and gentlemen, from Maharashtra. We got you what's happening in Mumbai, the Mahayuti doing well. Now, some leads that are coming in to us from Baramati, where Sunetra Pawar, wife of Ajit Pawar, is leading. She is ahead, which means the sitting MP from there, Supriya Sule, is trailing. Then again, Amravati, and Abhishek is joining us from Amravati. This is where Navneet Rana is ahead, Beed, Pankaja Munde ahead, and Sholapur, Praniti Shinde is, it seems, ahead. Very interesting, Abhishek. The one battle which everyone in Maharashtra has their eyes on is in Baramati. It is the fight of the sister-in-laws, it's the fight of the uncle and the bhatija, as it were. And by the looks of it, the bhatija is winning. It's the sister-in-law that is winning. We don't know again. Early leads, but by the looks of it.
Yes, definitely. As per the early leads are concerned, we can see clearly Sunetra Pawar leading and Supriya Sule is trailing at this given point of time. And definitely, you rightly pointed out, it's a Pawar versus Pawar battle in their own bastion. Remember, Baramati is one of the high-profile seats in Maharashtra, which has consistently voted for the Pawar family. But now, after the split in the NCP, the people of Baramati were definitely confused, to go at which side. Both they had Ajit Pawar, who has consistently been a Deputy Chief Minister and worked on the development front. But at the same time, Supriya Sule, along with Sharad Pawar, was riding on the sympathy wave. And, the age group is concerned. The youngsters and seniors have their say, they have their soft corners toward Supriya Sule and the maker of Baramati, you can say, Sharad Pawar. On the other side, the other age group who are working, who are in direct connect with Ajit Pawar, day-to-day life and all the work that has been going on, wherein Ajit Pawar holds a ground-level leader in the Baramati and the nearby constituencies. So definitely, it's a tough fight at this given point of time, though the early leads are favouring Sunetra Pawar, but as the day goes ahead, we will have to closely monitor because, in fact, in the two-time past elections, in 2014, when there was a huge Modi wave, at that time also with significant 14,000 to 15,000 margin, we had Supriya Sule sailed through. And then with a margin of 150,000 vote in 2019, Supriya Sule again backed the seat. And this has been a traditional seat of Pawar family. So we will have to wait and watch out after the flit. Where does the Baramati voter have gone and selected which Pawar? Definitely it's a fight of political existence for the Pawar family, especially for Ajit Pawar. Back to you.
The NDA seems to have picked its women candidates right. because you have not just Baramati, you have Amravati as well. You have Pankaja Munde as well from Bid who's leading. Praniti also. Hi Niti, I see you there. Good morning, how are you doing?
Hi Shreya. Very well, very well.
Good morning.
And I'm liking
Good
the
morning.
numbers that I'm seeing on your screen.
So, I'm fairly certain Tausif has been, he told me the numbers that he's looking at are fairly depressing for him, but 304 in the leads. You were 303 last time, yani pichli baar ka aankada you have crossed. Congratulations. Although, I think we'll just wait.
On the leads, yes, but I'll talk about the numbers after 11 o'clock. But yes. Yeah, but I think numbers should be spoken about after 11, 12-ish. But I think overall the picture looks pretty positive for us right now.
That's absolutely correct. These are, again, ladies and gentlemen, just leads. They will have to convert into seats as well. If you want a crystal clear picture, then the crystal clear picture will be with us at about 11:30, 12. But for the moment, I think it's very clear which way this election is going, at least as far as the leads are concerned. From Wayanad, we know that Rahul Gandhi is leading. That's very clear. And as we speak, these are the numbers on your screens. These are the leads on your screens, not the numbers. Others at 32, interestingly and significantly, the India Bloc at 141 and the NDA alliance led by the BJP at 307. Rahul Gandhi is leading in both seats. The news coming in, he was expected to, of course, lead in Wayanad. That is happening. Was he expected to lead in Raebareli as well, which is considered to be the safest seat actually for the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh. So he's leading from both seats, and therefore the Dharam Sankat on which one he will pick, Ruhi.
But I would think they should pick Raebareli. It's a traditional family seat. They've already abandoned Amethi. It's very bad optics to also abandon Raebareli.
But isn't abandoning Wayanad equally bad optics?
Yes.
The South has stood with you. Kerala is giving you the maximum amount of seats that any other state will give you.
It's a choice between the devil and the deep sea, right? I mean, you've chosen to do this. You've chosen to contest from both. But I would think if they've chosen to put Rahul Gandhi from Raebareli and not Amethi, then it's only fair to keep Raebareli. Otherwise, he should have contested from Amethi and given Raebareli to somebody else. It's such a safe seat for the Congress.
Tausif, would you want to come in here? We'll try and see what we can get from West Bengal in just a bit, but any word on Rahul Gandhi having to pick between Wayanad and Raebareli by the end of the day?
As expected, Rahul Gandhi's performance has improved. Not only his personal seat, but also Congress overall, we are going to see a improved performance. And so far, choosing among these two seats are concerned, I think ultimately one of the family members will come to do a contest in either of these two seats. And I also believe that ideally Rahul Gandhi should stay in Raebareli and allow someone else to hold the fort in Wayanad. In any case, South India, as it is being seen, even the Annamalai, who had so much of weight behind him thrown by Prime Minister, walking with him on the streets, so visibly available on camera with Annamalai, and Annamalai being projected as to become a loser, again reinstates the claim by Congress that BJP is a SAF in South India, and whether it is half in North India, we are yet to see. But not so much, at least from the news from the south, is not so depressing. But yeah, we are too early. It is too early to say. We all know.
11 baje tak.
Yeah, ballot. No.
Okay.
These postal ballot basically, all government votes basically, it remains with the ruling power. We have seen in this trend. It has been so forever. So perhaps after the machines are opened, perhaps around the noon, we'll be able to, get a sense of really what is happening, how the day will end. Only after maybe 1 or 2 hours, we'll have to be patient.
Okay. Dilanjana, you want to say something, and then I'm going to welcome Dr. Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson of the Congress as well.
Yeah, very shortly, I'm just looking at the final tally. Not many, just about 50 seats more trends are to be expected. And NDA is 317, which means that it is nowhere getting near what we call 400 Paar. And if the NDA is 317, I do not know whether the BJP on its own is running towards a runaway majority. Are they, it actually, I feel like raising a question that if this trend continues, they may not be able to retain the 303 seats which they won in 2019. They may well fall short. So the last laugh may not be the BJP's if this trend gets maintained as towards the end. We have to still see and now keep an eye on how much more can the NDA build the lead on.
Again, qualifying this, and as I said, I'm going to do this at the cost of repeating myself and irritating all of you, that these are early leads, ladies and gentlemen. It's only about 8:50.
Yes.
These are postal ballots, and Amit Shah ahead in Gandhinagar as expected.
Yes.
As we know, Gujarat is, BJP is expected to do very, very well in Gujarat. So Amit Shah, ladies and gentlemen, ahead in Gandhinagar on expected lines. But please just be cognizant of the fact that these are early leads. At the end of the day, they will have to be crystallized into seats. The final number will only be put out by the Election Commission of India. This one, I think, will be clear by 12:31. But I do remember a time when we were in the newsroom, the whole because of Madhya Pradesh. You remember that election?
The 2018 Madhya Pradesh Assembly
Don't
election.
remind me.
Yes.
I was in office till 2 o'clock.
That election was quite something. It was a cliffhanger.
It was a cliffhanger. And you couldn't be sure till the last vote is counted. And ultimately, the Congress did win that one.
Scraped through. It's
just about
although it lost its government eventually, but yes.
Exactly. Dr. Pooja Tripathi, good morning. Kaise hain aap? Good to see you. I can see laddu pedas being made at the BJP headquarters. They have already prepared for a win. You can say these are early leads. You can say wait till 12 o'clock, etc. But the BJP has decided that they have won. आप लोग कुछ भी बोल लीजिए.
I think everyone should hold their horses and the laddus and pedas can wait till 12 o'clock. Let the actual numbers come is very early. EVMs have been opened at 8:30 and we are still hopeful. We are still looking for a good fight.
You are looking for a fight, but by the looks of it, there has been no fight. I mean, there's been a fight, of course. This is an election. We are a part of participative electoral democracy. So obviously there has been a fight. You know, as we began the elections, everyone said, "Kitna thanda election hai? Kuch bhi nahi hai. There is no fight. Everyone knows who is winning." But as you got into the second week into this election, the India Bloc did seem to gather its forces, gather some josh and energy and actually give it what it had. So on the ground at least and in television studios, though, the fight had become very real. But if the numbers stand, again I'm saying early leads, but if the numbers stand, the fight then was only in the studios and nowhere else.
Yeah,
Will I be wrong in saying that? You don't agree? Go ahead.
I don't agree. India last gave a very dedicated, very committed fight. We set the narrative from the day one. They were like 400 Paar, 400 Paar. I don't see them crossing 400 Paar even with these numbers. From the day one, the Congress manifesto was out. Prime Minister Modi didn't only attack every point of Congress manifesto. He went to resort to lies and fakery, from Mangal Sutra to Muslims to Bhais Kholenge to Toti. I think where India Alliance stood on the constitutional values, stood on the people's issue. Prime Minister Modi took the political discourse every day down and down, but it's democracy at the end of the day. And we respect the verdict. And let's see how the numbers are. I'm still saying it's very early trend to be this jubilant. And we are still hoping for a good number.
No, I'm not jubilant because I'm not the one winning or losing this election. Everyone in the team is here. There is josh, there is excitement. So that is why I'm happy. I'm not particularly happy looking at the numbers. As I said, it will impact my life as an Indian citizen, but definitely doesn't impact my life as a journalist. I just have to report what the numbers are. If they are winning, what to do. If you were winning, I would have smiled as well.
But Shreya, just one thing, I do agree with her that the level of discourse in elections has really gone down, and I don't think the Prime Minister needs to resort to such polarizing conversation.
But remember the last election?
No, but why?
It was the same.
No, but my question is, the
This is Indian politics.
voters are voting for you, for your work, for your welfare schemes. Why are you going on alienating voters and talking like that? Why would you do that? There is no need to do it. The Prime Minister...
election campaign, Prime Minister Modi has said that we have made sure the development from this indices from the last 10 years. Any one campaign you show me. I'll quit the political analyst job.
No, he does both. My point is he talks about the work, but he also does this polarizing conversation.
So
Why is it needed?
that's exactly what I want to say before I let Pooja in. The fact is, एक minute. You know, there is a 1 hour, there's a 1 hour speech that is made, and he'll say a lot of things about development, ye kiya, wo kiya, etc., etc. Then he'll make these spot shots, and then he'll make these polarizing statements. But which is the one that makes it to the headlines? The polarizing statements.
No, but my point is, why does if you want to make these polarizing statements, leave them to other people in the party. The Prime Minister's office is an office of dignity. I don't think the Prime Minister should resort to this.
Okay. Pooja,
No.
To what? What was he responding to when he made the Mangal Sutra comment?
I remember his...
And the Guspetiya comment. Just a minute, Pooja.
His earlier Shamshan, Kabristan, all these
The
comments.
wealth redistribution.
Niti, go ahead.
The wealth redistribution and everything that they are talking about. It was about the wealth redistribution that he was talking about, and how do you communicate that to the people in the lower rung area? They don't understand wealth redistribution. And all of this is true. See, you cannot hold the Prime Minister responsible for responding to what you are saying. It is your manifesto, it is your leaders who have been making these divisive statements. The Prime Minister has been talking about development. He has been talking about his 10 years. But he has to respond to whatever you're saying. He needs to go and explain it to the people.
And what was he communicating when he did that?
I'll let Pooja come in, but where...
Mujra comment, I really want to understand what was he trying to communicate when he quitted India Alliance campaign to Mujra? Can the BJP
I can't hear Pooja for some reason.
Acha, Pooja is saying that why was the need for him to bring the movement in? What was the message he was communicating there? Maybe he saw Hira Mandi. Who knows?
Could be possible.
That's not the point. The point is, it is your leaders who have brought down the entire narrative. हमने तो वहीं से शुरू किया था ना. We started with development. We started with our 10 years, and we started with our vision for the next 15 years. And that is where the Prime Minister was coming from. It is after your statements came in that we had to respond to that. You cannot hold us responsible for even responding. So it was them who brought down the entire narrative.
No, what happened after that?
You can't even respond. आप अपने उस पर रहिए. You don't respond to whatever they're saying. What happened after what?
No, but here's the point.
It was after the first phase, right? Till first phase, आप लोगों ने बोला that the Prime Minister was only talking about development.
Just a minute.
There was no negative agenda.
Ladies, 1 minute रुक जाइए जरा. Look at the seat numbers. Seat numbers nahi. Let me qualify. Seat leads. NDA 319, India 144, others 41. Tight fights in Karnataka. The BJP was expected to do very well, take at least 25 seats home, which was its tally last time. But it seems in the state of Karnataka, which is currently being ruled by the Congress dispensation, there is a tight fight that is currently underway. Amit Shah, I believe, is leading in Gandhinagar, and tight fights going on in Karnataka. DK Suresh is trailing after initial leads. That is very interesting. Would you want to say something?
Yeah,
Amit Shah
that
expected, but why DK Suresh?
That would be an interesting. We will wait and watch. But as far as the Tamil Nadu is concerned, Mr. Annamalai is trailing almost 2,500 votes below, and the DMK party man who's leading almost 6,000 votes on a shortfall.
Okay, I believe we have reactions that are coming in, and my producers are saying you're only talking, you're not taking reactions. So please let's listen into what leaders are saying today.
Yeah, I have no doubt. The expectations were set on the 26th of April, not today. Because the fact is that once people have cast their votes and the boxes are sealed in the strong rooms, there is frankly no further room for any argument or debate, right? I mean, this has happened, it's happened. So people have voted. All we have been doing is waiting 6 weeks to find out how they voted then. So whatever has been said since then, including the exit polls, can have no bearing on the outcome because the outcome was established on the 26th of April. Once you are there, you have earned the right to represent your people. And as far as they are concerned, whether you go there with a 10-vote majority or a 10,000 vote majority, you're still their representative. And I've always taken the view that once I have been elected, I am the representative of all, whether they voted for me or not. And I'll work in that same spirit and
सर, कांग्रेस पहले से ही बोल चुकी है कि इंडिया ब्लॉक की 295 सीट आ रही है कम से कम, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ बीजेपी की बात करें, कह रहे हैं कि आप लोग सपने देख रहे हैं। वहां पर तो मुख्यालय में तो लड्डू बनने भी शुरू हो गए हैं, वो इतने कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाई दे रहे हैं। आपका क्या कहना है सर इस बात?
देखिए, लड्डू तो उन्होंने 2015 के बिहार चुनाव में भी बनाए थे, जो बाद में दूसरों को खिलाने पड़े। बंगाल इलेक्शन में भी बनाए थे एग्जिट पोल देख करके। तो एग्जिट पोल इस देश में उसकी क्या विश्वसनीयता रह गई है, देश समझता है। हम एग्जिट पोल की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम एग्जैक्ट पोल की बात कर रहे हैं। हमने जनता से जो फीडबैक लिया है उसके आधार पर एग्जिट पोल आने से पहले हमने कह दिया था कि हम 295 प्लस सीटें जीतने जा रहे हैं। और आज गिनती होने दीजिए, आप देखिएगा कि फेयर इलेक्शन हो रहा है, फेयर मतगणना हो रही है और इंडिया ब्लॉक आसानी के साथ देश में सरकार बनाने जा रहा है। ज्यादा वक्त नहीं बचा है। और अगर भाजपा कह रही है कि हम सपने देख रहे हैं, तो सपने जो देखते हैं उन्हीं के पूरे होते हैं। और हम जागती आंखों से सपने देख रहे हैं, हम सोते हुए सपने नहीं देख रहे हैं। इसलिए आपने जो सोता हुआ सपना देखा है, उस सपने के टूटने का वक्त आ गया है।
मेरे को आज दुनिया भर के लोग भारत का पार्लियामेंट लोकसभा का चुनाव के संबंधित रिजल्ट्स के लिए सभी लोग देख रहे हैं। मेरे को पूरा विश्वास है, एग्जिट पोल भी बताए, भारत के 140 करोड़ जनता के आशीर्वाद से नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनेगा। जो हम
देखिए, भारतीय संसदीय इतिहास में 4 जून 2024 का दिन हमेशा एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दिन के रूप में याद किया जाएगा। आज जो नतीजे आएंगे वो विकसित भारत की एक मजबूत नींव रखने वाले नतीजे होंगे और पूरा देश इंतजार कर रहा है और नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे।
मैडम, विश्व के इतिहास में इसका एक पैरेलल नहीं है। तीसरी बार जनता के बीच जाकर एक लोकतंत्र में एक नेता इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल करना, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और विश्व के स्तर पे, वो अमेरिका हो, यूके हो, यूरोप के कोई देश हो, जापान हो, किसी देश में एक पैरेलल आपको नहीं मिलता है। मोदी जी विश्व स्तर पे एक बहुत बड़े हिस्टोरिक जीत हासिल किए हैं, पहली चीज। दूसरी चीज ये भी है, जनता ने भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण राजनीति और देश को भटकाने का राजनीति, इसको जनता ने साफ साफ तिरस्कार किया है। इंडिया अलायंस को आप जब देखते हैं, या वो जाति के आधार पर बने हुए पार्टी के गठबंधन है, या सब नेता भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप पे या बेल में हैं या कन्विक्ट हो चुके हैं, या बहुत बड़ी मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण में सब लोग निरत हैं, ये सभी 3 मुद्दों को जनता ने तिरस्कार किए हैं। तीसरा चीज ये भी है कि आप जब देखते हो, विशेष रूप में दक्षिण भारत से जब मैं इसका व्याख्यान करूं, ये उत्तर भारत और दक्षिण भारत के बीच में जो डिफरेंस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, इंडी गठबंधन ने प्रयास किए थे देश में शुरू करने के लिए, कि उत्तर अलग है, दक्षिण अलग है, बीजेपी का कुछ नहीं चलेगा दक्षिण में, इसको भी जनता ने तिरस्कार किया है। तो ये मैंडेट देश की एकता के लिए है।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our coverage, bringing you the latest, sharpest reactions. In fact, I'm being joined by Ruhi right now, Ruhi Tiwari, who's a senior journalist, as well as by Harish Ibrahim, who's a political analyst, and we're also going to be joined by several other guests. I'm Sneha Koshi. I'm going to take you through the numbers and the latest that's coming in over the next 1 hour. Now, what's fascinating? Remember, as we have been telling you, the numbers that are flashing on your screen are just about the early leads which are coming from the postal ballots. EVMs have also opened. The counting for EVMs has also begun in some places. But the early leads at this point, we're around 9 o'clock in the morning. This is largely based on the postal ballots. and the EVMs that are now beginning to open since 8:30 in the morning. Let me give you what seems to be the interesting trends. There seems to be a close battle. Let's just start with down south, because that seems to be a rallying point, literally, not only with the BJP-led NDA, but also the India Bloc. It's a tough war in south of India. Let's get you, seems to be DK Suresh, who seems to be at this point trailing. We also have Prajwal Revanna, who is trailing. These are the initial 2 points. But as I said, trailing and leading is just shifting very closely, because the votes that have been counted are just that many, are largely postal and just about EVMs beginning. But the way the numbers are shifting for DK Suresh, Bengaluru Rural, as well as Prajwal Revanna, Hassan, these two perhaps are very good indicators of what may really lie. We don't know. Sunitra Pawar is leading right now in Baramati. That's what seems to be emerging. It's a close contest, as I mentioned, in several parts of Karnataka for that matter. In fact, if you look at Rahul Gandhi, he seems to have got a lead in Rai Bareli at least. In Wayanad as well, as he's expected to win Wayanad, at least according to the estimates that we have got. But largely, what does this all mean? Kanimori is leading in Tuticorin as well. I'm going to be joined by our reporters, and we'll be told as soon as we have the reporters with us. We hopefully will have them really soon. But all right. So Ruhi Tiwari, if I can just come to you at the first point. You're seeing what's happening with DK Suresh and Prajwal Revanna. Karnataka, by and large, has always voted for the BJP or the NDA when it comes to the parliamentary elections. No one is expecting a very big surprise. But in these two seats, or largely in pockets of Karnataka, there seems to be a close contest.
Right. So, I think the exit polls sort of made it seem like Karnataka was a sweep for the BJP. But before that, there was a lot of conversation around, I have not traveled to Karnataka, so I wouldn't know. I think he's a better person to answer that question. But there was a conversation about the Congress doing well in Karnataka and managing to hold ground. So I think the exit poll sort of threw people off as far as Karnataka was concerned.
Okay, and all right. We are also getting leads of Uttar Pradesh, where India Bloc seems to be at the forefront, at least now, with the leads. But we'll just get to that in a bit. Harish Ibrahim, Rajiv Chandrasekhar seems to be at this point leading in Thiruvananthapuram.
But it
was trailing, and now he's leading. So it's a very to and fro, as it would happen in a postal ballot if it is a close contest.
Hands
and
down,
too early
Shashi
to say.
Tharoor is going to lead at least by 50,000 margin at the end of the day, for sure.
Well, for those who have Shashi Tharoor or Thiruvananthapuram constituency, it's been a tough battle for Shashi Tharoor. Even if you look at the last two ones, and particularly last one, he did win with a good margin though, but it was a huge contest on the ground.
For sure, it is a tough fight.
The fact that BJP or NDA managed to field a candidate like Rajiv Chandrasekhar
100%. That I should
really
agree.
changed the game. I mean, any other hardcore politician would not have possibly stood up to somebody as Shashi Tharoor appeals in a city like Thiruvananthapuram.
Totally.
That was kind of...
Totally. That was a remarkable and strategic move to make sure Rajiv Chandrasekhar to be there, which gives a huge contest to fight in the battleground, that too with Thiruvananthapuram, which is the state capital, and where Shashi Tharoor not even has, he is a mass leader, whether to Congress or to the ground, it is debatable. But one thing I am pretty sure is it is a strategic move to play where the party leader like Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who made sure there is an indomitable BJP is lying down the current place. That for sure we can agree with that.
Yeah, so I would sort of agree with him. The BJP did a gamble, right? Rajiv Chandrasekhar, if he had been, the other option was Bangalore. It would have been a fairly safe seat. If Rajiv Chandrasekhar had contested from one of the Bangalore seats, in all probability he would have won. So BJP gave up a safe seat to put up a fight in against Mr. Tharoor. So I think that was the kind of gamble the BJP played. It was more about optics than necessarily about winning. It was also about trying to show that you're putting up a fight and you're not running away from this fight.
In fact, Ruhi, the fact remains, the possibility of winning with Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the possibility. was far more than fielding any other hardcore BJP politician that BJP could have fielded. Well, but it is Shashi Tharoor's home turf, but we must remember he's also been an MP for 15 years. So,
but what is an election without a good fight?
Absolutely. That's true. And I'm sure both the candidates, Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar, would vouch for that particular one. I'm being joined right now. And as I said, India Bloc, that's a breaking on our screens. India Bloc has taken early leads. We have the results coming in for Uttar Pradesh. India Bloc seems to be ahead on, SP is ahead on at least 15 seats. BJP is ahead on 7 seats. That's the initial lead that we are getting. Chandrasekhar Azad is ahead in his constituency. So that's the breaking that we are getting at this point. Again, very early leads, as I said. I'm also very quickly being joined by my colleagues who are on the ground. Much action happens on the ground. Elections is all about being on the ground. Abhishek from Baramati as well as Deepak from Bengaluru. Deepak, let's go across to you. DK Suresh, Prajwal Revanai in the news. Close, trailing, leading. Is that even, is that in line of what we are likely to find through the day, or is it largely going to change once the count from EVMs comes to the fore? But what are you picking up on the ground? What's the mood?
Well, initial rounds of counting of the EVMs as well has begun in multiple constituencies in the state of Karnataka. Right now, the trends that are coming in is indicating that in about 8 to 9 seats, the Congress is leading. In about 2 seats out of the 3 that the JDS is contesting, they are leading. The third seat where they're trailing is Hassan. Initially, of course, in the postal ballots, we saw a little bit of an upper hand, but after that, he has been trailing, and all eyes, of course, will be on that particular seat. Meanwhile, I'm here at the Adi Chunchanagiri Mutt. Mr. Kumaraswamy, of course, meeting the tops here from the Mutt, Nirmalanda Swamiji here. He's right now inside the chambers. We'll try and get a word from him because he's currently leading from the Mandya constituency as well. A lot happening in the state of Karnataka. While the exit polls have predicted once again a good number for the BJP, the Congress is hopeful of managing at least about 12 or more. That's what most of the leaders have been saying. But right now the numbers are stuck around the 8 to 9 mark. Whether they can improve that tally through the course of the day, that remains to be seen. But of course, the BJP has been hoping that they do really well to compensate on any losses in other states in Karnataka. So all eyes, of course, will be on multiple constituencies here. And Bengaluru Rural, which has been a bastion and the sole seat that was won by the Congress party last time. Just an update for our viewers that DK Suresh, the brother of Mr. DK Shivkumar, is currently trailing from that particular constituency.
Right. Deepak, thank you very much for joining us. I'm also being joined by Abhishek at this point. Abhishek, with what's happening at Baramati, that's one of the questions that everybody really had. Will it continue to be the power place that it has been for the Sharad Pawar's family? It may stay with the family, but really, is it going to change hands? There seems to be at least initial leads for Sunetra Pawar.
The initial leads were definitely for Sunetra Pawar, but as the round progresses now, what we are coming to know is that again, Supriya Sule is leading, and that's why it's a tough fight. It cannot be predictable at whether Supriya Sule or Sunetra Pawar. And remember, Baramati is one of the high-profile seats, and Baramati has always voted for the Pawar family right from 2014, 2019. This is term Supriya Sule is contesting from there. But now the political dynamics have changed after the split in NCP, and we have seen senior Pawar fighting versus the junior Pawar. And definitely at one side we have Ajit Pawar with the political developmental agenda, who is a deputy chief minister, and on the other side we have Supriya Sule riding on the sympathy wave for Sharad Pawar after the split of the party. And definitely it's a big challenge for the people of Baramati who have already voted, and now whom they have voted for is something we are closely monitoring. But as we speak, currently the lead has changed, and now Supriya Sule is leading from Baramati and Sunetra Pawar is trailing. But definitely this is just initial leads. We will have to wait till the afternoon to get the clarity, and whether Supriya Sule gets a third term or will there be a surprise of Sunetra Pawar winning the seat is something that needs to be closely monitored. Back to you.
Just normal.
Right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us. So, Ruhi, what's your sense you're getting from Maharashtra? It's more than just which side is going to win, which alliance is going to win. It's also about which alliance the people manage to trust through despite all the shifts and change that's happened.
Right, I think it is a bit of a survival battle for both the factions of the NCP and the Shiv Sena, because they've both taken huge risks and it's a gamble for both of them. It would also set the tone for the assembly elections that are due later in the year in the state, which are going to be far more complex because of these factions. So I think Maharashtra, that way, I've said it from day one, it's a big khichdi. One doesn't know what's going to happen there, what's happening there. And I think even some seats like Baramati, for instance, it's going to go down to the wire. These are going to be seats for which we have to wait for the election commission results to be able to tell what's happening. The other thing about Maharashtra is that it would, both the BJP as well as the Congress, or mostly the BJP, will have to think about who they have aligned with and whether that alliance is working for them. Because, at the end of the day, Shiv Sena, the Thackeray legacy is important, right? And the BJP has always been a natural Shiv Sena ally. Now, the Shiv Sena is split into two, and then NCP has been more of a Congress ally, but suddenly the BJP has one faction of it. So these are causing a bit of confusion, even ideological confusion, as far as Maharashtra is concerned. And the BJP will have to think about how it wants to go forward in Maharashtra.
All right. In fact, I'm told we are also being joined by Charu Pragya. I'm joined by more guests as well. I'll introduce them in a bit. Charu Pragya, you've been waiting for a while now. Charu, give us the sense, initial leads that are coming in. Maharashtra, let's start with that. Sunetra Pawar may be leading at places, but largely the battle is also about which alliance manages to push through with all the changes that have happened.
Absolutely. Good morning. Now, this is the day when we are celebrating the best of our democracy. We are waiting to see election results, and I believe it's going to be a thumping majority win for the NDA, and we're going to create history with this. Maharashtra, everybody is taking a look at, because this is the first time there are many, many political parties in the fray, and some which are very new because older political parties have split. But one thing remains very clear. The work which has been done in our country in the last 10 years and the vision our Prime Minister has for our country for the next 25 years is what is driving this election. And that is the only thing that is going to matter at the end of the day for most of the voters. So in spite of this discussion being, what will happen with the newly formed NDA alliance, etc., I don't think there'll be any surprises. In fact, I believe that we'll be beating very comfortably our tally in 2019, and we are looking forward to a great next 5 years.
All right. Charu, I'm also being joined by Anand Paranjpe, who's an NCP leader, as well as Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay. All right. I'm told Anand is not there. We are also being joined by Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, as well as Swati Malik. Thank you very much for joining us. Swati, to you, with the initial leads that are emerging, let's also look at what seems to be the numbers that BJP is getting, at least what's being told about BJP and the NDA. Do you really look at the prospect of what Congress or the India Alliance could have done to this election vis-a-vis what really has happened?
Comment on what we could have done better, because only the starting trends right now, and even if you go by just by the starting trends, what I see is that India is 205 plus and NDA is rather 277 plus is the trend that I was seeing. So even if you see these numbers, the whole narrative that was created by the Prime Minister, by the BJP about 400 Paar and this is going to be historic, etc. Right now, they're not even matching up to what it was in 2019. So you can see the narrative fail. You can only by the trend so far. Although, like I said, my caveat is that this is only little comment right now. This is too early to go by what we could have done better. But looking at the trends, the narrative created by the Prime Minister, whether all those gimmicks of him going into, the meditation zone that he goes into with his camera, or other things like that, the whole, the divisive politics that they have been playing. Whether he says that, okay, I will not talk about Hindu-Muslims, and then the next speech he talks about Hindu-Muslims. When you see all that, so in these trends, in these results, we realize that voter is not, we cannot take the voter for granted. Just like we failed in 2014 and 19 to create our dent. In 2014-19, we somehow could not convince our voters about our manifesto, about what our vision is for the country. But now in 2024, we can see, even by the trends, how from 91 it is almost double right now. So we are already doing better, and I am sure it is only going to get better from here, and we will form the majority.
All right, at least Uttar Pradesh for now, Congress may have some relief. It seems to be having at least the leads that are coming in for the India bloc at this point seems to be good. Clyde Crasto, okay, we seem... All right, we seem to have some audio issues with Clyde Castro at this point. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, what really unfolds with this election? What would be the key takeaways?
Well, at the moment, it's very difficult to say what are the key takeaways because it's still a counting in process. About half an hour ago, when I was at a different location on the same program, I pointed out that the trends, what was happening since morning was beginning to reverse, and that is what has happened now. We need trends of only about 20 seats, and the entire NDA is just at hovering around 300 mark, short by 25%.
And largely by postal ballots.
And no. By now there would be a fair amount of EVMs. That is when the trend reversal began. About half an hour, 40 minutes ago is when the EVM votes started getting added into the trends. So since then there is a reversal of process. So at the moment, out of 543 seats, we need the trends of only about 20 more. Out of the 510 or 520 odd constituencies where we have the trends from, the NDA is leading in only 303, which is 25% less of its target of 400. 303 for the entire NDA means that the BJP, the big question is it going to slip below 272, a clear majority on its own, or whether it is going to be above. It clearly at the moment is not going to win 303, which won in 2019. So definitely it is, if this trend is maintained, then definitely it's a decline in the performance of the BJP. It's not an enhanced mandate, but it is a declined mandate if this actually becomes the result.
So just a couple of points to add to what Mr. Mukhopadhyay said. So first of all, yes, these are trends. That's why I'm very cautious about what I'm saying, because these are trends. There are seats that are probably somebody's leading by a margin of 1,000 votes, which can just reverse in no time. So
and that's why you're having such close
battles. And there are states like that, which are like Maharashtra, for instance, a state with 48 seats has close battles. But this 400 par, 400 par, is something I don't think the BJP also thought was realistic. I mean, come on, 400 par is really a huge figure. It was more to enthuse the cadres. I think the whole idea was to enthuse the cadres and workers and to make it seem like, to give them some kind of enthusiasm to work towards. But if the BJP, even if they win and they form the government, this 400 par is going to haunt them because they will be taunted for talking about it and not being able to reach it. So they only have themselves to blame for that.
They'll also be taunted if they do not touch 303.
Right.
People will all the time point out 2019
but
you won.
Who are they going to be taunted by though?
There will be a stronger opposition.
No, and also I think the BJP again has itself to blame. If you're coming back with whatever mandate in the third term, you're still winning, which means the mandate is for you. But if you talk about large numbers and you don't get those, then you become a bit of a laughing point, right?
No, can you understand what it would mean, if the NDA has a majority, but the BJP does not have? So that means that the BJP is dependent on one or two allies, lower than 272. If then it's dependent on at least one or two allies for majority all the time.
Okay. All right. I'm also being told at this point that we have Clyde Crasto with us. I believe we have been able to get through to you. Your audio is all ready. You can hear us loud and clear. Clyde Crasto, what would you see as the emerging trends with Maharashtra? It seems Baramati at present, even as we speak, and it's been for a while now, that Sunetra Pawar really is on the lead. And as it may be too early, Clyde, but it's still a lead.
I'm getting real-time updates. No, I'm getting real-time updates.
Okay,
I don't know
I'm told
where are you
Supriya
getting it from.
Sule
The
is
real-time
leading.
update is
Yes,
that
you're
Supriya
right.
Sule is
We've just got the real-time
leading
lead
by
as well.
7,000
So
votes already
Supriya
plus.
Sule is now leading. Correct. You're right.
Yeah. She's been
You're
leading
right.
for a while now.
So that's shifted.
And
Now
in
it's Supriya
Maharashtra
Sule
also
who's
in
leading.
numbers. Yeah. So in Maharashtra, if you see the numbers now, the India Alliance is leading in on 27 seats and 21 is for the NDA. So that's what we've been trying to say all this while. Look at the exit polls and look at everything. But what has happened specifically in Maharashtra, if you're going to talk about it, is the people are upset with the dirty politics played by Bharatiya Janata Party. Breaking parties, breaking families. And I've been on record on your channel and other channels that Bharatiya Janata Party is going to pay for what they have done is to bring in the Eknath Shinde camp and the Ajit Paar into their fold. If they had got alone, they would have probably done much better. But they brought these people, and why I say so, these are the same people, the Honorable Prime Minister called Naturally Corrupt Party, accused Ajit Paar ji of 70,000 crore scams. I was defending Ajit Paar ji when he was with us. And I'm still saying it. It was accused by the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders. They accused all the leaders of Eknath Shinde camp. And then when they came into their fold, they were not talking. But the people realized that if they were going to call them corrupt and bring them into their fold, why should we vote for them? And this is what is showing. Secondly, I just heard somebody saying that, if they don't touch 303 like the last time also, people are going to talk against the Bharatiya Janata Party for sure. But let me tell you one thing. Across the country, every constituency, people said, vote for Narendra Modi ji. Don't look at the candidate, vote for Narendra Modi ji. So if the Bharatiya Janata Party does not get the 303 that they did last time, or they even go down, forget 400 Paar. 400 Paar is going to be a nightmare for the Bharatiya Janata Party. That slogan is going to be like a nightmare for every BJP cadre or BJP leader who said 400 Paar.
Let me just stop you here. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So the market, Clyde Traster, give me a few minutes. Clyde Traster, give me a few minutes. It's interesting because markets have literally been on a high and we are now reporting that markets seem to be on a decline.
That's understandable, right? I think the exit polls put the markets on the high, and exit polls are usually a little exaggerated in any case. So
true. So markets on the decline.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not a steep run, a bull run as the exit polls had expected, but largely people had anticipated that there may be a decline in the markets as the voting, as the counting begins to
during counting, when the counting is in progress, markets, it's natural for it to be a little shaky. It's only when the results come out that you'll know whether there's an actual decline or an uptick.
The point is that the markets are definitely going to look at the poor performance of the BJP-led NDA as a bad sign, because then it's political instability. Because political stability has got associated with Mr. Modi and the government for the last 10 years. So anything else which is outside of Mr. Modi would suddenly, everybody is going to be uncertain. Who will be the Prime Minister?
Okay.
That will be the first thing. For instance, the NDA is down below 300 for the first time. The India Bloc is up over 200. We do not know what will happen in the next 2 hours. We have had some dramatic changes taking place through the counting process. Numerous, elections I can count, where we have been in the studios and seeing everything getting reversed.
And let me tell our viewers,
to be cautious about saying anything till you have final numbers.
No, and we have not even started talking about the close contest.
Even this does not mean that the India Bloc is doing a good, putting up a good show.
These are trends, and let's be cautious about trends.
True, and even as we start looking at constituencies, there are some constituencies
too early,
very close battles.
Is changing.
So,
yeah, Baramati has been changing by the minute. So it's
Ajit Yashwant also joins us. Ajit, you just heard Clyde Trasto. How much of what he has said do you agree with? I mean, you both don't see each other eye to eye when it comes to the political line, but on the counting day, how do you counter what he's saying?
Personally, that this is too early to comment on any results of any seats or what scenario is going to get upward. But I feel that in next couple of hours, things will be more clear and there will be a lot of surprises from Baramati as well. So we are just going according to what the trails that we are getting at this moment. And as you rightly said, every minute you can see the results are changing. So whatever updates that we are getting are just changing minute to minute. So we just need to wait for some more time. And I'm sure that with the national president, Shri Ajit Pawarji, we will be performing in a very good state in state of Maharashtra. And we'll be there into getting winning seats in Maharashtra as well.
Okay, Ram Pratap Singh, also the national spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party, joins us right now. Heartening for the India bloc at this point as results emerge from Uttar Pradesh?
Good morning. Yes, it's a very encouraging start. And certainly one thing stands established, that there is no pan-India wave in favor of BJP, and all the hype about 400 plus, etc., stands debunked. And also what the exit polls were trying to predict for last 2 days, and it stands challenged now. And each state, as I said earlier in my several discourses, is behaving the way it was expected to. And similarly, for UP, if I have to talk, that it's certainly very encouraging, because the issues on ground were real. And the government of the day and the BJP just weren't willing to listen to the problems of the people, the rampant unemployment, the absolute poverty in so many districts in UP. And that's what people are now come out and voted against the BJP. Over to you.
That's interesting, Ram Pratap Singh. Ruhi, do you really think, and is this the truth, issues that people would often talk about on the ground were not really reflected in the campaigns and the politics that played out?
Look, I would repeat what I said. This election for the BJP was about whether you want Narendra Modi back or not. So whatever the mandate is, they should understand the mandate themselves, because they were not talking about local issues. They are always... See, there is a limit. I've said this earlier. There is a limit to how much people will vote just for PM Modi and how much they want to vote for the local candidate. And there are many, many people in Uttar Pradesh that the BJP put up who were unpopular. I can tell you Smriti Irani was very unpopular. Sakshi Maharaj is very unpopular. Hema Malini is very unpopular. There's only so much that you can do under Narendra Modi's name. So it could be perhaps a lesson for the BJP going forward that elections in Modi's name will have limitations. People want to see what the immediate MPs are doing. Just very quickly, I'm looking at numbers in Haryana as well, and both Haryana and Maharashtra go to polls this year. Yes. Very, very interesting numbers. Congress doing well in Haryana. BJP will have some serious rethink to do in Haryana. Again, the BJP has really squandered the state away in the last, I don't know what it has been doing in Haryana, especially with the leadership, etc. So both states, BJP will have a lot of re-strategizing and rethinking to do.
There's also another important thing which we have to see. 1/3 of BJP's candidates were those who came from other parties. So it created tremendous resentment within its own ranks. You know, the people who have grown vertically within the BJP over the last 2-3 decades, everybody aspires to be nominated to fight elections. But if you don't, and somebody comes from outside, lateral entry, what they call, in politics, it's extremely upsetting for the cadre and the people who have come up. So that's another problem.
Charu Pragya, you heard both the panelists here with us, Mr. Nilanjan Mukhodjay. All right, we have Vinita Hariharan with us. So, Vinita, I believe you heard both what Ruhi as well as Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay spoke. Do you believe, one, that there are possibly limitations to fighting an election under the banner name of Prime Minister Modi vis-a-vis what the MPs would be, or is that a no-gamer at all? Vinita Hariharan.
Good morning. So definitely, we've never fought the elections just on the basis of... Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, Vinita, since we have this audio delay, let that just get fixed. I'm told we're also getting a response from the Election Commission of India. Let's just quickly listen in.
So that जितने भी लोग जानना चाहते हैं, देखना चाहते हैं, उन्हें कोई परेशानी ना हो. और सभी आरओस को जो 542 कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज में इस समय काउंटिंग करा रहे हैं, जहां करीब 65,000 से ऊपर की टेबल्स लगी हुई हैं, हर जगह में उनको कहा गया है कि पोलिंग एजेंट्स को और कैंडिडेट्स को निश्चित रूप से बैठने दें, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ काउंटिंग करें, जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन अक्षरते करें, मतलब एक भी वायलेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, अदरवाइज खैर नहीं है. यानी जो रूल बुक है उसका पालन करें, पारदर्शिता से पालन करें, कैंडिडेट्स को और उनके एजेंट्स को हर जगह में शामिल रखें। सीसीटीवी फुटेज 24/7 लेते रहें हर प्रक्रिया का, ताकि पूरी पारदर्शिता बनी रहे। तो जैसे वोट डालने में मेहनत की, उसी तरीके से आज यहाँ भी पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ वो सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं।
सर, अगर किसी तरह की गड़बड़ी की रिपोर्ट मिलती है तो किस तरह का एक्शन आप लेते हैं?
हम लोग खुद यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हमारे सारे सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स बैठे हुए हैं। हर काउंटिंग सेंटर में एक सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर है जो वहाँ बैठा हुआ है। वो सर्टिफाई करेगा रिजल्ट को हर राउंड के, उसी के बाद डिक्लेयर होगा। हमारा एजेंट है वो, हमारे मतलब आईज एंड ईयर्स वहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, हम उनके सबके कॉन्टेक्ट में हैं। और
Okay, that was the Election Commission of India speaking.
For a second, I think the Election Commission of India hasn't exactly covered itself in glory in these elections at all, or even in the last elections. The elections on the ground are fair, are conducted very well, but what the election commissioners sitting in Delhi do and turn a blind eye to as far as the ruling party is concerned really undermines the work done by the polling officers on the field. So the Election Commission also needs to think a little bit about the objectivity, the fairness that the Election Commission was associated with after Mr. T.N. Seshan came and after the Election Commission was given some teeth.
All right, that's also something that the opposition has been claiming a lot. Vinita Hariharan, do you want to respond to what Ruhi just said and also to what the earlier statements were about what seems to be parachuting leaders and bringing them into party as leaders, as candidates, vis-a-vis the brand Modi, as it were?
Yes, so as I was speaking earlier, the brand Modi is definitely there. It is Modi's Vikas agenda, Modi ji's Vikas agenda on the ground, which was being actually, propagated and which was used as a campaign plank, not so much of, the personality per se. Of course, Modi ji's personality was, was there all across because he's a 24/7 Karyakarta, as we all know it. So he's there whenever a candidate needs him, wherever he's required. He was there across the country doing road shows and campaigns, definitely. But nevertheless, that doesn't undermine the local leadership or doesn't undermine local leaders on the ground, because they are the ones who translate these programs and the Vikas agenda on the ground. If it is not for their efficacy, it would never have been translated to the voters and how they are voting today. So I don't think it's just a pure, Modi leadership alone, but it's Modi was along with all the local leaders. So it's always been a double-engine philosophy that we've adopted. So I don't think it's just, blindly following just one central leadership. It's always been a combined effort, and it's always been a federal, cooperative federalism structure which has been followed across. So we still maintain that.
Okay. Interesting. One of the conversations that one can really have in this election is also the party cadres.
Yes.
What seems to be the reality of BJP party cadres vis-a-vis what seems to be the reality of Congress party cadres, and then you have the role of regional parties that seem to have even much stronger party cadres than what presently in many places Congress would boast of. We'll come to that in a bit. I'm being joined by Nikhil right now, who is at the AICC headquarters. Yes.
We finally have trends of 543. And at the moment, the NDA, this figure, is below 300. So if this is actually maintained, then there would be a certain amount of an uncertainty. Obviously, there will be a NDA government, but then the BJP is not going to be getting 272 on its own. So I think, then that is going to change the inner dynamics of the NDA. It will not be the NDA of 2014 to 2024, where you have a dominant prime minister not really giving much political respect to the allies. They really had NDA meetings between 2019 and 2024. Last year in 23, when they had the first meeting of the NDA, that was after a long, long time.
Let's see whether this
These are trends.
True.
But at the moment, we must record that we have complete trends of 543, and that the NDA combined is not touching 300.
Okay, even as we have our reporters on the ground, but I'm also being told at this point that Kangana Ranaut is leading in Mandi.
I think it was widely expected, though some people said that she had turned out to be a very unpopular person. But Himachal Pradesh, in any case, the BJP was expected to do well in a parliamentary elections. They lost the last assembly elections, but yes, for Prime Ministerial elections, Mr. Modi has a good draw there. We cannot forget the fact that as National General Secretary, when he was shifted out from Gujarat in the 90s, between 95 and 97, 98, Mr. Modi was stationed in Chandigarh, and among the states which he was handling for the BJP, Himachal Pradesh was one of them. So that is his political terrain than anything else.
That's true, but even as we are speaking about Kangana Ranaut, who's again, as you mentioned, a celebrity who's been parachuted into electoral politics by the BJP, on the other side you have Vikramaditya. So again, somebody who...
there are always, the fact that film stars have always done well. You have had Hema Malini winning seats from Mathura. You have had Jayaprada previously winning from Rampur, where, nowhere kind of a place as far as Jayaprada was concerned. She was actually, if there was anybody who has been paratrooped, was Hema Malini and Jayaprada.
And Hema Malini is, of course, now quite a successful MP, if I may say, in terms of the number of times she's elected. Let's just stop this. Just give us few. That's another thing that we will be discussing. But give us few minutes. I'm being joined by Nikhil as well as Mohit. Nikhil joins us from the Congress headquarters, and Mohit joins us from the BJP headquarters. Nikhil, or let's just go across. Okay, Nikhil, let's go across to you first. Nikhil, what's the sense you're getting? Is there any action? Is there any laddus? Is there any mithais? Is there any puris? Is there any chola bhaturas? Let's get to the point first. It's breakfast time.
So, Sneha, the energy is something which can be felt from the AICC headquarters, which is the headquarters of the Congress party, and there are couple of setups which can be seen here. I would like my camera person to show you in the very first place. This is the first setup which is being shown here. Sir, थोड़ा सा आगे जाइए, एक बार अंदर जाके दिखाइए क्या अंदर चल रहा है. So these are not just the setups for the media personals, but also for the workers who are arriving here. And we can say that good setup has been done in view of the heat wave which are currently prevailing in the capital city. So this media room and the workers room as well completely filled with these people, and there are multiple screens as well which are set up. By and large we can see the presence of the media. So this is the hall number 1. Sir, दूसरी जगह भी जाना है, पीछे को आइए. So we are going to show you the other setup as well, where the workers of the Congress party are present in a huge number, or in decent number is what we can say, and the arrangements for the breakfast is equally present here. But energy is something we were mentioning earlier as well, Sneha, that this is something that can be felt right here at the place. The workers are gradually, they have started coming in at the AICC headquarters. They are still very much hopeful about the win, although the results which are coming in, these are just the initial trends. And this is the picture. This is the second setup which we are showing you from inside the AICC headquarters. The workers of the Congress party can be seen here. There are different spaces which have been made to see the election results in real time. And every time, whenever the India Alliance leaders say show a huge win or a decent win, they start clapping and cheering for the Congress party. Even the shank is something which is being blown out here. These are the workers who can be seen here, and all these are the workers of the Congress party. विजय शंखनाथ है. एक बात बताइए, आप शंख लेकर के आए, शंखनाथ की बात कर रहे हैं, अभी तो इनिशियली ट्रेंड है ये. 2024 पतन निश्चित. इस तानाशाह का अंत करने के लिए ऐसा आदमी 5 महीना पहले. Okay, so we are going to show you another setup, which is the last setup, and this is the indoor setup which we are showing you. सर एक बार आप अंदर आ जाइए, थोड़ा सा दिखा दीजिए कितने लोग बैठे हुए. So this is the third setup which can be seen here. So all the arrangements have been made by the Congress party headquarters to make some of the decent setups for the workers in particular, because it is a scorching heat condition outside. So the indoor setups have equally been made here. But to talk about the figures in particular, whatever the numbers which are coming, these are just the initial trend. But there are 327 seats where the Congress party is contesting, and the direct contest between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Congress party is on 173 seats. So those particular seats becomes equally important here. But as we were mentioning in the very first place, that not just the laddus and the breakfast thing, but also the energy and vibe is something which can be felt right here at the AICC headquarters, because the workers who have arrived here, they are still very much positive and hopeful about the better results from their side. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Nikhil. Mohit, you're at the BJP headquarters. Take us through what's happening there.
Well, you see, BJP workers have been strictly asked central leadership, the top leadership, not to celebrate early, and we have seen that how the scenario has changed. Now, it's a very tough fight that is being given by India Bloc to the NDA. Right now, these are the scenes at the BJP headquarters. This is the media shed over here, and Sneha, I'll show you the scenes over here. Now, very interesting posters have been put up over here at the media stand. You can see that how Prime Minister Narendra Modi's picture flagging of Vande Bharat has been put over here. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's picture at the Ayodhya's consecration, Ram Mandir consecration ceremony has also been put over here. So this has been the model of the BJP, and PM has been talking about Vikas Bhi, Virasat Bhi. So that is the part over here where the BJP is focusing on. But we know that how the initial trends are showing a very tough fight between the NDA and the India Bloc, and that is why perhaps the BJP has clearly told their workers that wait till 1 or 2 p.m. where the things will be clear, and after that the celebration might take place if BJP gets the majority. Now, what happens after it? The BJP is planning that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come to BJP headquarters extension at around 7 p.m. and then he will be addressing party workers along with BJP President JP Nadda. Now, that all will happen if BJP wins these elections. But given the fact that how we have seen in UP, Samajwadi Party is doing extremely well.
Before we get into that mode,
to the allies of the
Right. Thank you very much, Mohit. Thank you for joining us, giving us a sense from the BJP headquarters. Thank you, Nikhil, for joining us. Will it be fair to say, Ruhi, with the early trends that it's not like a sweep that BJP was hoping, that NDA was hoping, or is it still premature to say that?
It's obviously premature to say anything because these are early trends. But if these numbers are anything to go by, of course, it's not a sweep by the BJP that it was expecting. And I think Congress has good reason to celebrate. Look, I mean, obviously for a party to win just 100 seats is not ideal for a party that's a pan-India party and that has been, in power for most of independent India's elections. But having said that, it reached such a low point that anything significantly more than what it won in 2019, I think the Congress has good reason to celebrate, at least for the party. It's not plateauing, it's looking up.
Okay, I'm being told Clyde Crasto wants to speak in at this point. Clyde, go ahead.
Well, like I said, I was trying to tell you earlier, we've been talking about BJP, and they said even if they don't get 303, it's going to be a big deal, so that's a fact. But I want to stress this point very clearly, is that during the election campaign, anywhere you went, they only spoke about that vote for Modi ji. The vote should go to Modi ji and not the candidate. So the point here is, if BJP goes anything under what they won last time, that means it is a clear mandate against Narendra Modi ji. Because if they had done all the work, if Modi ji was the person that they wanted the votes for, they should have crossed, like they said, 400. Ab ki baar 400 par. So anything that is under 300 or 303 that they got last time, and if the trends are showing right now, because I'm seeing some other channel, I don't want to mention it on your channel because it's a different channel altogether, they are showing much higher numbers for India Alliance compared to NDA. So if that happens, and if they don't get the numbers, then it is a clear mandate against Mr. Modi, because India has voted against him. That's very clear right now. Because now slowly, if you see on different channels, and I'm reading, now the spokespersons of the BJP are saying, no, it's not just Modi ji, it's also the local candidate. But I have been campaigning on the road, I have been giving speeches, and I've been listening to other speeches, and they only kept saying in every kind of election rally that you have to vote for Modi ji. For the moment, don't think of the candidate, it's for Modi ji. So if the win is for Modi ji, then I'm sure the loss also should be for Modi ji. They shouldn't put up Nadda ji's photographs now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me just get in. I think we have Vinita Hariharan still with us from BJP. Do you want to make a quick response to Clyde Crasto?
Well, I think the parties can speak for themselves and about their campaign rather than talk about our campaign and our strategies, because if you see the early trend, it's just about not even 10 a.m. and we are still leading. So So, I mean, Congress can definitely celebrate because they've gone from nowhere to somewhere. So, which is definitely encouraging also for the BJP, because we need opposition. We don't want unopposed voices in the parliament, definitely. So, we are, we encourage opposition. We encourage voices from the opposition. So, but definitely these are early trends. So, let them hold their horses and let them not criticize, the leading party's campaign, and let them reflect upon themselves of how they could, how they've reached so far, whatever it has been. Let them introspect, but not comment on our strategies and our campaigns. So whatever is our campaign has been successful so far, and let's see how it goes from here.
We almost got a sense of what the rhetoric would be from the opposition and the ruling, if at all this trend continues.
The BJP saying that it would want an opposition in parliament, and that it would respect opposition is very good for the country and for democracy as a whole. This fact about local candidates, blaming them, it's a very typical kind of. We have seen enough leader-centric parties in India. Mr. Modi is not the first one to be leading. The individual becomes more party than the organization. We've had Rajiv Gandhi period, we have had the Indira Gandhi period, we had the Nehru period. It's always been the case. The victory is the leaders, the defeat is the candidates. Always.
I just very quickly, because we mentioned how the BJP is talking about a healthy opposition is good. I'm interested in knowing what's happening in Delhi, because you put a sitting chief minister in jail. Does that have repercussions for the BJP, or does it not matter?
Oh, but since you mentioned that, do we still have Kanimori leading in Tuticorin? Is that the lead for Kanimori? That will be interesting to see. Because initially, according to what we were getting initially, Kanimori was leading in Tuticorin. So maybe if our team could just check on that aspect as well. And I'm told that we also have reactions that have been lined up, reactions that have come in from different leaders. Let's just quickly listen into some key ones.
Total confidence we have. Comfortably we are going to win from our party all the three candidates. Not only our candidates, three candidates, from BJP also in Karnataka, minimum our BJP friends also will get minimum 20 seats.
पिछली 2 बार से रिकॉर्ड तोड़ बहुमत से पूर्वी दिल्ली जीती थी भाजपा ने। इस बार क्या उम्मीद?
इस बार भी जनता का भरपूर आशीर्वाद और प्यार मिलने जा रहा है।
इस बार जिस तरीके से गठबंधन हुआ, क्या चुनौती दे पाया वो इस बार?
वैसे तो आज पता लग जाएगा, लेकिन जिस तरह से 81 दिनों में जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया है, समर्थन दिया है, प्यार दिया है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 10 वर्षों के कार्यों को लेकर के, मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली में 7 सीटों पर कमल खिलने जा रहा है। एनडीए 400 पार होगा और नरेंद्र मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने।
अगर पूर्वी दिल्ली सीट की बात करें, उनका जो इतिहास है मिला जुला रहा है, कभी कांग्रेस तो कभी बीजेपी, लेकिन 2 बार से बीजेपी त्रिकोणीय जो मुकाबला हुआ उसमें जीतती गई है। इस बार दोनों पार्टियों ने गठबंधन किया, आम आदमी पार्टी हो या कांग्रेस, और इनके लिए कहीं ना कहीं मजबूत गढ़ भी रहा है कांग्रेस के लिए एक समय पे पूर्वी दिल्ली। क्या लगता है कांग्रेस इस बार ज्यादा समर्थन दे पाएगी, उनके जो कार्यकर्ता निकल पाए, समर्थन उतना दिया जितना देना चाहिए था या नहीं?
मुझे लगता है आम आदमी पार्टी चुनाव लड़ रही थी, तो इनका जो गठबंधन, इन्होंने जो सो कॉल्ड गठबंधन किया था वो मन से नहीं था, जिसके कारण से आम आदमी पार्टी खुद भी अलग थलग और अकेली दिखाई दी।
Ram Pratap Singh, quite something. SP still continuing its leads from Uttar Pradesh. That must be heartening for sure. But this could also see reversals as BJP strongholds see the votes increasing in their favor again.
The trends are continuing to hold on, and that's very, very encouraging for us. That we've almost very close to the halfway mark, as I can see on your screen. And we stand vindicated where in this campaign, which we built up for this election in UP, we were fighting on issues on the ground. We were trying to bring to fore issues of talking about issues of unemployment. And also this whole thing about Paar meant that probably somewhere the constitution was under threat. And this was also one of our poll planks that we wanted people to understand that, and what BJP spokesperson just said now, that they want a very strong opposition. Well, coming from them, that's very, very encouraging.
Okay. And Swati Malik, do you want to very quickly respond?
Please, I couldn't hear clearly.
Swati Malik, the SP as well as Congress together managed to hold on to their leads when it comes to Uttar Pradesh early, but still.
See, please, the progress so far, and not just Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, it's totally, absolutely, the tables have completely turned. But even look at Maharashtra for that matter, look at Haryana for that matter, look at Karnataka for that matter. So wherever, Rajasthan for that matter, right? So wherever there was complete sweep by the BJP in 2019, and that is where we have been able to make a dent. Uttar Pradesh alliance is working very well, and as you can see very clearly, it has resulted in a positive outcome. Whatever was being said about the alliance initially, whether we'll be able to contest together, whether we'll be able to stay together till the end of the election, etc., is all being proved wrong now. So yes, we will be able to hold ground even better, and our lead is going to get better now in the next 1 hour, and I'm sure we'll discuss that again.
Okay, let's just look at the numbers, the early trends before we just get the last comments. NDA still right now at 302. India Alliance at 211, others at 30. These are the initial trends. It's what? It's barely 3 hours. It's barely, we still have another 2 hours since
Counting starts at 8.
So
so
it was 1 hour possibly.
I think we'll require another 2 hours to get a complete sense
because
of
a lot of seats seem to be very close margins right now. So
no, even in UP at one point it appeared that the SP-led alliance was leading ahead of BJP, but now the figures have reversed a bit. I'm sure that for the next 2 hours they'll keep on vacillating from one side to the other, but the trend is being maintained that the NDA is nowhere near the 400 mark. Now I think it is important to keep track that is the BJP on its own going to cross the 272 mark or not. That is something we have to start keeping an eye on, because with the kind of numbers and the variation which is showing, BJP is going to be very close to either this side or that side of the magic mark.
A quick word on women.
Yes.
The record number of women that have voted in India. I think if you look at it, it was the last 3 elections, including this one, that has seen an increase in the number of women, particularly crossing men who have voted, in terms of the numbers of women who have been able to go and exercise their franchise vis-a-vis men. Is that telling? Is that telling that I got a sense that this possibly is one of the arenas where they are exercising their domain?
Well, it's been there for quite some time. We have been seeing, at least from the 1980s onwards, the elections we've seen, increased women participation, increased evidence of women voting separately from the men in the family, having a clear political opinion, not being very gullible. It would be very incorrect to say that women don't understand politics. I'm talking about the women who are in the rural area. They're as participative and they have a very strong voice of their own. That is not recognized by a society which is actually steeped in patriarchy. And I'm sorry to say, most of the political parties have also been steeped in patriarchy. The Women's Reservation Bill has been hanging on for so long, and finally it was implemented. But yes, we do not have the promissory date yet on the bill. It still remains something, in the realm of future.
Look,
maybe a possibility.
The fact remains that political parties are increasingly realizing the importance of the women vote, which is why all schemes, whether it's by the center or by various state governments, regional parties, are directed at women. So women are obviously a key constituency who are going out to vote, thinking on their own, seeing what's due to them, what they are getting, choosing to go and vote. That's why the turnout is increased.
Yeah, I just have one problem with the kind of schemes which are done in the name of women. They are all household, issues, gas is being supplied, or water, and all, which should be actually the concern of everybody in the family.
But unfortunately, that's how our society is. It's the woman who has to bear the brunt of the lack of these.
Unfortunately, interesting leads coming in. Uttar Pradesh, Akhilesh and Dimple are leading. Dimple Yadav is leading in Mainpuri. That was expected. Those are the initial numbers that we are getting in. So heartening. In fact, we are going to be joined by Shreya Dondial at this point. let's just quickly get in reactions and then Shreya Dondial takes over with our expert panel.
Democratic process of our election process, and I salute all the people who are involved in this electoral process for months together. They dedicated their time months together. So first of all, I think that all the politicians and all the leaders should express their confidence in this process. The whole world is appreciating the democratic process conducted in our the election process, which is democratically conducted in our country. So we have to express our belief and confidence on this process. If some of us express disbelief, people also will lose their confidence. So I am really very happy. People are very confident. Each and every voter, I thank them because they have taken responsibility to cast their vote, to fulfill their democratic right, and whatever may be the result, I salute the voters, and we will carry our service activities further.
मुझे पक्का विश्वास है कि मतगणना के नतीजे इंडिया के पक्ष में होंगे, गठबंधन के पक्ष में होंगे, कांग्रेस के पक्ष में होंगे। और जो एक भ्रम प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 400 के पार और उनके तथाकथित गोदी मीडिया ने फैलाया है, वो भ्रमजाल कुछ ही देर में छट जाएगा। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश के मतदाताओं ने बदलाव के लिए वोट दिया है और कुछ ही क्षणों में मालूम हो जाएगा कि देश बदलाव की ओर जा रहा है।
ऑल विल बी एल और सब बढ़िया होगा। एग्जिट पोल्स तो ये जो है मैन्युफैक्चर्ड था एक मीडिया द्वारा, गोदी मीडिया द्वारा, तो उसका तो कोई ऑथेंटिसिटी वैसे भी नहीं थी। जो आज रिजल्ट्स आएंगे, दैट विल बी द वर्डिक्ट ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, पीपल ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश, और उस पर हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन के सभी लीडर्स ने अनुमानित किए हैं, उसके ऊपर हम खरा उतरेंगे एंड वी शुड बी कंफर्टेबली इन अ पोजीशन टू फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट।
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Good to see all of you once again. Today is the day that counts. Today is the only day that counts. And counting is currently underway in all constituencies across India. What you're seeing on your screens are early leads. It is 10 o'clock. These leads, will they crystallize into seats by the end of the day? We'll have to wait and watch. But this is not the one-sided game that was being predicted by the exit polls. That much is very clear. As of now, just take a look at the bottom half of our screens, and this is where the story is, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA at 303, down 47. The India Bloc at 213, up by 83. Others at 28, they are down by 34. Again, early leads, we'll wait for them to crystallize. Interesting story playing out in the state that sends the maximum number of MPs to the Lok Sabha, which is the state of Uttar Pradesh. There is data coming from there, and I'm taking this data strictly from the Election Commission. The India Bloc, which was projected to win no more than 10 seats, at best 12, I believe, as far as Election Commission data right now is concerned, is leading in over 30 seats in Uttar Pradesh. This is a great strike rate for them. The BJP was they were expected to sweep Uttar Pradesh. That, it seems, is not happening. They are projected to do better than the 2019 tally of 62. In fact, they were expected to increase some seats, go up to 65, 66, only slightly ahead of the India Bloc. In Amethi, interesting fight in Amethi. Again, early trends, ladies and gentlemen, so I'll just ask everyone to hold their horses. But in Amethi, it seems Smriti Irani is trailing. Let me tell you this. 10 minutes ago, when I checked data in the Election Commission website, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was trailing by 6,000 votes, and then he's now leading by 1,000 votes. So early trends right now, these will have to crystallize, but this is the battle that is playing out in the state of Uttar Pradesh. This was supposed to be, a completely one-sided fight. The India Bloc had absolutely no hope, according to the exit polls.
turns out that there has been a fight on the ground. I've been saying, was there a fight just in the studios and not on the ground? Again, I don't know. It's just 10 o'clock. I don't want to just race ahead before the Election Commission comes out with final numbers.
The numbers are changing very quickly. But Shreya, if these numbers hold true, the real star of this election is the Samajwadi Party. And it's great for Akhilesh Yadav because for him, the kind of decline he saw in the last few years, I think it's if the party is doing well, it looks up for the party in Uttar Pradesh, particularly when it comes to the next assembly election.
I think they're hearing from Jairam Ramesh as well. Can we quickly put that out? Okay, we'll go to Jairam Ramesh, but before that, just again, keep your eyes on the bottom half of the screen. What we are going to do is put out the state of Rajasthan. The BJP ahead on 14 seats, while the Congress, it seems, is leading in 8 seats. The Congress was supposed to do okay this time in Rajasthan. There were 4 or 5 seats that were given to the Congress party in Rajasthan. Right. The numbers are changing constantly, though, in the result state, and it indicates that this too difficult to say, Nilanjanda.
Yes, definitely. As we are saying, these are changing. But the story is that the exit polls have turned out to be not very correct, it appears, if the current trends are maintained. We must keep on saying the right of what we were saying when we were discussing the exit polls even earlier this morning, that these are exit polls, and if these trends are maintained, so if the trends now are maintained, then the exit polls would have got it fairly wrong. It also means that we are heading towards a more competitive politics.
That's good.
That I think in any way is good, because if we actually look at India's history, it's not that coalitions have done badly, have not been good for India. India has done very well during coalitions, Through the entire 90s, the 6 years of Mr. Vajpayee's government and the 10 years of the UPA government, India did not do too badly.
Okay. Jairam Ramesh, I think, is now speaking on the early trends. We must listen to him. Early trends. This is Jairam Ramesh, ladies and gentlemen.
तमाम भूतपूर्व बनने वाले हैं। कब ऐसा हुआ है कि प्रधानमंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं? किसी भी चुनाव में ऐसा नहीं हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री वाराणसी में खुद पीछे चल रहे हैं।
नहीं, अच्छा चलो, that is a badmashi bite, as I say. I mean, no one expects the Prime Minister to lose from Banaras. He was trailing by...
Prime Ministers have lost.
But
Nilanjanda,
we have to be realistic.
No. My job is always to put the rider to say that, look, anything can happen in elections, which is actually true.
But again, these numbers are changing very rapidly. What you saw 3 minutes ago has completely reversed 3 minutes later. Okay, Maharashtra. This was always supposed to be a close fight between the NDA and the India Bloc.
Rajasthan was supposed to be. Rajasthan has turned out to be.
Both alliances are leading on 22 seats each. Just take a look at the numbers. Just put out the Maharashtra numbers as well. Both alliances leading on 22 seats. Rajasthan too close to call. The BJP leading on 14. The NDA bloc in 8. The fight is, as I said, neck to neck in Maharashtra. 22 seats each in the battle of the Parivar in Baramati. Now Supriya Sule is leading.
Just one point about Rajasthan, Shreya. I think it tells you something about the importance of a chief minister as well, right? Madhya Pradesh, the BJP seems to be doing well. That's the current chief minister, another story. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who was chief minister until very recently, is hugely popular in the state. And a lot of votes go more in his favor because he's still with the party. He's very much dedicated to the party and not the prime minister necessarily. Rajasthan, the BJP just decided to put up whoever it sort of fancied as the chief minister, who did not have a governance record, who was not a popular pan Rajasthan leader. You can't just do that. You can't sit in Delhi and call the shots and assume the state voters will just follow suit and will just listen to you. So I think it's important. There are many important lessons for the BJP as far as these current numbers are concerned.
A quick word on the key candidates as we take a look at the states. There was an early scare for Prime Minister Modi. Let's just put that out. The key candidates. A bit of an early scare for Prime Minister Modi. Now, he's of course leading in Banaras. And I have absolutely no doubt in the fact that he'll win by a huge margin. Rahul Gandhi, again, key candidate. Can we just put out those pictures, please? Rahul Gandhi fighting from 2 seats. He's fighting from Raebareli. He's fighting from Wayanad. He's leading in both. We'll just try and get the graphics up, guys. Okay, it's on the left side. If you see, it's a small graphic. I just hope, wear your chashma if you can't see it. That's what I would do. Amit Shah is leading with nearly 2 lakh votes from his bastion of Gandhinagar. So Amit Shah leading as well. Again, these are fights, that are more or less settled. Key battle playing out in the state of Kerala. This is where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is pitted against Shashi Tharoor, and it seems again Rajiv Chandrasekhar was trailing till half an hour ago. Now he is leading. So Shashi Tharoor, the sitting MP who's eyeing a fourth term there, is now trailing. But again, seesaw, and this seesaw
It's been quite a seesaw, yes,
correct.
since the morning.
And in fact, a lot of other seats as well, including Baramati.
Right. Baramati has also seen that seesaw trend. Yeah.
So let's see which way this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we thought that we would be in a position to call this election at 11 o'clock. Dada, wo nahi hone wala.
Not at all. Not at all.
I don't think anybody is calling the election at 11, not even political parties. Everybody is waiting to now see what election commission puts out.
Because by the end of it, those will be the numbers that we'll have to go by.
If all the contests become very tight, then it will keep on changing till about 2 p.m., 3 p.m. We didn't know when
you're sitting here all day.
Here we were rejoicing in the morning. सब खत्म हो जाएगा 11 बजे तक.
जल्दी छुट्टी नहीं होगी.
नहीं होगी. That is true.
Yeah.
How are the markets doing? The markets are a bit jittery.
Obviously.
Let's just put that out.
Understandably so.
Markets in the red as the results. Well, we don't know. As the early leads actually are showing a fight. The India Bloc putting up a fight. This is not what the pollsters had predicted, but again, ladies and gentlemen, these are leads. At 10 o'clock, these are leads. The numbers will change. But the fact is on your screens, the Sensex is down by over 1,000 points. Just help me understand this, if any one of you understands the markets. Yesterday, the markets, after the exit polls, Nilanjan, and we'll try and get someone from ET Now as well on the show. After the exit polls, 3.39%.
You know, there is a general perception that
record highs, etc. And then what happens?
Stable government with a majority, a thumping majority, is supposed to be good for the markets. That is the general perception. So it goes up. Something which is uncertain, you know, the moment the BJP's numbers start coming down, it means, you know, all kinds of questions are there. What can be the combination against? Who will be the Prime Minister? All these uncertainties means that investment gets pulled out of the market, which means that stocks start going down. That is the first thing which happens.
Yeah, obviously, with counting like this, which is really going in all kinds of directions. Obviously, the market would be jittery and would want to wait to see what happens. Till then, it's going to be jittery. I mean, how can the market rejoice or not rejoice in a situation like this?
I remember this, way back. This is a story which I'll tell you, something about our media. This is the 89 election. Yes, the 89 election when Rajiv Gandhi lost. I used to work for a Sunday newspaper at that time. We were having the editorial meeting of the week on the day when with the Janata Dal leadership meeting was going on. A flash came, mind you, this is pre-internet, all dependent essentially on not even fax lines, but phone calls. So a flash came to the office that Devi Lal had been elected as the leader of the Janata Dal parliamentary party. We had a colleague who was our business editor. He was the business honcho of the paper. He coolly picked up the phone, dialed the number and said, "Yaar, mere sare bech do."
Acha.
And then that is it. So uncertainty, sell. Rising, kharid lo. It will rise further.
Ansh, you're joining us from the Mumbai newsroom. You are? Okay. I think ET Now is busy with elections as well. Plus, they are having a busy day.
Yes,
looks so
the markets are having a busy day.
Markets are fluctuating. It is very busy
tumultuous day. Quickly introducing my guest to you this morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. You'll just have to be a little patient with us because, the leads are changing very quickly. Siddharth Yadav is spokesperson from the BJP, joining us from the BJP headquarters. Salman Soz, good morning, joining us from the Congress headquarters. Thank you very much. Faizan Kidwai is spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Asif Ansari is a political analyst. Krishna Hegde, spokesperson Shiva Sena. Anand Paranjpe continues to be with us. Vijay Lakshmi Kode, Rahul Tiwari, of course, Nilanjan Dar, Ruhi Tiwari, I beg your pardon, Dr. Akash Deep Muni and Tehseen Poonawala. Thank you all very much. We'll all come to you in just a bit, but first, can I go to Ansh? Ansh, the markets are having a bit of a jitter and a scare. They are watching television too closely.
Yes, that's true. So the gains made in the previous session actually driven by exit polls seems to be getting washed away. Nifty today has washed away its all gains. It has registered actually its biggest single session decline in over 2 years. Also, if we see Nifty, Nifty Bank, Nifty Mid Cap, Nifty Small Cap, all have broken their previous session lows. Also, India VIX has spiked by over 20%, indicating heavy volatility in the market. Now, if we talk about sector indices, then yesterday all sector indices were in green, and today all sector indices seems to be trading in red. And PSU Bank, which was the top sector gainer in the previous session, is down over 5% today. Here we are seeing that if we talk about market breadth as well, that also seems to be bearish, because over 85% of large cap stocks are in red, over 90% of mid cap stocks are in red, over 95% of small cap are going down. Also, BSE market cap is down by over 18 to 19 lakh crore today. So market does not seem to be liking the results.
Thank you very much, Ansh. The markets, well, the results are not out. Maybe the markets do like the results. Abhi to leads hain, they certainly are not liking the way the leads are going right now. But by the looks of it, and Ruhi, you pointed this out, and I'm just going to turn our focus back to the state of Uttar Pradesh as we continue to see that the markets aren't exactly cheering the leads that are coming in. I'm looking at the state of Uttar Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, and well, what do I say? I'm looking at the Election Commission website. Let me just clarify that for you as I get in Faizan Kidwai and Salman Soz in the broadcast as well. Uttar Pradesh ki baat ki hai, so there is a breaking from Uttar Pradesh. Smriti Irani is trailing from Amethi, as I said. And when it comes to it seems that the Prime Minister is now leading. Anyhow, coming back to Uttar Pradesh, the BJP right now at 39, ladies and gentlemen. We have Samajwadi Party that is turning out to be the star of the show at 31%. These are leads. The Indian National Congress at 6. It was 1 or 2 last time. The RLD is at 2. Faizan Kidwai, I know that every spokesperson who came to the channel after the exit poll said, let's wait for the exact poll. Now, these are again early leads, but by the looks of it, the Samajwadi Party is the one that is doing extremely well in Uttar Pradesh.
Shreya, let me start with saying when you introduced us, you said kindly be patient. To that, I just want to say we have been patient for the past 10 years, so I don't mind waiting for another few hours. That's perfectly all right. As far as the trends which we are seeing not only in Uttar Pradesh but in Maharashtra and all over India, it's the people of India who are fighting this election. It's the people of India who have stood up finally against this jumlebaz dictatorial regime of Bharatiya Janata Party of Mr. Narendra Modi. Can I please just put a share here of Mr. Habib Jalib? He says, तुमसे पहले जो शख्स यहाँ तख्त नशीन था, उसको भी अपने खुदा होने पे बड़ा यकीन था. और ऐसे यकीन करने वालों के यकीन बहुत बार टूटते हैं, घमंड टूटते हैं. आज टूट रहे हैं घमंड. At least initial trends में तो टूट रहे हैं. And I'm sure these trends will hold. Things will only become better for the India Gathbandhan and worse for Bharatiya Janata Party. And it's a very big thing. Imagine the Prime Minister of India was trailing. The Prime Minister of India was trailing up. So that definitely means Narendra Modi is not the star campaigner of Bharatiya Janata Party anymore. Narendra Modi is not popular the way he was. Like I heard somewhere that Amit Shah is leading by 1 lakh votes. So Amit Shah is more popular than Narendra Modi. It's high time that Bharatiya Janata Party should ask Mr. Narendra Modi to kindly step down, because it's Narendra Modi who has brought Bharatiya Janata Party to this level. The downfall of BJP should be credited to Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Modi.
देखिए, rhetoric is all very well. देखिए, Faizan, rhetoric is all very well, but you and I know how voting is done in this country, right? For 4 or 5 minutes, the Prime Minister of this country was trailing. Now he's leading by 15,000 votes.
It's a big thing. It's a big thing. It's a big thing.
No, it's not a big thing, yaar. It's not a big thing.
Supposedly
the rounds go till 22.
Supposedly, come on, Shreya. Don't defend the Prime Minister. Don't defend the indefensible. The individual who was supposedly the biggest politician on the face of this planet. Bharatiya Janata Party says Narendra Modi is the most popular politician on the face of this planet. That man is trailing. Come on. Yeah.
No, he's not trailing now. Siddharth Yadav, he's not trailing now. He is leading actually by 15,000 votes. But the picture at least at 10-17. It may change by, 12-17 or 1-17. But at 10-17, the picture is not looking very pleasant for the BJP in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Again, I'm only going by what the Election Commission is putting out because I want to be careful here. I don't want to mislead our viewers. The BJP right now, according to the Election Commission, leading in 39 seats. Remember, the BJP had won 62 seats last time. 62. Samajwadi Party leading in 31 seats. How many seats had they won last time? 5. The Indian National Congress is leading at 6 seats. How many had they won last time? 1.
32 and 48 now. BJP 32, Samajwadi India 48.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Depends on where the numbers are coming from.
I'm taking my numbers from the Election Commission. Anyhow, respond, Siddharth Yadav, respond to the numbers that we are seeing.
First of all, my friend from Samajwadi Party was speaking about the seat of Varanasi. I'll just request him, Hindi में कहते हैं, थोड़ा ठीक लगा लो, इतना भी मत करो. अभी the Prime Minister is maintaining more than a 50% vote share in Varanasi for 5 minutes. मतलब this happiness is going to be fleeting very soon. पर आपको ये खुशी आपकी मुबारक है, 2 घंटे में तस्वीर बदलने जा रही है. पर आप अपनी इस खुशी को, इस 2 घंटे की खुशी के लिए आप बिल्कुल खुश रहिए, क्योंकि 5 साल के लिए the people of this country have chosen a government. They have chosen prosperity, distribution over your property distribution. And let me tell you, take that seriously. There's only one national party in this election.
It's all because of these jumlas that people are voting you.
Please, have the audacity. Please have the courage to hear me out. Let me tell you, Shreya, after the results are out, there will be only one party which will have seats, which will have vote share in all states of this country. One party which is going to do better pan-India, and one leader which is going to have popularity from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Attak to Cuttack, from all regions of this country, from all borders of this country. So these are very early trends. It is 10 o'clock, 10:30 this morning. The final results, or a clearer picture will be able to, we are going to see that around 12:30, 1, 2 o'clock. So but I congratulate my friends from the India Alliance. At least for a few hours, they're not going to blame the EVM. They're not going to blame the Election Commission. And they're not going to abuse the people of this country who have voted for Prime Minister.
At least
Salman Soos, would you want to come in here? Specifically for Uttar Pradesh?
Well, thank you. First,
at least now you're being called the India Alliance, but let Salman Soos come in. Yeah.
So first, let me just make a small correction. I'm not in the AICC office. In fact, in 2014 and 2019, I was in AICC office on election results day, and we lost badly. And this time, I decided that I will not be in Delhi, and I will come home. Just so that maybe there's some good luck for us. So I'm here. And Pan India, I think the early trends are encouraging for us.
Probably they might perform even worse, sir. Don't take it upon yourself.
No, I mean, my friend from the Bharatiya Janata Party, is very confident about the PM's popularity from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Meanwhile, BJP is not contesting a single seat in Kashmir because they're so popular. But anyway, the issue I think in front of us is that, look, these are still early trends. I think I don't get too excited and I don't get too gloomy by early trends.
It is very interesting to watch.
But I think what we are seeing is that this election seems to be sending a message that the people of India should not be taken for granted. The issues facing people were very, very grave. They're about livelihoods. They're about inflation, which is really, hurting families. It's about things like Agniveer scheme. I mean, you will see that the Agniveer scheme has repercussions not just in the traditional Haryana kind of Western UP belt, but in Himachal, in Maharashtra, all over the country, people are looking at these kinds of things and saying this is not good. So, all the promises, this whole idea that if you give 5 kilo ration to people, they're just going to vote for you, and you actually you're telling people, we're doing this as a favor to you. Meanwhile, this is a right. Food is a right enshrined in the Constitution under the UPA government. So this is people's right, but the BJP, the way they have done this, is like basically told people that you are under, we own you in some ways. And I think people have basically sent a message. You don't own us, don't take us for granted, and learn some humility. And I hope the BJP does learn some humility, but I'm hopeful for our alliance. I'm very hopeful that in UP especially, we will do very well. Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav ji has been consistently saying that we're going to do much better than the exit polls are suggesting. In fact, he had said that we would get more seats than the NDA, the BJP out there. So let us hope. I'm hoping for the best.
Okay. We'll again. It's 10:23. We'll just wait for these leads to concretize into numbers. I just need to keep qualifying that. This is going to be a long day for everyone. We had thought this would get over very quickly based on the exit poll. Seems it's going to be a long day for everyone. Yes, Mr. Yadav, you wanted a quick word. Then I want to go to the state of West Bengal. यहाँ पे a route was predicted for the TMC. It's not working out that way. But go ahead, please, Mr. Yadav.
Yes, I just request my friend from the Samajwadi Party will just...
Can you give me a minute? Can you give me a minute? Can you give me a minute? I'm sure you won't mind. Mr. Yadav, Mr. Yadav, Prakash Javadekar is joining me on the broadcast. Give me a minute, I'll come back to you. I'm sure you won't mind. It's your leader only. Mr. Prakash Javadekar, good morning to you. Sir, is it turning out to be as good a morning as the BJP had perhaps anticipated? If you look at the numbers on our screens, mane fight hai.
See, there is no fun in victory without fight. But the truth, finally what will emerge in the evening is, BJP has registered its third massive victory, and Modi is going to be the Prime Minister for the third time of the country, realizing and working on the vision of developed India. So that is the sum and substance of what is happening today. No two elections are equal. And I'll tell you one example. In Uttar Pradesh, subsequent election in 95 and 97, I think, two elections, all the parties' strength were the same. Same means exactly same. But when I studied deeper, 1/3 of seats were changed of each party. So elections always are different. But here the basic thing is very clear that NDA is winning handsomely and Modi is becoming Prime Minister again. So to speculate on a raw data is not a good idea. So today I'm in Kerala. Kerala, we have made a change in Kerala politics. Our two candidates are leading and leading comfortably. Even Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Suresh Gopi are leading. And there is one more surprise also that can happen. We are waiting for that. Let us see. So this is the first time Kerala will be sending any MP or BJP to a parliament. And what is important is, Kerala, our vote share, which was 10 and 12%, will be more than 20%. It's a very massive change in Kerala politics. So we are now the third pole of Kerala politics. This is because of Modi ji's leadership, trust he has created, the faith he has achieved in Kerala.
Achha, sir, you just spoke about another surprise that could happen. Bataiye, what surprise is this that you're talking about?
In Kerala, we are also expecting one more thing to go in our favor, but let 5-6 rounds be over, then only we can tell. Yeah.
Okay. Chaliye. So we have approximately, the Election Commission is telling us that four rounds
is not a small thing in Kerala.
Take it. I agree.
Four
but
rounds only over
if out of 62 seats,
rounds
right now, correct. So, Mr. Prakash Javadekar, I want to ask you this. I'm just going to, you turn the focus on Kerala where you are hoping to open your account, which is all very well. But let me shift your focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, sir. 80 seats aati hain, yahan se BJP does very well. Last time the BJP had won 62 seats here.
So
right now, Kerala. Yes. Yes, yes, I agree. I agree. And it's a good move also. I mean, if you are opening an account, I will congratulate you, of course. But I just want to turn your focus to Uttar Pradesh because this is where the story is becoming absolutely fabulous and delicious and interesting. The BJP right now, sir, is only leading in 36 seats. The Samajwadi Party is leading in 33 and the Indian National Congress in 7. Sir, this is data that is coming from the Election Commission. This is not data coming from anywhere else. Are you a little taken aback at what is coming out from Uttar Pradesh, given the fact that the BJP traditionally does well here?
I am working in practically every election since 1971, last 53 years. And let me tell you that elections always bring some surprises. And that is what election is all about.
Okay.
Elections cannot be all exactly. So many times I say, I don't react on exit poll, I react on exact poll. Today is exact poll. So we'll discuss, but that even discussion will take place only after 6 p.m. That is the right time to discuss. But I agree that every election will bring some new surprises. What is else?
Okay. And surprises are good in a democracy. Only the markets don't seem to like surprises. Mr. Prakash Javadekar, can I then ask you, you're accepting, right, that the 2024 election is not the 2019 election? It's not playing out the 2019 way, whichever way we end at 6 o'clock this evening.
No, but it can be much better. See, we are, no. We final figure will be little more than what we achieved in 2019. We are very confident that the final results, not after 4 rounds, but after 24 rounds, we will be more than what we were in 2019. In different states, different results can take place. But even UP figures, you will get. Yeah.
I agree with you, but this is not fair. आपने अपने केरला वाले, Mr. Javadekar, आपने अपने केरला वाले 2 candidates को तो जिता दिया after 4 rounds of voting. In Uttar Pradesh, you are saying wait till 6 o'clock. We will do better than last time. This is also not fair, na?
No, I'm not saying, no, 1 minute. See, I agree. Therefore, I said the complete analysis is possible only after 6 p.m. Not now. Let the counting be over.
Okay.
We are now discussing the trends. And in trends, yes, there are different trends emerge in different states. That is the election. Otherwise, why there will be election? And people in our country, robust common sense is very effective. And more importantly, they take their decision on the perception. So let us see, let us wait for a little complete picture after 2 p.m. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Javadekar, thank you very much. I hope you will join us at 6 o'clock and then we will revisit this conversation we've had. Thank you very much. Bye. Siddharth Yadav, you were saying something before I interrupted you. Please go ahead, complete your point because I'm going to shift my focus then to the state of West Bengal.
Shreya, I was just trying to point out to my friends from India Alliance that no time in the day since morning, since the trends have to come out, the Congress party or the alliance has even surpassed a 250 mark, and Bharatiya Janata Party is way beyond forming, NDA is way beyond forming a third time government. And still, and that's why I request them to hold their thoughts for a while. According to the official Election Commission data, the Bharatiya Janata Party is already leading on more than 230 seats. The NDA has crossed the 272 mark. We are reaching what we had set as our target. The people of this country has given us enough mandate, enough blessings, enough support, and we are very confident when the final results will come out. The picture is going to be very clear. But my friends from the Congress and the entire India Alliance are, all very excited for this 2 hours of joy that, let's claim this glory of that and take this enjoyment. But we are prepared for a 5-year work.
Okay, okay. Mr. Soos wants to come in. Gentlemen, quickly, because West Bengal and Odisha are turning out to be very interesting. Go ahead.
Yes, just one thing. Sometimes you have to look at some bellwether seats. You have to see what's happening in those seats to get a sense that maybe something really is changing. I urge you to look at the seat of Gurgaon or Gurugram in Haryana, a seat that no one was expecting Raj Babbar to do well in. He's leading by a very healthy margin there. That tells you what might be happening in Haryana, because nobody was giving Gurgaon to us. Nobody. And look at what's happening there. Please take a look at that. See, that will tell you a story about the country, perhaps.
Okay. Can I just quickly look at West Bengal as well? This is where the BJP was expected to do better than the TMC. The TMC dismissed all exit polls. They said nothing doing, kuch nahi hone wala. Let's wait for the exact polls. It seems, according to the leads that are coming into us, and these are early leads and trends, the Trinamool Congress is leading in 22 seats, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP in 10 and the Indian National Congress in 2. This data has just revised itself, continues to be the same. The TMC at 22, the BJP at 10. Ruhi?
Yeah, so, the figures last year were 22 for TMC, 18 for BJP.
Correct.
I wouldn't think that it would be much different from last time, because Mamata Banerjee is a very strong regional leader, continues to have a very, very strong hold over the state. Unlike a lot of states where the BJP has penetrated, West Bengal has remained a bit of a difficult turf, because she is, at the end of the day, a popular leader. And the question in West Bengal is that the two of Mr. Modi's strongest points, women and welfare, are also Mamata Banerjee's strongest points.
Correct.
So she gives him very, very tough competition on those 2 points. I mean, that's something that cannot be ignored. He's competing with someone right up his alley.
But those are the strong points of Naveen Patnaik as well. And Naveen Patnaik and the BJD are not doing that well in Odisha. I'll come to those numbers in just...
Naveen Patnaik has been in power for a very, very long time.
24 years.
Very, very long time.
78 days away from becoming the longest serving chief minister in India. So will that happen or not? We'll see. Asif Ansari, would you want to respond to that? Political analyst joining us, pro the TMC. It seems that Mamata Banerjee's suggestion that the exit polls may not have been the exact polls is, at least for the moment, at 10:34 turning out to be true. It could change in the next 2 hours, huh? Okay, there are some pictures that are coming to...
Yeah, can you... I'm audible.
You're on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please? Yeah, you are absolutely audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. It's a new day and it's a new hope for all the non-BJP candidates and the party members. The thing is that what Mamata Banerjee has said regarding the exit poll, the exit poll which have shown was totally incorrect and it was out of proportions. It has been said that the one channel of the Chanakya, it has given the 400 mandate to BJP without, I think it's so impractical to give such a numbers to a party which is going to anti-incumbency factors to all over the India. Have you seen the TMC party? What is what would not be the reason for not gaining the party in West Bengal? Mamata Banerjee, as a chief minister, has gone so far for the development of West Bengal, where she could achieve the landmark numbers over here. But the thing is that if you find the resources, if BJP is claiming to get a hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you completely. Please go ahead, complete your point. Yes, I can. Complete your point, please.
Yeah, that's what I am just saying, that you see the resources. What the Prime Minister, today Bengal you will be saying in the terms of revenue, Bengal is lacking far behind where 23 years of CPM regime, 34 years of CPM regime has become so back economically. After coming back in the power, TMC gained so much of economical gain over here. So the fact is that now you see the resources where Prime Minister is coming for a rally. He is spending so much of money going every part of the Bengal, whereas the Chief Minister of Bengal cannot afford to go to inside of the land where she has the voter. but
Okay.
still with the minimum resources he has.
Okay. No, how's a ruling state government, how does she have minimum resources? She has enough resources and more. But let me, from Bengal, let me just switch our focus. I'll come to Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, in just a bit. I urge you to have some patience because I'm looking at Odisha. This is where the BJP was expected to do very well. Remember, Odisha has voted for the assembly and it has voted for its Lok Sabha as well. I'm just sticking to the numbers that the election commission is giving me as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. The BJP, ladies and gentlemen, by the looks of it, out of 21, this is looking to be a clean sweep. The BJP is getting 17 out of the 21 seats in the state of Odisha. The BJD is getting 2. And by the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP could be forming a government in the state of Odisha as well. Those numbers will be out in just a bit. But as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, ladies and gentlemen, here's the story coming in from Odisha. The BJP was expected to do well, but the BJD, as far as the Lok Sabha numbers are concerned, Ruhi, wiped out. The Indian National Congress at 2, the BJD at 2. Now we know why Amit Shah didn't want an alliance with the BJD.
I mean, these are certainly surprising figures. What did you say about the assembly election figures?
I'm just going to quickly check. I'm just going to give me a minute. Yeah. Give me a minute here. All right, here it is. The BJP is leading, so 147 seats in all. And these are the assembly figures. What I gave you previously, ladies and gentlemen, that figure on your seats is the Lok Sabha figure, just to clarify. Now what I'm giving you is the assembly figures. 147 seats. The BJP, Ruhi, you asked, leading in 57, the BJD in 38, the Indian National Congress in 10. In fact, we have some Udiyas here in the newsroom. They said, Madam, आपने कभी resort politics Odisha में नहीं देखा, शायद अब शुरू हो जाएगा.
Oh God, that is left, yes.
Yeah, but no, about the BJP, they've done it. If these numbers hold, they have done it.
Yeah, I think the caveat right now for everything is if these numbers hold, because it's been quite a tumultuous morning and numbers have been fast changing, etc. Now look at this, the gap narrowing between the NDA and India Alliance on your screen even further. So yeah, but if these numbers hold, then the BJP has managed to make sizable inroads in Orissa.
But again, the whole question about women having your own constituency, welfare schemes, Naveen Patnaik has done fabulously on all those counts. And yet, he's losing, at least as far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, by a huge margin. And by the looks of it, the assembly constituencies, if these numbers hold, the BJP is set to form the next government in Odisha. But again, qualifying, I think we'll have to qualify after every 3 sentences.
Yes.
It's 1040. By 140, this may change.
Also there is something to be said about voter fatigue, right? It doesn't mean Naveen Patnaik is unpopular. It just means the voter gets bored. Look at what happened to Shivraj Singh Chauhan in 2018 in the assembly elections. He lost by, the BJP lost by a margin despite his popularity and despite PM Modi's popularity, because he had been the chief minister for so many terms. People were just bored. They didn't dislike him. They still liked him, but people were bored. So there is something to be said about voter fatigue.
So there is a big political churn in the state of Odisha. And by the looks of it, Odisha has been saffronized at 1041. Things will change. Things could change. As far as the battle for Andhra Pradesh is concerned, ladies and gentlemen, well, what do I say? The YSRCP completely wiped out. If you look at the right-hand side on your screens, that is where the Odisha numbers are. That is where the Andhra Pradesh numbers are. Quickly going back to the Andhra Pradesh numbers, ladies and gentlemen, we saw some celebrations at the TDP office in Andhra Pradesh. So the TDP-BJP alliance very comfortably, absolutely and very comfortably in a position to form the next government in Andhra Pradesh. This is really southern politics churning, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP plus, which means BJP plus TDP, at about 117. Salman Soz, any comments?
Well, this was going to be a tough fight in Andhra Pradesh, and we have not done well. Clearly, we've tried, but we knew that we would not do as well. But clearly, the TDP BJP alliance has really done a great job out there. But let me just say that when the national picture unfolds, with TDP pretty much forming its own government in Andhra Pradesh, who knows what the national equations tend to be if the NDA is just close to the majority overall. So, a lot is to be seen still. I think, these are still early kind of hours. I think a very, very interesting day, and possibly very interesting next few days.
Now, Salman Soos, what are you saying? Are you saying that if the India alliance is close to forming a government at the center, you could see the TDP and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu walk over to your camp? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if the India alliance is close to forming the government, that means the people of the country have spoken that despite all odds, despite all the money and frankly, a lot of media support, a lot of big business support, all the agencies, everything, the people of the country have basically taken this election into their own hands and said, we will not be taken for granted. You will not rule this way. You will not rule like kings, and your arrogance will be crushed. And if that is the message, then I don't see how other parties can stay on the side of the BJP. I don't see it.
Oh, okay. Gopal Krishna Agarwal, spokesperson of the BJP, is also joining us from the broadcast. He's joining us from the BJP headquarters. Mr. Agarwal, I think maybe by the end of the day, there will be congratulations in order for the BJP when it comes to the state of Andhra Pradesh and when it comes to the state of Odisha. But are you looking at the picture that is being thrown up from across the country? The NDA at 292 down by 59, the India Alliance 222 up by 92, and others at 30 down by 33. Will you also, like all the other BJP spokespersons, ask us to be patient and say, "Abhi ruk jao, picture abhi baki hai"?
Sure, Shiaji. It is just only now 3 hours that the counting is proceeding. I think there will be big changes in the whole outcomes. But what I want to tell from this is, if you only look at the current scenario, I would expect that the opposition now will say, at least now, that they have full faith in the democratic institution of the country, and whatever may be the outcome, they will have faith on the EVM. They will not question the EVM, whether it is in Andhra or in Odisha, that they will question EVM, and where in Uttar Pradesh they will say that elections are fair. This bipartisan way, the way they were trying to create narrative between South and North divide, the democratic institution, democracy at perils in India, all these narratives and aligning with the Western forces which are not conducive to India, they will come. I hope that they will desist from today onwards, from this point of time. Our final outcome will come when everybody will know in the evening. And we are very hopeful that our last 10 years of work, where India's image at the global level has seen a big boost. Our economy has grown at a very good pace. Our welfare delivery of more than 30 lakh crore has gone to every person. People will do their analysis based on our past 10 years performance, and they will come to the right conclusion. Our democracy is matured. People are very well aware, and I think what we respect the outcomes at this time also, and at the end of the election result today, whatever the outcomes, we respect. It is the opposition which has to now commit itself to the democratic values of the country.
Okay, Salman Soos, that jibe and tana is coming for the India Bloc, that at every stage, in every phase, the one thing that the opposition successfully did was raise a question mark and doubts over the entire electoral process. The BJP spokesperson is very simply asking, bhai, ab to kuch nahi bologe na, if the India Alliance ends up doing well. At least then all these tanas about the election commission should stop.
I am also asking, if the NDA does a very good performance in the end of the day, still they will have faith?
Gopal, let me just
go
say...
ahead, Mr. Soos.
Yes, let me just say that, although Gopal is a reasonable spokesperson of the BJP, but I'm shocked that on this day, he would basically brand the opposition as influenced by Western things and basically cast as an anti-India party. They should be ashamed. There are crores of people who have voted for the India Alliance. Crores. And possibly as many as for the NDA. You should be careful about what you say about your countrymen and women. You should not be speaking such language. On this day, at least have some humility. What is this nonsense about calling everybody anti-India? Just because there is a fight over ideology. We say that everybody is together. We'll all fight together. We'll all be together. This is shameful, Gopal. You should not be speaking like that.
No, Mr. Soz, you were talking about North-South divide.
The Prime Minister,
democracy at perils,
the Prime Minister basically, the Prime Minister said, Gopal, the Prime Minister,
why, 2 days back,
you should keep in mind that the Prime Minister
you were questioning the democratic institutions.
BJP doesn't have any morality about.
You were questioning the impartiality of the election commission.
Why should we not? When
gentlemen, let's move on.
2 days.
चलिए हो गया लड़ाई हो गया
when the election commission passes ridiculous orders, when the Prime Minister is basically calling सुनिए पहले मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आपको जवाब
अरे भाई
जवाब तो देने दीजिए ना।
होंगे तो सब
जेंटलमैन, लड़ाई फिनिश, लड़ाई ओवर, today's result day. Okay.
Let me give you the answer. The Prime Minister. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Soz and Gopal, let's move on. Let's move on, yaar. Ho gaya. In the past, whatever has happened.
No, but you know,
today is the day of results. The fight is over.
But that's what I'm saying. Why on this day are you basically saying that the opposition alliance is an anti-India alliance? Why? Who are you? Who are you to give us a certificate? We will probably get the same number of votes, maybe more than you. Who are you?
I am asking you that you will. I have only 2 questions. I have only 2 questions. That India's democracy is vibrant. Do you agree or not? This is the only question, not past. I am talking at this point of time. India's democracy is vibrant. Are you sure about that? I am asking this question. India's democracy is vibrant and we did a fair job on the democratic front.
Let me respond to that.
I am asking you a futuristic question.
Let me respond to that.
At this point of time, I want your commitment. I want your commitment that,
Gopal,
that you respect the Indian democracy at this point of time.
Gopal, let me respond. If we leave this democracy to the BJP and the RSS, it will be destroyed, and we are fighting. We're fighting to protect this democracy. And that is what the people of this country are telling you. Please take a lesson. Please take a lesson from this election. The people of the country are saying that we will not let you destroy our democracy. This election has not been fair. Look at what has happened throughout this election. We have arrested 2 chief ministers. 2 chief ministers have been arrested. Is that fair?
This election has not been fair. You are saying
this election has not been free and fair. And yet the people of the country, are telling you. Yet the people of the country are telling you.
Why are you saying this election has not been free and fair?
Yes, this election has not
look
been
at the leads that are coming in. If the leads hold, then they have been free and fair, yaar.
क्या कहते हैं आप क्या कहते हैं इंस्टीट्यूशंस को आपने
ठीक है अच्छा रुक जाइए अच्छा आप रुक जाइए रूही wants to come in मित्रों 1 minute.
See, there are 2 points for both the opposition and the BJP. Sir, आप बोलने तो दीजिए किसी और को.
बोलिए.
The opposition, I hope this puts an end to this conversation about EVMs. हो गया बहुत अब. I don't think they should talk about it. And 2, BJP, listen in humility simply because, see, why would you come up with तो 400 पार नारा? अगर आप सरकार बनाते हो 3rd term में, वो भी बहुत बड़ी बात है ना कि आप 3 terms तक last कर रहे हो. You only have yourself to blame for setting these unrealistic, completely hubris-ridden targets and then, you know, now being subjects of taunts by everybody. So both sides have some lessons to learn in this.
And the fact is, look, here's the thing. By the end of the day, what are the numbers that anyone needs to form a government? And what is the vote share?
Yes, why would BJP get into such kind of hyperbole? It doesn't make sense.
No, it's a good walk cry. Ab ki baar 400 baar rhymes as well. I mean, it's good to be ambitious, no harm.
Just Modi Sarkar, फिर से Modi Sarkar, something like that would have worked, right? I mean,
Should we take a look at Maharashtra? Maharashtra was expected to be close. Akashdeep, I apologize. Maharashtra was expected to be close. Again, I'm looking at the numbers that are coming to us from the Election Commission. Total number of parliamentary seats, 48, the second highest after Uttar Pradesh. These are the numbers as they stand. It seems the India Bloc, the Mahayuti, is doing very well. The BJP is at 12. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiva Sena, this is such a khichdi. The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiva Sena is at 10. The Indian National Congress is at 9. NCP, the Sharad Pawar faction, is at 8. The Shiva Sena, the Shinde faction, is at 7. And the NCP, which means Ajit Pawar, is at 1. And independents are at 1. So, bhai, when we look at the numbers, Vijay Lakshmi Khode, thank you for your patience, by the way. I know you wanted to come in a couple of times into the conversation, but go ahead. When you look at these numbers at the Election Commission, again, I'm just qualifying this. I apologize, I'm correcting myself. These are not numbers. These are leads and trends, ladies and gentlemen. These could change by the end of the day. But just looking at what we have on our screens right now, Vijay Lakshmi, go ahead, please.
Surprisingly, with the propaganda that the BJP had of, everyone saying 400 Paar and the propaganda of the exit polls and everything, I thought, honestly, today I would wake up to the sounds of firecrackers, freshly fried jalebis and all. And the thought that the opposition leaders might take, that let's wait, let's see what is happening is I think, a cautious stand that I was hoping that the opposition leaders would take. But surprisingly, what I'm seeing since morning is that the ruling BJP is saying, let us wait. Now, it is something very different and something, that why are they being so cautious is something I'm still trying to figure out. And it's probably because the landslide majority that the BJP thought it would win, the propaganda that it had created in the minds of the people, that 400 Paar is going to be a landslide majority they're going to have, that doesn't seem to be happening. If at all anything would happen, it would be a very, very close fight overall throughout the country. It's going to be a very, very very close fight. So having a landslide majority and that sort of arrogance is not going to work. And I think because Indian elections are anything but predictable, and I think we should give our voters the credit for it. And now, especially when Maharashtra is concerned, now the voters in Maharashtra, I believe, are very conscientious sort of voters. Now, and somehow we have bore the burnt of the dirty politics that BJP has played over the past few years, coming and breaking the core of the political parties, ensuring this philosophy of Sama, Dama, Danda, Bed sort of a thing, but completely forgetting that we are living in modern times, having a modern democratic electoral process, wherein they will have to be accountable. They knew that they are going to be held accountable at the time of the elections. And somehow that is what we will see at the end of the day when it comes to the elections. Now, I am very sure that the voters are going to hold BJP accountable, especially for what they did to the state of Maharashtra, the dirty politics of Maharashtra.
Okay.
And as far as the Sharad Pawar-led NCP is concerned,
I'm going to let Krishna...
One thing. Just one sentence. As far as the Sharad Pawar-led NCP is concerned, we are going to rise like a phoenix in these elections.
Sharad Pawar, NCP only at 1. Mr. Anand Paranjpai, good morning. Not looking like a very good morning for Mr. Ajit Pawar.
Can I come in here?
Acha, we have Krishna Hegde, spokesperson. No, I have Krishna Hegde, spokesperson of the Shiva Sena here. I don't have Mr. Paranjpai, so I apologize for that. But before I go to that, just take a look at what's on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. The exit polls, post the exit polls, the markets were cheering. They had reached record highs, etc., etc. Today, the markets are completely in the given the early leads and trends we have seen, the Sensex is down nearly 3,000 points. Not very happy with the prospect that this has been a close fight. Again, early leads, early trends. Mostly by 11:30, 12, the picture is crystal clear as to who's forming the next government with a majority, a clear mandate, etc. One thing I can safely say, this election has not gone down the way the exit polls had predicted. when this election had begun in April, ladies and gentlemen, everyone had thought this is a done deal. Aana hai to jeetega to Modi hi, etc., etc. And that, by the way, still may happen by the end of the day. But this has turned out to be a fight. This has not turned out to be a one-sided match. For the moment, a complete bloodbath. That narrative has changed, but the bloodbath in Dalal Street is not something any one of us can cheer. This is, an investor's wealth being wiped out. So, irrespective of which party you're on, I think no one can cheer what is happening at Dalal Street. Krishna Hegde, anyhow, moving away from the markets, would you want to respond to what Vijay Lakshmi was saying? Tight fight bola tha aur tight fight hi lag raha
hai. Vijay Lakshmi ji was saying that we broke 2 parties, the BJP broke 2 parties. You can't break away 100 MLAs, that too in a space of 4 months. You don't break parties like that. They just want to leave you and go away. That is the writing on the wall. Why would 100 MLAs leave you in 4 months and leave? Secondly, when you are saying that the BJP did this or that, let me remind you, it is the BJP and Shiv Sena who fought the elections together in 2019 in Maharashtra in the name of Hindutva under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji and the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray ji. The same Balasaheb Thackeray ji, Hindu Hriday Samrat, who said that जो दिन मुझे कांग्रेस के साथ हाथ मिलाना पड़े मैं मेरी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा. And it is Uddhav ji who went with the Congress, it is not the other way around. So secondly, let me tell you that these are early trends and the NDA is still over 300 and it is NDA which is going to form the government under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji for the 3rd time. And what Salman Sood was saying, the murder of democracy, and he was talking about humility and he himself was shouting at a fellow panelist, I don't think it works this way. And if you're talking about the issues which were given to us, some of the issues were given to us by Sam Pitroda. He was talking about inheritance tax. He was talking about making people poor. He was talking about racial discrimination. And it is your leaders who given us the ammunition to fire at you. So why are you blaming yourself? And this election
but the ammunition, Mr. Hegde, but the ammunition was nowhere aimed at the Prime Minister bringing up Mujra and Mangal Sutras, no? And Ghuspetiyas.
No. Where did the Mangal Sutra come from? It was that Sam Pitroda said that the inheritance tax would be 55% on each and every household. And whoever had a house or any jewelry would lose their jewelry if you have that inheritance tax which is imposed on the people of India. And therefore the Prime Minister bought a Mangal Sutra. What's wrong with that? I thought he just made the explanation simple. But you took it in another way. The other thing is, now we have to analyze.
And Mujras and Ghuspetiyas and जो लोग बच्चे ज़्यादा पैदा करते हैं.
No, let us talk about the issues in Maharashtra.
कहाँ तक explanation देंगे Mr. Hegde? Exactly.
वो तो explanation देंगे, हमारा काम ही
explanation that's easier to do.
कोई issue नहीं है. Now let me tell you, these people have no faith in the Supreme Court. They have no faith in the High Court. They have no faith in the EVM. At 5 o'clock today, they'll start, shouting about the EVM yet again. And then they'll say, okay, the country has gone down, democracy has been murdered. And the same story will continue for another 5 years. All these things don't work this way. The people of India are clever. They know whom to elect. They know who will take the country forward. Yes, it's a tough fight, we admit, but these are early trends. Let's wait till 5 p.m.
Okay, let's wait till 5 p.m. I think that is, those are wise words and those are words we'll stick by. But Niranjan da, welcoming you back to the show. I'm welcoming Karan back to the show as well.
Good to be here.
Karan, MVA leading in Maharashtra. This was supposed to be a close fight. There's khichdi politics in Maharashtra for the last 2 years. We'll see which way this goes. Whichever way it goes, it's an interesting battle playing out. Niche, there are visuals of TDP workers at headquarters in Vijayawada, absolutely elated about the fact that not only have they swept the Lok Sabha elections, they also have swept the assembly elections. So that's congratulations to them. And the YSRCP completely wiped out, actually. If you look at the numbers that are coming in, completely and totally wiped out.
The one common string is loyalty, if I talk about it. Even in Andhra Pradesh and in Maharashtra. In the morning only I told you that when Uddhav Thackeray was taking a jibe at the Prime Minister, I said this is a moment of redemption for Uddhav Thackeray. People in Maharashtra, where they revere their leaders as Sahib, they don't like it when their parties are broken and when the old guard is just shifted into oblivion. They do not appreciate that, and that's precisely what we saw, and I had expected that. Pretty much, this was expected in Maharashtra. Maharashtra, the voter will also, just as we all are taking time to understand which party is this, kaun si wali Shiv Sena, kaun si wali hai. So people are going to take some time, and which is what lays the ground for a very interesting assembly election for Maharashtra this year. It will be very, very interesting there. But all in all, you know, Shreya, one thing that we can all be happy about is that today there is cheer in every quarter. And at least democracy is alive, vibrant and kicking, and nobody is going to cast aspersions on the election commission or on the processes. At least that we should all reach a consensus by now. That's my humble request.
I'm again just now trying to log on to the, to the election commission website because it's just best to, trust what the election commission is saying. But we had both of you in the morning.
Yes.
And in the morning, though, the way the numbers were going, and they were actually just sprinting ahead.
Yeah, I had
for the
a note of caution.
Yes. That is where wisdom comes, and that is where experience.
It's a collective victory that we were right in actually
saying hold your horses.
Hold our horses.
I was running ahead. I think I was running ahead with the numbers.
No. At the end of it, it is the three of us in the morning who said, let's not run away, let's not get overexcited. There was a consensus amongst all of us.
But what are these numbers telling you? Dada, it's 11 o'clock. You have covered many elections before this. And I'm going to come to you as well. But Dada has covered more elections than you and me combined. So I just want to ask you, how should we read these numbers? Now, every NDA Neta who's come on this show in the last 4 hours has said, wait, these numbers will change.
Yes.
And the NDA is going to form a government by evening. Okay, maybe they will. 272 is what they need. 272, probably they'll get more than that only. But when you see this picture on your screens, the lower half, what is the story that it is telling you? And how will it turn out by the end of it?
I'm not very sure about the NDA staying what it was prior to the elections. There is a fairly strong chances. We are in a country of shifting loyalties. It is quite likely that many opposition parties who are many parties which are part of the NDA may not like to continue with them any longer and would like to switch allegiance to the India alliance. It is quite possible. It is also possible that they may think that now we will have a slightly diminished Mr. Modi, so we will be able to dictate terms to him just the way that coalition partners did with Manmohan Singh, especially towards the end, when he said there are compulsions of coalition politics. Mr. Modi has not ever had the need to show his skills to manage a coalition. Possibly he does not have, from whatever little I understand of him, about his personality, he is either his way or the highway. So listening to the coalition partners is possibly going to be very difficult. So we are in for a much more competitive politics in the country and a greater debate and respect to the institution of parliament.
That's a good thing. A strong opposition. And if by the end of this election we see a strong opposition, it's good for this country. It's good for our democracy.
Yes, definitely.
I think more than strong, a responsible opposition is good for the health of our democracy. If large reforms are stalled, I mean, as the farm laws were stalled.
But you can't rush through laws as well, na? Doing dadagiri and manmani, which this government has done.
So they should be discussed on the merits, right? Just taking to streets, causing blockades, that is also not called for in a democracy. It was an illegal blockade that happened at Shaheen Bagh, that farm protest. If these sorts of blockades are going to be strengthened by the increased number of opposition, then it's a sad day. I think the opposition should also behave responsibly. Tomorrow we might have a lot of reforms, whether it's land acquisition, tomorrow it could be farm laws also in a different way. So I think the opposition also should start respecting whatever mandate they get, in an increased role. If with power they do not show responsibility, I'm afraid they'll go back to the margins that they came back
from.
So
you already are saying...
here at this stage, that before expecting the opposition to behave, whichever party is in opposition, it could well be the BJP which is in opposition. Parliamentary traditions, are they being followed? They have to. Look at the number of bills which were referred to the standing committee, which is a mandatory tradition. It has been completely reduced in the last 10 years. You do not pass laws without referring it to the standing committees. Let them study. Where is the, you actually passed the very important laws in 2 hours, 3 hours in Parliament between 2019 and 2014. The one on Kashmir, you did it, just in a matter of a couple of days. So let us be more, greater adherence to our parliamentary traditions and the institutions. Let us not completely devalue the institutions. It's very important. That is why I say that the numbers on the side of opposition is actually going to strengthen the democratic polity of this country.
I think, Shreya, if there is one party that has obstructed parliament, that has boycotted parliament, and literally burnt taxpayers' money by reducing parliament to this, I think it's the opposition. And there have been multitude of instances. Sometimes they pick up Pegasus, sometimes they pick up Adani. So let's not go there. I think the opposition is very irresponsible thus far. I hope that with greater numbers, some wisdom dawns on them and they begin to exercise responsibility which has eluded them completely thus far.
We also need to take into account the record of the Bharatiya Janata Party as the opposition party between 2004 and 14.
Firstly, two wrongs don't make one right, and secondly, it pales in comparison. The obstruction caused by the Congress, it pales in comparison what BJP did, and that was also not right. I don't take that in empty spirit either.
For the last 10 years.
Two wrongs don't make one right,
now
sir.
This is very funny.
This debate post 6 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen, for the moment, what we can safely say, as I welcome our guest this evening, Adil Boparai, happily on his phone. I think he's just doing a quick check of the numbers as they come in. Hi, Adil. Good to see you. You can just say a quick hi and go back to your phone if you wish to.
Hi, good evening.
Advocate Sushil Vyas is spokesperson of the...
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Arey, evening to hui nahi hai. We are all hoping evening ho jaye because evening ko hi pata chalega what the real figures are. Because what we have is early trends now. And the trend seems to be fairly favorable as far as the India Bloc is concerned. So when the India Bloc was saying 295 and everyone had dismissed it, about
If you remember,
but I'll still say wait.
June at 8:30 p.m., I told you exit polls are fabricated. I told you they're fabricated. So regardless of the final numbers, regardless of how these numbers indeed crystallize, I think one thing is very clear, the exit polls were fabricated. I think the other panelists of yours were also present, who are present today. This was a handiwork of the BJP's duo, the exit numbers.
Maybe they got it wrong. But fabricated kyun, bhai? They have their reputations at line as well.
Adil, 5 lakh sample.
Fabricated.
3,600 assembly constituencies.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I have a justification.
Let's not paint everyone with this.
I have a justification.
Casting aspersions.
I have a justification. I have a justification. Hear me out. Hear me out. I have a justification. Look at the market numbers yesterday. Look at the short selling which has happened. And God willing, if the India Alliance comes to power, the SEBI will investigate this. The SEBI will investigate how the exit polls predicted a landslide and how short selling happened on the stock exchange. This is another scam. And some of your media outlets, some of your sister channels also participated.
Election khatam hua nahi, you are already inventing a new scam. Yaar. Exit polls can get it wrong, but why call them fabricated? Anyhow, it can be your view. Quickly, Adil, any comments, numbers that we are seeing on our screens here?
There are two, three things, there are 2-3 aspects, Shreyaji, which your viewers must consider. Number one, a key takeaway. This is an election which is going down to the last wire. Number two, the exit polls have got it entirely wrong. Number three, the people of this country fought the BJP electorally. They fought the institutions which were previously captured by the BJP. We kept on reminding an election commission which was in coma to ensure a level playing field. The Congress party's bank accounts were frozen 10 days before the elections. Our chief ministers were arrested on the eve of the elections. We fought against all odds. And the initial numbers indicate that the people of this country, at least I'll hold my horses till about 2 p.m. But one thing is very clear, the palpable anger which all of us saw, the palpable anger which we saw in UP, the palpable anger which we saw in Haryana, the anger which we saw in Maharashtra is coming to fruition. The BJP's, the initial results are a repudiation of the BJP's arrogance. The problem is their arrogance. And Indian politics, and I'm of course much younger than all the August and the esteemed persons on your program, but one thing which I have learnt and which I've read is that the Indian voter does not like arrogance.
Okay, 272 is what any bloc will need to form the government. And even if we go by the trends that are on our screens right now, the NDA has crossed that 272 mark. So they are in a position to form the government unless kuch aur jhol hota hai. The India Alliance at 231 up by 101. You wanted to respond, come in, and then I'm going to Anuja.
First of all, Shreya, I'm witness to an arrogance of a different sort, even though they have not yet won. And they're nowhere close to winning. It's going to be Modi 3.0, all said and done. Yes, the margins can be different. And secondly, this bluster, it doesn't work. Their accounts weren't frozen. They were on lean. They hadn't paid their 20% which they should have paid. They didn't follow the procedure.
Sab election
so
ke pehle
this
hi
sort
yaad
of
aaya na?
entitlement,
Sab election ke pehle hi yaad
3
aaya?
साल से चल रहा था. Just as Arvind Kejriwal refused 9 summons, similarly, from 3 years, they were bypassing the date again and again. They appealed in the tribunal. They were reprimanded there also. So, you know, brazenly flouting law and norms and then playing victim, it doesn't work. And at least that they should not do now, at least. Now that the institutions have worked well, saying we made the election commission function. Who are you to make the election commission a vibrant institution? Sitting there, you can't cast aspersions on our democracy, on our institutions. That is very unfair. It is showing you getting 213 votes. At least respect that now. Bring some grace into it. If people have given you greater seats than last time, show some maturity, show some grace.
Achha, but you are accepting that.
What am I expecting?
You are accepting that the India bloc has done very well. You are accepting.
It's done better. It's
done better than what? 1 minute. You are accepting that, right?
Yeah, sorry.
That the India bloc has done much better than the BJP had anticipated them to do. And it's unexpected for the BJP.
Absolutely. So yeah. What is there is to be accepted. Let's agree on that. Of course.
Adil, go ahead, because Anuja is waiting and she's wondering why we have not come to her. And she'll accuse me of doing partiality and not going to the BJP spokesperson.
I'll just take 30 seconds. Please see how the discourse was lowered in this election. My friend was speaking about grace and decency. Who used words like mujra in an election? Has such a phraseology, has such a pejorative phraseology ever been used in our 75 years? Ever been used? How the opposition was targeted, how our manifesto was distorted, how a specific section of our society was targeted, was demonized, how mainstream media was captured and they became a mouthpiece. So therefore, let's understand. This is ultimately the results and the initial trends indicate that the people of this country closely monitor all this. Play by the rules of the game. Don't alter a level playing field. You may be in power today, you may not be in power tomorrow. The fact of the matter is there has to be decency in politics, which the BJP has forgotten. I come from Punjab, Shreyaji, and let me say this. I've been wanting to say this for a very long time. We were vilified as Khalistanis.
Aaj to bolne do.
The food bowl of this country. A state which sends their young boys to the army. We've defended the country's borders. We've made innumerable sacrifices. We were called Khalistanis. Our young wrestlers from Haryana are national jewels. And these people talk about decency.
Okay. What I just saw on screen was not very decent, actually, the TDP celebrations. But we'll just take that off, guys. Quickly, because I am going to the Samajwadi Party that is turning out to be the story of the season. I mean, just look at, again, ladies and gentlemen, everyone thought Uttar Pradesh would be a sweep, a clean walkover, as it were, for the BJP. They had 62 seats last time. What was the prediction? That the BJP on its own will go up to 65. This is where the numbers stand at 11:16 a.m. I'm saying this could change. This could change. We don't know if it changes or not in the next couple of hours. But this is where the numbers are, ladies and gentlemen. BJP at 37 on its own. The Samajwadi Party at 33. The Indian National Congress at 7. So if you combine the two, that's already 40. The RLD is 2, which is, of course, with the BJP. Vivek Silas, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Go ahead, please. Good morning. This is turning out to be a very good morning for the Samajwadi Party. Subeh, you know, Akhilesh Yadav has raised some questions about the election commission. आप तो नहीं करेंगे ना? आपको तो अच्छा नंबर दे रखा है.
Very good morning to you, Shreya ji, and all my panelists, the viewers. Yeah, it has been a good day for the Samajwadi Party, and it was just to charge our, our youth and to charge the people and supporters of the Samajwadi Party that we have to be alert. That was the thing. And today you are showing that Samajwadi Party definitely with the alliance is around the 40 mark seat, but our data shows that the Samajwadi Party has crossed the 50 mark in Uttar Pradesh, which is very substantial, which is very good. We are very thankful if it contains like this till the end. Very thankful to the people of Uttar Pradesh. The campaign was excellent. The response that we were getting from the people of Uttar Pradesh was absolutely phenomenal. The same thing I said in Varanasi when I was debating with Times Now, and no one was ready to believe me. Even the spokesperson of the BJP literally fell down from the chair. He said, this is a joke and you are daydreaming. I said, no, I have seen the reality on the ground. So I think it's the contest that is happening at the moment is excellent. I hope to form the government. We hope to form the government by today evening. Let's see what the final data comes out. But thank you so much for the cooperation to the people of Uttar Pradesh and the people who have supported the India Alliance and the Samajwadi Party.
But where are you getting this 50 figure from? Mr. Silas, where are you getting this 50 figure from? Abhi to the election commission is giving you 33. How are your numbers racing faster than the election commission?
No. Actually, the numbers that are coming is on the WhatsApp group that has been that is the Samajwadi WhatsApp group where I'm attached, and we get all the data instantly from everywhere. So it could be 51, 49, whatever. Yeah. Right now we are standing on 50.
Okay, we'll see it rises into seats actually. Before Nilanjana, can you give me a minute? I know you're giving me interesting figures, but I quickly want to get in Anuja. Anuja, 37 for the BJP. This is where double engine ki sarkar is. This is where Yogi is a popular chief minister, and I can tell you that he is a popular chief minister. Prime Minister Modi continues to be very popular in the Hindi heartland, especially in Uttar Pradesh. I come from Lucknow, so I can attest to that. Yeah, the Karan as well. Did something go wrong in your calculations? Because by the looks of it, it did.
Jai Shri Ram. No, nothing went wrong. It's just the starting of it, which they have quickly celebrated. I would just say wait and hang on, because there are rounds which need to be fulfilled. The EVM, they have now, I hope, as we've all clearly saying, at least they will not bite us back on the EVM. They will celebrate what they look like right now for them is they want to celebrate. So what we look around. अरे तो मैं सवाल का जवाब ही तो दे रही हूँ. कहाँ जा रहे हैं हम? किसने बोला जा रहे हैं? उत्तर प्रदेश हमारा है. योगी मोदी ये डबल सरकार यहाँ है. क्या लड़कियों का बलात्कार फिर से वापस आएगा? क्या गैंगस्टर का राज फिर से वापस आएगा? क्या मोदी और योगी ने जो इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ लाके करी है उसको कोई भूल सकता है क्या उत्तर प्रदेश में? क्या ये जो बुलडोजर के साथ जो योगी ने एक अपनी जगह दिखाई है, एक जस्टिस दिखाया है, क्या लोग भूल जाएंगे? मुझे नहीं लगता. मैं सिर्फ याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ समाजवादी पार्टी को कि आप बहुत जल्दी अपना केक मत काटिएगा, क्योंकि अभी वक्त है और वो वक्त होगा कि जब सामने नजर आएगा आपको. तो इसीलिए आप अपना बहुत जल्दी अपना जो एक गुरूर आप में नजर आ रहा है, this won't go well with you. So what we are seeing, and we are hanging on. We don't want to get overconfident onto this. We are confident enough under the leadership of Modi ji, and what he has done for Uttar Pradesh, what Modi and Yogi has done. You will see, you will figure out, because everything
you said,
is connected with Uttar Pradesh.
I need to respond, ma'am.
Achha, you said Jai Shri Ram as you began. 1 minute, Mr. Silas. Just to tell you that Faizabad, Ayodhya, still no clarity on who's winning this one. There's been a seesaw. Sometimes you have the BJP candidate up, sometimes you have the Samajwadi Party candidate up. So has Ram Mandir had any influence in this election? That remains to be a subject of debate, whether this is a Ram election, a Ration or something else altogether. But all of that will come into play only post 5 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. The plan was, mota, Mr. Silas, the plan was that by 3 the picture will be absolutely clear, and the victory parade will then take place at the BJP headquarters. In the morning we were even discussing what time the Prime Minister is expected to speak, and all of us were unanimous in our analysis that perhaps prime time 8 o'clock. We'll see if that happens or not, because it may very well happen, but that will not be the story. If these numbers hold, that will not be the story. The story will be the the story will be the opposition. But Mr. Silas, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yes, as the panelists from the Bharatiya Janata Party said that we are arrogant and we are egoistic. Not at all, ma'am. We are abiding by what the people of the mandate the people of Uttar Pradesh has given. I think Karan, my dear friend, is sitting here. We were on a debate in Vijay Chowk about say 15 days back. Karan, if you remember, I said the Samajwadi Party will be winning the Ayodhya seat, and you are astonished. I said yes, and at the moment, as of now, let me tell you, the Samajwadi Party is leading Ayodhya by 5,620 votes, 5,619 to be precise. So yes, the people of Ayodhya, or if you see in Purvanchal, I said, Karan, the second thing that I told you was that Purvanchal has 27 seats, and we will be doing, yes, and at the moment the Samajwadi Party is leading in 18 seats out of those 18 seats out of those 27 seats. That is what I told you, because we were on ground, we were working on ground, we were working hard, and the response that we were getting from the people of Uttar Pradesh was phenomenal. And I just hope that this data hangs on and Samajwadi Party increases its tally.
नहीं विवेक जी, I was just thinking उस समय आपकी जुबान पे सरस्वती बैठी हुई थी, कुछ अच्छा ही मांग लेते आप, कुछ अच्छा मांग लेते भाई उस समय।
करण भाई मैंने तो आपसे कहा था कि आप लोग को बहुत सरप्राइजिंग होगा, and you also said कि ये तो पूरे वर्ल्ड की एक बड़ी न्यूज़ होगी।
नहीं, I agree, you are bang on. No, अरे मुझे बोलने दीजिए, मैं बताता हूँ. He is bang on, Shreya. I have to agree. And I was thinking about him only right now, and it's coincidence that he's here. But I just hope he had wished something great for the country. समाजवादी पार्टी के लिए 40 सीट भाई अब पता नहीं भाई.
It is great for the country if our democracy if our democracy has a strong opposition.
जो सुबह तक कह रहे थे हम कफन बांध देंगे, जो कह रहे थे अगर हमारे 79 out of 80 नहीं आए तो सही नहीं है कुछ भी. अखिलेश said 79 out of 80 आने जा रहे हैं. If our expectations are not met, then youth are ready to go on the streets. So they are, I don't know how good they are for the democracy, but yes, they've done well. That has to be said.
And you have to give it to the wisdom of the people of this country. Now, if they are the ones saying that the opposition deserves a chance.
Let's see. The wisdom of the people, that's a subjective issue altogether.
The wisdom of this country has trusted the Prime Minister twice, so don't question it.
Let me just complete one sentence. The people of this country in 2014 regretted voting out Vajpayee in 2004, and they called the 2004 to 14 the lost decade. So many reports. So in retrospect, only in hindsight can we know whether it was the right decision or not. But anyways, Modi 3.0 is all set to load tonight. So please relax.
But Nilanjan has some very interesting numbers that he's picked up.
May well have to, bite his own, take back his own words. Trends on counting day is like a cricket match, and we are commentators. So what we say, we are saying as of the moment.
Correct, absolutely.
As of the moment, the Election Commission on its website, which is the most authentic website, has leads of all the 543 seats. It is giving BJP leads plus victory 236. 236, which is 36 seats short of a clear majority of its own. The Congress is getting a lead in 96, which means that collectively the two largest parties in parliament are less than 340. 200 seats is being smaller parties. this is actually the message that we can see from this is that this is an election, a mandate which has been given to the smaller parties. So let us not start running down parties on the basis of our perceptions and misconceptions, even as the mandate is coming in. Let us at least respect the mandate of the people. We cannot be like respecting a mandate in 2014 and in 2019, then say suddenly somebody came and did hypnosis. That's not on. You respect every mandate. We respect every institution. We do respect the Election Commission, but we did feel that there were certain processes which could have been more transparent. Right from the government's appointment of the Election Commissioner. Let us not forget that this government changed the recommendation of the Supreme Court of the manner of which appointment of election commissioners. So there's a lot of things which this country needs to undo, whoever is in government. And even if Mr. Modi becomes the Prime Minister with a diminished majority, I am sure that the political compulsions will force him to undo many of his own decisions, and he will do it because he's a pragmatist. But I have studied him, he's a pragmatist. If from within his coalition partners, if he is able to form a government with coalition partners, there may be voices to take back some of the decisions which have been taken in the last 10 years. He will readily do that because staying in political power is of extreme importance to him.
Okay, I'm just looking at the numbers. You're speaking about smaller parties, and I'm just looking at numbers that are coming to us from Telangana. There used to be a strong regional party here, the TRS, that got rechristened to the BRS. Where are they right now? Where is that regional party right now, Nilanjanda? Here's what the Election Commission is telling us. The BJP is at 8 in Telangana out of 17. Yes. The BJP is at 8. The Indian National Congress is at 8, which means dead heat here. And the AIMIM is 1. The BRS wiped out from the assembly and wiped out from national politics as well, by the looks of it.
For the moment, yes, but there is never any full stop to any political career, either of a political leader or of a party. So it is definitely a big setback for the BRS. Importantly, Asaduddin Owaisi, is going to retain his seat in Hyderabad. So the big challenge seems to have not been really very successful.
Oh, well, it was a spirited fight. But let's give Madhvi Lata that. In fact, she was the one first of the bloc.
People
early in the morning.
Smriti Irani did in 2014. This is the first version of.
Smriti Irani, by the way, trailing.
I know. Then Smriti Irani finally one second. Smriti Irani finally became the giant slayer in 2019. So this is Madhvi Lata of Smriti Irani of 2014. In the next time when we see, she will also slay the giant, and she'll also win from Hyderabad.
That OSC has the status of a
defeating Rahul Gandhi. In Hyderabad, that seat, of course, he's larger than life. His family has held that seat.
We're talking about a national.
No, I'm talking about that one seat. What Madhvi Lata is doing there is exactly what.
I am no great admirer of Rahul Gandhi, but I don't think that.
I am saying exactly what Smriti Irani did. The first time she contested against Rahul Gandhi, she came close, but she lost. Similarly, this time around, Madhvi Lata is given a fight, and if she hangs in there, the next time around, she will beat Asaduddin Owaisi.
She gave a fight with a mandate of 2014 under her belt, under courtesy Mr. Modi. And that is why in 2019, the dominance of the BJP was what actually enabled her to defeat Rahul Gandhi in 2019. So the dominance of... Let us understand one thing, that whatever is the final verdict...
Shreya, one thing that we are still missing because of the high expectations set by the BJP is, BJP is still head and shoulders above everyone. We are looking at 236 seats where Congress is not even in 3 digits. Let's not forget this. It is well 2 times ahead of any political party in the fray. Let's not miss that. Just because their expectations are so sky high, just like Virat Kohli, that you expect 100 every time. Let's not forget they're still head and shoulders above everyone.
From 370, they're down to...
From dekho wo alag baat hai, but they are still there. You are measuring them by their expectations.
Let's hear from...
Measuring them by their expectations.
Gentlemen, there is some input that is coming to us from the Congress office. I think this is Salman Khurshid speaking to our reporter Ranjita. Let's listen in.
खड़े होकर लड़े, फाइट में हमारे लोगों ने, साथियों ने, सहयोगियों ने बहुत अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन किया. उसको मानते हुए आज हम यही कह सकते हैं कि लोकतंत्र बहाल रहे, लोकतंत्र और मजबूत हो और हमारा योगदान लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में आपके सामने आ गया है। इसको ऐसे ही आगे
फाइट में है। क्या सरकार बनाने के अभी अंक मिल पाएगा?
मिल पाएगा नहीं मिल पाएगा, हम तो सरकार 5 साल से बनाने के चक्कर में हैं। लेकिन सच्ची बात यह है कि जब अब परिणाम आ रहे हैं सामने तो फिर अनुमान काहे लगाए जाएं। हम विश्वास से कह रहे हैं कि हम एक ऐसी पार्टी हैं जिसको सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त होना चाहिए। हमको कितना अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है, कितना हमको समर्थन मिल रहा है, वो आपके सामने है।
राहुल गांधी को प्रधानमंत्री भी तो 5 साल से 10 साल से बनाने की कोशिश।
देखिए, जो हमारे मन में है राहुल गांधी जी के बारे में उसको कोई नकार नहीं सकता। लेकिन एक बात अनुशासन की भी होती है। राहुल गांधी जी ने बैठकर और नेताओं के साथ कुछ निर्णय लिए हैं कि किस समय पर क्या होने पर हम प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा तय करेंगे, तो हम उसके साथ हैं। लेकिन हमारी जो मन की बात है, जो भावना है, वो अलग है।
आपके गृह प्रदेश की बात की जाए तो उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन इंडिया गठबंधन का दिख रहा है। फर्रुखाबाद से आपको टिकट नहीं मिला, इस बात का कई बार आपने मलाल भी दिखाया था। क्या कुछ
अब पता नहीं, फर्रुखाबाद में हम होते तो शायद एक गिनती में 1 नंबर और आ जाता, लेकिन आज अब आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, वो हमारे सहयोगी लड़े थे। अगर उन्होंने अच्छी लड़ाई लड़ी है तो उनको भी पूरी बधाई हम देंगे और देते रहे हैं। लेकिन बात यह है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में जो इस समय देखने को मिल रहा है, उससे मनोबल बढ़ता है, उससे विश्वास एक दफा फिर पैदा होता है। जो हम कहते रहे हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में हम वापस आएंगे, आज लग रहा है कि हम वापस आ गए। ये सही है कि समाजवादी पार्टी और हमारा दोनों का साथ आ गई है, और किसको कितना श्रेय मिलना चाहिए उस पर आप लोग अवश्य बैठकर उस पर चर्चा करेंगे। लेकिन मैं मानता ये हूँ कि हमने एक दूसरे का पूरा सहयोग किया, वो सहयोग कामयाब रहा, सफल रहा, और इसलिए आज हमको ये परिणाम देखने को मिल रहा है।
धन्यवाद। सलमान खुर्शीद हमारे साथ बात करते हुए, हालांकि फर्रुखाबाद पर अभी भी
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, everyone had said that Odisha and Bengal were going to be the states that would be very interesting, Maharashtra as well. No one had even spared a thought for Uttar Pradesh because Uttar Pradesh was a done deal. Turns out Uttar Pradesh is not a done deal if you go by the numbers. And the party that has managed to do exceptionally well, at least as far as the early trends are concerned, is the Samajwadi Party. We'll wait for another couple of hours to see if these trends, these are not even early trends, ladies and gentlemen. To be fair, it's 11:30 and these are not early trends. But if these trends do convert to seats, then the Samajwadi Party definitely deserves a headline tomorrow. The entire India opposition, the India Bloc does deserve a headline, but the one party that deserves a headline is Samajwadi Party, because look at all the things that were said about Akhilesh Yadav.
You go to the extent, in 1991, Mr. Advani said, this is one of the most brilliant lines Mr. Advani said, Lal Krishna Advani ji, the victor came second. Now, are we going to say the victor came third? Something for us to deliberate. Not the victor.
Something to think about.
But the surprise came third.
Yeah. So that's something to think about. Because what will be the top? We don't know. Again, this is just based on at 11:34. As of now. Let us just keep qualifying this after every 5 minutes so that we are not accused of misreading the elections and declaring results. As of now, the top headline will be the opposition. The second headline will be the Samajwadi Party. And the BJP also, I think, has, as far as Odisha is concerned, West Bengal is, Odisha is concerned, not West Bengal.
No, I think a very important point
has
is
been
that
a good
Odisha,
story for the BJP.
Odisha and, little bit presence in Telangana, which is getting still not there. The BJP certainly is no longer being just a Hindi heartland party. It is going beyond the Hindi region, despite the kind of pro-Hindi, pro-Hindu politics, which it espouses. So that is, I think, something which is an important takeaway from this verdict.
No, I have to make a comment on Samajwadi Party and Akhilesh Yadav. I've known Akhilesh Yadav, I've met him number of occasions. He is the least hated politician that I know. Politicians, they have their loyal fans. They have people who are very critical of them. Akhilesh is someone, the degree of likeness may vary, but largely he is not disliked. And I've always said that. I've always felt that, and it's come out in every poll also. So it was, I always, a matter of time when that reaps him rich political
But
capital.
you know what handicaps him, Karan?
What?
The reputation of the Samajwadi Party as being a Gunda party. For
He's
anyone who comes
carrying
from
that
UP,
baggage.
he's carrying that baggage.
He's carrying that baggage. Absolutely. And he needs to break free from that. No, I am just being fair. I agree that he carries that charm with him. I agree on that, Vivek ji.
He's likable, we'll agree.
I totally agree he's likable.
Perception goes a long way in politics,
and
Mr.
he's not done much to change that perception. The Nahid Hassans continue to get tickets, so that has also been there. He needs to do a lot more.
Mr.
I think he should see this as a sign of encouragement.
Mr. Silas, the fact is that perception sometimes is everything in politics, and the fact is that the Samajwadi Party comes with the baggage of being a Gunda party. That's a fact.
Oh, yeah. Perception definitely has been created by our opponent. I don't want to debate on that at the moment. Had the Samajwadi Party been a Gunda party in Uttar Pradesh, we wouldn't have got such a mandate, man, please. Because it's not just the, as you people said, it's just MY factor. No, not at all.
अरे mandate कहाँ गया आपका भी?
अगले पिछले अल्पसंख्यक से लेके सब कुछ अगर सबने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो हम इस पोजीशन पे आज नहीं होते. So that is a Samajwadi Party, not a Gunda party. Okay. If at all something might have happened about 20 years back, that doesn't mean that even today we are standing there. No, not at all. Samajwadi Party is
That's what we are saying.
Well. I think the people of Uttar Pradesh have proved it, and they are proving it as a Samajwadi Party. It's not a Gunda party. It is a party with a difference. It is a party with a new leader. It is a party that has a dynamic leader in Uttar Pradesh, and we hope we'll do better and our tally would increase, ma'am. Definitely, for sure.
Mr. Silas, I wish you all the best. And I also hope that the perception that Akhilesh has carried, he can do something to dispel it as we move forward. Adil, just quickly come in, and then I'm going once again to Maharashtra, because this is where the fight is actually very interesting. It's as khichdi as the politics in Maharashtra, but go ahead, please.
Another interesting contest. There is another interesting contest, which is Amethi. Miss Smriti Irani is trailing by 31,000 votes. There, the son of the soil, an ordinary grassroots worker of the Congress party, is again defeating the arrogance of the BJP in Amethi. 31,000.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see if these trends actually convert. And I'm not going to say anything right now because, as I said, I understand what you're saying, Adil. But the fact is that, in the morning, the Prime Minister was trailing by 6,000 votes. But now he's not. He's managed a massive lead. So when you start counting, there are 23, 24, 25 rounds that need to be counted. Okay, we'll see. Can we just shift our focus now to Maharashtra? We'll see about Amethi. Indian National Congress guys just putting out the Maharashtra numbers now.
Ma'am, can I leave?
Yes, Mr. Silas, you can. And you will be much in...
He's too much in demand.
I know. Today, Samajwadi Party is too much in demand. शाम को आ जाइएगा, Mr. Silas, हमारे पास. ऐसा नहीं कि गायब.
मैं स्टूडियो आ रहा हूँ. 2 बजे आता हूँ स्टूडियो आपसे.
आ जाइए. आ जाइए. चलिए.
Thank you so much.
Adil has also decided that he's saying goodbye. Time for lunch. Adil, bye-bye.
It become pricey all of a sudden.
ठीक है. I'm just... Oh, yeah. Adil has also decided, chalo, ab story khatam ho gayi. Let's move on. Can we just quickly look at Maharashtra now, ladies and gentlemen? The NVA is surging ahead. I'm just going to give you a breakup of what each party has got. It's a bit complicated, frankly, if you ask me, and it's just better to put it all in one plate. But here it is, Maharashtra defying pollsters there. It was supposed to be a tight fight. Is that how it has turned out to be? Not really. The NVA, as I said, surging ahead in Maharashtra. Doing a breakup for you. The Indian National Congress is at 11. The BJP is at 11 again. The Shiva Sena, which is Uddhav Thackeray's faction, is 10. The Shiva Sena, that is the Shinde faction, is 6, which means things haven't worked out very well for Mr. Shinde post the split. Well, it's worked out for him. He's become the chief minister, but not so much for the party, I guess.
He's not been able to take the legacy of Bal Thakur.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
Expectedly so, to be honest.
And NCP Sharad Pawar at 8. No one was, when the Baramati contest was announced, everyone said, Ajit Dada, given that Sunitra, his wife, is fighting, she's going to win, because this is a contest between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. But look at the Baramati contest, and that is exactly what is being reflected in the state picture as well. Supriya Sule is actually leading now, and Sunitra Pawar is trailing. The NCP Sharad Pawar faction is at 8. NCP, Ajit Pawar, which is at 1.
Which means that the split has not worked to his benefit. Sharad Pawar is still seen as the patriarch of the family.
And by the looks of it, the split has not worked very well. I mean, it's not worked as badly for the for Mr. Shinde, but hasn't worked very well for him either. Advocate Sushil Vyas, would you want to come in here, spokesperson of the Shiva Sena? Thank you very much. Just looking at the numbers, I've just done a breakup of the numbers. Just 6, I'm not talking about the alliance, but specifically the Shinde faction, just 6 compared to 10 of the Uddhav faction.
Madam, we must take into consideration that the Uddhav faction contested 22 seats, whereas we have contested 15 seats. Now, secondly, we are not contesting this election as a Shiv Sena, Ajit Pawar group also. We are contesting this election as a NDA. So, NDA includes BJP, Ajit Pawar group and our group. That there is a solid one team. So, we are contesting as a NDA. So, as a strike rate, if you see 22 versus 15, then my information from my party hierarchy is that we are leading, in fact, in 8 seats, and 2 seats we are very trailing with a very narrow margin of less than 3,000 votes. And this is very initial stage, as you said earlier. These only 5 or 6 rounds are completed. There are on average 25 rounds will take place. So let us wait for up to 2 p.m. or so. We will see that we will retain our seats, which we have won last time.
So, if you want to wait till 2 o'clock, we'll wait till 2 o'clock. Chandrasekhar, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to respond because badi khabar is coming from Odisha. Very badi khabar is coming from Odisha. Please respond. I'm going to Odisha, quickly taking a look at the numbers as well now.
See, a basic thing which has happened in Maharashtra, that the people has mandated against the corruptions and mandated against the philosophical ideologies being divided and splitted between the parties. These things have been rejected by Maharashtra people. And categorically, they have voted for the people who have done work and infrastructural work in the state of Maharashtra. And they have decided to vote it in favor of the MBA. And it is very categorical now. And if you can see the trend also, and it is not an initial trend right now. We had 1143, and it is currently not an initial trend, but we are leading now. So if you see the state which is going into poll after 2-3 months, the elections of assembly elections are going to be conducted. So there you will also see that this government is going by and we are coming.
We'll talk about that, whether the results today, whatever they are, will impact the elections, the state elections. They are coming, at least 8 of them, Dada. But Odisha, just take a look at what is coming from Odisha. The big story also emerging in Odisha, where the BJP, ladies and gentlemen, has crossed the halfway mark and is in a position to form the government. Just for viewers joining us, Odisha has voted for its state assembly as well, along with the Lok Sabha. As far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, again, the BJP, it's a clean sweep, but the bigger story is that the BJP is now in a position to form the government in the state. They have crossed the halfway mark already. 147 is the total number of seats. They are at 76, which means 3 more than the halfway mark, Dada. No surprises here. This was being predicted.
This was being predicted essentially because of self-goals by the BJD. I think Mr. Naveen Patnaik made the critical error of promoting his assistant, Mr. Pandyan, in the political side, as a result of which there was a revolt from within the party as well as among the people, that they would not want a non-Odia to come and actually start dominating and dictating the flow of politics.
But he had come out and said he's not my successor. The people of Odisha will choose my successor.
He may not have, but it was too late. By the time the message had already been sent. He did not say so in the beginning of the campaign. He said it at the fag end of the campaign, and it carried no impact. And that too, he made that statement after Mr. Modi had actually questioned his health. So there were multiple issues which came out. I think Mr. Naveen Patnaik, like many leaders, what happens is that their last performance is always not their best.
So he was 76 days away from being India's longest serving chief minister. That is not to be, but such is life.
Elections can be brutal to even the most popular of leaders. This is something which every politician in office must remember.
Many people had said that whatever said and done, there is anti-incumbency, there is, the BJP has pushed this narrative that Odisha is being run from Tamil Nadu, courtesy Mr. Pandian, who is a Tamilian himself, etc., etc. But the fact is that there was much affection for Naveen Babu in the state of Odisha. And the Prime Minister, by the end of it, got personal, pointing out to his health, saying, hum ek inquiry banayenge as to who is responsible for the sudden deterioration of the Chief Minister's health, etc. And many people had thought that would not go down well, but it seems that worked. Despite the Chief Minister saying, I'm fine.
It was a tough campaign for the Prime Minister also. He has had a bond with Naveen Babu himself. And don't forget, BJD has helped BJP on some important legislations, pushing through important legislations. But it had to be pointed out now that perhaps Odisha needs a fresh leadership. And don't count out BJP. Once BJP gets its foot inside a door, it just knocks the door off. It's just a matter of time. We'll see that in Bengal in the coming days. But BJP has been growing leaps and bounds in Odisha. And now there is no part of the country, honestly, which doesn't see, BJP doesn't have a sizable presence. It's a pan-India party now. Whether it's the East, slowly, very slowly, but yeah, surely. In the South also, we've seen in Telangana and Karnataka, they have a sizable presence. So BJP has spread itself across. That's good news for the BJP in every sense.
But not good news in Bengal.
Odisha results, or the trends. It is a sign and actually a bit worrying for the BJP's partners in the states, especially if the partner is a dominant partner. The BJP gets in, puts its foot into the door and then slowly
They've been allies, by the way. The BJD and the BJP have been allies in the past for 11 years.
They were allies from the time when the BJP was insignificant in Odisha politics. They made an entrance, courtesy the BJD, and then opened the door a bit more, then moved out of the alliance. They both parted ways. BJD then continued to be what we call, the reserve member of the NDA. That is what used to be the joke around, that they can be called upon to bail out the NDA if ever required. He would always stand with critical issues with the Prime Minister.
I mean, BJP has the right to grow.
So it sends a message of warning to all allies of the BJP that eventually we will become irrelevant.
I think it sends a message you can't take the people for granted. If you're thinking that you've been in power for 20-25 years and just continue and be in a state of complacency, that's not going to happen. BJP is going to keep you on your toes, and if you slacken a bit, BJP is always the option for people.
I think that's the same message for the central
Of
government,
course
you would say that?
Of course it
or
is.
Mr. Modi, you would
so
say?
I agree, of course.
So overconfidence, arrogance and...
So BJP needs to be careful. Of course it's a message, but I think still BJP is head and shoulders above the required. So, of course, I'm happy that the opposition, if ever the opposition is able to, on constructive issues, put the BJP on its toes, it's a good sign for the democracy.
But only, that's what I've been saying since morning.
He's come to many
elections is always better.
He's come to many shows, and we often represent him as a BJP spokesperson, though he's not officially one. And he's usually taken the right stand, and I mean not the right stand. Yeah, but he's, especially when it came to the wrestlers story, I remember that.
What is right has to be called out.
Gentlemen, Uttar Pradesh ki story to is becoming fabulous.
Really.
Samajwadi Party at 34, the BJP at 34. This is what the Election Commission website is throwing up. It's at 1150. I mean, I just want to keep reiterating that these numbers can change, that these are trends and they will have to concretize into numbers, etc., etc. But the way things are playing out, Uttar Pradesh and Odisha actually turning out to be the two most interesting states. I also very quickly wanted to look actually at the state of West Bengal. Let's see where the story stands there. Will you give me a minute here, Karan and Dada?
Yes.
Because I am, we have all the time in the world. Given that this election is going to stretch and we'll not have a clear picture at least till 2 o'clock by the looks of it, if not 3. I'm just going by the Election Commission numbers, therefore. I just want to be careful. The BJP was at 8 last time.
Right. 18.
18, sorry. Was it 18 last time? I beg your pardon. And 21 was where the TMC was.
21 or 22?
Ek minute, dekh lete hain. 21 or 22. I think it was 21.
Either.
21 if I'm not. No, let's give our viewers the absolute right picture. Why should we even, why should we even... okay, West Bengal, 42 seats. You're right, 22. TMC had 22 and the BJP had 18. The Indian National Congress had 2. Where does the story stand right now? The TMC is at 31. A spirited campaign by the BJP. Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali, Sandesh Khali.
They got it wrong. They should have focused
Corruption,
more on
corruption, corruption.
They should have focused more on corruption.
So you think
Sandesh Khali was not the correct issue to speak about.
Corruption was because that is where they could put the TMC on the mat and they missed that opportunity?
You know what? Yes, they have. You know, what has happened in Bengal is that the political elite, which is entrenched in Bengal, which used to be with the left front, it very conveniently moved to the TMC after 2011. So that stranglehold has to be broken. For that, you know, if you actually bring in your agenda of outside, which helps you to create the hawa in other states. Sandesh Khali helped the BJP more outside Bengal. If it had, their hope was that it would help in the north, in the polarized states. It has not, unfortunately, worked in UP for other reasons. But that is what eventually happened. As an issue of communal polarization, Sandesh Khali did not work with the Hindu voters in West Bengal.
And TMC is not just leading, by the looks of it, the TMC is sweeping the state of West Bengal. So leading is, we are underplaying it, but it's good to underplay till the numbers are final.
If they're winning 31, you can't say sweep. You know, it has 42 seats, you know, so out of 42, 31 cannot be exactly called
a sweep. But it is an improvement of 9. No, but it's an improvement of 9 from last time.
It is an improvement of 9. It's more or less the same as the performance in 2021. You know, that kind of a performance.
So which means that 2026, as far as Bengal is concerned,
and the Congress is winning how many?
One.
So maybe only Adhir Ranjan's seat they are ahead.
Probably. So maybe Mamata Banerjee had a point when she said.
And you're not getting at the moment any constituency-wise...
No, what constituency do you want to see? Because they do have leads for constituencies.
Well, Krishnanagar, you know, Mahua Moitra's seat, you know, that is very interesting.
Let's see.
The animosity between the BJP and Mahua Moitra, and that whether it comes back, she comes back to Parliament.
Mahua Moitra is leading, ladies and gentlemen. Mahua Moitra is leading from Krishnanagar.
So if the BJP forms a government, Mahua Moitra is going to be back in Parliament.
Chaliye, dekhte hain. We have Kapil Sibal now speaking. Let's quickly listen into him.
At 5, YSRCP at 4, CPIM at 4, Aam Aadmi Party 4, CPI 3, AIUML 3, और उसके बाद सब 2-3 CPIML, JDS 2, BJD 2. तो नुकसान जो हुआ है वो बीजेडी का हुआ है, लेकिन ये भी 2 प्लेयर ऐसे हैं जो पहले इनके साथ नहीं थे, अभी साथ।
पहले तो नमस्कार। नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो देश के मतदाताओं का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, जो खुल के उन्होंने अपने मत दिए और गोदी मीडिया को जवाब दिया कि आप जो भी आंकड़े दिखाएं, फैसला तो हम करेंगे। सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वांट टू थैंक द इलेक्टर्स ऑफ दिस कंट्री फॉर हैविंग reflected their opinion, which is contrary to the opinion of the Godi media, which was giving a runaway victory to the BJP, some of them saying that they'll get about 400 seats. This is exactly what Pradhan Mantri ji was saying, कि 400 पार। सबसे पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी बात ये है कि अगर आप गोदी मीडिया के भी आंकड़े देखें तो उससे साफ जाहिर है कि भाजपा की अपनी सीटें 239 हैं, 239, which means Bhajpa on its own is not crossing the 272 mark, as is reflected from the trends shown by the Election Commission of India. I'm not going by Godi media at all. The trends in the Election Commission of India are that BJP at the moment is only leading in 236 and Congress party is leading in 99. Right? Now, the question that arises is, these are trends, so I'm not going to make a prediction because ultimately it is the will of the people who will prevail, which will prevail. but I want to just request the counting agents in all the constituencies where they are present. मैं सभी काउंटिंग एजेंट्स से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि जब तक पूरा चुनाव खत्म न हो, जब तक उनको सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ विक्ट्री न मिले, वहां से वो उठे नहीं। पहली बात तो ये। दूसरी बात कि जो पोस्टल बैलेट्स हैं उनकी पूरी संख्या, पूरी काउंटिंग पेनल्टीमेट राउंड से पहले होनी चाहिए। ऐसा न हो कि 10वां या आखिर का चरण की काउंटिंग हो जाए और पोस्टल बैलेट की काउंटिंग ना हो। ऐसा मत होने दीजिए। ये भी मैं आपसे आग्रह करना चाहता हूं। आप सब चौकन्ने रहिए, क्योंकि जो गोदी मीडिया के द्वारा झूठ और फेरेब फैला सकता है वो कुछ भी कर सकता है। तो आप इस बात पे चौकन्ने रहिए। तीसरी बात जो मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि उनको हर जल्दी से जल्दी आंकड़े अपडेट करने चाहिए। पीछे मैंने देखा कि लगभग 8 घंटा उन्होंने आंकड़े अपडेट नहीं किए। तो मैं उनसे आग्रह करूंगा कि आप इसको कंटिन्यूअसली अपडेट करते रहो। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है ताकि जनता को पता चले कि रुझान किस तरफ हैं और कितनी सीटों में कितने दलों के रुझान हो रहे हैं। ये 3 बातें बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी हैं। अब ये नहीं मुझे मालूम कि आखिर नतीजा क्या होगा, किसकी सरकार बनेगी, लेकिन इतना ज़रूर है और मैं गोदी मीडिया से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि जब प्रधानमंत्री जी पीछे चल रहे थे तो गोदी मीडिया उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं दिखा रहा था। कुछ मीडिया हाउसेस दिखा रहे थे और जब पीटीआई ने ट्वीट किया तब उन्होंने दिखाना शुरू किया। तो ये ठीक नहीं है। और पहले उनकी एक तरफ तस्वीर थी राहुल गांधी की, दूसरी तरफ थी मोदी जी की। अभी तस्वीर राहुल गांधी है और दूसरी तरफ नड्डा जी हैं। तो ये भी ठीक नहीं है। अच्छा नहीं लगता। आप कितनी भी गोदी मीडिया हो जाइए, इतना भी ना घुसिए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं तो आपकी जवाबदेही होगी ना। The time will come, no matter what happens, that you will have to answer. All the media channels will have to answer.
Okay, so a big question mark on exit polls, all the exit polls that were carried out. Can exit polls get it wrong, ladies and gentlemen? Definitely they can get it wrong. But to say they were fudged and manufactured in the BJP headquarters, I think it's a bit rich. There's a political way of saying it.
We would not possibly make that
comment at all. And on that note, given the fact it's 12 o'clock, I think all of us should order a cup of coffee because it's going to be a long day.
That would be
welcome. Let's get some coffee for everyone in the studio. Okay, ladies. Abhi ruk jaiye. Just a minute. Let me, as you take a look at these numbers on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, 12 o'clock, 8 o'clock is when the ballot box is opened. So it's 4 hours since. Usually by 12 o'clock, the picture is crystal clear. The trends are all in. Is the picture crystal clear? Well, it's on your screens. It's 12 o'clock. I will let you judge. I'll let people who are wiser than me and more experienced than me judge. But these are the numbers right now. And the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are stunning. I wonder if the India Bloc also expected it. Yes, they said, Hamara 295 aayega. Yes, they said, we are confident that we'll be in a position to form the government. Did anyone believe them? I think half their own cadre didn't believe them. But it seems that they have managed to do extremely well. 228, not nearly near the figure that they had proclaimed very proudly, 295. Yeah. But the numbers are on your screens. 228, up 98 seats. That's fabulous. Where is the NDA? The NDA had said 400 Paar, but that was more of a war cry. They were expected to do better than last time. If you took a poll of polls of all exit polls, it was supposed to be 370. They are at 296 right now, minus 54 seats, and others don't seem to have done very well, down by 44 seats. I think before we go to Uttar Pradesh, where the story is brewing, we should quickly take a look at some other states, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at Punjab. 13 seats in Punjab. The Indian National Congress is leading in 7 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 3 seats. The Shiromani Akali Dal is leading in 1 seat. There are 2 independents. BJP is nowhere in the picture. So that is where Punjab is right now. And I think Punjab is playing out.
No, the Aam Aadmi Party swept in the assembly elections.
Correct.
It's bad news for the Aam Aadmi Party. For the government as also, because there are murmurs we have been hearing in the last few weeks about dissent against the Chief Minister in Punjab, given the kind of developments which are taken place in Delhi and the fact that the opposition alliance has not been able to make any dent in Delhi. We should be focused on trying to see that what is going to happen in Punjab. Will there be a revolt from within the Aam Aadmi Party? On that note, then I think it's good to look at Karnataka as well, because Karnataka again, the Congress had won the assembly elections. They have a government in place. How are they doing? They're somewhat doing better. Last I checked, they were leading on 10. And the BJP is leading on 16. Plus 2. And the JDS is on 2. So 18, 10, which is not as bad as it appeared in the initial when the trends came, when it looked like 24, 3, that kind of a trend has got changed in the last 2 hours. So the BJP was, last time they had swept, they had got 25 seats out of 28. So they are losing seats from there. In fact, the BJP is possibly, ending up winning more seats in Odisha at the moment is 1 seat, and Telangana. These are the 2 states which possibly have given it some.
Shreya, see, here's what happened. The states in which the BJP had peaked, except Madhya Pradesh, which it's doing phenomenally well even this time, I think largely thanks to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's hugely popular. BJP could not have done any better. It could have only gone down or could have plateaued, right? It's the new states, for instance, Orissa and Telangana, which could have given BJP some fillip. But then again, these are not states with such huge numbers. What the BJP didn't factor in was that in the states where it had peaked earlier, it could actually go down by a significant margin. I think that is where they sort of didn't do that kind of math. They kept thinking of where they would gain, but they forgot that they could lose in seats where they had peaked, right? Because there's no way to go up in those seats. Like Uttar Pradesh, even the BJP, to be honest, off the record, was admitting that they would probably be around 60. They were not thinking. But they were 62 last time. Correct. So they had not thought they would gain. They were more realistic. Right now. But they have fallen to such an extent, I don't think anybody realized that. And even in BJP UP, they were honest enough to say we will not gain, we'll probably lose 2 seats. And I think I know what 2 seats they were talking about. One of them is Smriti Irani's seat. Okay. But Pilibhit. No, also Amethi, right? It was a big win for the BJP last time. I get that. And Smriti Irani is trailing. But again, 4 rounds hue hain. So we'll see. We'll see by the end of it. There are 22 rounds. No, but what I'm saying is the BJP did realize that it's a tough seat. To just put it that way. So they realized. But the Congress didn't. Because had they realized it was a tough seat. I'm not going to comment on that. I think Congress really played its cards very badly. If Rahul Gandhi had contested from Amethi, he would have won it with a very, very healthy margin. I've been saying that since I went to Amethi 2 months ago. I was trolled relentlessly on Twitter by the BJP ecosystem, or whatever ecosystem that was. But that's a huge mistake by the Congress. But the larger point being that the BJP did not factor in losing seats where it had already peaked. It thought हमने तो peak कर लिया, हम तो वहाँ उतना ही अच्छा करेंगे. That hubris got them. Okay.
But Kerala is surprising. Kerala BJP, even the election commission is showing that the BJP is leading in 2.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar's seat, he's leading, So
which means Shashi Tharoor loses.
Yes. Interesting.
No, I think it's politically very significant because it opens up the space for a third front in Kerala.
And look at the left seats. Huh?
No, the left CPM is there. You have to look at the other alliance partners. IUML is there, Kerala Congress is there, RSP is there.
But can we look at Delhi?
The Congress is 12, so which means that is more than 50%. Can we look at Delhi?
Yes, because there is one silver lining that is coming in for the BJP. It's coming from Delhi. 7 out of 7 seats. 7 out of 7. 7 out of 7 seats. That's where they are in Delhi. But the markets, can we just put up the graphic for markets? The markets not very happy with the results they are seeing right now. Again, I beg your pardon, these are not results. These are trends. These will convert to seats, and eventually the Election Commission will give us final numbers by the end of the day. And when that by the end of the day is going to be, we do not know. I do remember an election that stretched on to to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, wee hours of the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I was still there sipping my coffee, waiting for the last vote to be counted in Madhya Pradesh.
2018 Assembly.
2018 Assembly elections, which the Congress just about managed to win. And then, of course, they went and lost it. So that's another story. So this is going to be a long-drawn process. Dada, kitne baje tak will we have a clear picture?
I think by 3 we should have a clearer picture.
I think the trend is pretty much there because how much...
Can we, if you think that the trend is pretty much there, then can we actually now say, with a fair amount of confidence, the BJP is not going to get a majority? They are showing 235 on the Election Commission website.
I mean,
I would say let's wait.
So still too early to say that because the story would be completely different with BJP at 235 or 240 and
but
BJP.
I mean that the opposition has put up a significant
opposition,
fight.
Yes, and that the BJP is going to emerge out of this election bruised even if it forms the government.
Yes.
And it is going to be a diminished Mr. Modi as Prime Minister.
But he has only himself to blame for that. As I said, why did he need to go on with the 400 Paar?
Is that why they lost? I mean, why they've not done as well as they were? Just a war cry. Just a war cry will not do it.
No, but Shreya, you've set your own target. You could have just said, "Phir ek baar Modi Sarkar." You would have formed the government. You could have, you would have had a face saver saying, "We said we'll win again." If you say 400 and you don't even get 300, I mean, that's a huge loss of face.
It's 370 for the BJP. And they're 240. So it's a loss of 130.
Gentlemen and ladies, please look at this. The markets are not very happy. Like, the Sensex is down nearly 4,500 points. This is a day after they were cheering the exit polls. So Modi is good for business, we know that. Businesses like stability, the markets like stability. Is the picture that is being thrown up according to the market?
This entire idea of Majboot Sarkar, is what the market laps up. They think that Majboot na ho, they don't have a runaway majority, we will not get a good government. They forget the fact that some of the most important, crucial economic decisions were made by minority governments. 1991, Narasimha Rao didn't have a majority at that time. Yet the economic reforms and liberalization was started in 91. From that time onwards, we can keep on reeling the dream budget of Chidambaram, United Front government of 97, the dream budget, still talked about. Some of the most important reforms in the markets which are done.
I think
all coalition governments.
Mota, there are a couple of things we can say, and please add on to what I'm saying here. And do let me know who are the guests who are joining me, because I'd want to speak a bit. They are on my prompter. Okay, thank you very much, because I would want to speak about Uttar Pradesh, where the Samajwadi Party is now leading in more seats than the BJP, at least for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing, and I'm just going to go to Uttar Pradesh now as we get a cup of coffees. Total 80 seats. It sends the maximum number of MPs to the Lok Sabha. The Samajwadi Party had won 5 last time. They're at 35. They're leading at 35 right now. The BJP is leading in 34, had won 62 last time. The Indian National Congress had won. Only Raebareli, I think. They are leading in 8. The RLD, which has gone with the BJP this time, they are leading in 2. So the picture is looking extremely interesting in Uttar Pradesh, where the India Alliance may just manage to get more seats
than the BJP.
I'm wondering, what did the BJP, forget the forget Mangal Sutra, forget mutton, forget everything else. The fact is that the Yogi government is well regarded in the state of Uttar Pradesh, Ruhi.
I don't doubt that at all. After having travelled to Uttar Pradesh, I'm surprised because I can tell you that Yogi Adityanath continues to remain popular. His law and order model is something a lot of voters cite. So this is a bit of an inexplicable result. But I would say one thing, Shreya. I think the problem with the BJP was they were harping too much on the Ram Mandir. Nobody in UP was talking about the Ram Mandir. They should have harped more on their governance, on their law and order. They just got into this polarization.
But by the end of it, Ram Mandir bhi kahan hua? Polarization hua, but not in the name of Ram Mandir.
But end of it nahi hota hai na. The elections are being decided from a long time. They were talking about, they made the Ram Mandir the focus of their UP plank, which it wasn't, which it should not have been. Yogi Adityanath won an assembly election based on his law and order model.
Wasn't the election. It wasn't the issue in Ayodhya city itself.
Not at all.
By the way, Ayodhya,
not even next to the
Ayodhya, the Samajwadi Party candidate is leading.
People were extremely, the businessmen, the local businessmen were extremely disappointed because they were not getting the kind of business which they expected, for which they took huge bank loans. They were worried that how are they going to repay those loans?
No, on that lane that leads to the Ram Mandir, all these small shop owners were unhappy because they were like, "Pehle to kam se kam business aata tha. Now because of the police, the restrictions, nobody is allowed to come in. Vehicles are not allowed to come in. We're actually losing business." So the Ram Mandir was really not. I mean, the BJP thought that would be its trump card. It perhaps turned out to be something
in any case, the Faizabad seat, has traditionally not gone to the BJP for too many elections.
Correct.
Even in 1989, the most important one.
But Ayodhya doesn't look like the Ayodhya that I have visited multiple times as a child. It was a dusty little town. Now look at it. It's super swanky. So you would think that, it's got a 360-degree makeover. Maybe
Amitabh Bachchan modeling for property in Ayodhya.
Yeah, there's a lot of property.
He's also got property there. Yeah. Pawan Khera ji, good afternoon. Turning out to be a very good afternoon for the India Alliance and the Congress Party. Sach batayega. I know you said 295 when you came on Mirror Now 24 or 48 hours ago. But sach batayega, is this what you expected? Or is this a surprise to you?
Yes. In fact, better. In fact, I still expect better. I think the issues that the governing party tried to push down the throat of the voter did not gel well with the voter, because the voter's issues were something else. And that came out very clearly when Rahul Gandhi undertook the Bharat Jodo Yatra and later the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. That came out very clearly when Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge used to brief us and tell us that, look, these are not the issues. The issues in the countryside are different from what you think they are, because you guys watch a lot of television. The issues on television are different from the issues on ground. And those issues were, I think, highlighted very well with our ace campaigner, and I must say this on record, Priyanka Gandhi. The way she campaigned, the way she enumerated these issues, I think came out very well. So it was a good team as far as the Congress Party is concerned, and a good team as far as the India Alliance is concerned. We worked very well together. I am expecting much better results. So let's give ourselves a couple of hours more.
Okay, we'll give ourselves a couple of hours more also, because we don't want to jump the gun. Just simply going by the numbers that the Election Commission is putting out.
Yeah, I think it's premature to jump the gun. Yes.
The opposition.
Correct.
Yeah. While, maybe by the end of the day, the India Bloc deserves congratulations, even if they don't manage to win the government. And we'll come to that in just a bit. The real surprise package is coming from Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Khera. The Samajwadi Party at 36. So they are the ones who have pulled the India Alliance to a place where they are right now, where the NDA stands at 294 at 12:14 p.m. and the India Alliance at 231.
Exactly, and we contested 17 seats, obviously, in our alliance. Samajwadi is contesting more seats, and they've done extremely well. We are doing very well, and I'm very happy to see our prediction on Amethi coming right. Any arrogance, I don't think this country tolerates arrogance. So I think this country is giving a befitting reply.
Mr. Khera, Mr. Guru Prakash is with us as well, spokesperson of the BJP. I know you say कि भाई मुझे तू मैमे की debate में नहीं पढ़ना है, and I don't want to do a debate and it has to be one-on-one. But for a moment, should we listen to what Guru Prakash is coming? I promise this will not degenerate into a tu मैमे debate like like other channels. But let's just quickly get in Mr. Guru Prakash for his reaction, and I'll come back to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Khera. Guru Prakash ji, बताइए arrogance that the BJP is paying for in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
नहीं श्रेया, आई थिंक यूर फिक्सेटेड उड़ीसा, वेस्ट बंगाल, साउथ इंडिया भी एक बार देखने की आवश्यकता है. उड़ीसा में both लोकसभा एंड विधानसभा we are doing phenomenally well. So arrogance or just coming down to one
factor. I've seen everything.
It's just I think बहुत जल्दी आप लोग पूर्वानुमान कर रहे हैं. You are reaching out to conclusion at a very early stage. Like I said, like you said, it's 12:15 now, and BJP single-handedly Let me again repeat it. BJP single-handedly is leading on 240 seats. And the difference of seats between the BJP and the Congress is more than 130. So I think for the third term, Shreya, and you would very well remember in the history of world politics, be it Margaret Thatcher or Tony Blair, those who have come for the third term in Paar. So third term for consecutively in an active democracy like India. भारत में तीसरी बार इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में जनादेश लेकर के सरकार में आना ये अपने आप में बड़ी बात है. But I agree with you when you say Uttar Pradesh, the initial trends are a bit of an unexpected for us. We are also closely monitoring the situation in Uttar Pradesh. Parts of Purvanchal, parts of Saharanpur, parts of Western UP is something which we are closely monitoring on. But as far as we are concerned, we look comfortably in a position of making a government for the third consecutive time. The brand value of Prime Minister Modi, our welfare mechanism, the reaching out to the last person in the line, I think that has paid off well. And after 10 years, and you would very well know that after 10 years of pro-incumbency coming to Paar, reaching on its own, this is something which is telling at so many levels. So I don't think there is any point in drum beating
Mr.
before
Khera.
2 o'clock or before 3 o'clock.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Let's not jump the gun here because these are leads, and these leads have to concretize into seats. And I think it's going to be a long drawn process. We'll just wait for the election commission numbers. But coming back to you, Mr. Khera, you heard what the BJP is saying. They're saying, dekho, by the end of it, they are saying, aayega to Modi hi. Given the fact that you need 272, the NDA is at 293. Right now, they are leading in 240 seats.
Let's wait and watch. It's premature to celebrate and premature for them to get depressed or for them to celebrate or for us to get depressed. So let's wait, give ourselves a couple of more hours. I think that would be the wise thing to do. Having said that, this arrogance will not work. Aayega to Modi, aayega wahi jisko ye desh chahega.
Okay, तो कौन आएगा? अब इंडिया ब्लॉक से सवाल तो वो भी उठेगा. So 2 questions for you, Mr. Khera, that you may not want to answer, but as a journalist, it's my job to ask you. Number 1, धर्म संकट for Rahul.
सही वक्त पे जवाब भी दिया जाएगा.
नहीं मैं अरे बस all वक्त is.
नहीं ऐसा.
Mr. Khera, for journalists na, as soon as you see the right person on your screens, that is the sahi waqt. So I've got the right person on my screens. I'm going to ask that question. You can choose not to respond to it. सबसे पहले धर्म संकट, if Rahul Gandhi manages to win Raebareli and Wayanad, which one will he pick?
A right person, but the wrong time. So let's wait for the right time for the right person to answer the right questions in the right manner.
Chaliye, I know what your jawab is going to be to my next question as well, but anyhow, I have to ask it. Since you're so confident that abhi ruk jao, you're saying just wait and don't say aayega to Modi hi, it may be a bit premature. If that is the case, the question will be, who's the India Bloc prime ministerial face? Mr. Kharge has said Rahul Gandhi. You have said Meri Man Ki Baat is also Rahul Gandhi. Is it going to be Rahul Gandhi?
Wait for the right time. अभी देखिए हमारे मन की बात तो आपने पूछ ली थी, हमने बता दी थी, but now let's wait for the right time, as I said, and the right numbers. But I must tell you that Mr. Modi is not a coalition maker. He's not Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was. I mean, there's no comparison between Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Vajpayee. So I don't see Mr. Modi cobbling up a coalition and leading that coalition. Impossible. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Khera, पूछो क्या, since you're not responding to any of my questions. I hope you can come to us in the evening. Bye. Mr. Khera decided abhi kya jawab dena. Let's wait.
He's right. Mr. Modi is not a coalition person, but he's also not someone to let go of power, right? So it's a tough choice for him. He will have to be in power. He will have to lead a coalition government, and hopefully it would curb some of the BJP's brazen instincts. Because when you're in a coalition, you have to be a little less brazen about your means.
Tariq Khan, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, irrespective of who becomes the Prime Minister of this country in the next 24 to 48 hours, the Samajwadi Party has hit it out of the park. You were 5 last time, 35, leading in 35. The BJP is leading in 35 as well. Many congratulations. If these leads hold, then you are the story of this election.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank the great people of Uttar Pradesh as well as India who have voted for us. And this is really a great time for we have let the things happen. And of Uttar Pradesh believe that what Akhilesh ji convincingly delivered the message to the people of Uttar Pradesh. And please, this is the message to BJP that please calm down and bring your arrogance to a lower level, please, because in Uttar Pradesh, there is no space for arrogance, just like Yogi ji, and whether he is going to accept the defeat and step down from the post of the CM, or what he is going to do, because each and every exit poll, even though your channel or your co-partner channel, Times Now, has said that we are not going to win even 9 seat, 8 seat, 6 seat. Now look at the numbers. Because why? Why I'm saying this? The exact poll has done by the great people of Uttar Pradesh, and I'm really from the bottom of my heart. I don't have words to thanks to the people of Uttar Pradesh. 3 or 4 his minister, cabinet minister. Let it be Teni, let it be Smriti Irani, let it be Balyan. They all are trailing. This is a great message to the Prime Minister, to Bharatiya Janata Party, that people don't want you, people want to remove you, people want India Alliance to come in power and lead the nation.
Guru Prakash, would over and over again, the one word that the India Bloc allies are using for the BJP is arrogance. Is arrogance, Guru Prakash, what did the BJP in? Because I can't think of what went wrong for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. As I said, what do women look at? Women will look at, mere ghar mein is my family well fed? The Prime Minister is ensuring that the poor families are well fed. No one is going to sleep on an empty stomach. What are women looking for? They're decisive voters. What are they looking for? Not just women. Anyone who stays anywhere, including in Lucknow, in Balia, in Bahraich, anywhere, you look at law and order. And everyone will tell you that law and order under the under the BJP, under Yogi Adityanath, has improved. Everyone will tell you that. Have you been able to wrap your head around what possibly could have gone wrong for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, a state like Uttar Pradesh?
No, Shreya, let me take your first part of the question. It was Mr. Pawan Khera and now the Samajwadi Party spokesperson as well, harping on the element of arrogance and the coalition building capacity of Prime Minister Modi or the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me make this very clear. Shreya, we started our journey from 2 members of parliament. 2 MPs we were in 1984. And from there we reached 303. And still we are reaching 300 plus as of now, BJP single-handedly. So I don't think this argument of arrogance is even remotely connected to the party. If there is any arrogance, then it is from the side of the new feudal elites of the India Alliance. Because if you look at the rise of Draupadi Murmu, in fact, time and again, first ever tribal woman reaching the highest constitutional office in the country. What sort of verbal diarrhea she was exposed to? Come back. Look at Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi coming from a humble background. Mani Shankar Iyer, former Minister of External Affairs from the Congress Party, senior Congress Party leader, repeatedly, Modi यहाँ आकर के चाय बेच सकते हैं, चौकीदार चोर है. So I don't think this argument of arrogance from the side of the Congress Party or from the side of Samajwadi Party. For instance, you would very well remember only a couple of weeks ago, Rashtriya Janata Dal leader Tej Pratap Yadav threw a person, his own Karyakarta, he got beaten in front of the camera. So I don't think the argument of arrogance applies on Bharatiya Janata Party as it applies on the Indian Alliance leadership. Second, on coalition building capacity, let me make this very clear. The term coalition dharma, you have very senior people and experts sitting on your panel, Shreya. Nilanjan ji is over there. The term coalition dharma first came into existence by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. It was Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji who brought coalition dharma in the political lexicon of the country by running a coalition of more than 25 political parties. It had members like Farooq Abdullah ji, our Karunanidhi ji, even Mamta Didi. So I don't think coalition building capacity or arrogance, these are any sort of argument. As far as the voting behavior of the better halves are concerned, you raised a very important point. And I think triple talaq has been one of the key reasons. Shauchalaya has been another important reason. Har Ghar Nal has been another important reason. So these 4 important, apart from identity issues, we go to existential issues, survival issues, toilet accessibility, education, gas connection, food, ration. And I think that is something Uttar Pradesh, obviously in the initial trends, it's showing a bit of a disturbance from us. I agree
Guru
with you.
Prakash ji, that is exactly what I'm asking. Then what went wrong? Something clearly went wrong going by Election Commission data so far. एक minute, lead सुन लीजिए, जरा lead सुन लीजिए. The Bharatiya Janata Party is still the single largest party in this country. It's leading in 244 seats.
Far short of the majority mark.
Far short of the majority mark and far short of even 303 last time. The Indian National Congress was at some 52 last time.
It's doubled its tally almost.
94, yeah, 94. So they are leading in 94. The Samajwadi Party. The Samajwadi Party is emerging as the third largest party in this country, leading in 33 seats according to the Election Commission website. The Trinamool Congress at number 4 at 30. The DMK at 21, leading at 21. So there is a story. There's a story in Tamil Nadu because the DMK had 20 out of 28 seats. They had out of 29 seats they had 28 last time. So there is a story that is playing out in Tamil Nadu, which we'll look at a little closely, because the DMK was expected to get more numbers than this, which means that the BJP is managing to get at least 2 seats in the state of Tamil Nadu.
No, at the moment they're not showing.
If the DMK is at 21, is leading in 21.
No, I don't think so that the
it's on the Election Commission.
BJP is it?
No, I can just tell you what the DMK.
What is there in the
Election Commission website is telling us that the DMK is the 5th largest party right now, leading in 21 seats.
So basically, Election Commission says 21 to DMK, 8 to Congress, 2 to VCK, 2 to CPI, 2 to CPM, and 1 to PMK. So nothing to BJP.
So nothing to BJP in Tamil Nadu. Yeah. Okay, that is interesting. TDP at 16. Interesting. They were expected to do well. They have swept Telangana. So sorry, Andhra Pradesh.
Pawan Kalyan would also be getting, I think, 2 seats. You know, that was there.
So Andhra Pradesh has gone with the TDP in both elections. Yeah. Janata Dal United. Janata Dal United is at 15. 15.
Yeah, they have done better than what was expected.
And the Shiva Sena, Bala Saheb Thackeray faction is at 10.
Uddhav Thackeray faction.
The Uddhav Thackeray faction is at 10.
So, Shreya, I think that tells us that both UP and Maharashtra were a bit of miscalculations by the BJP. UP thought it was complacent. It thought it will do well. I'm also surprised. I thought I would perhaps get 55 to 60 seats in UP. It's done really badly. And Maharashtra, obviously, the alliances did not work out. Both the allies, both the factions that have done well are the factions that are with the Congress, whether it's the NCP led by Sharad Pawar or whether it's the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena.
People have rejected those who left the main party.
Yeah, so it was seen as betrayal by a lot of people.
Both by the Shinde faction as well as by Ajit Pawar.
Correct. So in Maharashtra, the BJP loss has been largely thanks to the allies, because there is a lot of bad blood against these allies, the new factions.
But can I ask you, Ruhi, since you traveled to Uttar Pradesh and since the woman vote is such a big vote even in the state of Uttar Pradesh, like it is in for the rest of the country, we know that these have been record-breaking elections for us. 64.2 crore people voted. Out of them, 31.2 crore were women. Now, if you looked at the exit polls that various channels have put out, we didn't have one of our own. But the granular data that came in said that overwhelmingly women had voted for Modi. But if overwhelmingly women had voted for Prime Minister Modi, Uttar Pradesh mein these results would not, the leads would not have been what they are.
Women are not the only ones voting, right? That is one block that is voting.
But it's a very big block.
It is a big block, but that's how first past the post system works, right? I mean, it doesn't mean that just because women are voting overwhelmingly.
Not all women would have voted for Mr. Modi's BJP. No?
But Shreya, I'll say one thing. On the ground in Uttar Pradesh, you are right. There is a lot of support for Yogi Adityanath's law and order. I mean, obviously, he won the state election not very long ago with a very, very handsome majority.
And we had esoteric debates here on Mirror Now about how bulldozer justice was no justice, it was injustice actually, that you might as well take that bulldozer and take it to the High Court and the Supreme Court and bulldoze the High Court and the Supreme Court if this is the sort of justice that you need to get. But people on the ground are actually cheering, saying, "Arey, rape accused hai, bhag gaya, to uske ghar ko to putna hi chahiye." So that was the image, which I'm talking about.
And also the last Samajwadi Party government was associated with a lot of gundagardi. People still talk about it. So I don't know what has happened there. I'm equally surprised. But there's just one thing to be said. Akhilesh Yadav has got a fresh lease of life. He needs to detach himself from this gundagardi image that the Samajwadi
I
Party
think
has
the beginning
developed.
has been made in the candidate selection of the Samajwadi
Perhaps
Party.
they've done a good candidate selection as well.
You know, they have actually widened their social base there in terms of candidates going to the EBC sections and reducing the number of Yadav candidates, you know, only down to 5.
Can we just talk about a state we have not spoken about, and
Yes.
maybe we should, because we are talking about women here.
Yes.
And we all saw how Manipur burnt for months.
Yes,
And
that is
women
very
were
surprising.
Raped, women were raped, there were no FIRs, the police abandoned them. We heard all those stories. Just take a look at the results. Again, leads. 2 seats in Manipur. The Indian National Congress is leading on both of them. Does it tell us something?
Yes.
Clearly it does.
Right.
It does. Keeping quiet, not showing up in Manipur will not work. The fact is Rahul Gandhi did show up there. You tried to stop him, that's okay.
This is remarkable.
But this is...
given the fact that
And everyone kept saying, why is this chief minister still here? It is under him for 6 months that Manipur has burnt, more than 200 people have died.
BJP obviously handled Manipur very badly, so that's not even
neglect of Mr. Modi's government in the last year and a half, Manipur.
Has been. They handled it very poorly. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they didn't
And I
even
don't think,
bother.
it would have been terrible if the BJP had won its seats. In fact, its effect should be seen finally in a few other states in the northeast. You know.
So Manipur, if the leads stay what they are at 1232, Manipur has spoken. Manipur has effectively spoken about the way the BJP dealt with the entire crisis.
Correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, are you confused? Don't be. This is the Indian elections, and this is the fun of Indian elections. They'll throw up numbers. We are saying we are not sure if the leads will hold by the end of the day, because that's the truth. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We'll just wait for a final word from the Election Commission. Hopefully by 2:30, we will have a crystal clear picture of which way this election has got. But I think the numbers on your screens are enough to tell you what is happening in the country right now and how the country has voted right now, ladies and gentlemen. The opposition down and out till 6 months ago. There's a resurgence of the India Bloc. Everyone was writing off the India Bloc, saying they can't get their act together. Their leaders can't even get on the same platform. You know, 2 will show up and 2 won't, and there are too many prime ministerial candidates there. Fact is that the India Bloc has managed to do well. The lead suggests that they are leading in 235 seats, which is very good because it's up 100 seats, actually 105 seats. And the NDA is at 290, down by almost 60 seats. Is the NDA in a position to form the government? Of course, ladies and gentlemen. As far as these leads are concerned, they are in a position to form the government. 272 is the halfway mark. They have more than that. So by the end of the day, the Prime Minister will still be the Prime Minister of this country. He will still get a 3rd term. But the story will be the opposition, and the story will be Uttar Pradesh and the Samajwadi Party. Also Manipur, where we've just pointed out to you that 2 seats in Manipur, the Indian National Congress leading in both of them. And this is where there is a ruling BJP government. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm slipping into a quick break on the show. We continue with our broadcast. It's been a fun ride for us. It's been interesting. Many of us didn't expect what we are seeing on our screens, but that's Indian democracy. And surprises are good for democracy. Slipping into a quick break on the show. Our guests continue with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore?
कभी जीती तू, कभी मैं हारा, फिर भी खूबसूरत है ये नजारा, क्योंकि इसमें है खुला
कुछ मेरा, कुछ तुम्हारा.
Amazing spaces के लिए Green Lamb Laminate.
Set rules and criteria.
I have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondia, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, back to the numbers on your screens, because honestly, today is the day of numbers. And today is a day where we look at the arithmetic, but we also need to look at the chemistry, because by the end of it, by the looks of it, it's chemistry that determines who will rule India in 2024. I think that, Dada, is that fairly clear that Prime Minister Modi is getting a third term? I think we can say that without any doubt now, looking at the numbers.
Well, unless the figures change very dramatically, yes, he would be able to get a few more ally partners. It doesn't look very likely that the BJP is going to get a majority of its own to be able to form. So it will be dependent on alliance partners. So important for the alliance partners, the NDA constituents, to stay with the BJP, not move somewhere else. You know, you never know in Indian elections, anything is possible. So important. Big parties are going to be Janata Dal U, it is going to be the Telugu Desam. These will be the two biggest allies. So he would be dependent on them for a majority, which would force him to be more accommodative. These alliance partners are suddenly going to become more demanding, not just in terms of having ministries of their choice, but also in terms of influencing policy which affect their constituency back home. Both will be essentially regional players who would be very sensitive that they have got these extra number of seats in than what was expected because of a certain constituency. So they have to be pandered to. We have to keep in mind that between 2019 and 2024, Mr. Modi did not call any meeting of the Coordination Committee of the NDA. That will have to change. He will have to meet his alliance partners more often and be more consultative and try to forge consensual politics. None of these things, we don't have a past or a benchmark to tell how much Mr. Modi would be able to deliver by taking others along.
But here's the thing, we talk about the India alliance. The fact also is that the BJP stitched its alliance together well. They took all these chota parties, and that is what, by the looks of it, has helped them.
No, it has helped them. That is how the NDA is getting a majority.
Correct.
But it can become difficult also while managing a government while not having a majority of one's own.
So, Shreya, also what is interesting when you talk about alliances is that these alliances, say in UP, the vote transfer did not happen in Uttar Pradesh in these alliances earlier in the opposition alliances. It's happening in this election. So something has obviously changed. There's some smart technique, strategy that the Samajwadi Party has managed, because it didn't manage that in 2019.
They picked smart candidates.
Sure, but there is
choices.
But the vote transfer is very crucial when you're in an alliance in a state like Uttar Pradesh, when both the parties are traditionally
I think
from the state.
What message went round to the cadre of both the parties is that this is a very crucial battle, and if we don't combine our forces this time, then we are really going to be out. And if the BJP comes back with a greater mandate, then it's going to be very difficult for us to ever come back.
Can I just welcome Mr. Tom Vadakkan, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Mr. Vadakkan. Good to see you. Tariq Khan is national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, continues to be with us. And Avinash Adik is State General Secretary and spokesperson of the NCP, which is the Ajit Pawar faction. He continues to be with us as well. Mr. Vadakkan, you're smiling. Nothing to smile for the BJP today by the looks of it?
Well, we have always been smiling because this is the victory of let me congratulate the Election Commission, which was condemned by this so-called saviors of democracy, the EVM and what have you. I mean, they will burn the country down. They will, if it is the district magistrate's dead body or it's the candidates, what have you. I mean, they set the entire paramilitary forces right out there. They created a fierce psychosis. Whereas democracy is something that we have practiced and we are believers in. We believe in the verdict of the people. And let me tell you, we are forming the next government. Let there be no doubt about it. Prime Minister is going to be sworn in the third time. And we have a plan for 100 days. We will have a vision and plan for about 5 years. We will do what the people want. This is a people's government that has come out. And let me tell you, this is early time still. There are seats to come. I know my particular state has very thin margins for final countdown. So let's wait, let's have patience. And I think people's mandate will be respected by everybody. No burning of India, no ecosystem from New York Times saying that, well, you know, India is condemned, democracy is dead, what have you. I mean, so that should stop.
Mr. Vadakan, I had asked you a simple question. Things are not looking good for the BJP. Of course, you can argue that the BJP, that Prime Minister Modi will be sworn in for a third term, and it will only be the second time in India's history that will happen. The last time it happened was with Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. So in that sense, yes, matlab, khush rehne ke liye you can say that Prime Minister Modi is creating history. He's being sworn in as the Prime Minister for a third time, but just look at the numbers, Mr. Vadakan, right now. Just look at the BJP's individual numbers and look at the NDA's individual numbers as well and compare that to the India bloc. This is not what you had signed up for. This is not what you had expected. That's very clear, right?
Expectations and the reality may not match immediately. But let us wait, have a little patience more. There are seats that are coming our way. There are issues that are to be sorted out. This is a long drawn evening. So I think it's of course burning in Delhi. That's another issue. Yeah. But point is, a little more patience. All your reporters on the ground are there. It's very hot. But the reality is this election is also going to be very hot. It's going to be a photo finish. So let's see how it plays out.
Mr. Vadakan, it's interesting. You are now saying from 400 Paar, you are now saying this is going to be a photo finish. You are the first BJP leader who has come and said it. I know you've already said that the BJP is in a position to form the government, which it very well is, but you're saying this could be a photo finish. Are you prepared for the possibility? And I'm only asking you this question because a Congress spokesperson was on the show a bit earlier and said, wait, let the final numbers come out, and then you never know how things will play out. So Mr. Modi should not be very confident of being sworn in this evening or day after, because things could change if the India bloc manages to do as well as it is doing right now. For all you know, the TDP could walk over. For all you know, some of your allies could walk over to the other side.
Well, Shreya, there could be an earthquake, there could be a tsunami, all that can happen. I mean, the point here is, we are in place. Our Panna Pramukhs have given us inputs of what is the standard happening in the ground. We believe them because they are working on the ground. We are not going by some exit poll or whatever. We are going by the reports we get from our Panna Pramukh, the bloc chiefs. And based on that, we have a good belief that we are forming the government. Whoever wants to go the side of that. So when I said photo finish, I meant it will be a nail-biting finish on various seats. Final outcome is something that you will see and I will see over the late evening.
I think we need to keep qualifying that, and what Mr. Vadakan is saying, there is a point to it. Look, largely we are seeing what the trends are, but these trends need to convert into seats by the end of the day, and the end of the day could be very long today. This will stretch by the looks of it, Ruhi, I don't know, 9, 10 possibly. You have to wait for the election commission. You have to wait for the election commission.
With the elections, counting being so tight, I think the election commission is also going to slow down the process.
Yeah, slow down the process and be extra cautious. About what they are putting out. Tariq Khan, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, जैसे मैंने कहा कि अब वड़क्कन साहब तो बोल रहे हैं रुक जाओ, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. This is not the clear picture. These are only leads. These leads have to turn into seats. and they may not turn into seats for the India alliance. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, is that your belief as well कि अभी थोड़ा रुक जाते हैं, लड्डू के डिब्बे जो खोलने होते हैं उनको थोड़ा रोक लेते हैं, and let's wait till say 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock before we start saying that the India bloc has won, etc., etc.
Listen, what this means, what this data is saying, that there is no clear mandate for BJP. This is simply what these data till now we can say that there is no mandate for Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, just you rightly said that what will happen to Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu. Chandrababu Naidu promised something to the people of their state, that he will give 4% reservation to minority or Muslim. And BJP is exactly against that. So what is going to happen, we don't know. But for BJP and Prime Minister, it's to time to take and say that yes, people of the nation has not voted for Bharatiya Janata Party as a clear mandate, as it was 303. Now it's near about 220, 230 or 230 or whatever it would be. Let the numbers be in front of us, then we'll talk about. And there is a lot to happen in Indian politics. We have to wait and watch that who is going to form the government, because there is no clear mandate for Bharatiya Janata Party. And abhi BJP Pravakta was saying about his Panna Pramukh, where when your voting percentage was going down, you said that you have a Panna Samiti on every page of voter list, you have 6 people. So what they are doing, they went to Bangkok for vacations when the polling percentage was coming down. So what they are doing, they are the biggest liar I have ever seen. Biggest party in the world. They have few members of their party on Jupiter, on Venus, on some on the moons as well. So what they say, they are one of the biggest liar I have ever seen in Indian politics or ever history of the world politics. Biggest liar ever seen by the politician.
Mr. Khan, wait. Okay, so the leads are also changing only slightly. I just want to update our viewers. This is becoming like an IPL match, running commentary we are giving. But what to do? This is turning out to be such an interesting election. So the BJP is at 36, leading in 36 seats in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party in 33 now. Still,
yeah,
from
of course.
5,
I mean, whatever you say, it is a big this for the Samajwadi Party.
So Tariq Khan, you've spoken. Let me quickly get in Avinash Adik. Avinash, I've spoken about Maharashtra. We've looked at Maharashtra, but I just want to concentrate on Uttar Pradesh right now. Actually, the bigger picture as well, as you see on your screens. So, every reporter came back and said there is no wave except a heat wave in India. That seems to have turned out to be true.
Sorry about that, Shreya. My mic was switched off. Yeah, you're quite right. The only wave at the moment in India is the heat wave. Whatever numbers I'm seeing on the screen, one has to accept those. Yes, I would have wanted the numbers to be better for the NDA, especially in Maharashtra. But then, as they say, we are still coming to the last few overs. So we'll hold our horses for the next few hours. And hope the numbers change, because as we speak, the numbers keep changing every 15 minutes on the Election Commission of India website. So unless you give me an update and I have access to more happening at the grassroots, I really wouldn't know. There are lots of close fights happening. So you could see some change in the numbers that we're seeing for Maharashtra, which is where I'll be focusing my attention on. But pan-India, you're quite right. The only wave is the heat wave.
The only wave is the heat wave. So, since we are speaking about Maharashtra, let me quickly get in the Maharashtra numbers as well. As they stand now, again, not numbers, leads. I just need to keep correcting myself here. The BJP is at 12. The Indian National Congress is at 11. The Shiva Sena Uddhav faction is at 9. The Shiva Sena Shiva Sena Shinde faction is at 7. I keep getting confused over this. The NCP Sharad Pawar is at 7.
As are the voters, by the way.
As are the voters. And when it comes to the NCP, sir, Aapka Party, 1.
Just 1.
Yes.
1.
Yes, I can very clearly see that it is 1 in our favor. There's a very close fight happening on a second seat. I think the third and the fourth seat, the gap has widened to such an extent that even if I was to be very optimistic, I don't think I can see that reversing. and we have an alliance partner on our fifth seat. I'm waiting to see the outcome there as well. But yes, we had always expected 2 on the minimum side. We are very hopeful for a third because we only contested 4 seats. So a 3 out of 4 would not have been a bad strike rate, but I'll take 2 out of 4 as well.
Can I ask you if you have any updates on Baramati? Because last I checked, and in fact, I'm going to check once again since it's such an interesting seat. Supriya Suleji continues to lead, and Sunetra Pawar is trailing. Are you? Is this seat a gone case now, as far as you are concerned, or is there still some hope here?
Lead in Baramati at the moment that I have is that Supriya Sule is leading by 13,032 votes. And there are about 12 or 13 rounds to go.
Yes, correct.
So this could reverse. We expect to get Baramati in our favor. So I think I'll be very optimistic till the end of the counting.
I know it's too early, Avinash Adik, and maybe we'll have this discussion tomorrow or day after. But is there a sense of what could have gone wrong for your alliance in the state of Maharashtra? Is it that the people of the state didn't take to this splitting, family fights, betrayals very well?
So see, I'll tell you very honestly now, we were asking for more seats to be given to us. For example, we were asking for Mada. We thought Mada was a seat which we could easily win. We thought Satara we could put up a very strong fight. We wanted Nasik to be given to the NCP. All these 3 seats were denied to us. If these 3 were contested by the NCP, you would have seen a different picture. I'm very confident about that. So I think when the seat sharing discussions happened, the decisions on those seat sharing decisions was very delayed. That also has cost us. And yes, the agrarian crisis has taken a toll. Onion being a very big issue in Maharashtra, which I remember we were trying to convince the BJP leadership to take a decision with regards to the export of onions way early in the campaign. But I think it was only taken in the 4th or the 5th stage of the polling. So that has taken its toll on us.
This is very interesting. You can already see cracks in the alliance.
I was about to say that.
There are murmurs about how the BJP mismanaged the situation, played Big Brother, didn't give the seats the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction wanted. So obviously that is not a stable, solid alliance, and that has played out on the ground as well. I mean, if you can already see murmurs, it's barely 3 hours into the results since the morning. Obviously, there were contradictions even within the alliance, and NCP is not a natural BJP ally in any case, right? So clearly something went wrong in Maharashtra, and clearly something is going to go wrong for BJP in Maharashtra if it doesn't get its act together, given there are state elections coming up. And I will repeat, Uddhav Thackeray is a force to reckon with. He's seen as the right inheritor of his father's legacy, make no mistake about that. And I think the BJP will need to find, maybe come up with Devendra Fadnavis again, or find some answer to Uddhav Thackeray, otherwise it will be in trouble in Maharashtra.
Mr. Vadakkan, if you're still with us, Ruhi, being the good journalist she is, picked the news point and went straight to the heart of it. Ye to 3 ghante nahi hoye and there are cracks in the Maharashtra alliance already visible.
Well, as I said, well, it's too early to comment on cracks. Every crack can be cemented. There's no proper. It depends on what kind of crack it is. Is it a crack on the surface that can be cemented? There's no problem on that. We'll get a good mason to do that. So nothing to worry on those cracks. But as long as the crack is not on the, the main construct of the building, that is something which needs the engineering department to look into. But believe me, we are fully aware of the situation, the ground situation. We'll measure according to our requirements. And I don't want to make an advance comment on television on what our methodologies will be.
Acha, theek hai, Mr. Vadakkan, what can I say? It's what is visible to Ruhi and me should be visible to you as well. But I'm going to, for a minute, turn our focus to Haryana.
Another disaster for the BJP.
BJP, 10 seats in Haryana, ladies and gentlemen. All 10 in 2019 had gone to the BJP. What is the situation in Haryana right now? The Indian National Congress is at 5 and the BJP is at 5.
So, as I said earlier, it tells you something about the BJP. Just choosing chief ministers of states
Last
at
minute.
whim, right? It doesn't work like that. Look at Rajasthan. What has happened in Rajasthan? Why it's such a BJP state? It's a bastion. It just won an assembly election. Why has it turned so much? Why has Haryana turned so much? I mean, Uttar Pradesh is an outlier. I will agree with that because Yogi Adityanath is popular, etc., etc. But look at the other states. It tells the BJP something. There is a reason. You know, and I think Madhya Pradesh also, they have to be very careful because Shivraj Singh Chauhan, they're riding on him right now because he was chief minister until very recently. And as I said, he's massively popular, perhaps more popular in the state than Narendra Modi is. But soon enough, people will get tired of just someone they don't want to see as CM sitting as CM. And soon enough, the tide will turn against the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So they need to be careful about who they pick as CMs. It can't just be the high command sitting here and deciding, chalo, aaj inko bana do, aaj inki lottery lagi hai. That kind of an attitude has to change.
Mr. Vadakkan, any comments on that? Any comments on the numbers that are coming from Haryana? Again, leads at 1256, the Indian National Congress at 5, the BJP at 5 as well. All 10 seats in Haryana were won by our party in 2019. The tally is going down to half by the looks of it. You can't say, let's wait. I've heard you say that 3 times, Mr. Vadakkan. Ab to kuch aur bol dijiye. Oops, the audio is only gone. Mr. Vadakkan? All right. I think Mr. Vadakkan's audio itself has gone. So what we will do right now is we'll... okay, Mr. Vadakkan, glad that you can hear me. My question was over Haryana.
Yeah,
The fact is that you had won all 10 seats in Haryana last time. This time the BJP is down to 5. It's leading in 5 and the Indian National Congress is leading in 5.
Well, as I said, I don't think you heard it. We accept the mandate with grace because this is the people's mandate. Whatever the mandate, we don't blame EVMs, we don't blame the Election Commission, we don't blame the opposition party. We are fighting for the people, and the people believe that they have to support us, we are there for them. So that's it, that's my reply.
Okay. Nilanjana, you know, people vote for various reasons, right? There's agrarian distress in rural India. That's clear, it's there.
It's very clear.
It's very clear, it's there. But as far as Haryana is concerned, could Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, the women wrestlers, the scandal that played out, the way the BJP reacted, could
all
that have been a part of why we are seeing what we are seeing?
Yes, all of this plus one more thing I think which we missed, you know, that during the farmer struggle, that where a lot of focus was on Punjab, but the basic support to the agitation was provided by people from Haryana. You know, in terms of, you know, the taking care of the people, you know, who were actually camping there, came from people in Haryana. So there was a lot of unrest, coupled with the fact that right from the beginning, the BJP has tried to work out by, you know, propping up the non-dominant communities. You know, so the Jats, you know, got completely alienated from the BJP. You cannot actually politically survive in Haryana by alienating Jats in such big numbers. You can also possibly, once we have the detailed figures, we can see if this has had any impact in the sections, you know, of Rajasthan which adjoin Haryana.
Sure. Okay, on that note, let's quickly slip into a break. The broad trends and leads are on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. The NDA right now at 289, the India Alliance at 236, up by 106 seats, which means the opposition has given a fairly good fight to the ruling dispensation. And clearly it's the opposition, if these numbers hold, if these leads hold, will be the headline tomorrow. For the moment, ladies and gentlemen, slipping into a quick break on the show. My colleague Sneha is joining you up next. Do stay with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
Authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution.
State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
News is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence.
बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो।
We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold.
This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army.
We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. We are bringing you round-the-clock coverage of what seems to be exciting elections. That's really what democracy is. This is really what Indian elections are all about. I am a journalist, but have to say this. I think pollsters, exit polls, everybody needs to get their game together and try to understand how to decode the mandate of people in a way that can be anywhere close to appropriate. It's not the first time, and that's why when you have exit polls out, when they're giving out, they usually give it a disclaimer, this can go wrong. But let's just quickly look at what the game has been so far. So in contrast to what the sweep from the BJP was in 2019, at this point, you have Delhi, MP, Chhattisgarh, Himachal, Uttarakhand. That seems to be the BJP's strong point. Of course, Odisha being the big game changer. Odisha is where the BJD has been decimated, if I may use that word. BJP making absolutely strong inroads into the state. Whether it be in the assembly election, Lok Sabha election. So Odisha as a state was seen as a swing state and is going to be decisive in deciding who goes on to form the government. Odisha has everybody's eyes on, even as the other results are unfolding. Now let's just look at what really seemed to be the big rallying points. Uttar Pradesh has thrown in a huge surprise. The India Bloc is formidable there. Of course, things can change. Countings are still happening. We don't know which way this may go, but nonetheless, Uttar Pradesh is a strong fight by the India Bloc led by the Samajwadi Party, but Congress also holding its fort. Both of them together emerging the single largest alliance, if I may. But nonetheless, Uttar Pradesh, a very strong surprise. And remember, Uttar Pradesh, of course, is the state that has the largest number of states. The Congress was routed last time out of Uttar Pradesh. So what unfolds in Uttar Pradesh this time is going to be very interesting. What emerges, at least at this point, you have Smriti Irani. You have Smriti Irani, who seems to be on a losing trail in Amethi. That's a very huge point as well. Kerala, again, a state down south. Remember, there was a lot that was spoken about BJP's focus down south. Tamil Nadu, as contrast to what was believed, has not thrown in favourable results, at least at this point from what we can see in terms of seats. Vote shares will have to be seen eventually. Kerala, there are at least 2 seats where the BJP is leading. You have BJP leading in Thiruvananthapuram, where Shashi Tharoor is the sitting MP. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is challenging him. And you have BJP leading in Thrissur, where you have Suresh Gopi. These have huge consequences. Again, a state where the UDF is likely to win handsomely in terms of the maximum seats, but getting even 1 seat in Kerala is a big deal for the BJP. You have almost 2 seats that are coming in. We'll look into all of this in detail in a bit. But first, let's just get you a sense of what's unfolding on the ground. Dharni, my colleague, joins us from Chennai, as well as Adib from Amethi. Adib, to you first. Amethi is throwing in a surprise for journalists and for people across, but are people in Amethi, are they surprised?
Well, definitely, Sneha, not just Amethi, but entire Uttar Pradesh is a surprise, not for the journalists, but for all political parties. If exit polls were to be believed, showing a majority for BJP in exit polls, it was showing that around 68 to 72 seats were in the hands of BJP. But if the trends are to be believed, the current trends are showing that Samajwadi Party, including Congress, is leading at around 42 seats in Uttar Pradesh, which includes Amethi, Raebareli, Barabanki, Sitapur, Kannauj, Mainpuri. So these are the different seats on which Samajwadi Party and Congress are leading in Uttar Pradesh. Earlier, when the elections were going on, and at the time of voting, people were saying that they are voting for development, and they were hinting that they have voted for BJP. But it was not very easy to track the mood of the people at the end of the day, where they are going to cast their vote, on which button they are pressing on the EVM. So it was not very easy to track the mood of the people this time. And clearly it is reflecting in the trends. The trends are in favor of Samajwadi Party, and Samajwadi Party, including Congress, has become one of the single largest party in Uttar Pradesh, which is gaining more seats than BJP. In exit polls, it was being predicted that BJP is leading, but as of now, and if this trend continues, then it will be a big boost to Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, as Samajwadi Party is gaining more than 30 seats, and on the other hand, Congress is gaining around 5 to 7 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Back to you, Sneha.
All right, Adib. I'm also being joined at this point by Mr. Mukhopadhyay. But before I just come across to him, we also have Dharni right now, and so we can go directly to him, to the panelist. Dharni, you are in Chennai. DMK would be ecstatic. How's BJP? In fact, it was Tamil Nadu where they were expecting to get seats, but it looks like there is no leads really for the BJP in Tamil Nadu. A strong message.
The DMK is comfortably leading in over 35 seats out of the total 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. And of course, I'm standing right in front of the party headquarters that is called Arivalayam. And you can see the visuals over here. The supporters of the DMK, they're already starting to arrive at the party headquarters, and they are raising slogans praising Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the party. And as I told, most of the star candidates of the DMK, be it Kanimoli Karunanidhi, Dayanidhi Maran, Kalanidhi Veeraswamy, or A. Raja, they're all leading in their respective constituencies. Likewise, the DMK's alliance partner Congress is also leading in all of their seats, especially former Union Minister P. Chidambaram's son Karti Chidambaram is comfortably leading from the Sivaganga parliamentary constituency. So the DMK
Dharni, we barely can hear you. I understand there's so much happening around you. We barely can hear you. Thank you for bringing us those scenes. This, of course, is unfolding in Tamil Nadu. We are also being joined by other reporters. But I'm being joined by Pinky, Imran as well. But allow me a few minutes, as well as Jay Lakshmi. Allow me a few minutes. We are also being joined by Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, as I said. But there's also some breaking news that's coming in at this point. And the breaking news is about the TDP winning looking at almost a full majority in Andhra. And we're looking at N. Chandrababu Naidu to be sworn in as a Chief Minister on June 9th. this.
It's a big recovery for Chandrababu Naidu, having been in sidelines the last 5 years. It's been a remarkable comeback for him.
It's huge. I mean, if you look at Jagan Mohan Reddy, he's literally been routed. He's literally been routed. There's no doubt about this. The way the people have given a mandate. So,
it's quite
but
surprising
it's not
because it was being
pro
said that
BJP.
No, it was being said that there was a lot of support for him, especially from the women in urban areas, saying that they were with Jagan Reddy, but somehow eventually it turned out to be a false understanding of this ground situation there.
That's right. In fact, I'm being joined by Imran. Imran, you're on the ground. It was expected to go this way. Jagan Mohan Reddy completely routed. His YSRCP completely routed. What's the messaging here? Also, this isn't a BJP success. It's a TDP success. So which way is Chandrababu Naidu really going to go with the larger picture changing as well?
Well, at the moment, Chandrababu Naidu is to stay with the NDA alliance. In fact, I spoke to leaders that no call has come from India alliance as far as rumors are there. They said, insist that it's just those rumors. They're strongly with the NDA and they will form the government along with BJP and Jan Sena here in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, 9th of May is, I beg your pardon, June is the time fixed for Chandrababu Naidu to take oath. And as of now, as you can see, the jubilant workers behind me, after nobody expected that they will completely sweep the elections this way, and verdict will be completely one-sided. In fact, even some of the workers, leaders of the TDP are surprised the verdict they have got from the people. They say because of the Naidu's work and also the sympathy what they got after his arrest is favor for him, and especially many of the ambitious social welfare schemes brought in by YSRCP, some of their failures is added to the advantage of the TDP is what the leaders are informing us. And in fact, at the moment, they're all jubilation. They're happy with the verdict, and they all said to Naidu to become the chief minister on May 9th.
In fact, Imran, allow me to, I mean, when I say this, is it correct to say that the hero here, in fact, is Pawan Kalyan? How he managed to stitch BJP, Naidu and himself together. Isn't that also extremely important?
Well, absolutely. In fact, both the coalition has, all the coalitions have come together, the Jan Sena and the BJP and Naidu, primarily TDP and Jan Sena. They are the large party which has, in fact, got this alliance together. And in fact, we saw how they had a meeting with Amit Shah, and the results here is also quite surprising for the YSRCP. In fact, they are shell-shocked over this entire result, not just Assembly, but even the Lok Sabha too. We have, as of right now, the TDP is leading in more than 15 seats, and 4 seats is the BJP and 2 seats in Jan Sena. So it's also a shell shock to their YSRCP. We are not yet reacted to the results which are coming up right now. But we're expecting the chief minister to respond by evening once complete results are out, is what the YSRCP is clearly telling us. But at the moment, as rumors are going on that there are India Alliance people are calling TDP, they have ruled out any such thing. They're staying firmly with the NDA Alliance over this issue. And on June 9th, they're expecting even the Prime Minister Modi to come here and be part of the vote-taking ceremony of Chandrababu Naidu.
Imran, just a minute. Mr. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay has a question for you. Please go ahead.
Hi, Imran. What about the Modi factor? How important it was for this particular victory?
Imran, if you could hear Mr. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, he's asking you, was there a role? Okay, there seems to be some disruption. He's frozen, his signal is frozen. But from what seems to be very engaging narratives and results emerging at Andhra, there's also another important state, and that's Kerala. The largest success is going to go with Congress, with the UDF. But there's about these 2 seats where BJP is winning. And 2 very important seats. You have Shashi Tharoor, who is possibly going to lose. We don't know. I mean, as I was telling my colleagues, towards the end, you have certain assembly constituencies which are left bastions. So we don't know which way this may go. But as of now, the leads are with Rajiv Chandrasekhar for sure. And then you also have Thrissur. Now, it's not about 2 seats. It's about the South messaging. You see Andhra, where BJP really hasn't played any role whatsoever. But if you look at Kerala, to get even 1 seat, a vote share increase would have been phenomenal. Here, you likely are getting 2 seats. Abhishek Sudhir.
Karan Verma.
Karan Verma, please. Yeah. Yes.
So, you know, it's historic in the sense, and the one big message that goes out today is that BJP is no longer confined to one area. We saw them making a government in Odisha. We saw them making rich gains in Telangana. In Kerala, as you rightly pointed out, 2 seats now. So, BJP has spread its presence pan-India now. Yes, they might lose some, they might win some, but it is a viable option for the electorate everywhere. And the Shashi Tharoor seat, I think Rajiv Chandrasekhar hung in there. And it was very clear right from the day one that this is a seat that Shashi Tharoor narrowly won last time around. And Rajiv Chandrasekhar went about it full hog. And it was expected, to be honest, that he would roll the dice here. Actually,
Shashi Tharoor did not win it narrowly last time. He won it better. It was a better margin last time. It was last time that he won extremely with a very, very tight margin. Nonetheless, he's been a 3 times MP. He's a voice which everybody politically would listen to. There's a lot happened within Congress as well with Shashi Tharoor. But let's look at the West Bengal story. Amazing. In the sense that BJP doesn't seem to even get the numbers that it had boasted of in 2019. Mamata Banerjee, who supposedly was on the back foot, Sandesh Khali, where TMC was absolutely on the back foot, seems to be going the TMC way.
Khali, I think, this is a point which I made earlier in the program also. I think it was a misreading of us in the Delhi media that it's a big issue. As far as Bengal was concerned, it was not a very big issue. There were other issues against the Trinamool Congress, most important being the string of corruption charges against various Trinamool Congress leaders, evidence being found, cash being found, all cases going on.
But that doesn't seem to matter.
But it, I think, this over-stressing on Sandesh Khali and a fairly polarized campaign to, put off the voter in Bengal. Despite the fact that Bengal has a history of communal riot, there is a more palpable social harmony on this, in the society. That beyond a certain point, they do not want to tamper with. People would still, despite differences, they would still like to live in close harmony. And I think they did not like the polarizing campaigning of the BJP.
It's interesting that Mr. Mukhopadhyay makes that statement because last time in 2019, this was the exact explanation given for Kerala. At a time when Sabrimala issue was literally at its peak, BJP could not make any inroads. And this time, if you look in Kerala, you've not had polarizing issues. You've had issues where BJP has raised up, but it's not been this highly polarizing issues like Sabrimala that came up. The way they posted, there was violence on the streets in 2019. Nothing of that translated into votes. In fact, in pockets, you had votes decreasing for the BJP. This time around, it's totally turned around. Allow me to go to my colleague Jayalakshmi at this point, who is right now in Thiruvananthapuram. Jayalakshmi, what are the scenes that you are seeing? Where are you in Thiruvananthapuram? This is possibly a huge messaging, the fact that Congress has won larger seats is not a big deal. It was expected. It's a national election. This is where the Congress-led alliance would usually win hands down. But BJP getting those 2 seats possibly is huge. Where are you right now? What's the sense you're picking up?
I'm definitely standing right outside Suresh Gopi's residence, the Thrissur candidate who has, surprised the entire state by getting a margin of about more than, in fact, 70,000 votes. That is the margin that Suresh Gopi is leading, and that has definitely clearly shocked both the party and, the state of other party, both BJP and the opposition, because definitely the party was expecting a bit of victory when it comes to the Thrissur seat and the Thiruvananthapuram seats, those were the seats that were highly looked upon as far as BJP is concerned. But, they definitely did not expect the margin to rise this high. And as in fact, Prakash Javadekar, when he briefed the media, he also said the same thing, that the party is truly grateful for Prime Minister Modi, that the party definitely believes that it is his major role that has played out into votes when it comes to the state of Kerala. Prime Minister, he visited Thrissur when it comes to the Kerala. The Thrissur district was the most visited by Prime Minister. In fact, he even came in and attended Suresh Gopi's daughter's wedding. That was the first message that Prime Minister officially put out, that, Suresh Gopi, even before his candidature was declared, he had openly come out and sent a very strong message.
Okay.
Definitely a very huge setback to the opposition parties, both Congress and the left, who believed that BJP will not be able to open an account. But definitely BJP has succeeded in at least winning one seat. And the second seat, which is the toughest, the Shashi Tharoor and the Rajiv Chandrasekhar, which is going on neck to neck, might happen anything. But right now, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading with a vote of 11,900.
All right, I mean, to look at the margin also, it's reducing for Rajiv Chandrasekhar. If you look at it, at one point it was a little over 20, it came down to 16, it's 11 now.
Yes.
We don't know how much of that will cover up, but voting is still happening. Nonetheless, he's been leading for a while now, Rajiv Chandrasekhar. But there's a breaking news that's coming in at this point. We're getting information that Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to step down, is going to resign as the Chief Minister at 4 in the evening today. Imminent. Imminent. Absolutely. But what would you, Karan, very quickly say to the larger messaging, whether it be West Bengal, whether it be Uttar Pradesh, whether it be Karnataka? Is this opposition's resurrection?
I think the opposition has successfully managed to localize the election as far as possible. And that is where there was some visible anti-incumbency against candidates. There was some resentment. There were some factions also within the party with regards to candidates. I didn't see a palpable anti-incumbency or disappointment against the Prime Minister. But the fact that they managed to localize it and direct their anger towards that is the reason why some of the candidates were outvoted. Also, the 400 Paar slogan actually backfired. Why? Because people thought, we'll not vote for our candidate. Modi ji is still winning. He'll get 399, 398. Which is where a lot of people expressed their resentment against the local candidates, which resulted in a fall of tally for the BJP.
Okay, I'm being told somebody's reaction is coming in. I can't get the leader's name correctly right now.
जीतेगी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि देश में भी इसी प्रकार से भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए की विजय होगी और पुनः एक बार देश की सेवा करने का जनता हमें आशीर्वाद देगी और मोदी सरकार देश की सेवा करेगी। धन्यवाद।
Let's just very quickly go into Subhashini Yadav, who joins us, Congress spokesperson, as well as Pradeep Maur, leader from BJP. You have celebration shots also coming in from the BJP. To you, Subhashini Yadav, first, too early to congratulate you, but nonetheless, there's a strong fight which has been put up by the opposition. You may see with what's happening in Uttar Pradesh, a lot has been spoken about it, with the SP and the Congress combined. But if you and Karnataka as well. But look at what's happened in Kerala. Look at what's happened in Odisha. Odisha, well, nothing to do with you. Kerala, where Congress-led alliance is winning handsomely, but big inroads for the BJP. Big. I mean, it may just be 1 or 2 seats, but it's huge. All right, I think Subhashini Yadav couldn't hear me at this point. But before I just go across to you, I believe Mr. Mukhopadhyay has to leave. Thank you very much for joining us, sir, and see you soon.
Thank you.
We have a lot remaining with you. Subhashini Yadav, to you again at this point. Yeah. My question to you is, what really has unfolded in Uttar Pradesh is a big deal for the India Alliance. You've changed the narrative literally in Uttar Pradesh. It's no longer a sweep. In fact, many states which were a sweep for the BJP or the NDA are not. You've been able to fight very strongly. But look at what's unfolding in Kerala.
Here, whatever we have seen in Uttar Pradesh is definitely an indication that Uttar Pradesh plays a major role in forming government in the centre. We were expecting this result. Our leader Rahul Gandhi ji and our ally leader from Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav ji, were constantly saying this, that there is going to be a huge difference in Uttar Pradesh and we are coming up with majority of seats. And here the picture is clear. Rahul Gandhi ji himself is winning from a, flying margins, and Samajwadi Party is absolutely performing really well. And it is the magic of the two boys, as they quoted, ki do ladko ka kya jalwa chalega. So it is definitely the two boys who have proved themselves, and it is the people of Uttar Pradesh who has given this mandate, who have believed in the ideology of saving constitution, who have believed ideology of safeguarding the farmers and certain other issues. It is the people who have made this result possible.
All right. I'm also being joined by Pradeep Maur. Pradeep Maur, how do you look at these elections? It was an election riding on Prime Minister Modi. It is not a sweep the way it was. Has the dominance been cut short? Would BJP look at it this way?
No. It's not like that. Look, first of all, NDA is forming the government. That is for sure, right? And since morning, I'm listening to different channels. And what I find is very surprising that Congress people are congratulating each other and even accepting congratulations as if they have, a party which has gained not even 100 seats is celebrating in this scenario. I'm really surprised. Look, first of all, the thing is this: Congress itself is not a very consolidated kind of a party. They are a party of states, as Rahul Gandhi says that India is a union of states. So I would rather say that Congress party is a union of the small parties in the states. So they have to first protect their field. After winning the elections, many of them can run away. So this is a surprising kind of a scenario. Second, as far as the BJP's performance is concerned, it was third term of Modi ji, and after this third term also, BJP has done so well. This is a very good thing. This has to be congratulated. Definitely, their expectations were very high. We are not at par with the expectations, but whatever it is, we are forming the government. That is the good thing.
No, all right, sure. I mean, we'll look at that as well in a bit. Elections are elections, results are not done yet. But yes, looks like you would be forming the government. But, as I say, elections are elections. But very interesting information coming in. And let's just break this at this point. Shashi Tharoor seems to be now leading. After trailing for a very long time, he's now leading. And as I said this, I explained this to our viewers. It's towards the end of the counting. You have certain assembly seats which are left dominance, which have Congress voters as well. And that may change. Remember, it was the last elections also that saw this kind of a torpedo. We don't know yet. However, briefly, you have right now Shashi Tharoor is who's on the lead. We'll have to see how that pans out, whether that changes or not. But after a considerable lead by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, a lead for a considerable time, you have Shashi Tharoor who's back on lead. Abhishek Sudhir joins us right now, and of course we have with Karan as well, who's staying on with us. Thank you very much, both of you, for staying on. Very interesting here. Let's just look at what's unfolded right now. So Andhra has gone away totally from Jagan Mohan Reddy. TDP way, but you don't really have a very big Modi factor there.
Right.
Odisha, you have a big BJP move, a big BJP gain. Uttar Pradesh, India Bloc, marching ahead. We don't know what the results are, but nonetheless, I would say marching ahead because SP and Congress both seem to have maintained their dominance. Karnataka giving a good fight. It's not a all-way route like parliamentary elections would have been. Kerala, it was expected to win, but nonetheless, BJP has made very strong roads. How are you looking at this?
I am looking at it with a big smile on my face. I think the people of India have spoken. There's no 400 400 Paar. I think that's very clear. And what I would say is that when you set the bar so high, like Prime Minister Modi has, you will be judged by the high standards you set. So The question is this. Can Narendra Modi form a government on his own? No. It looks like the BJP is not going to get 272 on its own. No, very, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Because I've been on multiple panels. It's very unlikely. Karan, come on, you're grasping at straws. Karan and I have been...
I'm not. I'm all smiles.
So no, Karan and I are good friends. We're friends socially also. Yeah. And Karan and I have been on the opposing sides of the debates for 3 years, most of the time. But you know what? I think every BJP supporter, every BJP voter, not necessarily a BJP spokesperson, has to accept that today is going to taste like defeat. Because you were talking about 400 Paar, but you've not even been able to cross 300. And let me tell you, the biggest story of the day can be summed up in 3 words, 3 simple words. Akhilesh Yadav Zindabad. Because look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. Oh, so beautiful. Those numbers in Uttar Pradesh. I mean, he has ended the career of Yogi Adityanath, at least in terms of Yogi's prime ministerial ambitions. That is now...
That's quite far-fetched. We don't know which way this...
Okay, let me be serious.
We don't know which way this may go.
One second. Karan, come on, you've been here, man. It's my first appearance on the channel. Come on, do me the courtesy on a day like today and give me some time. So, look, the point is this. At the end of the day, Narendra Modi has never run an alliance government. In all his years as Chief Minister of Gujarat, in all his years as Prime Minister of India, he has never run an alliance government. At the ripe old age of 74, approaching retirement next year, can he learn alliance government? That is the principal question today. And even if these numbers hold, will Chandrababu Naidu, will Nitish Kumar and the other constituents of the NDA
now that's a very
bloc
important point.
Stay with the BJP because this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to stop Narendra Modi in his tracks.
So you have Nitish Kumar. I mean, we don't know whether this is confirmed. Looks like Congress has reached out to them. I don't have confirmation on this. 100%.
Nitish Kumar is in talks. Trust me, Chirag Paswan.
And he's privy to all of this.
No, I'll tell you. Look, we've been sitting in the guest room. We've all been, and we're all 5 of us. We're from the Association of Political Analysts.
We are looking at a possibility where now you may have the opposition reaching out to who otherwise may have been dear friends of the BJP or the NDA. But how much of this could really make a difference with the kind of numbers? Look, NDA is going to near 300, cross 300 possibly. But, I mean, I don't know whether BJP can form the government alone by itself.
First of all, I'll tell my friend Abhishek, calm down. I mean, this is what happens when victory eludes you for so long. A little hint and they are all, elated. This is what happens. Premature elation. Please, calm down. Come on. The fact is that even right now, BJP is 2.5 times bigger than any party around it. Congress is still yet to touch 3 digits. It's at 95, 96, I think.
No,
and BJP is at 240. No.
Your point is absolutely correct. But what's interesting, you will complete. Don't worry. I'll come to you only. But what is interesting is democracy, victories and losses are never about just one party, though they will eventually go to form the government. It's about how everything comes together, and we have seen enough Operation Kamals to see how governments are made or formed. So you can't really rule out by saying 2.5 times BJP is more than, say, another party.
Sometimes we lose sight of this. The fact is, yes, they had set themselves very high standards, and I think that was a tactical and a strategic mistake, if you ask me. For 400 Paar should have never happened, because what really happened because of that was that the local anti-incumbency, people just took it for granted. They said, Modi ji ke to aa hi rahe hain 400, 399 aa jayenge, let our candidate lose if we are not happy with that. That is precisely what has happened. The opposition managed to localize the election well. You have to give them credit. But still they are
it's not Modi ji's fault at all, is it?
Not at all.
Not at all Modi ji's fault.
Not at all.
This is not at all Modi ji's fault.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Absolutely
Karan,
not.
they should make
it is the
local
factors. It is the local factors. There was massive anti-incumbency against local leaders, and which is where they got it wrong.
So whose fault is that?
BJP has got it wrong, and they need to course correct on that. Let me just put this perspective.
Come on.
Samajwadi Party, no doubt, I'll have to give it to them. They have made a comeback here, but Congress, the central pillar of this entire coalition, it's nowhere close. I mean, when the central party is not even touching 3 digits, you can't expect them to, come up with an alternative. The fact is Modi 3.0 is loading. Narendra Modi is still going to be the Prime Minister, and that remains the biggest news. Also, what remains the big news is that BJP today is a pan-India party with its presence everywhere. From Odisha to Telangana to even Kerala, a seat, they are across the board. And they can be happy. It's good to see my friend happy after such a long time.
I'm not happy,
it's good to see him smiling. I'm very happy for you.
See,
good to see you smiling.
Okay, just a minute.
It's amazing.
Just a minute. Let me just inform my team something. I think we have Ramesh Chennithala. Let me just take a very quick response from Mr. Sudhir, and then we'll return to getting the questions from Ramesh Chennithala as well after this.
In January of 2024, you build the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya.
Yeah.
You build the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. The entire nation in January 2024 is in the grip of that temple fervor. And you can't even beat the Samajwadi Party 5 months after building the Ram Mandir.
That was not a political issue. That was not a political issue.
What?
I told you they never politicized it.
I'm
now at least.
I'm partisan. Sneha, was it not a political issue?
It wasn't.
It's going to be.
Come on.
They never politicized it.
It's going to be very hard to see that not part of politics.
Sneha, one line. जो राम को लाए हैं हम उनको लाएंगे
ये 2022 का
all right
ये 2022 का नारा था
all right Karan and no both of you will have to pull it I'm being joined by right now I'm being joined right now by my I'm being joined by Mr. Chennithala right now, Ramesh Chennithala at this point. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Chennithala, my first question to you, between a lot of optics that's emerging, a lot of heated rhetoric that's emerging, huge inroads by BJP in Kerala. You have been a top Congress leader in Kerala. You have been rallying for Congress in several parts, including in Maharashtra. But let's just start with Kerala. Huge inroads by the BJP. We are looking at possibility of 2 seats.
I feel that there is a secret understanding between LDF and BJP. They want to defeat Congress party. Last time also they had done like that. And that is why in Thrissur and Alappi, Thrissur and Trivandrum, BJP has won this election. And that is because left pro-sorted to BJP. Because there was so many cases against BJP, CPM leaders, especially the Chief Minister, to have a cover-up that this has been taken place in Kerala. That is why they are leading. I don't feel that BJP has got any foothold in Kerala as such.
No, Mr. Chennithala, let me tell you something. I have panelists with me, and most of them who will be listening to you would be enjoying your answer for a very simple reason. It's the Congress and the left that have been in an alliance across India. And how are you accusing the BJP of coming into, colluding with the left? That seems completely off.
Yeah, they are always like that. Last assembly election also, 69 seats, BJP voted for CPM, for Congress Mukta Bharat. Where is Congress Mukta Bharat now? Where is Abki Baar 400 Paar? कहाँ है? देखिए, सारे चैनल क्या बोल रहे थे? Congress खत्म हो गया. What happened now? So you failed in judging the mood of the people of India. Now we are ahead. We are ahead to form the government.
Okay, to give you a sense of what you are saying, fair enough. I mean, you've put in a formidable fight in Uttar Pradesh, led by the Samajwadi Party. The India Bloc is well ahead. If you look at what's happening in Karnataka, it's well fought, fair enough. But how much of this would you really say as a takeaway by the Congress per se? Look at Amethi. Smriti Irani is losing there, but it's not the credit to Rahul Gandhi, quite frankly.
I feel that there is a secret understanding between LDF and BJP. They want to defeat Congress party. Last time also they had done like that. And that is why in Thrissur and Alappi, Thrissur and Trivandrum, BJP has won this election. And that is because left cross-voted to BJP. Because there were so many cases against BJP, CPM leaders, especially the Chief Minister. To have a cover-up that this has been taken place in Kerala. That is why they are leading. I don't feel that BJP has got any foothold in Kerala as such.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh Chanitala, for joining us. I'm sure this is not the last word. We'll get to hear more of you, but let me just come across to you. Yeah.
See, and this is a serious point. Sambit Patra did it in Orissa in terms of Lord Jagannath, and then he said, I made a mistake, where he said, Lord Jagannath is a Bhakt of Modi. This line that they've been using, and it was used predominantly in 2022, but it was also used in 2024, which was that Jo Ram ko laaye hai, hum unko laayenge. I went to Ayodhya. I was in Ayodhya in January, and this slogan was everywhere. The Uttar Pradesh Janta has sent a clear message कि राम को लाना ये सब sorry, हम आपको लाते हैं और हम आपको घर भी बेच सकते हैं. If you look at the numbers today, Uttar Pradesh has spoken. Hindutva, unbelievably, Hindutva has lost, right? Where in Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura, none of this has resonated. This existential battle that apparently the Hindus of India are in with the non-Hindus, that narrative has not worked. The polarization in Uttar Pradesh has not worked. Welfare schemes are all in good, but the youth of Uttar Pradesh clearly, Sneha, have said we want jobs. And this is a message to the BJP that we want jobs. Just look at the numbers for the Samajwadi Party. It is Akhilesh Yadav's Youth Connect. And Akhilesh Yadav has only been talking about jobs, jobs, jobs. What does the BJP talk about? Polarization, mandir, masjid, Mangal Sutra chhin lenge. All of this has fallen flat. And I return to that question, Sneha. Do not be so sure that Prime Minister Modi is returning for a third term, because there is a lot of water that is yet to flow under the bridge. Nitish Kumar has consistently changed sides. And by the way, the last time I checked, Nitish Kumar has more seats in Bihar than the BJP.
No, that's
I don't
true.
know if that's changed.
That still holds, I think.
That still holds. So Nitish Kumar has a good 14-15 seats.
And if my team can just tell me that as well, if Nitish Kumar has more seats,
Chandrababu Naidu, you spoke about Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu is, not joined at the hip with Narendra Modi. Chandrababu Naidu has broken an alliance with Narendra Modi in the past. Chandrababu Naidu has asked for special status for Andhra, right? If the India Bloc is ready to give special status for Andhra, and Chandrababu Naidu is going to get a real say in the functioning, then that will only help his cause in Andhra Pradesh. Okay. The same goes for Bihar in terms of special status.
Let me just take this question to Karan as well. Karan, a lot has been said about Uttar Pradesh, and of course it's going to be very decisive. It's going to be extremely in seeing how this election results eventually moves on. Fair enough. But let me just come to Karnataka. What went wrong? Because Karnataka, BJP has always been elected with a large number when it comes to parliamentary elections. It's always been the case. What went wrong that Congress seems to be in a much better position than before? Has Prajwal's story played out wrong?
I think a lot of factors.
And has the Ayodhya or the rhetoric around religion as such not echoed in the way it should have?
I think what has happened is, he was talking about polarization along religious lines. Polarization along caste lines has probably worked. That's what I can see. And as far as the jobs thing, I don't think data suggests that. We had record unemployment as per the periodic labor force survey, 3.1%. We have the Scotch report which says 54 million jobs created. So, the fact is, you can't really pinpoint at one thing. In UP has made giant strides in law and order. UP was the 7th largest economy when Akhilesh left. It's the 3rd largest economy today in the country. So I don't think data suggests that. I think it's local factors. It's anti-incumbency, and BJP has the dynamic ability to course correct. I think they'll course correct in time. Akhilesh was routed in 2017, routed in 2022.
No, he wasn't routed.
2022, 19, they were routed.
36% share is not routed.
Okay, it's okay. 2/3 the seats, I think.
So whose fault? It's Yogi's fault that they've lost in Uttar Pradesh?
It's the local factors.
So you're blaming Yogi Adityanath?
I'm not pointing fingers at one. It's the collective leadership.
BJP voter deserves an answer
I'm
from
telling
the party.
I'm telling you. I think it's the ticket distribution which was flawed. And that was flawed right from the word go. So many of the Karyakartas didn't turn up to work.
Karan, you never said
I think it's... I did. I said they are on one second. Just let me complete one line. They were on a sticky wicket on Eastern UP.
The leader gets the credit and the others get the blame. If it's loss, is that going to be the case? I mean, at the end of the day, we are not looking at a loss, a defeat for the BJP.
In Uttar Pradesh, it's very much a loss, Sneha.
Let's look at the numbers.
There were lots of people, Sneha, who said...
Is it still a lead for 40 seats for Uttar Pradesh? How many seats is the Congress UP leading at?
Exactly, that is what
I'm used to losing for several years and being on television.
I'm just telling you...
You'll get used to it, don't worry.
There's no victory and defeat. I'm telling you what has happened. A lot of people said, MP theek nahi hai, Modi ji achhe hain. Modi is winning anyway.
I'm sorry.
Exactly this complacency which was exacerbated by the 400 Paar slogan, that backfired.
You cannot
That is what I'm telling you objectively.
I'll tell you something, Sneha.
Let's also just try and get some reactions, if we have any reactions coming in to what's unfolding in terms of the elections. Let's just quickly listen in.
At this point in time, with the result that's come in for the JDS and the NDA, are you happy and satisfied with two for you?
I'm not totally happy about this result. We are expected early the alliance between JDS and BJP. Our NDA alliance, we expected more than 25 seats.
Okay.
In that, because of some smaller errors from our side only, we lost 4-5 seats. But the alliance between JDS and BJP, overall, Karnataka voters, they accepted this alliance.
I remember campaigning for Mr. Amit Shah in Chanpatna, with Amit Shah in Chanpatna for Mr. Manjunath. That was a massive campaign at that point. And today, you see the results of that really bearing fruit with, Bangalore Rural, the bastion somewhere of the Congress being, broken away?
When we decided to put Manjunath as the candidate in Bangalore Rural Constituency, after the consultation and after the advice from Honorable Home Minister, that strategy worked out very well in this election. Our party workers from BJP and JDS, they worked very hard to get this Bangalore rural constituency. With huge margin, we are getting that seat. That strategy worked out very well.
Last question for Hassan, sir. How do you really look at that?
Hassan, that result, some mistake is done by us also. But future days we will set.
So what do you think is the mistake?
Actually, people, our party workers, at that time, they are not happy with some development in Hassan. For that, they advised us several issues, but some error by taking some decision.
Do you think the selection of the candidate, sir?
But because of that error, we lost the election.
Sir, congratulations.
BJP.
All right. There seems to be some admission that there was some error. Now, what error are they really referring to is something that we will have to decode. But for now, a very short break.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear saying that the...
They said I argued too much for a goal. I said I will win with every argument I make. I am a change maker at UPES. I am tomorrow.
It's at 8 p.m. Only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
strong voice that breaks silence.
बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो।
We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow. With a transformer blast, no arrests have been made. On Mirror Now, we take the road less traveled, fight all odds, risk everything, only to highlight your plight. I am Neha Hebale, reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Okay, and the saga of shocks and turnarounds seem to be coming in steadily. This time, let's just go across to what's happening in Kashmir. Senior NC leader Omar Abdullah has accepted defeat from North Kashmir. And I'm being joined by Yavar at this point. Yavar, what does this mean? An independent candidate emerging winner? Omar doesn't seem happy at all in his post on X, but nonetheless, he has admitted to defeat. This is going to be very embarrassing.
Well, exactly. Omar Abdullah shortly from now has tweeted. In fact, I will break down that tweet. That I think it's time to accept the inevitable congratulations to the Engineer Rashid for his victory in North Kashmir. I don't believe his victory will hasten his release from prison, nor will the people of North Kashmir get the representation they have a right to, but the voter has spoken, and in a democracy, that's all that matters. So finally, Omar Abdullah has accepted defeat from the Engineer Rashid, who is jailed independent candidate, and you know that his two sons, they did a rigorous campaigning for their father in the North Kashmir constituency, and somehow we are witnessing that Omar has finally accepted the defeat. So as the scene in the Anantnag Rajouri seat, Mia Altaf, who is the veteran Gujar leader, he is contesting against Mehbooba Mufti, and there's a huge margin of 2 lakh plus voters. Mehbooba is also losing the ground from the North Kashmir, from the South Kashmir. And in fact, let me remember you that, but the leader of the National Conference, Aga Said Ruhullah, he has also gained the ground in the Srinagar, and he has also, there was a neck-to-neck contest between the Wahid and the Aga Ruhullah, but somehow...
Yavar, help us to put this in perspective. Baramulla had a record voting. It had seen the highest voting, and the result seems to be for a jailed independent candidate. Put this in perspective. What does this mean?
Well, exactly. If we talk about the past elections that was held in the 2019 before the abrogation of Article 370, and at that time, the in favor of the National Conference, somewhere in the early morning trends, it's shown from the 0.1 range that the Engineer Rashid was leading, and with a huge margin. There's a 110,000 plus votes that were gained by the Engineer Rashid against the the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah. So it led to the Omar accepting his defeat, that yes, it was the wave of the Engineer Rashid gained the ground all across. Interesting to see that since there was the key seat of all across, interesting to see is that what will be the next reaction from the National Conference, because the face of the party was the Omar Abdullah, who was contesting from the North Kashmir seat. Back to you.
All right, Yavar, thank you very much, Karan. What do you make out of this? Interesting.
It is interesting. It's also, I don't know how to see this, because here is a guy who is accused of terror funding, charged with UAPA, and from
his
the
sons
jail,
were campaigning for him.
Yeah, they were. So I don't know what signal it sends. At one side, I'm happy that at least there's a huge turnout and people are believing in the electoral practices and in democracy in Jammu and Kashmir. But at the same time, it leaves a bitter taste in the mouth when I see someone who has been the recipient of terror funds is winning this seat. So it's a mixed feeling, to put it.
See, this is what happens when you subjugate and marginalize a people. This is what happens when you have the largest number of internet shutdowns in the world. This is what happens when you try to suffocate a people. The people of Kashmir are suffocating to the point that they're rejecting Omar Abdullah. The Abdullahs are friends of India. The Abdullahs have been the pro-India party of Kashmir. And today they're rejecting Omar Abdullah because of the party that Karan Verma supports. Because of their... No, what? You think...
That's a stretch, you're saying?
Absolutely.
No,
it is the stripping of the statehood.
On the contrary,
where is the Jammu Kashmir statehood? You strip a people of their statehood. You strip them of their dignity. You don't give them internet access. You keep them under constant lockdowns.
How is Omar Abdullah's defeat on that?
If they are,
he's got it completely wrong.
Exactly my point. But they did not vote for the other alternative.
No, that's what I'm saying. They are pushing Kashmiris towards the extreme choice. This is what they're doing.
He's factually incorrect at every level. Let me rebut him.
Kashmir narrative has gone down the drain. Your Naya Kashmir narrative has gone down the drain. They're choosing terror appeals.
Let me speak now. On the contrary, he doesn't know facts. That's his problem. He's just gone on ranting. Omar Abdullah. I'm telling you what is
attacking you.
30 seconds, we need to take a break. 30 seconds, Karan.
Omar Abdullah, on the contrary, was supporting Rashid Engineer and saying there should not be UAPA charges, and he said that Article 370 should not be removed.
That doesn't matter.
They were both on the same page. They were not ideologically opposite.
So how is this
a referendum on BJP? Only Abhishek Sudhi can explain.
Karan,
It was not a referendum on BJP.
Both of you calm down. We have to take a break at this point. Emotions are high, but so are the results. They definitely are sending out very, very strong signals depending upon which area do we really decode. Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll continue.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. Only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence.
बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो
We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow. With a transformer blast, no arrests have been made. On Mirror Now, we take the road less traveled, fight all odds.
Urban life. We are with you. Mirror Now. You first.
When you get back home from work after facing the elections dharna to citizens' agitation. For us, every issue is of equal importance. We at Mirror Now report from the ground on the issue that interests you, that impacts you.
Government doesn't have that willpower. People of Delhi are struggling not just with deteriorating air quality. Now you can clearly see it's been 3 to 4 days that the situation has been the same.
Demanding accountability from those in power.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to our special continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha election results. I'm Shreya Upadhyay. Well, what a day it's been there, viewers. Twists and turns aplenty. How this day is unfolding was not something that many expected. Exit polls predicted something. The results, the leads that are coming in are completely different. Has the Modi magic diminished this time around? Well, the numbers seem to suggest so. Has the opposition increased its vote share? Have they done very well by their own standards? That is also being confirmed by the leads and the numbers. Remember, some key states like Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra have really brought in big surprises, a big setback for the BJP in these states. We'll get you more on that, but let's quickly first get you the big takeaways in this election so far. BJP's 400 Paar plan has been shattered. That is clear from the numbers. The target now is to cross 300. Whether or not that happens, we'll have to see. The BJP Sarkar is now dependent on allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. Remember, in Bihar, the JDU has so far emerged as the biggest party. Chandrababu Naidu's party has really done well in Andhra as well. The Samajwadi Party Congress resurgence in Uttar Pradesh is something that has been a huge surprise in this year's election so far. Now, of course, it has left the BJP stunned. On the other hand, the only saving grace for the Bharatiya Janata Party so far has been the state of Odisha, where the BJD bastion has fallen. The BJP has done very well in this state. We'll tell you more on that. We'll get you more of an analysis on what exactly happened there. But remember, a resurgent Congress is what we are seeing in these elections. Silences the talk of irrelevance. That is something that the Congress Party and the India Bloc will be extremely happy about today. In Maharashtra, another state that has sprung a surprise, the Aghadi is ahead. Voters have decided on the real Sena, the NCP. That's what the trends and the results that are coming in are showing. Switching to West Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee, Didi's Bengal bastion is safe. The BJP threat has wilted in the state. The BJP, in fact, has emphatically been punished by its northeastern voters in Manipur as well. That's the latest that is coming in these elections. Lots of setbacks for, as I call them, defending champions, Bharatiya Janata Party. Clearly, that is not happening this time around. I have Abhishek Sudhir, lawyer and political analyst, with me in the studio. And clearly that is something that, yes, well, all of us thought, Abhishek, that they are the defending champions, but clearly that match has been snatched away by the opposition from the BJP.
Are they losing Ayodhya?
Well,
I think I can't believe this. I think the BJP is losing Ayodhya to the Samajwadi Party. What more? The Ram Mandir has not had an effect in Ayodhya. So where else will it have an effect? I mean, I have to say, Shreya, I had lost faith. I had lost faith yesterday. I said, I was expecting 350 to 370 for the NDA. And I said, third term of Narendra Modi. I felt long period of single party rule. But by God, I mean, I salute the Indian voter. I salute the Indian public. You've made all us analysts and pollsters and everybody look like fools. You've made all of us look like fools. I mean, this is a stunning mandate. Because never have you had a prime minister who has been so popular, who has been so all-powerful, basically. I mean, 80 media interviews, hundreds and hundreds of rallies, the confidence. He said, I have a plan for 25 years. He said, I plan to continue till he didn't say he plans to continue till 2047, but he said, I have a plan till 2047. And today, Narendra Modi, for the first time in his 22-year-old electoral career, Narendra Modi will have to form an alliance government. Narendra Modi will have to take orders from Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar. Today, Narendra Modi will understand the Herculean task performed by Sonia Gandhi, who held the government together for 10 years with just 160.
Abhishek, hold that thought. Lots to discuss this time around, whether it's Uttar Pradesh or the forming of an alliance or kingmakers in these results. But let me quickly go across and get you this breaking news, which is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Senior NC leader Omar Abdullah has accepted defeat from North Kashmir. Rashid Engineer, an independent candidate, is now emerging victorious, whereas in Anantnag, Mehbooba Mufti is trailing. So both Omar Abdullah as well as Mehbooba Mufti trailing on their respective seats. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Pradeep for more on this. Pradeep, things not looking good for either Omar Abdullah or Mehbooba Mufti. Get us more of what exactly is happening there.
See, one thing is quite clear that people of Jammu and Kashmir, they have rejected both the dynastic parties. They have rejected both the former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah as well as Mehbooba Mufti. Mehbooba Mufti was contesting election from Anantnag constituency, while Omar Abdullah was contesting from Baramulla constituency. In Anantnag constituency, we saw it was Mia Altaf of National Conference with won, while as from the Baramulla constituency, it is Engineer Rashid, a Jain leader, who has won the election. And that clearly indicates, because these two leaders have been quite vocal against application of Article 370. That means people of Jammu and Kashmir have no problem with the application of Article 370, but they have seen a kind of a change. Here at Hamirpur, I am right now in the BJP office, and you can see how the women are celebrating. They are celebrating victory of Anurag Thakur for the 5th consecutive time. He has won election. They are dancing, they are singing, because it's a very big moment for them. कितना बड़ा दिन है आपके लिए ये?
बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है। अनुराग जी 5वीं बार जो है सांसद बने हैं, अब उनको बहुत बड़ा पद मिलने वाला है। आदरणीय मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे और हमें बहुत ही खुशी है। रिकॉर्ड तोड़ मंदों से जीते हैं हमारे अनुराग जी।
5वीं बार अनुराग जी एक इतिहास बनाया, तो आप कैसे देखते हैं?
हम ये देखते हैं कि अनुराग जी ने जितना भी विकास यहाँ पे कराया है, उसके आगे तो उनकी बम्पर जीत होनी ही थी।
आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे आज?
हम तो आज निशब्द हैं। हम
कुछ गा के सुनाएंगे आज के मौके पे?
बिल्कुल
सुनाइए।
तेरियां हारा ना होया, लोके जोर बतेरा लाया। तेरियां हारा ना होया, लोके जोर बतेरा लाया। तेरियां हारा ना होया, लोके जोर बतेरा लाया।
So what they are trying to say, if you listen to the lyrics carefully, they are saying that opposition parties, they tried their level best to defeat you, but they did not succeed. Because once again, your development model has really worked, because the kind of development you have brought in the region has won the people to get you victorious. It's the 5th time that we have won. But so far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, once again, people of Jammu and Kashmir captures to democracy. But yes,
Pradeep, you know, I'm not able to hear you very clearly because of all the singing, but clearly it's a good day for Anurag Thakur individually, perhaps not so much for his party, the Bharatiya Janata Party. But we're showing our viewers both hill states, Himachal Pradesh, where Anurag Thakur has won. The sitting MP has won from Hamirpur. While on the other hand, in Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti both trailing from their respective seats. That means it's a big jolt for the India bloc. My colleague Sahil is joining with more on this. Sahil, both Omar Abdullah as well as Mehbooba Mufti trailing on their respective seats. A clear message by the voters.
Well, in fact, a big setback for Abdullahs and Muftis in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in Kashmir Valley. Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah have now, in fact, posted on X and accepted defeat much before the official announcement. Engineer Rashid, who is currently in Tihar jail, is leading by 128,000 votes from Baramulla constituency, where he was contesting against Omar Abdullah. And Sajjad Ghani Lone of Jammu and Kashmir People's Conference was also contesting from this particular Baramulla constituency. Mehbooba Mufti, former J&K Chief Minister and PDP Chief, was contesting from Anantnag Rajouri Parliamentary Constituency, but there, in fact, her opponent, Mia Altaf of National Conference, is leading by around 222,000 votes with a huge margin. And since in fact, from round first, Mia Altaf of National Conference continued to consolidate his lead. Both Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, former chief ministers of Jammu and Kashmir, have accepted defeat. They have posted on X and in fact saying, Mehbooba Mufti particularly saying that she will continue to stand for her views and for ideology, thanking her party workers, congratulating her opponent. Omar Abdullah saying that this victory in fact is not going to hasten the release of jailed leader Engineer Rashid from prison, or the people of Baramulla will not get the representation they deserve. But at the same time, he has accepted these results because the leads at the moment are very clear in favor of those two leaders, one Engineer Rashid in Baramulla and other in fact Mia Altaf of National Conference. But yes, the voters who came out in large numbers in fact this month and voted, because for the first time Kashmir Valley,
that high
particularly
voter
Jammu and
turnout,
Kashmir,
Sahil, clearly
witnessed
sending out a
heavy,
message to the political leadership in Jammu and Kashmir. Sahil, I'll come back to you. Thanks very much for joining us at the moment and getting us the latest from there. But let me also go across. I'm joined by Mr. Pradeep Mahar, spokesperson for the BJP. But before I go to him, let me go across to my colleague Nikhil, who's joining us right now. Nikhil, what's the latest that you have? Lots of twists and turns that are happening in these elections.
So Shreya, we are currently reporting from inside the AICC office, which is the headquarters to the Congress party, and the rules are something which can be heard here. They are being played out by the workers there who have gathered here from different places. And as the temperature is also rising, as the clarity is also coming up from the side of the election commission, as many of the workers of the Congress party, they have gradually started arriving more in the
All right, Nikhil, I'll come back to you. Lots of celebrations, of course, happening there. I will come back to you, Nikhil. Let me go across to Pradeep Mahar, who's joining us, spokesperson for the BJP. Pradeep Mahar, what happened to the Modi magic today?
Modi magic is intact. NDA is forming the government, first of all. And so why somebody is laughing, I don't know his name because I have just joined, so not been introduced to him. So he's laughing as if, since morning, I'm really surprised. What I am seeing is...
No, I have Mr. Abhishek Sudhir with me.
You should ask him, they're losing Ayodhya by 1
I'll
lakh
get him
votes.
to respond to you. Pradeep Mahar, you said NDA is forming the government. 400 Paar is what you had said. Today, you're not even able to cross 300.
Or not. Look, it's not a matter of 400 Paar or not. NDA is having the majority and they are going to form the government. This was important. Important is that India is going to be ruled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Again, this was important, and that is satisfied. Look, I have been listening to many channels. What there is going on is, Congress people and Congress sympathizers also, not only Congress spokespersons and people, they are very happy as if something great has happened. Look, Congress party has shrunk down to less than 100. That is their actual status, and they are talking about India Alliance. India Alliance is nothing. At the last juncture of elections, when they realize that alone they are not going to do anything, so they formed an alliance, and that is a broken alliance. That alliance is going to shatter down after these elections. That is for sure. And even as far as the Congress is concerned, Congress is
Pradeep
not
Mahar,
a consolidated
leave
party.
the India
Congress
bloc.
is not
Let's
a
just
unified
talk about
party.
the BJP
They
and the
have-
NDA. There are some big
Why not-
setbacks
why
that you
not
have
Congress?
faced
Why
today.
not other parties?
Let's talk about Uttar
We have-
Pradesh.
We have to compare apple with apple.
Let's talk
So we have to
about the
compare with
BJP
somebody.
and the NDA. What happened in Uttar Pradesh? What happened in Maharashtra?
Yeah, but there are some good news also. Earlier, people used to say that BJP is a party of Indian Hindi heartland. Now, BJP is all over India. It's everywhere. Why not talk about Andhra Pradesh? Definitely. There are some areas where the shortfall is there. And because of that shortfall only, the numbers that was expected, that's not there on the table. So that is for sure. But these shortfalls do not lead to forming a majority, do not lead to abstaining BJP from forming a majority and forming a government. So that till then, it is a good news. It is a good news for everybody, and it is a times of celebration for India. And the way you have seen that the stock market has
Let me
fallen
get
down,
Abhishek
that
Sudhir
shows,
to respond to you, Pradeep
that-
Mahar, and he has a very important question for you as well.
One question, sir. One question. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. So one question.
No, you can laugh. It's
Are
a
you
happy
aware
day.
that
It's a
you are
happy day.
losing? Thank you. I'll tell you why it's a happy day. You are losing Ayodhya by 1 lakh votes to the Samajwadi Party's Avdesh Prasad. You heard the question. You're losing Ayodhya by 1 lakh votes to the Samajwadi Party's Avdesh Prasad. You're not able to win Ayodhya. Should Prime Minister Modi be Prime Minister again for a third term? Or should he resign on moral grounds? Because he's lost Ayodhya for the BJP.
First of all, Ayodhya, individual seats, if we talk about, that is a matter of introspection. Something has happened at some place. Definitely, it needs to be, discussed. We need to find out where were the gap areas. And when you fight elections, when you go for the elections, there are many different perspectives that need to be considered. There are perspectives not only of people having sympathy with you or people connect with you. There are many other reasons, many other factors of caste, creed, and in UP this time, what I feel is, this kind of politics has might have worked. So we have what has
But
happened.
if you've lost Ayodhya, shouldn't Yogi Adityanath at least resign? If you've lost Ayodhya, shouldn't Yogi Adityanath take moral responsibility and resign?
Ayodhya is not
1 lakh votes, sir. That's a huge margin.
Ayodhya has played a very important role in. Look, Ayodhya has an important role as far as our feelings are concerned. Ayodhya, as far as elections are concerned, elections are something very different.
Exactly why, Mr. Mahar, the
it?
question
Why is-
arises, if Ayodhya was so attached to our sentiments, why is BJP trailing there? Despite the Ram Mandir inauguration.
Shocking. It's shocking.
So it needs to be introspective. We need to find out what has happened, because at this point in time where results are not also announced, we can't say anything. In future, definitely, these needy types of introspections need to be there. This will be there. But overall, in India, BJP is in majority. That is good news for me.
And Varanasi, we were told in Varanasi, Shreya, that last time Prime Minister Modi won by 4 lakh votes. And this time Prime Minister Modi will win by 8 lakh votes. And the last I heard, I don't know, your team can correct me, Prime Minister Modi's lead in Varanasi is barely 1 lakh. So that's not...
So those numbers are still coming in, Abhishek. We'll have to see.
His personal brand is at stake in Varanasi. And his brand of politics, one sec, sir. His brand of politics is at stake in Ayodhya. If you are not able to deliver Ayodhya to the BJP, should you, the Prime Minister, not take moral responsibility for that defeat? You have lost the home of Hindutva in Uttar Pradesh. You have not invited Lal Krishna Advani for the inauguration, he was invited but he could not come. You did not, the Shankaracharyas did not show up. Have these factors played a role in them losing Ayodhya? Have the people of Ayodhya lost faith in the BJP? That's unbelievable.
Okay. Pradeep Mahar, respond to that, and then I go to my colleague Nikhil, who's joining us from the Congress headquarters.
Yes. As far as Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji is concerned, because of this majority and increasing number of votes all over India, 2-3% votes have increased from the last time. That shows that the popularity of Pradhan Mantri, Prime Minister, is increasing. Right. Second thing, as far as you are talking about Uttar Pradesh and other seats, and that definitely we need to check about it. And one major aspect that has played, what I can say it right now, the turnaround of voter turnaround. And that did not happen because people might have been very confident, either I go for vote or not. Ultimately, Modi ji is going to win. So this kind of scenario worked there in Uttar Pradesh.
You have failed to mobilize your voter. You have sidelined the RSS in Uttar Pradesh. The RSS is able to mobilize the vote for you in Uttar Pradesh. You have sidelined the RSS. JP Nadda says we don't need the RSS.
This is a story. You can cook up any story.
So the turnout is low because of the people.
Whenever.
Sir, you have failed to bring your voter to the booth. India Bloc has brought its voter to the booth. It's again your fault.
So now,
what about your Panna Pramukh, sir?
This is one of them.
Where is your Panna Pramukh?
All those stories. Panna Pramukh is there. But
where is the Panna
definitely,
Pramukh?
I
You're not
told
able
you.
to win.
Mr.
You're
Mahar,
not able to
okay,
win Ayodhya.
you
It's
can cook
embarrassing.
up stories, Mr. Mahar, but you can't cook up the numbers that are coming in. We'll come back to this, but let me go across to my colleague Nikhil, who's joining us from the Congress headquarters. Nikhil, early in the morning, we saw visuals of Congress headquarters preparing for a good day ahead, and we in fact had, visuals of chole bhature being cooked. If not chole bhature, at least mithai to ab batni shuru ho gayi hogi.
श्रेया मिठाई आने में अभी थोड़ा सा टाइम है बिकॉज ऑल द सीनियर लीडर्स ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी दे आर आल्सो एक्सपेक्टेड टू अराइव हियर आफ्टर a few hours as the picture even gets more clearer. But as of now, we are going to show you the visuals in the very first place. This is the entrance gate of the Congress party. Gradually, all the workers of the Congress party, they are coming here from different places. And this is the place only where Rahul Gandhi would also be arriving. And he is expected to arrive by late evening. The workers are gradually coming here in huge number. The banners and the flags of the Congress party, they are also coming here in equal number. And the people have come here. You can see India हुआ खुशहाल आ रहा है राजीव का लाल. एक बार बताइए, आप लोग वर्कर्स हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, बड़े टाइम बाद खुशी का मौका मिला होगा.
जाहिर तौर पर न्याय जीती है, उम्मीद जीती है. उन बहनों के आंसू जीते हैं जिन्हें नंगा घुमाया गया. उन किसानों की आत्मा जीती है जिनके प्राण ले लिए गए. उन युवाओं को उम्मीद जीती है जिनकी छाती में अग्निवीर का तीर डाल दिया. कैसा देश बना दिया था. 74 साल का बूढ़ा 80 साल के नौकरी मांग रहा था और 25 साल के बेरोजगार रिटायर हो रहे थे.
अच्छा, एक बात बताइए, खुशी लाजमी है लेकिन सरकार अभी आप बना नहीं पा रहे हैं, तो किस बात की सबसे ज्यादा खुशी हो रही है?
खुशी सबसे बड़ी बात यह हुई जब ब्रेकिंग चला कि बनारस से मोदी 6000 वोट से आगे, मझधार पीछे, जब मझधार में नैया डुबोने वाला बीजेपी को मोदी ने न सत्यानाश कर दिया. इस चुनाव में बीजेपी चुनाव नहीं लड़ी. भाई साहब लिख के ले लेना, बीजेपी की गारंटी कहीं नहीं थी. गारंटी किसकी थी? मोदी की. बीजेपी का वादा नहीं था, वादा किसका था? मोदी का. बीजेपी नहीं जीत रही थी, जीत कौन रहा था? मोदी. बीजेपी का जो सत्यानाश किया मोदी ने, बीजेपी वाले इन्हें सुलटा देंगे.
ठीक है, वी हैव सम अदर पीपल एज वेल, अदर वर्कर्स एज वेल. आप एक बार बताइए, पर निकल के आ रहे हैं, आपको लगता है राहुल गांधी की छवि थोड़ी सी इससे जरूर बदलेगी?
देखिए, राहुल गांधी जी की छवि पहले से ही अच्छी है. वो एक प्रोपेगेंडा के तहत बीजेपी के आईटी सेल ने उनकी छवि खराब की है. उन्होंने ओपन डिबेट के लिए निमंत्रण दिया था मोदी जी को, पर वो नहीं आए क्योंकि वो डिबेट कर ही नहीं सकते हैं. तो इसलिए अब जनता ने उनकी वास्तविक इमेज को जाना है कि वो किस तरह के जुझारू व्यक्ति हैं.
पर इतने ही अगर जुझारू है, फिर मार्केट क्यों डाउन जा रहा है? क्योंकि वो भी तो रिफ्लेक्शन दिखा रहा है ना.
देखिए, वो इसलिए जा रहा है क्योंकि जिस तरह से अभी 2 दिन पहले और इसी शेयर मार्केट को एक बनावटी रूप में उछालने के लिए और अपने उन्हीं पूंजीपति मित्रों को जाते जाते उनको लाभ देने के लिए जिस तरह से मार्केट में उछाल लाया गया, तो एक बनावटी उछाल था. जिसको
This is the word which is coming in by the workers of the Congress party. We are going to show you the presence of dhols as well. They have been equally kept here. The workers who are playing out dhol, they are also deployed in different nooks and corners. And now you are seeing on the screen that the Indian Youth Congress workers have also arrived here. And Srinivas Bivi, who is the president of the IYC, he is also expected to come here in a short time from now. So this is the mood like which is currently being played out at the Congress party headquarters. And by late evening, we are expecting that more and more senior, in fact, the top leadership of the Congress party, they are expecting to arrive right now.
Sure, Nikhil, the dhols have again started. I'll come back to you, Nikhil. Thank you very much for joining us at the moment and getting us the latest from the Congress headquarters. In fact, Abhishek and Pradeep Mahar, one of the good news for the Congress party, and in fact a big good news that came in is from Amethi, where Smriti Irani has now been defeated almost. We've got the trends, we've got the leads. Let's see when the final numbers come in. But right now, as we speak, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has posted on X. She's hailed Amethi's giant killer. She said that she's never doubted Kishori Lal Sharma. And this is what she has said. Kishori भैया, मुझे कभी कोई शक नहीं था. मुझे शुरू से यकीन था कि आप जीतेंगे. आपको और अमेठी के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों को हार्दिक बधाई. So Priyanka Gandhi Vadra really, hailing that win by KL Sharma, Kishori Lal Sharma. Abhishek, Sudhir?
Yes.
Nobody actually expected this.
I did on your program.
Because when Rahul Gandhi withdrew from Amethi and Kishori Lal Sharma was given the ticket, it was said that, okay, it's the battle won now. This battle is won and this is a given.
everyone was saying Rahul Gandhi should fight from Amethi because the anti-incumbency against Smriti Irani was so strong. Smriti Irani made one massive blunder. She got the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital license cancelled in Amethi. And what happens in Uttar Pradesh, having lived in Lucknow and travelled around the surrounding areas in Awadh, right, is this one big hospital in a district services multiple districts, basically. There was a lot of anger. She was inaccessible. She came across as arrogant, basically. And let me tell you, not just congratulations to KL Sharma and of course Rahul Gandhi for winning Rai Bareli and Wayanad, Priyanka Gandhi is going to be a member of parliament very soon, because the buzz is that obviously Rahul has to give up one seat and Priyanka is going to take that other seat. Now, the Congress has got its bastions of Rai Bareli and Amethi back. They're in alliance with the Samajwadi Party. Samajwadi Party is going to the assembly polls, with the Congress. It looks like now the alliance has worked in 2027. So all is good. The UP, the heartland, Congress has started to make its comeback in the Hindi heartland. That is another big story today.
Yes,
basically.
Absolutely.
And Rajasthan too, huh? Rajasthan too.
Sure. Yeah. Let me also get in this quick reaction from Kishori Lal Sharma as he wins that Amethi seat.
50,000 से लीड कर रहे हैं
50,000 से लीड कर रहे हैं खत्म होने दीजिए अभी बाकी राउंड पड़े हैं किसे श्रेय देंगे यहाँ की जनता और गांधी परिवार को
All right, let me go Adib for more on this. Adib, Smriti Irani was what many thought would be a battle that is already won in Amethi seat, but clearly the voters sending out a very, very different message. Congress's Kishori Lal Sharma winning from there. What are you picking on ground there?
Well, see, there are many reasons behind this. Smriti Irani, who defeated Rahul Gandhi in 2019, was a member of parliament from this very particular seat. And now, as the trend is showing, Kishori Lal Sharma is leading with 90,000 votes. So, what led to this? The main reason is that the touch of Gandhi family on the seats of Amethi and Rai Bareli, the love that the people of Amethi and Rai Bareli has with the Gandhi family, Gandhi and Nehru family, and Amethi people has always said that this is the bastion of Nehru-Gandhi family. Before the elections, before the candidates were announced for the seats of Amethi and Rai Bareli, this was a demand of Congress workers here in Amethi, the voters of Amethi, that a Gandhi family member should be contesting from the seat. But they placed Kishori Lal Sharma, which was a shocking case for both the Congress workers and the people in Amethi. But after Kishori Lal's candidature was announced, Priyanka Gandhi herself campaigned in Amethi for more than 10 days. She held mega campaigns, mega road shows in Amethi, and this is what has gained voter turnout, voter share in Amethi. And that people of Amethi, the voter of Amethi who trust in Gandhi family, showed their trust once again in KL Sharma. KL Sharma, remember, is just a face, but on the ground, Gandhi family is the one who was contesting this election. Similar situations were in Rai Bareli. And if we talk about Uttar Pradesh, not just these two seats, Samajwadi Party and Congress has done very well in these seats. If the exit polls were to be believed, exit polls were showing that Samajwadi Party and including Congress will be getting around 10 to 12 seats in Uttar Pradesh. But as of now, if the trends are to be believed and trends turn into exact mandate, it is showing, the Election Commission data is showing around 35 seats are going in the hands of opposition alliance, which is the India Bloc. And the two main reasons for that is the Dalit votes, which deviated into Samajwadi Party's account. The Dalit voters who were constant for BSP came in with Samajwadi Party. Samajwadi Party was saying, the Samajwadi Party leaders were saying that Dalit are with us this time and Dalit will be voting to save the constitution. This is what Samajwadi Party was saying. And the second reason is the consolidation of Muslim and Yadav votes, again with Samajwadi Party, and both the Congress was saying.
Sure. All right, Adib, thank you very much for joining us at the moment and getting us all those details from one state that has given a major upset and a big surprise to the other one that has sprung a surprise. I'm talking about Maharashtra, and there's a major update from there. Sharad Pawar is all set to address a press conference at 3 o'clock in a short while from now, in a half an hour from now, at his residence, Silver Oak. And Uddhav Thackeray is likely to reach the Sena Bhavan around 3:30 to 4 p.m. That's what we're getting right now. Let me go across to my colleague Shweta for more on this. Shweta, the MVA really doing well in Maharashtra. Another surprise that was sprung today in these elections. The leads going in favor of the MVA. What more are you picking up? Press conference now being organized at 3 o'clock.
Well, absolutely. Here we are getting to learn that Mr. Sharad Pawar will be holding an important press conference at his residence, Silver Oak. And currently, I'm present outside Sena Bhavan, the spot for celebration, the place of hues and colors of victory. Celebrations have begun. My video journalist Anil Shinde is showing you the mashal flaring up. All the flags are flaring up. And the people have been started to celebrate the victory. Now what we understand is the ratio 4:2. 4 has been backed by the Mahagadi and 2 of course by BJP in Mahayuti Sarkar. But clearly the celebrations have begun, and here the crackers that posted a short while back. Now you see traditional Marathi. In fact, people are here with their traditional music. I beg your pardon. And here we see that the flag symbol is flaring high. We just try to speak some of them. क्या लग रहा था, ये नतीजे आपको पता था ऐसे आने वाले हैं?
बहुत अच्छा है, गद्दार को सुलाया, वो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. उसका हम लोग हैट्रिक तोड़ा.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
विजय, निष्ठावंतांचा विजय.
विजय भाव, this is the victory for Anil Desai, Arvind Sawant, and many moments of victory can be just recorded here on camera, where we see this is the iconic place. Anil, if you can just show up that this is the iconic place of Sena Bhavan. And what we are also learning from our sources is that around 4 p.m. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray is expected here. He is likely to come to cherish the supporters, to greet them. This is the place of Shiv Sena Bhavan, where we have seen a lot of conflicts taking place between two Shiv Sena parties, a lot of meetings. But this time, where we see in Lok Sabha election, majority of seats have been bagged by almost 4 seats have been bagged by the Mahavikas Agadi, and the celebrations you can see here. While we see that other leaders, the prominent leaders will be of course coming here, but yes, across Mumbai, Mahavikas Agadi is doing well. In fact, if we just talk broadly about Maharashtra also, we see that the figure of 19 with Mahayuti is there, and what we also see is around 30 is going to Mahavikas Agadi. Well, let me just take you over this side. The entire area was in fact blocked by the supporters here. Till that, we can only find the dancing, cherishing moments.
Shweta, it is clearly a happy day for them, and calls for celebration. We'll have to see, of course, when the confirmed numbers come in. But so far, things looking very good for the opposition India Bloc. Shweta, thank you very much for joining us with the latest. We'll keep coming back to you. But right now, we're slipping into a short break. On the other side of the break, we continue our election results on Mirror Now. Stay tuned.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate,
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse.
What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy, where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
News is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence.
बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते हैं, आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो.
We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special continuous coverage on the Lok Sabha election results. And well, it's been a volatile day at the markets as well, as twists and turns aplenty have been seen since morning with the Lok Sabha results coming in. Sensex, as we speak, has crashed over 4,000 points. All gains from yesterday have been erased. Nifty as well has tanked over 1,200 points. The bloodbath on Dalal Street continues. Remember, since morning, as the leads started coming in, the markets have been pretty volatile, and that continues. Abhishek, Sudhir, just before we slipped into the break, we talked about Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Maharashtra, you heard one of the guys saying there on ground, telling my colleague Shweta, Gaddar ko hara diya.
Yeah.
And that is probably was one of the big concerns and something that we had to see whether or not, the Ajit Pawar camp versus the Sharad Pawar camp, how they really fare. Something which has also been reflected in the Baramati seat where there was Supriya Sule versus Sunetra Pawar, where Supriya Sule is leading
comfortably, right? See, Shreya, Sushma Swaraj, wonderful speech in Parliament. She said कि जो विपक्ष में बैठते हैं ना, वो हमारे शत्रु नहीं है. They're not our enemies. विरोधी, but शत्रु नहीं है. So what Narendra Modi's BJP has done, it has broken all the norms of warfare. Elections are a form of warfare, right? You don't fight after sundown. For example, in the Mahabharata or the Ramayana, you don't poach the soldiers and you don't poach the generals of your opponent. There are certain rules to the warfare. What have they done in Maharashtra? Not only have they poached Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, they have essentially deprived Sharad Pawar of using the name of the party that he built with his blood, sweat and tears. Sharad Pawar has to call it NCP Sharad Pawar faction. Bal Thakre's son has to call the Shiv Sena UBT, Uddhav Bal Thakre faction. What did Eknath Shinde think? That he became chief minister because of him, Eknath Shinde. It was the lion of the Sena that made him the CM. And what about Ajit Dada Pawar? Dada talks a big game about this and that, and let's see how he does in Maharashtra. But what has he done to his uncle, the Bhishma Pitama? Right? What has he done to the Bhishma Pitama of not just the NCP, the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics? Prime Minister Narendra Modi used to say, I have a lot of respect for Sharad Pawar. What did you do to his party? You think that the Marathas are going to forgive that? The proud Maratha. You have embarrassed him. You have reduced him to tears. You have him begging for his own party symbol. You think the Marathas are just going to stand by? The Marathas ruled India. You think the Marathas are going to stand by when two Gujaratis run roughshod over them? Absolutely not.
Let me get in Pradeep Mahar to respond. Pradeep Mahar, what happened in Maharashtra? Okay, we don't have Pradeep Mahar.
He's happy he's gone.
Right now, we don't have him. But Maharashtra has been an interesting story. 3 o'clock is when we're expecting that press conference by Sharad Pawar.
It's emotion, Shreya, because the people see Sharad Pawar, they feel sorry for him. You have a man here who was talked about as the Prime Minister of India at one time. If the India Bloc united, he was a serious contender. Forget being the Prime Minister. He could not even keep his own party, his own symbol. And the Prime Minister has used the Election Commission, right, to systematically break parties. And in Maharashtra, they are facing the consequences of it. And yesterday the talk was that the BJP will now bring Uddhav back into the fold. Why will Uddhav come into the fold? You have humiliated Uddhav. You have humiliated the Thakres. You have humiliated Sharad Pawar. They will not come back to the fold. The Maharashtra election is the election to watch. It is the first big test of a possible third term for Prime Minister Modi. I still say possible because all efforts are being made by the India Bloc to talk to Nitish, to talk to Chandrababu, to talk to Chirag Paswan. Nobody has any loyalty to Prime Minister Modi because Prime Minister Modi is loyal to no one but himself.
At this point, let me also talk about, since you mentioned Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, Abhishek Sudhir, these two gentlemen have clearly emerged as the kingmakers in these elections. We'll have to see how this really pans out.
Not just the kingmakers, the king slayers also. They can even slay the king. In fact, forget about making the... We have the king in place. He's already the king. Now, Chandrababu and Nitish will decide if he remains king. So not make us king slayers.
And how do you see this really moving forward? Nitish, of course, has been infamous for being Paltu Ram.
Yes.
How do you see that really moving ahead now?
देखो, simple सी चीज है. Nitish Babu को प्रधानमंत्री बनाओ, he'll come to India. Nitish will say 14 seats, 15 seats.
प्रधानमंत्री बनने के लिए 10 जने तैयार हैं इंडिया ब्लॉक में.
No, see, that is definitely a concern. So I was saying this on another channel, that if I was Narendra Modi, I would wonder if I want to pull a Rajiv Gandhi of the 80s and say, yes, I'm the leader of the single largest party, but my party on its own is at around 240 or 250, whatever it is. I don't have the mandate on my own to form the party. The allies are asking for too much. Maybe I don't form the party. But the counter to that is, इतना परेशान किया है लोगों को 10 साल से, that if the BJP loses power and all the central agencies come under control of the India Bloc, they will be held to pay for the BJP. They're not going to be spared, right? A very prominent leader of the India Bloc once told me, Shreya, that इन लोगों ने हमको सिखाया है कि सरकार कैसे चलाना है. Now that is a slightly worrying statement. But what that means is, so this is the extent to which you can undermine institutions. This is the extent to which you can misuse the central agencies. You don't want a new government that does the same things.
But Abhishek Sudhir, talking of misuse of central agencies, that is also something that the Aam Aadmi Party had been saying. But look at them today.
Yeah.
Decimated in Delhi.
Yes.
Punjab, not so good. 2 to 3 seats max is what we're looking at. Clearly, that sympathy vote that Arvind Kejriwal was looking for has not worked for him.
First of all, Shreya, I have been a strident defender of the Aam Aadmi Party. And in this chair, on this program with Shreya Dondial, I said, sorry Shreya, after what happened with Swati Maliwal, I can no longer in good conscience defend the party. And let me tell you, people might think the Swati Maliwal issue has not had an impact on the vote. That is debatable. I think it has had a limited impact because if you're a female voter, right, and most women in India have been subjected to some form of violence, sometimes physical violence, sexual violence, we know that that's rampant in our country. You think the Swati Maliwal issue would not resonate with them in Delhi? And even if Swati Maliwal was not an issue, Swati Maliwal for a whole week, and Arvind Kejriwal was out for 2 weeks, and a whole week, Swati Maliwal took front and center. So, whatever Arvind Kejriwal was saying, everywhere he went, the only question he was asked was Swati Maliwal. See, in Delhi, at least you can say, okay, AAP has never won a Lok Sabha seat.
That's
but Punjab, you asked me about...
Which is what I was coming
Punjab
to next,
is a very worrying trend because what has happened in Punjab is the Punjabi has voted for the Congress. Now, why? Because it's a friendly fight. Your enemy is common, but you still are losing a friendly fight. There's two ways to interpret this. One is that Aam Aadmi Party got its candidate selection wrong. And Aam Aadmi Party has traditionally struggled in Punjab because wahan sarkar aa gayi, but they didn't have the base, if you understand. The people gave the Jadu the vote, but they didn't have the base. So when they had to appoint an advocate general, they didn't have people to appoint. People who are loyal to AAP because people were either loyal to the Akalis or they were loyal to the Congress. Now, just to finish up, the way the Congress is going to spin this in Punjab is that this is a referendum on the Bhagwant Mann government. So the creeks in the India alliance could appear in Punjab. And that would have to be managed.
Which there were earlier as well. We saw through all the campaign that there were creeks. But let me quickly get our viewers the breaking news that's coming in at this point. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is at the BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. this evening. He's expected to address the workers. The NDA leaders meeting is also expected in Delhi tomorrow. So a lot of introspection that is needed. Of course, you know, the NDA might eventually make the government if we have those confirmed numbers by the end of the day. But clearly BJP not having that 400 par, 300 par hi mushkil lag raha hai abhi to. But let me go across to my colleague Pragya, who's getting us more details on that. Pragya, Prime Minister Modi, as always, going to the BJP headquarters and addressing the workers as he always does after every election.
Absolutely, and the BJP has made preparations for that as well. While the numbers are yet to come, the final tally is yet to come. BJP believes that it is still the largest party as it will form the government. NDA is forming the government rather, and that is why Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, is reaching out to all the allies. This is, the customary call that HM and PM is giving to allies every time there are results. They speak to the ally partners, and that is what they are also doing now. There will be soon an NDA meeting because they need to also chalk out the modalities of the oath-taking ceremony if they cross the number and everything goes in their favor. Right now, it seems like they're forming NDA, at least forming the government right now. And this is why the NDA meeting, they'll chalk out the modalities as to who will be given how many, berths and all. They'll also, speak to each other about the 100 days agenda also. This is what we are given to understand. But the main point is that they have already spoken to PDP as well, Chandrababu Naidu. Prime Minister and Amit Shah has reached out to Chandrababu Naidu as well and congratulated him as well on the brilliant performance in Andhra Pradesh is what the sources in the TDP has told us. So overall, it looks like that the NDA meeting is set to be convened tomorrow or day after in Delhi. And the sort of NDA meeting with all right, Pragya. The cabinet will be chalked out.
So clearly all eyes on that NDA leaders meeting that is expected tomorrow. All eyes also on Chandrababu Naidu as well as Nitish Kumar, the two kingmakers who have now who are yet to decide which way they will go. Of course, both sides contacting them is what we're getting to know right now. But let me go across to my colleague Ravikant, who is joining us with more on the Prime Minister addressing the Karyakartas of the BJP this evening. Ravikant, क्या कुछ details हैं? प्रधानमंत्री मोदी headquarters जाएंगे आज 7 बजे और कार्यकर्ताओं को जिस तरह वो हर इलेक्शन के बाद एड्रेस करते हैं आज भी करेंगे।
देखिए, अभी तक जो चुनावी तस्वीर निकलकर सामने आ रही है उसमें एनडीए एक बार फिर सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में साफ तौर पर दिखाई दे रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो परफॉर्मेंस जो उम्मीद कर रही थी उससे थोड़ा कम जरूर है, लेकिन जानकारी यही दी गई है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करने के लिए शाम 7 बजे बीजेपी मुख्यालय के ठीक सामने जो विस्तार कार्यालय है वो वहां पर पहुंचने वाले हैं और उसके लिए अभी पार्टी मुख्यालय में सारी तैयारियां भी की जा रही हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर चुनावी जीत के बाद प्रधानमंत्री कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करने के लिए आते हैं, इस बार भी आएंगे और इन सब के बीच में बीजेपी ने अपनी सहयोगी दलों के साथ जो कवायद है वो बढ़ा दिए। लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो बड़े नेता हैं वो एनडीए नेताओं के संपर्क में हैं और उनको जीत की बधाई भी दी जा रही है और इसके साथ ही एनडीए की बैठक जो है वो संभवतः कल हो सकती है और इसकी तैयारियां भी अंतिम रूप ले रही हैं। अभी फिलहाल बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं का मनोबल किसी भी तरीके से कम ना हो, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री शाम 7 बजे बीजेपी मुख्यालय पहुंचेंगे जहां पर वो कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करेंगे।
जी रविकांत, धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। माय कॉलीग रविकांत getting us more details of the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at the BJP headquarters where he will be addressing the Karyakartas of the party at 7 p.m. is what we're getting to know right now. I have Pradeep Mahar back with us on the show. Pradeep Mahar, let's talk about Maharashtra. What happened there? MVA getting leads. People not very happy with the way the government was formed. The mandate was given to somebody. The government was formed by somebody else. And the way the patriarch of NCP, Sharad Pawar, was left all alone.
Look, these are the national elections. So definitely we have to look out each and every state and every place independently. But overall, if we look at overall the performance of BJP is like we are in a victory position. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, definitely whatever changes that happen, because what you do in politics, you take some steps, you move forward, and take some decisions. Some decisions will be positive. Some decisions are going to be against you. That doesn't mean that we can benchmark that this decision.
And so, what do you think went
bad.
against you in Maharashtra, Pradeep Mahar? What are the bad decisions that the BJP, the NDA took in Maharashtra?
It's not a matter of good or bad decision. It's a matter of a decision that
You
bounced
just
back
said-
or that came back. I mean, there are possibilities. As far as elections or politics is concerned, politics and elections are have a possibilities. There can be a many number of possibilities. Nobody can guess in advance that what is going to happen in the future.
Corporate speak. No answer in that
Abhishek
question.
Sudhi, please respond.
Look, at the end of the day, please respect Sharad Pawar. Please respect. There's no point that, giving him a Padma Vibhushan, later, like you did with Mulayam Singh Yadav. Please respect them while they're living and breathing. Sharad Pawar has built a party. He has built a party from scratch. He left the Congress, started the NCP. And do you know, Shreya, Ajit Pawar's NCP, I use air quotes, has won three seats in Arunachal Pradesh yesterday. You think Ajit Dada did the work to win the seats in Arunachal? No, it was Sharad Pawar. It was Sharad Pawar who way back brought Conrad Sangma into the NCP. That opened up the Northeast for the NCP. Sharad Pawar turned the NCP into a national party. Now what's going to happen? Now where is the BJP going to go? Oh, you'll dump Eknath Shinde now, is it? And you'll say Uddhav aa jao. You think Uddhav will just come? You're going to dump Ajit Dada now, is it? What is now going to happen, let me tell you, is you will see Dada return. If anyone's returning, it's not Sharad Pawar to Ajit Pawar, it's Ajit Pawar to Sharad. If anyone's returning. And that return can happen. But Eknath Shinde is finished. I mean, I don't know what is going to happen in Maharashtra now. I really don't see how Eknath Shinde can even survive as Chief Minister till November. The BJP can forget winning Maharashtra. Whether they form the government in New Delhi or not, I don't know. But the election in Maharashtra and two formidable elections coming up later this year, Maharashtra and Haryana.
Yeah.
And Haryana is a done deal. Bhupinder Singh Hooda is returning. So the heartland is under threat because Congress has Himachal. They'll have a government in Haryana. In Rajasthan, they've lost seats. In UP, it's a SP Congress combine. The heartland, the Congress's heart is back in the heartland now. The Congress's heart in the heartland is well and truly beating. And you ran down Rahul Gandhi, you denigrated Rahul Gandhi, you said he's running from Amethi, and you couldn't even beat Rahul Gandhi's proxy in Amethi. You couldn't beat Rahul Gandhi's man-manager in Amethi.
Okay.
And Smriti Irani, end of career? I guess. I don't know.
Well, we'll have
what
to
does
see
Smriti
that.
do from here?
We'll have to see how it pans out for Smriti Irani. But let me get this breaking news coming in right now. It's the BJP's unique retort to Somnath Bharti. Posters are showing a bald Somnath Bharti. BJP workers have offered razors to the Aam Aadmi Party Neta. Remember, Somnath Bharti had vowed to shave his head if the Prime Minister wins this election. So the BJP clearly giving that creative retort. There you can see in the visuals on your screen to Somnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me also get in some quick reactions that came in.
बहन हमारी जीत गई, महादेव की कृपा हो गई उन पर। बहन बासुरी स्वराज जीत गई और हमारी सरकार भी बनेगी एनडीए की। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद। मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया हमने सोमनाथ भारती को। उनको तैयारी कर लेनी चाहिए सिर मुंडवाने की।
सोमनाथ भारती ने कहा था वो अपने बाल मुंडवा लेंगे अगर प्राइम मिनिस्टर फिर से आए तो क्या कहेंगे?
हम उस तरह लेकर तैयार है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर आ गए हैं।
All right, we've reached the conclusion of the special broadcast, but let me quickly get in the last comments from both my guests, Pradeep Mahar as well as Abhishek Sudhir. Pradeep Mahar, you want to go first? How do you see this really panning out? Some big upsets and a lot of introspection for the BJP?
Look, first of all, the co-panelists, as he said that upcoming elections, the BJP is not going to perform, and this is just we can understand from these elections what is going to happen in the future. So many times what we have seen is, and as far as BJP is concerned, BJP knows how to come up with the errors, whatever mistakes they have done. So they have to rectify. So this is what is going to happen, and Maharashtra in future it is going to be big in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as these elections are concerned, definitely it's a victory for BJP, and we need to celebrate that. The expectation of numbers were very high. Definitely, we were talking about 400 plus and whatever, but that expectation has not been fulfilled. This is definitely something that we need to think about. Everybody has to introspect and analyze what has happened, and so that BJP can move further with the winning streak in future.
Well, I'm glad, Mr. Mahar, there is some, humility and acceptance of the fact that there needs to be introspection. Abhishek Sudhir, quick last comments.
Look, I think I would make a larger point. Over the last 10 years, I believe that freedom of speech has suffered in this country. If you spoke out against the Prime Minister, you were sent a notice. We saw what happened to the BBC. The BBC ran a documentary about Prime Minister Modi. Their offices in Delhi were raided. Multiple media houses have been raided. And more than the media being raided, more than businessmen and politicians being raided, Shreya, in law, we have something known as a chilling effect. And when the government suppresses the free speech of powerful individuals, the sort of effect it has is known as a chilling effect. I, Abhishek Sudhir, will hesitate as a citizen of India with no political affiliation, with no deep pockets, to speak out.
Okay.
Basically. And what this mandate does, irrespective of whether he returns for a third term or not, it reduces the arrogance of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The citizenry can breathe freely and we can speak our mind freely. And thank you, Mahatma Gandhi. We have once again won back the freedom you got for us. And Mr. Gandhi was known well before 1984, let me tell you, in a lighter vein.
All right. We'll leave it there. Abhishek Sudhir and Pradeep Mahar, thank you very much to both of you for joining us on the broadcast right now. As we see, the tally is at 296 for the NDA and the opposition India bloc is at 230. We'll keep getting you on Mirror Now the latest results as they trickle in. But thank you very much for joining us right now. Our continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha election results continues.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse.
What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy, where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
Today is the day that counts. Today is the only day that
We'll go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow. With a transformer blast, no arrests have been made. On Mirror Now, we take the road less traveled, fight all odds, risk everything, only to highlight your plight. I am Neha Hebale, reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
From politicians' dharna to citizens' agitation, for us, every issue is of equal importance. We at Mirror Now report from the ground on the issue that interests you, that impacts you. Government doesn't have that willpower. People of Delhi are struggling not just with deteriorating air quality. Now you can clearly see it's been 3 to 4 days that the situation has been the same. Demanding accountability from those in power and for those who are unheard. We raise our voice for you and your issue. I am Ishika Verma reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Reporting that reflects reality. The road conditions in this area are like very worse. Nobody can go inside this temple. 150 plus houses have already been demolished by both the departments. The victim's house that is behind me, even if it makes those in the corridors of power uncomfortable. That is journalism to me. What are the problems you're figuring out, you're identifying from this constituency? Nobody even came here to visit this spot.
You see, there is no street light at all.
Sewage water is being let directly.
Good afternoon and welcome, and what a day it has been so far, and it's nowhere close to ending yet. We hope you have been enjoying our election coverage as much as we have enjoyed bringing it far. But in case you've just joined us, welcome. I'm Ritangshu, you're on Mirror Now, and let's begin with the headlines. Forget 400 Paar, NDA falls short of 300. The BJP fails to reach the majority mark on its own and is now dependent on its allies. The India Bloc's experiment kicks off to a rollicking start. Over 230 seats are certain. All exit poll predictions are emphatically crushed. It's a major upset for the BJP in its key bastion of Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party's cycle is in cruise control mode. The Congress makes a comeback in the Hindi heartland. Shehzadas Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi shine. After making big gains, all eyes are now on kingmakers Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP and JDU's Nitish Kumar. Will they stick with the BJP, a party they have a history of dumping over Narendra Modi? The BJP decimates Naveen Patnaik's 24-year-old rule in Odisha, with the state emerging as a ray of hope for the Saffron Party amidst the overall disappointment in the Lok Sabha. The BJP is also the single largest party in the assembly elections and is all set to form a government in the state. With battle lines drawn, the voters decide who the real Shiv Sena and NCP are in Maharashtra. It's the Mahavikas Aghadi that leads on 27 out of the 48 seats in the state. The Mahayuti experiment fails to yield dividends. There's no BJP wave in Mamta's Bengal after all. The saffron camp trails and the Trinamool Congress leads in 30 out of the 42 seats. Apparently, Sandesh Khali has not become Mamta's Nandigram. And the contest in Manipur heats up as the Congress takes a significant lead in both seats in the strife-torn state. NDA trails. Has the BJP been punished for its mishandling of the 13-month-old conflict along ethnic lines? Ripple effects are felt across the entire Northeast. Khalistani sentiment gets an electoral mandate. Separatist Amritpal Singh, who's in jail over the National Security Act, is leading by over 1.5 lakh votes in Punjab's Khadur Sahib. After a bloodbath for the NDA, it's a bloodbath on Dalal Street. Sensex Nifty see the worst session in 4 years. all the optimism after exit polls fizzles out. So the big story here, on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, the pollsters had predicted a clean sweep for the BJP-led NDA. Cut to today, and the picture, as you can see under your screens, is quite different. The BJP, which got into the elections with a promise of making it 400 Paar, is now struggling to reach the 219 number of 303. In fact, it is struggling to even reach its 2014 number, where it had crossed the majority mark on its own as the party. The numbers on your screens have been brought to you by regional parties, and there has been a rise and how. Akhilesh Yadav, Mamata Banerjee, Uddhav Thackeray, Nitish Kumar, and Chandrababu Naidu, these are all the leaders who have shown, and in fact, they've smashed some of the bouncers put to them by the bigger national parties. And the first three have put the India Bloc in a comfortable place. The India Bloc has packed in a lot of surprises. The biggest surprise comes from Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP is definitely not Uttam, and the Samajwadi cycle is cruising on its way to the top. Let's start with the key takeaways here, which are already on screen, but let's go through them one by one. Number one, the biggest takeaway, the 400 Paar plan, that the dream of 400 plus, which has only been achieved once in India's history, has been shattered. Now the BJP or the NDA is looking to cut 300 at this point. In fact, we'll come to these takeaways shortly, but we've got some breaking news coming in at this point, because we've got the first response coming in from Sharad Pawar, one of the key winners in the Lok Sabha election so far. And in Maharashtra, after batlines were redrawn, voters seem to have decided who the real Shiv Sena and NCP are. Sharad Pawar has welcomed the mandate. He has said that Maharashtra has voted for change. Remember, the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is of the Congress, the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, and the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena are currently leading in 27 out of the 48 seats. Both Shiv Sena, UBT and NCP Sharad Pawar, which are part of the Mahavikas Aghadi, are comfortably ahead of their counterparts, the Shiv Sena and the NCP, which was split and had joined the BJP-led Mahayuti. The BJP also appears to have been dragged down by Ajit Pawar's NCP faction, because it's leading in just one seat in a key constituency, Baramati, which was once a Pawar bastion and saw a family feud this time. Supriya Sule of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction is leading over Sunetra Pawar of the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. An indication and a reflection of what is happening in the state. Now, the big news that we have just told you is that Sharad Pawar has come up with his first statement, and my colleague Abhishek is joining us with more details. Abhishek, of course, Sharad Pawar, for Sharad Pawar, this is quite a personal victory here, because he had his party name taken away, he had his party symbol taken away from him by his son-in-law, but he has now, by his nephew, I beg your pardon, but he has emphatically ensured and delivered a statement that the voters still look at Sharad Pawar as the real NCP leader in state.
Definitely, we will have to understand the fact out here that, Sharad Pawar is known as the Chanakya of politics. In fact, he was the one who architected the entire Mahavikas Aghadi in 2019, wherein ideologically different parties came together and had a common minimum program. And in that way, similarly, India Alliance was made. And Sharad Pawar played an important role in India Alliance also. And now he has issued a statement, and currently is also holding a press conference. He first congratulated the people of Maharashtra for voting for Mahavikas Aghadi. In fact, the second point that you mentioned, definitely, both Sharad Pawar as well as Uddhav Thackeray were riding on a high sympathy wave, because how their party was broken, in short, there were allegations on the BJP for the same, and then in the role of Election Commission, role of Supreme Court, everything was seen by the people, and they were just fighting.
In fact, Abhishek, what I'll do is, I'll request you to stay on with us, Abhishek, because as you pointed out for viewers, Sharad Pawar is speaking live, and Abhishek, if possible, I'd request you to translate it for our viewers, because he's speaking in Marathi. Let's listen in to Sharad Pawar.
असं न जावं तो योग्यच निर्णय घेतो आणि घेईन याची खात्री आम्हाला मिळते आणि मला वाटतं आता किती टक्के
18वी राऊंड चालू आहे ना आता
16वी राऊंड पब्लिश झाली.
पब्लिश 16वी झाली. किती झालं
त्याच्या आधी बारामती विधानसभेत कसं मतदान झालं
10व्या राऊंडला 22,000 होता, आता 35,000च्या पुढे लीड असेल बारामती विधानसभा.
एका विधानसभेमध्ये 35,000च्या पुढे आता लीड असेल आणि बाकीच्या मतदारसंघातलं तुमच्याकडे असेल.
हो, म्हणजे बाकीमध्ये पण लीड आहे. खडकवासला थोडंसं कमी आहे, बाकी सगळे लीड आहे.
बाकी सगळे
गेल्या वेळेस पेक्षा खडकवासला चांगलं.
टोटल किती लीड असता अजून
या क्षणी
आता 16व्या राऊंडला आपली 76,000च्या आसपास आहे
आणि अजून 3-4 राऊंड
अजून 6 ते 7 राऊंड बाकी
अच्छा,
आहे.
6 ते 7.
आज आजचा निकाल लागला आहे. यानंतर विधानसभेपर्यंत
And we are hopeful that the lead will certainly increase to what we are coming to know.
लोकसभेचा निकाल महाविकास आघाडीला सुद्धा म्हणजे वेगवेगळं करतील, सगळीकडे दिसतील. तुम्हाला काय वाटतं? पक्की झाली अजून?
आमची साधारणचा जो विचारविनिमय होतोय झाला आहे त्याच्यामध्ये महाराष्ट्र ही विकास आघाडी जी आहे त्या विकास आघाडीच्या वतीनं आम्ही सामूहिक कष्ट करू, लोकांच्या जाऊ आणि उद्याचं महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेचं चित्र बदलायला जे आमचे आणि म्हणून हे काम आम्ही चालू ठेवू.
Alliance partners of the BJP to break away and come on the India alliance side? Do you expect the alliance partners of the BJP from the NDA to break away and come on the India alliance side? Do you expect that?
No, I don't know. Neither we have discussed, neither we have thought.
पवार साहब किस तरीके से चुनावी परिणाम को
Sharad Pawar, that would you allow or would you expect that the NDA partners break apart and join India alliance to form a government? So he replied, making a point that as of now there has no discussion taken place with the NDA partners, and I cannot comment at this given point of time. But in short, he even didn't deny that.
हिंदी लोग में और मेहनत करने की आवश्यकता है या हम सोचते थे और इसमें कोई ना कोई सुधार हो गया ये बात सच है. फिर भी मध्य प्रदेश और कुछ एरिया में और ज़्यादा काम करने की आवश्यकता है. मगर उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने जो इसमें डिसीजन दे दिया, एक नई डायरेक्शन सब लोगों को उन्होंने दिए. हम वहाँ के नेता लोग, वहाँ के कार्यकर्ता लोग और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जो इन सभी का हम आभारी है कि इस तरह का डिसीजन उन्होंने दे दिया.
पवार साहब, राम को लेकर जिस तरीके से राम मंदिर को लेकर जिस तरीके से बीजेपी ने मंचों से ये कहा कि जो भगवान राम को लाए हैं जनता उनको लाएगी, ये जो परिप्रेक्ष्य बनाया गया था कि राम मंदिर के बाद जनता उन्हें चुनकर देगी, बाद में प्रधानमंत्री का हिंदू मुस्लिम करना,
वे सीधी बात है. मंदिर के इश्यू रेज करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं थी. जिनको आम जनता के बारे में कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं, ऐसे लोग उस लाइन पर जाते थे. उन्होंने कोशिश की और जनता ने इसका स्वीकार नहीं किया. यहाँ तक इस कैंपेन में आपने हमने लोगों ने देखा कि महिलाओं को इस तरह की तकलीफ हो जाएगी, ये लोग हुकूमत में आएंगे. किसानों की या रूरल एरिया की मीटिंग हो तो वहाँ बताया गया कि ये लोग हुकूमत में आएंगे तो आपके खेती में
So that is of course Sharad Pawar, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction supremo, and many would say the voters of Maharashtra have chosen him as the real leader of the NCP, addressing a press conference, the first one today after the results have more or less come out at this point. And we'll focus on Maharashtra at this point, but as we were telling you at the beginning of this show, here are some of the key takeaways to really set up the picture before we go by the state by state here. The first takeaway, as we told you, is that the BJP's 400 power plan has been shattered. The target now is 300, and that's the figure which they've been trying very hard to cross for the past 2 hours, but they have not been. It's been settling around a 290 to 296 mark. Now, the BJP Sarkar critically is not dependent on its allies Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. For the first time since Narendra Modi came to power, his party is not in a simple majority at the centre. So as a result, he has to depend on two allies, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who have a history of leaving the BJP over Narendra Modi. That's important. The third key takeaway is the resurgence in Uttar Pradesh from the Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party. And that has left the BJP stunned because that is the most unexpected result of this election. The saving grace for the BJP has been Odisha. And how? Because the BJD bastion, a bastion of Naveen Patnaik that stood for 24 years, has crumbled. And as a result, the BJP has got 19 seats from Odisha alone. Remove 19 from the figure of 294 and you realize how much trouble the BJP or the NDA would have been if Odisha had not come to the rescue. Now, of course, the Congress party, for long the butt of jokes for the BJP in some sections of media, is resurgent. And talks of the Congress party becoming irrelevant are far, far premature. It has doubled its tally. The Aghadi, as we told you in Maharashtra, is ahead. And as a result, it can be seen as the first clear decision from the voters as to who they see as the real Shiv Sena and who they see as the real NCP. Mamata Banerjee's Bengal bastion is safe. For all the talk of the BJP eclipsing Mamata and having its Nandigram moment, that has not happened. The lotus has wilted in the state of West Bengal. And finally, in Manipur, and some would say in adjoining areas of the Northeast, the BJP has been emphatically punished for its failure to act on the ethnic violence here. Now, I am being joined at this point by Abhishek Sudhir, political analyst, and I am also being joined by Anuja Kapoor, BJP spokesperson. Thank you both for being with me. Anuja, I'll come to you first. Thank you for coming and representing the party. I must give credit to the BJP for always turning up and taking media commitments seriously, irrespective of the verdict and not coming up with any reasons. Anuja Kapoor, at the main core level, isn't the party disappointed? I am sure this was not the score you were looking at till this morning.
Was India Alliance looking at the 295 score till now? So nothing has been switched off right now. The election voting is still been going on. But we are coming back, no? What is important is that we are coming back in the third consecutive year. And under Modi ji's the clear leadership. So what is important is, where is Modi ji? Modi ji is with NDA. And Bharat is standing strong. Ek Bharat, Sashakt Bharat, Viksit Bharat is with Modi ji. So Modi ka parivar is there with them. So what we are looking into is that how come now the EVM is so safe for them? The question which every BJP is asking, the all Karyakarta is asking to them, how come now you are standing where you stand at 232, EVM is okay. And now where we stand at 294, EVM. We could have also asked in West Bengal. We could have also asked in many places where West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee
Anuja, I will concede that is a fair point. But Anuja, that's a fair point. But again, today at least, the answer to a question should not be another question. I'll come back to you, Anuja. We have got some more news coming in from your party. The trends have put the BJP in a huddle because we understand that Amit Shah has reached the residence of BJP President JP Nadda and a crucial meeting is being held here. We'll update our viewers and to what we understand is happening at that meeting. But before I go across to Abhishek, Anuja, to answer one statement you made that nothing has changed and Modi ji is back in power for the third time, I'll tell you one big difference. He is not in power by himself. He is dependent now on Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu. These are two leaders who have once, and not once, twice, left the BJP and have left the BJP over Narendra Modi. Surely the party cannot be so comfortable anymore.
The election voting is over, sir. I'm just asking you. The election voting is over.
Yes,
are you saying that all the voting has been counted? The votes has been counted? No. So the thing what we are looking into,
so let's wait for those. Abhishek Sudhir, what is your response to that?
Bharat needs Modi. So yes.
Okay.
So
yeah, Abhishek.
Bharat needs Modi, is it? I see. Ayodhya is not standing with Modi. Bharat is standing with Modi. You're losing Ayodhya. Narendra Modi is losing Ayodhya. How can Narendra Modi even think of forming a third term? He should resign on moral grounds. And I have an insider, I have a scoop for you.
Okay.
I just spoke to somebody in the Samajwadi Party in Lucknow. The BJP office in Uttar Pradesh in Lucknow is deserted. The BJP office in Lucknow is deserted. So that's huge news. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu are by no means firmly in the NDA. Discussions are ongoing with the India Bloc.
Let me just put in a caveat, Abhishek. That's not what our sources have told us. They are calling a meeting.
Okay. Now, first of all, Amit Shah is going into a huddle with JP Nadda. You are calling an NDA meeting. Hey, Chandrababu and Nitish could very well turn up at that meeting. But please ask the BJP spokesperson, are you ready to make Nitish Kumar Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister? Will Chandrababu Naidu become Home Minister? Of course, he's going to be CM of Andhra Pradesh, but his nominee...
And Nitish Kumar is Chief Minister of
What
Bihar.
are you making? Would you think Nitish Kumar... No, tell me something. Tell me something. Nitish Kumar will be happy being Bihar Chief Minister.
Okay.
We'll make him Prime Minister.
Okay. I think we are. At this point, I think थोड़ी हवाबाजी हो रही है. थोड़ी हवाबाजी हो रही है. Okay, एक second.
If I had the power, I would make him Prime Minister.
But Abhishek ji, the fact is you right now.
Tell me why are you losing Ayodhya?
One second. Let me just one second. Abhishek Anuja ji, this is not a time to come up with Hawabazi. I will just like to put it on record once again that counting is still going on. Anuja ji, 1 second. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Let me just tell our viewers what is happening in Uttar Pradesh, sir. They deserve to know the facts on the ground, then you can put your spin to it. Let's start with the state which has sent the maximum number of representatives, that is Uttar Pradesh. The fact is that there is a stellar resurgence of Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party and the Congress led by Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi in the Hindi heartland state, and that has left the BJP stumped. The India Bloc, as we speak, is leading in 44 seats. The numbers are constantly changing. But so far, the India Bloc is ahead. Samajwadi Party, last we checked, is in 37 seats. Congress in 7. The BJP-led NDA is not far behind. It's not a domination. Let's be very clear about it. It's in 35 seats. But what was once a dominant state for the Uttar Pradesh, for the BJP in UP, that's changed as well. But here's perhaps the statement or the statistic which will be most embarrassing for you. Rahul Gandhi's lead in Rai Bareli is twice that of Prime Minister Modi in Varanasi. Union Minister Smriti Irani is trailing in Amethi. And of course, as we said, Faizabad, which has Ayodhya, is seeing a Samajwadi Party victory. Let me quickly go across to Adib, who's joining us from Amethi. Adib, the big story coming in from Amethi, that Smriti Irani, the giant killer of the BJP, the Neta who brought down Rahul Gandhi in his own bastion, has today been brought down. The giant killer has now become the giant who has been killed, Adib.
Well, definitely Kishori Lal Sharma, who was fielded by Congress Party in a last-minute decision, is now leading with a vote of around 1 lakh votes. Kishori Lal Sharma is leading from the seat of Amethi, while Rahul Gandhi is leading with a vote margin of 3 lakhs. Rahul Gandhi till now has got around 6 lakh votes. It's a large number of votes which Rahul Gandhi has got in Uttar Pradesh. Apart from these two seats, if we are talking about the entire Uttar Pradesh, Faizabad is another seat which is coming as a surprise for every party, including BJP and Samajwadi Party. Samajwadi Party is leading on Faizabad seat with a vote margin of 20,000. Though the Lallu Singh, who is the candidate of BJP, was maintaining a lead early in the morning, but now it's Avdesh Prasad who is maintaining the lead in on the seat of Faizabad. Then there's the seat of Barabanki, where Tanush Punia is maintaining a lead of around 1 lakh votes from the seat of Barabanki. He's the Congress candidate. He's the son of senior Congress leader PL Punia, and he was fielded from the seat of Barabanki, and he's also maintaining a lead of 1 lakh. But the two most important seats of Uttar Pradesh which remain in this entire election is the seat of Amethi and Rai Bareli. And in Amethi, KL Sharma is leading with a margin of 1 lakh votes. And clearly, it's the connection of Nehru Gandhi family with the people of Amethi and Raebareli, which has worked over here. The people of Amethi were demanding that a Gandhi family member should be contesting from this particular seat. But however, Congress fielded KL Sharma, and when the time came for campaigning, it was Priyanka Gandhi herself campaigning in Amethi for KL Sharma. She was here for more than 10 days holding road shows, holding public gatherings, addressing public gatherings. So this was Priyanka Gandhi herself campaigning in Amethi. That has changed the whole scenario. However, BJP was very confident about Amethi and Raebareli, and not just about these seats, but they were confident about UP. In fact, BJP was saying that it will be a clean sweep in Uttar Pradesh as far as BJP is concerned. But if EC data is to be believed, BJP is getting around 35 seats in Uttar Pradesh, while Samajwadi Party is getting 33 seats, and Congress is getting 7 seats in Uttar Pradesh, as the trend is showing as of now.
Okay. All right, Adi, thank you so much for getting us those brass tacks. Anuja Kapoor, I think the one clear message today, and I'm sure even the BJP will admit, is that arrogance or at least overconfidence does not pay. And sometimes it is perfectly fine to accept that, yes, perhaps we made a miscalculation and perhaps we erred in our calculations here. Would you not be at least graceful to say that perhaps the BJP underestimated the opposition in Uttar Pradesh? Because these three headline figures are coming out. The loss in Ayodhya, the defeat in Amethi by over 1 lakh votes, and the less than expected margin of victory for the Prime Minister himself in his sitting constituency of Varanasi. Something has definitely gone wrong. Will the BJP introspect on that?
Sri Ram Mandir was in manifesto. We have never asked that when you make a Ram Mandir, then Ayodhya becomes yours. We never said that. Give me one clue on that we ever said that. We said that it is on our manifesto. We said, we did what is there in our Sankalp Patra. We said Article 370.
So you were not expecting votes because of the Ram Mandir?
We said Ram Mandir, we did it. When did we say that Ram Mandir, if we'll make, then Ayodhya will become ours or not? It is the voters who vote.
But Anuja, Ayodhya was already yours. Ayodhya was already yours. You had won. The party had swept that state in the last 2 seats. It was not, Anuja ji, Ayodhya was not some unsurmountable fortress that you had never dreamt of getting. It was already yours. And you lost it. And you've lost it.
It is always there, it is there. But putting it through, I am still saying that you have to see around 5 o'clock, I'll come back, let's debate again, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
So right now, just beating behind the bush would not create the situation around.
Okay. Abhishek Sudhi, let me now put it across the other question, which, let's be honest here, isn't it hypocrisy on the behalf of the Congress and the other parties that when elections go your way, EVMs are fine. When elections don't go your way, EVMs are rigged, EC is manipulated, something like that. Does that not tarnish the emphasis or the significance of a relatively good performance like this one?
There are 2 points here.
Yeah.
There's questioning the credibility of the Election Commission and the decisions they've taken, questioning their partiality. And the second issue is saying that the EVMs have been hacked, or the EVMs have been manipulated, or that the elections have been rigged. Has one leader from the India Bloc said that the elections have been rigged? Questions have been raised about
but EVMs were rigged was the constant refrain. No, I'm saying
see what supporters say, what voters say. Has Rahul...
Not for this election, maybe, yes. But for several elections, they've said, whenever they've lost, they said EVM manipulation is going on.
I'll tell you what. At the end of the day, the Election Commission's credibility has taken a hit because they did not take action against the Prime Minister for his repeated violations of the Model Code of Conduct. They did not take actions against the Prime Minister for his repeated violations of the Representation of the People's Act. He blatantly polarized this election. Now, the people of India said, okay, Mr. Chief Election Commissioner, or at least the people of Uttar Pradesh clearly said, okay, Mr. Chief Election Commissioner, if you want to take action against Narendra Modi, we will take action against Narendra Modi. And the result of that action is 45 seats to India and 35 seats to the BJP. Introspection, they're not even acknowledging that the Samajwadi Party Congress combine has absolutely decimated them in their strongholds. They were talking about 8 lakh vote margin for Narendra Modi. He'll be lucky if it's 1 lakh. How can Narendra Modi become the Prime Minister if he has lost Ayodhya? The Sangh Parivar, the RSS, the VHP, all of them must now come together and say that does Narendra Modi have the backing of the people? Or should someone like Nitin Gadkari take over as Prime Minister? That's a discussion that's being had.
They do have the majority, and
That's
he
a
has
discussion
won.
being had.
They have won a Lok
The
Sabha.
BJP has the majority, sir.
And Narendra Modi has won. It doesn't.
So,
at the end of the day,
you
margin
cannot
is not.
Narendra Modi cannot
see
take the
Rahul
credit
Gandhi
for the victory and deflect the blame on someone else.
On 26th of May, what did
Okay,
he do?
okay, one second.
What did he
Let's
do?
focus on Anuja Kapoor. Let's focus on
You
the
also
good news
go back
coming
and
in.
look, on
Anuja,
26th of May,
Anuja
what
ji,
did
let's
Rahul
focus
Gandhi
on the
do?
good.
You're talking about the model code of conduct.
Okay. Ma'am, elections are over. Let's leave the pending aside.
So
Let's
ask him,
focus again.
what did Rahul Gandhi do on the Wayanad day when he was
I am
on his
one
election?
second.
What was he doing? Wasn't he going against the model code of conduct?
Okay. Let's focus on Odisha. Anuja Kapoor, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you. Let's focus on Odisha. That's a state where your party has
Sir, you
done
are
well.
not making the
A
government.
state that has seen Lok Sabha and Assembly elections.
Don't talk about it. You are not making the government. You can please dance on your seats. Go and dance on your seats.
Okay, now can I talk about the state where you are making the government, ma'am?
And that is the reality. You go and have a cake from our side.
Look at that.
Please go.
Look at the arrogance.
1 second.
Look at
You
that.
can always dance on the particular
Our
seats.
viewers
Keep
will judge
dancing.
who's being arrogant,
Pick up
just like our
popcorn
voters
and
have.
keep dancing.
Anuja Kapoor, I'm sorry, I'll have to overrule you at this point. I have to talk about Odisha. It has a state which has seen Lok Sabha and Assembly elections, and out of the 21 Lok Sabha seats in the state, the BJP is leading on 19 of them, with the BJP reduced to just 1 seat. The Congress is also leading on 1 seat. The BJD has also been, remember, was the single largest party in Odisha. It won 12 out of 20 seats and 20 seats out of in 2019 and 2014 Lok Sabha elections. The BJP had just won 8 and 1 going into this election. So that, of course, is the big story from Odisha at this point. And that is a state which, again, I say, if you remove the 19 MPs which BJP is getting from Odisha from the current figure of 295, you reach 276 for the NDA. And that puts into perspective how much the Odisha gamble was important to the BJP and how spectacularly it has worked. Let's now then move on to West Bengal. Neighboring to Odisha, another state where the BJP had expected to replicate the performance which it has seen in Odisha. But West Bengal, unfortunately for the BJP, remains Mamata Banerjee's bastion. Her party, Trinamool Congress, is leading in 32 out of the 42 seats. And the BJP, which according to exit polls was forecast as being the single largest party in West Bengal, for now has failed to better its performance of 18 seats in 2019. Currently, it's at 9 seats. And so Mamata's decision of not aligning with the Congress seems to have paid off for the TMC. In another key takeaway, it seems that the Sandesh Kali issue has failed to garner support for the BJP because Basirat, the constituency which encompasses Sandesh Kali, is seeing Trinamool Congress's Nurul Islam win by huge margin against BJP's Rekha Patra. I'm being joined by my colleague Adrija, who is live from Kolkata at this point. Adrija? Okay, I'll go to Adrija. I'll go to Adrija in a while, but I'm also being joined by Shreya at this point, who's joining us from Bengal. Shreya, good to have you on the broadcast. What are the big headlines coming in from West Bengal? The one which I can see at this point, I think you're being surrounded by a lot of Congress supporters. Mamata Banerjee's bastion is safe. Trinamool Congress, Bengal is still in Trinamool Congress of blue and white.
Looks like it is going to be a huge win by once again the mighty Mamata Banerjee government. Look at the surrounding. We are right now outside the Chief Minister's residence in Kalighat, and you can see how TMC supporters have in fact come out to celebrate. Remember, the early trend shows that TMC is leading in at least 30 seats and BJP is leading only in 9 to 10 seats. Heavyweight BJP leader like that of Dilip Ghosh, Shrikant Majumdar, Nishit Pramanik, Loket Chatterjee, they were in fact trailing behind, and TMC is, at least is leading in 30 seats, and if this trend continues, if TMC is to really win in this 30 seat, that would be a major victory for the TMC party. Remember, last time around they have bagged 22 seats, BJP bagged 18 seats, but right now if you look at the trend, it's looking like TMC is going to bag 30 seats. Now I'd like to show you, look at how the supporters have come out to support, they are outside Chief Minister's residence from where they are reporting live. Also remember, there is a meeting which is underway between Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee to decide the road further after this massive win by the TMC in the state of West Bengal. Let me try to talk to these people and try to understand. आप लोगों को 30 सीट्स मिल रहे हैं, आप क्या कहना चाहते हो? लीडर्स दिखा रहे 30 सीट्स आपको मिल सकते हैं।
লক্ষ্মী ভান্ডার, স্বাস্থ্যসাথী, সবুজ সাথী, কন্যাশ্রী, রূপশ্রী, শিল্পশ্রী, এমনকি জন্মালে টাকা মরলে টাকা, মানুষ কিন্তু বেইমান না। দিদির গ্যারান্টি,
मोदी जी का गारंटी के बारे में,
মোদির গ্যারান্টি ফার্স্ট, মোদি ভাউতাবাদ কথা বলেছিল।
সন্দেশখালী নিয়ে মানুষকে অনেক ভুল বোঝানো হয়েছিল। সন্দেশখালী মানে আমাদের বসিরহাট লোকসভার কেন্দ্রের অন্তরে 1.5 লাখ ভোটে জিতেছে হাজী নজরুল ইসলাম।
So see, of course, this is very important. Remember, we know that the BJP party have been backing on the Sandeshkhali issue. They have been questioning the safety of women in Mamata Banerjee's regime. But remember, in a massive turn, we see that TMC is leading from Bashirhat. Haji Nurul Islam, the TMC candidate, is
Thanks a lot for getting us.
Rekha Patra, the BJP candidate.
Thanks a lot for getting us that update from Kolkata. I'd just like to bring it to our viewers that the scoreline, as it is changing in several parts of the country, is also shifted slightly in Bengal. The Trinamool Congress is ahead in 29. BJP is ahead in 12. Again, a reminder that counting is still going on. Some of the margins are still very minimal, and the figures can, even though the bigger picture, I think, more or less is going to be the same at this point. Abhishek, Sudhir, if I could look at what has gone in Bengal, it seems the BJP challenge peaked in 2019, and despite the best efforts, it's not materialized either in the assembly elections which followed and now at this point. What went wrong for the BJP? Keep in mind that Bengal has a history of keeping incumbent governments in power, because many people say there is a very strong local body cadre network which ensures that it's very difficult for an outsider or a incumbent party to remove it. Are we seeing the same trend in Bengal?
What Mamata Banerjee has done today is seismic. I mean, you not only have to contend with the BJP, but you also have to contend with a belligerent Adhiranjan Chaudhary, right? You have the Congress and the left, who you're not in alliance with. And wow, Didi, wow. Like, what a decision to contest on her own. You have to give her that credit. She backed her gut instinct. She backed her party machinery. She backed her leadership's instincts. And she said, you know what? I'm exiting the India bloc. I'm going it all alone. With Adhiranjan Chaudhary and Congress could have easily played spoil sport. But these numbers in West Bengal, this is stunning. And Mamata single-handedly has taken on the entire might of the BJP. The BJP had made West Bengal the fortress of Didi. They said we have to breach it at all costs. And after this result, does the BJP have a future in West Bengal? That is the question now that has to be asked. Because the next assembly election, with these numbers, it's highly unlikely that Didi is going to lose power. And lest we forget, Didi is going to have a big role to play in government formation. Didi's seats, huge number.
I mean, government formation, right now the government is...
NDA, but let's please...
It's not me, I'm saying the numbers right now.
Don't say the numbers. See, things can change very quickly if one ally leaves. You can have a ripple effect, and like a house of cards, it can all collapse.
But you also don't know whether Mamata Banerjee is part of the industry. She has said that I will support from...
my enemy's enemy is my friend. Narendra Modi is Mamata's enemy, and she's the India bloc's enemy. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Defeat Narendra Modi, ensure Narendra Modi does not become Prime Minister again. That is the raison d'etre. That is the mission of everyone who wants a secular India. And Mamata is certainly one of them.
From West Bengal, let's shift to a party, let's to a state where the winning party will definitely hope to have a key role in government formation, and that is Andhra Pradesh, which has seen elections again like Odisha in both Lok Sabha and the State Assembly. The ruling YSR Congress party has been completely routed. And the party is leading in just 4 out of the 25 Lok Sabha seats as opposed to winning 22 out of 25 in 2019. The NDA is the big winner here, along with Odisha. Andhra is the big success story for the BJP, for the NDA more precisely, because the TDP has secured 16 seats and the BJP has got 3 seats. So when it comes to Andhra Pradesh, there's definitely no qualms over who the bigger leader in the NDA alliance is. Let me go across to my colleague Imran, who's joining us from Vijayawada at this point. Imran, once again, Chandrababu... Okay, we'll try and restore that connection with Imran at this point. But once again, the big story is that Chandrababu Naidu cannot be ruled out. He cannot be underestimated ever. Every time you think that it's the end of his active political career, he makes a stunning comeback. Anuja Kapoor is with us at this point. Anuja, of course, the focus in Andhra Pradesh is a big success for the BJP, for the NDA, also because given the fact that this was a last-minute poll-eve alliance which was stitched up in response to the India Bloc, and it has done wonders for the party. But again, Chandrababu Naidu is someone who's quit the NDA twice. From being a Vajpayee ally, he's quit it twice, and at that point he had made his reservations clear over the politics of Narendra Modi. Are you absolutely sure that Chandrababu Naidu is with the NDA and he will remain a part of the NDA?
There are many kind of too many sures and not sures. Everybody is asking us. I would just say, please wait. Modi ji is coming at 7 p.m. to address and to make a government and telling the Karyakartas, I am back. So I don't know where is and whom we need to speak about. I think this is in front of everyone that Modi ji is back. It's the third consecutive term. I again say that from some areas, you see the India Alliance are talking about it. Does it affect? Does not it affect? It has to be talked about after 7. Let's look into, there are various press conferences. They are also going to happen. What are they going to say? which side they want to go along? So we also want to see if they're talking about Nitish ji. So what does Nitish ji will tell them? So we also want to see how many things are going to be there, how many people believe in NDA. Because from the inception of NDA from 2014,
Anuja Kapoor, the question was on Chandrababu Naidu. You barely even mentioned him. At least this was a time for you to say that we are very happy and congratulations to Chandrababu Naidu. But once again, the answer is all about Modi ji. And that is the question as to whether can the BJP under Modi actually make a coalition work where the numbers are this thing. Let's go across to Imran, who's joining us live. Imran, let's focus on the man of the hour once. Okay, great. Wait. Imran. The man of the hour in Hyderabad, in Andhra Pradesh, is Chandrababu Naidu. And we have to give him his due. For the past 25 years, Chandrababu Naidu may be down several times, but he's refused to be out. And he's made a stunning comeback, both in Lok Sabha and as well in the Andhra Pradesh Assembly.
Well, absolutely. In fact, last time when the results came out, many people had written off obituaries for TDP. But like what we've seen in Telangana, how the Congress party rose, TDP also has come back in a spectacular victory margin there. And in fact, without any alliance, he could still form the government here in Andhra Pradesh. Now, Chandrababu Naidu, we are at the camp office where his supporters and well-wishers have beelining here to welcome and greet him. In fact, one of the MLC from the TDP came out and said that, in fact, Amit Shah and the PM had called Chandrababu Naidu congratulating him, probably also trying to ensure that already the India Inc. is reaching out to a few of their former allies and ensuring that he's still with the NDA. In fact, he came out and said that even TDP sources informed that they are with NDA, they're not going, considering even the India Alliance, they will strongly form the government here. And Chandrababu Naidu himself will go in a day or two to Delhi to welcome Prime Minister for the oath-taking ceremony on the 9th of this month. A spectacular victory there for Chandrababu Naidu. In fact, many people feel that his arrest started off the sympathy way for him, and despite YSRCP claiming that their social welfare schemes will sail them through, and especially the women voters, that didn't turn out. In fact, the rural distress was also seen in many of the constituencies in rural areas. TDP has gained, and also increased not only is just the seat share, but also its victory margin.
All right, thanks a lot, Imran, for joining us from Vijayawada. And from Andhra Pradesh, let's go shift our focus to Tamil Nadu. Of course, the South is, again, the big headline maker because, again, this is a state where, despite the Prime Minister's push into the Dakshin Dravidian homeland and fierce campaigning by the BJP face in Tamil Nadu, Annamalai, the party has once again failed to open its account. The India Bloc, comprising of the DMK, the Congress and more, are leading in 38 seats out of 39 in Tamil Nadu. And BJP State Chief Annamalai himself is trailing in Coimbatore by over 30,000 votes against the DMK candidate. The other big story, of course, which I must mention here, the fact that people are barely talking about them also indicates how far they've fallen. That is the AIDMK. It's a complete wipeout. And I think they have already ceded second position to the BJP as the opposition. Let me go across to Dharani, who's joining us live from Chennai. Dharani, once again, Tamil Nadu, which had a history till a few years ago of continuously swapping or shifting loyalties between DMK and AIDMK, has decided now to back MK Stalin and the DMK to the hilt, and which is why it remains one of the biggest success stories, first of the UPA and now of the India Alliance.
From the latest information on the Election Commission of India's website, we're given to understand that the DMK alliance is leading in all the 40 parliamentary constituencies in both Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. And we also know for a fact that Suresh Gopi of the BJP has won from Kerala, from the Thrissur parliamentary constituency. So this can potentially mean that Tamil Nadu is the only state in South India in which the BJP doesn't get to win a single seat. Tamil Nadu will become the only seat in South India in which the BJP itself doesn't have a member of parliament since Suresh Gopi from Kerala has won in Thrissur. So definitely celebrations are bound to happen in the DMK's headquarters around 5 or 6 p.m. Chief Minister MK Stalin will be coming to the party headquarters around 5 p.m. He'll be holding a press conference in which he'll be thanking the party cadre and the functionaries for their continuous support and hard work. And definitely last time, remember, in 2019, the DMK was able to win 38 seats and, of course, one seat in Puducherry, 39 seats. The only seat that the DMK alliance lost in 2019 was the Theni parliamentary constituency, but this time the DMK alliance's Thanga Tamil Selvan from Theni, he also seems to be taking the lead with a bigger margin. So definitely in all the 40 constituencies in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry combined, the DMK alliance is leading comfortably, and by the end of the day the results will become official. But the cadre they've already started celebrating. Just a few moments back we saw the supporters of DMK in front of the headquarters here bursting crackers and distributing laddus among themselves. Once the Chief Minister comes to the party headquarters around 5:30 p.m., the celebration will become official. After the press conference that he holds, the celebration will become official. And you can see in the visuals over here, the press is all set, media houses, they are starting to pour in to the DMK headquarters, and in another 1 hour from now, the Chief Minister will be here addressing the people of Tamil Nadu and also the people of India, thanking them for their support that they've rendered to the India Alliance altogether so far.
Arani, thank you so much for getting us that update here. Once again, a stellar show by the DMK and its allies here. The BJP has so far failed to make a mark in Tamil Nadu, and the wait goes on for the party to open its account in Tamil Nadu. But in Karnataka, the BJP definitely is a key player. And out of the total 28 seats, BJP and its new ally, the JDS, are leading on 18 seats, with the Congress leading on 10 seats. The big story coming in from Karnataka, however, and this is something I can leave my neutral journalist hat aside and say that this is something which is heartening news, that JDS's Prajwal Revana, who is embroiled in the sex scandal case, is trailing by over 40,000 votes in Hassan against the Congress candidature. In Bangalore, Tejasvi Surya is leading a very healthy margin against Congress's Soumya Reddy. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar's brother D.K. Suresh is trailing by 265,000 votes against the BJP's Dr. C.N. Manjunath. Let me go across to my senior colleague Deepak, who's joining us from Bengaluru with all the updates. Deepak, the big story, you have been focusing that on South Speak for the past 1 month. Now, yes, elections happened in Prajwal Revana's constituency before the sex scandal came out, but many people said that the knowledge of his exploits was known among the local population for a few days before it made the headlines. Nevertheless, the headline coming in at this point is that Prajwal Revana seems to have lost from his constituency.
Well, yes, and if you heard the conversation that I had earlier with Mr. Kumaraswamy, it's pretty clear that, he has conceded that Hassan was a mistake in terms of, he says, mistakes have been done and part of the JDS in itself. Now, he's not referring to the tapes here. There was a lot of talk that earlier there were reports that were given to the central BJP that, probably Prajwal is not the best candidate for Hassan. It was on the behest and the request of some of the top leaders of the JDS that actually he was given that, candidature, and eventually, of course, the tapes that leaked even before the FR was registered and all the fiasco began, all changed the minds of the voters, it looks like. Apart from that, if you see the BJP's performance, 17 is what the numbers are now standing at. It was actually, at 16. They've just managed to pull through in the Bengaluru Central constituency, which of course has been held now for multiple terms, over 3 terms by Mr. PC Mohan, Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan, the son of Rahman Khan, the former union minister, has given quite a tough contest there. But it looks like the BJP is going to pull through. The JDS managing to win Mandya by a thumping majority. And a big talking point this election would be the sole seat of the Congress last time around, that is, which was held by Mr. D.K. Suresh, the Bengaluru rural constituency, has been swept by Dr. Manjunath. He was the candidate of the BJP. The JDS and the BJP are really there to trounce the, sitting MP, Mr. D.K. Suresh. We spoke to him as well a little while earlier, and he didn't seem too happy, but of course had to say that he wishes his opponent the best of luck now to continue the work in that particular constituency. It's also a bastion of the DK brothers. And another aspect to note here that the bastion of the chief minister has once again been breached. You have Mysuru going towards the BJP. You also have Bengaluru rural going towards the Congress party, that is considered the bastion of the deputy chief minister. So at this point in time, a lot of drama that we witnessed over the last couple of months.
Well, Deepak, I'll tell you what you said earlier. You've spoken to former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy. Yes, Deepak, you spoke to H.D. Kumaraswamy. Let's play out that interview for our viewers.
At this point in time, with the result that's come in for the JDS and the NDA, are you happy and satisfied with
I'm not totally happy about this result. We are expected early the alliance between JDS and BJP. Our NDA alliance, we expected more than 25 seats.
Okay.
In that, because of some smaller errors from our side only, we lost 4-5 seats. But the alliance between JDS and BJP, overall, Karnataka voters, they accepted this alliance.
I remember campaigning for Mr. Amit Shah in Chanpatna, with Amit Shah in Chanpatna for Mr. Manjunath. That was a massive campaign at that point. And today, you see the results of that really bearing fruit with, Bangalore rural, the bastion somewhere of the Congress being, broken away?
When we decided to put Manjunath as the candidate in Bangalore rural constituency, after the consultation and after the advice from Honorable Home Minister, that strategy worked out very well in this election. Our party workers from BJP and JDS.
And finally we focus on the last remaining state in the south, that's in Kerala. The BJP is all set to open its account for the first time. BJP's Suresh Gopi is leading in Thrissur against the CPI candidate. And after the initial hiccups in Thiruvananthapuram, Congress's Shashi Tharoor is now leading with over 14,000 votes against Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And we have my colleague Neha who's joining us from Thiruvananthapuram, and without any further ado, let's quickly go across to Neha. Trivandrum was seeing a seismic contest for much of this morning. Rajiv Chandrasekhar was seemingly ahead, but it seems now, okay, we have just lost Neha, so we'll try and get that connection back. But as we were talking, Shashi Tharoor is now ahead in Thiruvananthapuram. The other big story also from Kerala, Rahul Gandhi, who is the sitting MP from Rayanad, is leading by a mammoth margin of 340,000 votes. These are live visuals coming in from Kerala at this point. A celebration by, of course, the Congress candidate. And okay, on these visuals, I'm going to head in for a short break, but on the other side, our focus continues. Stay with us, somewhere now.
Co-presented by
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
नालों का पानी
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते हैं अपन।
And we've got breaking news coming in at this point. The celebrations have begun in the Congress camp as it is doubled almost its 2019 tally. And it seems to be heading a reasonably successful show by the India camp. Congress celebrations have begun, and the big news coming in, Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, are set to address the media. And they're expected to brief the media at 5:30 p.m. That's the big story coming in. Of course, we will be covering it and tracking the fallout from that. But it's time for a short break. On the other side, we join you back with more news and updates. Stay tuned to Mirror Now. Stay tuned to Mirror Now.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
नालों का पानी
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते हैं अपन को मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो। We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow. With a transformer blast, no arrests have been made. On Mirror Now, we take the road less.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha election results. Numbers are still trickling in. Leads have been coming in, but so far the picture is clear. There is no 400 Paar for the NDA. In fact, it's fallen short of 300. We'll get you more on that. We'll also get you what else is happening in the India Bloc front. It's been a good day for the opposition India Bloc, doing well across the country. But let's quickly first, before all of this, get you the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Forget 400 Paar, the NDA falls short of 300. The BJP fails to reach the majority mark on its own. Now it is dependent on its allies. The India Bloc alliance Dharma kicks off to a rollicking start. Over 230 seats certain. All exit poll predictions crushed today. Major upset for the Bharatiya Janata Party in its key bastion Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party cycle in cruise control mode. The Congress makes a comeback in the Hindi heartland states. Shehzadas Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi shine. After big gains, all eyes on the kingmakers. Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP and JDU's Nitish Kumar. Will they stick with the BJP? The BJP decimates Naveen Patnaik's 24-year rule in Odisha, with the state emerging as a ray of hope for the Saffron Party amid the Lok Sabha election upset. The Bharatiya Janata Party emerges as the single largest party, all set to form the government in the state. With battle lines redrawn, voters decide the real Sena and the NCP in Maharashtra. Opposition Mahavikas Aghadi leads on 27 seats in Maharashtra. Mahayuti experiment fails in the key state. Split in factions results in split in votes. No BJP wave in Didi's Bengal. The saffron camp trails. Trinamool Congress leads in 30 of the state's 42 seats. Sandesh Khali, not Mamata's Nandigram. The contest in Manipur heats up. Congress takes significant lead on both in the strife-torn state. NDA trails. Has the BJP been punished for its mishandling of the 13-month-long ongoing ethnic conflict? Ripple effects felt across the entire Northeast. After a bloodbath for the NDA, bloodbath on Dalal Street, Sensex and Nifty see worst session in 4 years. All the optimism after the exit polls fizzles out. It has been a roller coaster of a verdict day, and guess what? 8 hours since the ballot box was opened, we still don't have an idea on who is where at the poll position. The BJP-led NDA was projected to surpass their 2019 tally of 350 by almost all the pollsters. Some exit polls even predicted 400 Paar dream to come true. However, the reality is in stark contrast as compared to the predictions. The leads and the results indicate that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on course to become the Prime Minister for a record-equaling third term. The NDA has the numbers on their side. However, unlike 2014 and 2019, the future of the Bharatiya Janata Party is now in the hands of two alliance partners. That's Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, both notoriously famous for switching sides as per their political convenience.
मुझे लगता है बीजेपी फिर एक बार 300 पार करके अपनी सरकार बनाएगी, एनडीए 300 पार करेगा और फिर एक बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी।
हमारे जो नेता है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नाम पर ये चुनाव लड़ा है और उनकी जो क्रेडिबिलिटी है, उनकी जो गारंटी है और उन पर जो लोगों का विश्वास है, आज उसी का ही परिणाम है कि हम तीसरी बार जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है अपनी सरकार सेंटर में बनाने जा रही है। बहुत सारे जो काम हैं वो जब कांग्रेस की एमपी थे तो उन्होंने रुकवा दिए थे, चाहे स्कूल हो, चाहे केंद्रीय विद्यालय हैं, टनल हैं, हाईवेज हैं, बड़े रोड्स हैं, राजमार्ग हैं, इस तरह के न जाने कितने काम जो हैं वो कुछ करने को हैं, कुछ जो है रोक दिए गए हैं।
हम अपने पुराने स्टैंड पर कायम हैं। हम जनता दल यूनाइटेड नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में पुनः एक बार एनडीए में अपनी आस्था का इजहार करता है और हम एनडीए में ही बने रहेंगे।
देशा तो 295 सीटों का है, हम तो वही टारगेट लेकर चल रहे हैं और हमें भरोसा है कि अगर सब कुछ सही चलेगा, ईमानदारी से चलेगा तो हम 295 पे ज़रूर जाएंगे। यही हम पूछ रहे हैं। जयराम जी ने भी ट्वीट किया, हम सब ने ट्वीट किया, हमारे वकील भी वहाँ हैं कि ये स्लो क्यों है, इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे नतीजे टाइम पर क्यों नहीं अपलोड किए जा रहे हैं। हम आश्वस्त हैं कि हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
अबरार ये बताए कि उमर अब्दुल्ला ने भी अब डिफीट जो है वो एक्सेप्ट की है, पहला रिएक्शन आपका क्या?
जी देखिए, अभी नताइज आना बाकी है, लेकिन अभी जो हमारी लीड है वो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत अच्छी है और एक्सपेक्ट ये है कि लीड आगे और बढ़ेगी। अगर उमर अब्दुल्ला साहब ने ये एक्सेप्टेड डिफीट किया तो ये एक साइन है दैट ही इज़ ए ट्रू स्टेट्समैन। तो मेरा कोई पर्सनल झगड़ा नहीं है उनसे। देखिए, उन्होंने अपनी बात लोगों तक पहुँचाई, मैंने अपनी बात लोगों तक पहुँचाई, तो फिर इन द एंड लोगों को फैसला करना था और लोगों ने आज जो भी फैसला किया होगा वो मुझे भी काबिल कबूल होगा और हमारी जो अपोजिशन पार्टीज़ है उनको भी काबिल कबूल होगा।
जो आपकी रिग्रेस कैंपेनिंग रही अपने फादर के लिए, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसके नताइज भी आ गए, लोगों के लिए क्या है?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए अगर आपने खुद भी शायद कहीं सुना होगा कि लोग जो हमारे मुखालफिन थे वो कहते थे कि ये नॉन वोटर्स है, अंडर 18 है, इनका कोई वोट नहीं है, तो ये बच्चे इनकी रैलीज़ में जाते हैं। तो आज लोगों ने उनको अपने वोट से जवाब दिया है कि वो बच्चे नहीं थे, वो सारे वोटर्स थे और वो हक का साथ देने वाले थे, उस मजलूम का साथ देने वाले जो पिछले 5 साल से तिहाड़ जेल में सिर्फ इसलिए बंद है कि उनने हमेशा कश्मीर और कश्मीरी की बात की है। तो लिहाजा आज ये लोगों को उन लोगों को जवाब मिला है कि जो कहते थे कि नॉन वोटर्स है, आज लोगों ने उनको जवाब दिया है कि अगर वो उनको तख्त पे बिठा सकते हैं तो उनको तख्त से गिरा भी सकते हैं।
जितना अपेक्षा था उतना नहीं हुआ है, हम उसके लिए आत्मविमर्श करेंगे, लेकिन एनडीए गठबंधन को पूरा बहुमत मिला है।
Shivani, my colleague, is joining us from outside JP Nadda's office. Let me go across to her. Shivani, even though the NDA might be on the road to forming the government again, it's not clearly a very happy day for the BJP. From 400 Paar, it seems like they're struggling to even cross the 300 mark. What's the latest that you're picking up there on ground?
See, at JP Nadda's residence, a crucial meeting is happening right now with Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah inside, and BL Santosh is also there. So they are strategizing upon the future course of action, what the party will be doing next, although their numbers are quite not as they had expected. The call of Ki Baar 400 Paar has not translated well on ground, while the India Bloc is quite excited with a very good lead in terms of the number of seats. So now the strategies are beginning in both the camps, and in fact the possibilities to get in touch with the leaders like Chandrababu Naidu for India Bloc and for like Nitish Kumar has also begun. On the other hand, the BJP camp is forming its strategy for the next course of action, what will happen. And as the numbers will be getting finalized soon, the BJP will also discuss what is to be done next.
All right, Shivani, thanks very much for joining us with those details. Let's see what transpires, what comes of that crucial meeting that is being held at JP Nadda's residence with the top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party present there. A lot of introspection, of course, that is needed by the BJP as well as the entire NDA today, with the numbers that are trickling in since early morning today. Let's now try and decode what led to this earth-shattering rise of the India Bloc and this shocking fall of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Starting with Uttar Pradesh, which has been the fortress of the BJP from 2014 to 2019, and further, every pollster predicted 70 seats or thereabouts for the BJP-led NDA, while they predicted the India Bloc to struggle to even get double figures there. The verdict, however, has stunned all of us. Akhilesh Yadav's Samajwadi Party has turned out to be the king of these elections. They're winning more seats than ever, and even the BJP on their own could actually manage. The Congress, for all their past frailties, has performed admirably as well. They are on course to win 7 seats there, including the coveted Amethi seat, which went the BJP way back in 2019 when Smriti Irani defeated Rahul Gandhi. However, this time, long-time Gandhi loyalist KL Sharma is the giant killer. He is on course to defeat Smriti Irani.
अमेठी की जीत जो है गांधी परिवार और यहाँ की जनता की जीत है, ठीक है। ये उन्हीं को समर्पित है। अगर जीतते हैं, अभी तो काउंटिंग चल रही है, वैसे तो अभी 14-15 राउंड की रिजल्ट आया जो, उसमें मेरा ख्याल शायद 1 लाख प्लस हो गया, ठीक है। मैं तो एक मतलब है तो कैंडिडेट बन के घूमता रहा इनके बीच में, लेकिन असली काम तो यहाँ की जनता ने किया। और प्रियंका जी ने मेरे लिए बहुत किया यहाँ आके, और राहुल जी ने मेरे लिए किया, और खड़गे जी भी आए।
My colleague Vinod is joining us on the broadcast with more on this. Vinod, ये तो बहुत ही बड़ा सरप्राइज था। स्मृति ईरानी एक तरह से ट्रेल कर रही हैं किशोरी लाल शर्मा के अगेंस्ट। जब इनका केएल शर्मा का कैंडिडेचर नॉमिनेशन जब अनाउंस हुआ था, तब ये माना गया था कि ये तो एक बैटल वन है, स्मृति ईरानी यहाँ से जीत गई। बट क्लियरली वोटर्स ने कुछ और ही मैसेज दिया है आज।
बिल्कुल, सिर्फ अमेठी नहीं, अगर हम ट्रेलिंग की बात करें तो अयोध्या भी एक ऐसी सीट है जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट सीट मानी जाती थी इस लिहाज से कि कुछ ही महीनों पहले जो है वहां पे प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई थी। वहां भी बीजेपी ट्रेल कर रही है। जो नतीजे दिख रहे हैं फिलहाल, जो इम्पोर्टेंट सीट्स थी उत्तर प्रदेश में, उन सब मैक्सिमम सीटों पर बीजेपी अभी इस वक्त ट्रेल कर रही है। जो बड़े कैंडिडेट्स उनके थे, जितने सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर्स थे, चाहे वो अजय मिश्रा उर्फ टेनी हो, वो ट्रेल कर रहे हैं वहां से। स्मृति ईरानी ट्रेल कर रही है, साथ में निरंजन ज्योति ट्रेल कर रही है। तो ये तमाम और ये वो सीटें हैं जो बीजेपी की सीट्स हुआ करती थी। ऐसे में सवाल ये है कि आखिर ऐसा क्या हुआ, क्या जमीन पर जो वोटर्स थे उनके बीच इस बात की नाराजगी थी। 2 चीजें बहुत क्लियर है उत्तर प्रदेश में। हमने देखा कि कहीं भी जो पीएम मोदी या योगी के लोग के लिए नाराजगी नहीं थी। जो नाराजगी थी वो कैंडिडेट्स को लेकर थी। आप कहें जिस सीट पर भी बीजेपी इस वक्त ट्रेल कर रही है, या एक तरह से फाइनल रिजल्ट में कुछ ही वक्त बाकी है, जहां पे अगर हार भी रही है बीजेपी, तो इस लिहाज से कि वो वहां पे जो उसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी है वो उस कैंडिडेट्स के ऊपर है। हम अगर बात करें अयोध्या की, तो वहां से लल्लू प्रसाद को लेकर बहुत सारी नाराजगी थी। क्या लोग नहीं चाहते थे कि लल्लू प्रसाद को टिकट मिले, उसके बावजूद उन्हें टिकट मिला। बस्ती बीजेपी हार रही है, बगल की सीट है, बिल्कुल सटा हुआ अयोध्या का क्षेत्र है, जो बीजेपी लगातार 2 बार वहां जीती। हरीश द्विवेदी को इस बार दोबारा मौका मिला। बीजेपी वहां के लोग नहीं चाहते थे, लोकल नेतृत्व तो नहीं चाहता था कि उनको टिकट मिले, उसके बावजूद उनको टिकट दिया गया। स्मृति ईरानी को लेकर था कि वहां पर लोग उनसे थोड़े नाराज ज्यादा दिखाई दे रहे थे। उनकी नाराजगी मोदी और योगी से नहीं थी, लेकिन लोकल लेवल पे जो पॉलिटिक्स होती है वो उनके खिलाफ गई है यहाँ पे, और इसलिए अभी वो ट्रेल कर रही हैं। हम अजय मिश्रा टेनी की बात करें तो वहां भी उनको लेकर नाराजगी थी, जिस तरह के किसानों की नाराजगी वहां पे बहुत हद तक थी। तो ये लोकल जो इश्यूज थे वो ज्यादा इस बार जो है वो बड़ा रोल प्ले किए हैं। और अखिलेश यादव शुरू से लेकर लगातार आखिरी तक एक ही नारा उनका था, पीडीए, उसको लेकर उस पर स्टिक रहे। सबसे बड़ी बात कहा यह जा रहा है कि अखिलेश यादव जो सिलेक्शन ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स था उनका, वो बहुत बेहतरीन था इस बार। और जो कास्ट इक्वेशन उन्होंने बनाया इस बार अपने कैंडिडेट के जरिए, वो कहीं ना कहीं उनके लिए फायदेमंद हुआ। और इसीलिए हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से
You can see the visuals on your screen, that poster being put out after Uddhav Sena has claimed the legacy of the Shiv Sena. Let me go back to my colleague Shweta for more on this. Shweta, Uddhav Sena putting out posters that read, "It is now proven which one is the real Shiv Sena." Clearly, the factionism that had gripped Maharashtra's politics, that Maharashtra has witnessed, now being given a mandate by the voter on ground.
Sorry, I just couldn't hear you properly. Can you please repeat the question, as there's a lot of noise around that I couldn't hear you.
Shweta, I absolutely understand. You know, it's there you are amid the dhols and the nagaras, and it is clearly a day of celebration. But what we are getting our viewers is that the Uddhav Sena camp has now claimed the legacy of what they're calling the real Shiv. That Maharashtra has seen in the past, some time.
Well, absolutely, you're 100% right. In fact, just look at the huge banner, and this speaks in volume. In fact, the way all the leaders are being shown here, the mashal is being shown, and
all right, Shweta, I'll come back to you. Let me quickly cut across to Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress Party addressing the media.
ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। दो कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये दो मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है, उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है। तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है, तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं, उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 हैं एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो वो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है। इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे। वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। एक और मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मेरे दोस्त बोलेंगे, मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूँ। वी वेंट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन एट शॉर्ट नोटिस टू कन्वे अ कंसर्न ऑफ आवर्स। इट वाज मोर अ कंसर्न, लेस अ कंप्लेंट। Round by round in terms of votes counted and the results of that round. However, it was clarified that it is done assembly segment wise. As you know, these are not assembly elections, but the statistics are counted and updated assembly segment wise. So if a parliamentary constituency has averaged 7 assemblies, then it is done each round in each assembly segment wise. Now the problem was explained to us is that different assembly segments follow different speeds of counting and also of updation, which is why there is a lack of synchronism for the parliamentary constituency as a whole. In any case, the Election Commission has assured us that without all this technicality, they are again going to give very strict instructions that counting and updation round-wise at the assembly segment level shall be the fastest and the most prompt as possible. We are happy if that happens, and I think the matter would be resolved. Only a few hours are left for the elections, and we don't want to create unnecessary question marks, so long as this direction to immediately, A, to count fast, and B, to promptly disclose the counting round for each segment. There is a second issue, my friend will address you on that, about Sonipat.
जी आप सबका स्वागत है। धन्यवाद सिंघवी जी। एक छोटा लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था, एक छोटा परंतु महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था, और वो सोनीपत पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के संबंध में था। वहाँ 2 असेंबली सेगमेंट्स हैं, एक सफ़ेदों है और दूसरा है बड़ौदा। वहाँ पर 2 बूथ्स ऐसे थे जहाँ पर ये कहा जा रहा था कि वो ईवीएम्स बिगड़ गए हैं और इसलिए वो काउंटिंग नहीं हो पा रही है। तो हमको ये बताया गया, उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, जहाँ भी ऐसा होता है तो वो स्लिप्स की काउंटिंग कर दी जाती है, और अगर नहीं भी हुआ हो तो जब अंतर आता है, अंत में जो अंतर आता है, अगर वो कम हो तो उन स्लिप्स की काउंटिंग जो है वो पक्की कर दी जाती है, ताकि कहीं पर ये संदेह ना रहे कि पूरे वोट काउंट नहीं हो पाए। हमने उनसे आग्रह किया कि इसको चेक कर लें, रिपोर्ट मंगा लें, ताकि कोई संदेह ना बचे और वहाँ के लोग जिन्होंने हमको ये बात पहुँचाई थी वो संतुष्ट हो जाएं। It's a small thing but an important thing, because although only 2 booths are involved, 2 booths of 2 constituencies in Sonipat parliamentary constituency, one is Baroda and the other Commission was kind
All right,
enough
Congress's Salman Khurshid and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, both senior leaders, they're addressing the media and in fact briefing the media on the Congress's complaints to the Election Commission of India regarding slow counting that is taking place. We'll keep getting you more details on this, but right now we're slipping into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Remember, on Mirror Now, we're getting you minute-to-minute updates of the Lok Sabha election results.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
नालों का पानी
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context.
You're watching our continuous coverage of the Lok Sabha election results. Lots of twists and turns that have been happening since early morning. And another giant killer in this topsy-turvy verdict day is the Trinamool Congress in West Bengal. Every single pollster predicted the Bharatiya Janata Party to win more seats than Mamata Banerjee's party in West Bengal this time. However, not only has the TMC managed to keep hold of the seats that they had in 2019, they've also outperformed themselves. Mamata's party is on course to win 30 seats, while the BJP is leading in a mere 11 seats in the state. Now, TMC's dominance is asserted by the fact that they are leading in Bashirhat. Remember, a constituency where Sandesh Khali lies, which was portrayed the biggest poll issue in the state by the Bharatiya Janata Party. My colleague Shreya is joining us with more details from the ground. Shreya, a big upset for the BJP. TMC continues its strong run in West Bengal, but what are you picking up on ground? Get us the latest that's happening there in the state.
Well, right now we're reporting live from outside Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's residence, and you can see how the supporters of the TMC party have in fact come out to celebrate. They're giving Joy Bangla slogans, they're playing with colors, they're dancing. You can see how people have come out to dance and to play with colors. As you know, TMC is supposed to back 30 seats this time around. Remember, so far the trend is showing that TMC is leading in 29 seats, BJP in 12 seats, and Congress only in 1 seat, which is Malda Dakshin. Now this time around, some very much something is happening in the state which was not predicted. For example, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is supposedly losing to TMC's Yusuf Pathan. That would be a major blow to the Congress. In the state, Isha Khan Chaudhary is supposed to win the Malda Dakshin seat. This is one. Number two, many heavyweight BJP leaders, for example, that of Dilip Ghosh, that of Agnimitra Paul, that of Nishit Pramanik, who is also a union minister. These heavyweight BJP leaders are trailing behind. So, of course, we saw that exit poll number have shown exactly the opposite picture to what we are witnessing on ground. Remember, in last election, TMC have managed to bag 22 seats, but this time, right now, they're leading in 29 seats, and BJP have bagged 18 seats. They're right now leading in 12 seats. So, of course, there is a major shift. We see that more and more votes are, going for the TMC camp, and you can see as well how these people have in fact come out to celebrate. Let me in fact go across to more people and try to understand what they want to say. दीदी, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि TMC at least 30 सीट में लीड कर रहे हैं. क्या कहना चाहते हो?
কি বলে সব দেখে কি মনে হচ্ছে?
কি মনে হচ্ছে যে লক্ষ্মীর ভান্ডারের এটা ম্যাজিক, মমতা ম্যাজিক?
এ ছাড়া অনেক কিছুর ম্যাজিক হবে।
So of course we see that when in India we were speaking about Modi's magic, in Bengal it is definitely Mamata's magic. In fact, remember, Sandesh Kali issue was a boomerang for the BJP party, because we see that TMC is going to win the Bashirhat seat with a huge majority, and not only that, they are in fact going to get a lead from Sandesh Kali itself, which was a major turnaround issue for the BJP party. And in fact, starting from the Home Minister to the Prime Minister have been mentioning the Sandesh Kali incident, have been talking about women's safety. Now, taking a lead from Sandesh Kali itself would be a major blow for the BJP party in Bengal. Now, as TMC is looking to win Bengal once again, you can see how celebration is happening outside the Chief Minister's residence in Bengal. We are right outside Kalighat at this point in time.
Shreya, I know where you are. There are a lot of celebrations taking place. But if you could hear me, you mentioned Sandesh Kali, and a very important point there. Clearly, the BJP's push of women's safety in Sandesh Kali, that issue being rejected by the voters with the TMC candidate winning from there. What has been really, the sentiment on ground? What are the women saying there? Clearly, the BJP's women's safety issue has not been accepted by the people on ground.
Well, of course, Sandesh Kali was one of the prestige seats for the BJP party in Bengal, because remember, they have filtered Rekha Patra, who is the face of the Sandesh Kali protest, also a victim of the Sandesh Kali incident. That Rekha Patra was given ticket. In fact, Prime Minister spoke to her after her candidature, called her Shakti Swarupa, after which BJP, was trying and hoping for a big win from Bashirhat, from Sandesh Kali. But we see that in reality, the picture is very different. We see TMC not only is going to win from Bashirhat with a major lead, but also they're going to get lead from Sandesh Kali itself. Now remember, when it comes to the TMC party, time and again they have mentioned that we're going to win Bashirhat and we are going to get a lead from Sandesh Kali. This narrative of TMC was there from day one. They have been mentioning that Sandesh Kali is a propaganda that has been cooked up by Shubhendu Adhikari and BJP leader. This was TMC's counter. They tried to say that women are very safe in Mamata's regime, and this is just a plan, a ploy by the BJP-ruled, government to defame Mamata Banerjee, to defame Bengal. So, of course, when we see that, Haji Nurul Islam, the TMC candidate, takes a lead, even gets a lead from Sandesh Kali. So, of course, we have to say that the Sandesh Kali narrative did not work out for the BJP party in Bengal. Even remember, BJP have been trying to say that they have been trying to say that Mamata Banerjee's government is filled with corruption. This thing was another poll, issue for the BJP party, where they tried to say that Bengal government is a government tainted with corruption, but also that narrative have clearly failed when it comes to the state of West Bengal.
Right, Shreya. So clearly we'll have to see, BJP, in fact, will have to introspect a lot when it comes to West Bengal. Thank you very much, Shreya, for joining us at the moment and getting us all those ground reports. Let's also quickly get you the breaking news that's in regarding a very important man in this verdict today, Chandrababu Naidu. The India Bloc has moved to woo Chandrababu Naidu. Congress has announced if the India Bloc comes to power, it will give special status to Andhra Pradesh. Remember, Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP in Andhra Pradesh is the man, apart from Nitish Kumar, who are being looked at as the kingmakers in this election. Let me go across to my colleague Niyamika, who's joining us with more on this. Niyamika, the process has begun. The opposition India Bloc now moving to woo Chandrababu Naidu. They've also said that if India Bloc comes to power, they will give special status to Andhra Pradesh, something that the political leadership in the state and the people have been vying for.
Now there is a buzz that now finally the India Bloc leaders have started approaching the other regional parties as now it is the TDP and the JDU which can become the kingmaker in 2024 elections. As for that reason, now it is being said that by the sources that Sharad Pawar has contacted to Nitish Kumar as well as Chandrababu Naidu. But what's the most interesting news which is recently coming in is that the Congress party has also hinted that if TDP will come and join the India Alliance, then the promise which is the Congress party is making is that giving special status to Andhra Pradesh, as this offer is also being given to Chandrababu Naidu by Sharad Pawar, and now that is now clearly being hinted by the Congress General Secretary Jairam Ramesh, as he has recently made a tweet in which he has mentioned that if the India Bloc will come to power, then it will fulfill all the promises which were being made in 2014 by the then government of Dr. Manmohan Singh, which also includes giving special status to Andhra Pradesh. So clearly this is a hint which is being given by the Congress party today, as now the talks are on, as the India Bloc is now started approaching the other regional parties to get the majority and to form a government, because that was the clear instructions which were being given on the part of the India Bloc top leadership, that it is very much necessary. Earlier they were saying that they will get 295 seats, but that is not possible now, because of the numbers which are coming in. For that reason, now they need some help from the regional parties, and that's why now they have started approaching the regional parties in an attempt to form the government in the upcoming days.
All right, Niyamika, thanks very much for joining us with those details. From Andhra Pradesh, let's talk about Tamil Nadu. Despite Prime Minister Narendra Modi's South push and Annamalai's fierce campaigning, the BJP is faltering in Tamil Nadu. Forget about double. The BJP is unlikely to win even a single seat in the southern state. As was expected, the India Bloc, led by the DMK, is winning 38 out of the 39 seats, with the remaining one seat being won by BJP's ally. Let me go across to my colleague Dharni for more on this. Dharni, not a very great run for the BJP. In fact, quite contrary to what they were expecting in Tamil Nadu. There were high hopes from the state leader Annamalai as well. But clearly the opposition India Bloc, led by the DMK, winning this, most of the seats, 38 out of 39. That's a great show by the opposition there in the state.
We're given to understand that almost all the 40 seats, including the one in Puducherry, the DMK is leading in all these seats, and in some seats the results have already been announced. The DMK alliance candidates, they've been announced as winners in some seats already. I'm in the DMK headquarters at the moment, and you can see in the visuals over there, the party headquarters is being decked up, music and lights. It's all lighting up the party headquarters. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, he'll be arriving at the party's headquarters around 5:30 p.m. He'll be delivering a press conference, and he'll also be delivering a speech in front of the supporters who have assembled over here. And to talk to us further, we have the spokesperson of DMK, Mr. Salem Dharnidharan. Sir, the Chief Minister has been consistently telling the DMK supporters and also the functionaries that this time all the 40 seats in Tamil Nadu and Puducherry should come the DMK way, and it seems like it is coming your way.
See, as I keep saying also in your debates, my leader does what he says, and he also does things which he does not say. As he said in Tamil, Nadum Namade, Napadum Namade, which means we will win 40 in Tamil Nadu and also win the country, and that is what's going to happen. India Alliance will form the government, And this is a victory for our leader's model of growth, Dravidian model of inclusive growth that he did in Tamil Nadu. This is the fourth consecutive victory for DMK since 2019. We won 2019, we won 2020 by-elections, 2021, and then now in 2024. It's all been a sweep. This is a testament to our leader MK Stalin and his leadership abilities, and as well as to his governance style.
The bigger question all through this election season in Tamil Nadu is that will K. Annamalai be able to make inroads for the BJP into the Dravidian bastions of Tamil Nadu? And clearly he seems to be not able to make these inroads for the BJP. He himself is trailing behind the DMK candidate Ganapathy Rajkumar in Coimbatore seat.
Yeah, see, I think this is not a surprise to me. This is kind of very obvious, because this I have been reiterating in every TV debate. I think people outside of Tamil Nadu have remained oblivious to what has been happening here. I think politics can't be won on social media by having some social media buzz. You need to have real grassroots presence. You need to do work for the people. Why will Tamil Nadu vote for a party that is BJP, where Prime Minister Modi was in Gujarat as Chief Minister for 20 years, and no socio-economic metric from graduate enrollment ratio, healthcare to whatnot have done better than Tamil Nadu, not even single socio-economic metric? Why will they vote for a government? Right? In fact, other states should follow our model of governance. So Annamalai was just a social media and a media hype. He just played the media rightly. But I think for winning re-election, you need grassroots presence, as well as you need to do work for the people. And in fact, the margin in Coimbatore is more than 1.5 lakhs.
One final question, sir. What is going to be Chief Minister MK Stalin's contribution henceforth with the India Alliance? Because apparently the India Alliance has performed well beyond the expectations as far as the exit poll numbers are concerned. So what will the contribution of the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu be in the upcoming days, the next few days?
Our leader, MK Stalin, played the pivotal role in formation of the India Alliance, as we all know. In fact, the seeds for the same was sown previous March 1st on his birthday, that is 2023 March 1st, when the seeds of the India Alliance was sown. And he was the one who said we should sacrifice, we should forego all the minor mistakes, and then we should forge this alliance and to defeat the fascists, that is the BJP, and that's exactly what he achieved. So his role will remain pivotal, and also the fact that DMK is one of the few parties in the India Alliance to won all the seats. So I think his role will be of utmost importance.
All right, thank you for talking to us, sir. That is GMK Salem Dharnidharan telling us that in the next few days also, up to the formation of the government, the role of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister MK Stalin will be pivotal. And he's also going on to tell that the name Annamalai was just being made into a social media hype, and that did not convert into electoral votes, as we again apparently see is what he is telling. And we also have to remember that in Kerala, in the Thrissur parliamentary seat of Kerala, BJP's Suresh Gopi has won the seat, which means that BJP has opened its account in Kerala, and this makes Tamil Nadu the only South Indian state to not have a BJP MP until this point in time in this Lok Sabha election.
Yeah, Dharni, thanks very much for joining us at the moment and sharing with us all those details. In fact, as Dharni said, one of the southern states where BJP can be happy is probably Kerala, where they had not opened their account yet. But they've lived up to the projections of the pollsters in Kerala. God's own country has given a resounding majority to the Congress-led UDF, as was predicted by the exit polls. The LDF, which is the ruling party in Kerala, has managed a paltry 1 win. But cheers are at the Bharatiya Janata Party camp, which for the first time will open its account in the southern state. BJP's Thrissur candidate, Suresh Gopi, is on course to a victory. Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar was also in fray to win for the BJP from Thiruvananthapuram. But after the initial stages of counting, his rival Shashi Tharoor got back into the lead, and he's now in for a comfortable win.
It was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Thiruvananthapuram. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose. The commitment to Thiruvananthapuram is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram, and I stand by my mission, and all my colleagues in the BJP and my fellow Karyakartas stand by our mission to take Thiruvananthapuram forward.
I might add that while the World T20 is going on in the US and the West Indies, the Super Over was here. It was a very tight race, and let me congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Paniyan Ravindran, for having put up such a spirited fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala.
My colleague Sneha is joining us with more on this. Sneha, Kerala is probably a ray of hope, a silver lining for the BJP today. One seat is what they're leading on. We, of course, will get the final results as they trickle in. But interesting battle between Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Shashi Tharoor playing out there. Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading, and then we have Shashi Tharoor back in the game.
Absolutely, Shreya. In fact, let me just put this in the larger picture for everyone who's watching this, who may not be very clued into Kerala. One, the battle in Thiruvananthapuram. Remember the nail-biting finish, the vote turnarounds, particularly for Shashi Tharoor, after Rajiv Chandrasekhar being in lead for a considerable period of time, maintaining his lead, you suddenly had a turnaround of votes for Shashi Tharoor. This is almost a repeat of 2014 when Shashi Tharoor managed his second victory from Thiruvananthapuram against O. Rajagopal. So it's almost a repeat episode. Shashi Tharoor has been able to manage to do this yet again. That shows two aspects. One about the strong candidacy, the way he has nurtured Thiruvananthapuram over the last 3 terms that he has to get the 4th one now consecutively. It's a record hold for Shashi Tharoor. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, on the other hand, did give a very strong contest. In fact, those who may not really be on the BJP side per se, who may be critics of BJP, would say that one of the best moves that BJP could do for Thiruvananthapuram was to field a person, a leader like Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and that's what, of course, you have seen in matter of votes also. Just the very close, tight contest between Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Well, there's one person who has to win. It seems to be Shashi Tharoor for now, but it's been a very good contest. Now, let's just look at the seat that Kerala has given for the first time to BJP. That's Thrissur. Must say, Suresh Gopi has won the first. He's going to be the first elected MP from Kerala, but it's not the first time that he has contested. He has contested before. He has lost seats before. He has been a figure who has been contesting, who's been campaigning and failing in Kerala. This time he has won it, and he has won it in style. When I say that, he has won it against 2 political veterans. Whether it be the left candidate or the Congress or the UDF candidate, both of them are political heavyweights. So Suresh Gopi's victory against both of these should not be taken lightly. It's a strong message coming out of Thrissur, and of course, the BJP has finally been able to get its first elected MP from Kerala. Huge by all standards of what Kerala politics really goes by. Messaging for left almost the same. 1 MP largely almost the same as the last time.
All right, Sneha, thanks very much for giving us this detailed explanation of what exactly has happened in Kerala. From Kerala, viewers, let's shift our focus to Karnataka, where BJP had high hopes. But how has it panned out? Well, out of the total 28 seats, BJP and JDS combined are leading on 18 seats, with the Congress leading on 10. JDS's Prajwal Revanna, who was embroiled in the sex scandal, is trailing by over 40,000 votes in Hassan against the Congress's candidate. However, the biggest shock from Bangalore rural, where Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar's brother, D.K. Suresh, has conceded to his BJP rival and accepted defeat.
We have to face all these things. We have to accept the defeat what people have, my constituency people has given. Accepting that defeat, I will congratulate Mr. Dr. Manjunath, who is taking forward to my constituency, this constituency, Bangalore rural constituency, in a good way. Whatever people have hope on him, definitely will do it in a positive manner.
Congress, in spite of all its guarantee, even now they are in a single digit. BJP has already won 17 seats, JDS in 2 seats. Congress is leading in 9 seats only. So even their guarantee has not worked.
So what about the central, sir?
Central, the NDA has already got a clear majority. But definitely...
But the wish of Prime Minister, the choice of Paar is not online.
Please wait for another 1 hour, then we will get the clear picture.
At this point in time, with the result that's come in for the JDS and the NDA, are you happy and satisfied with two for you?
I'm not totally happy about this result. We are expected early the alliance between JDS and BJP. Our NDA alliance, we expected more than 25 seats.
Okay.
In that, because of some smaller errors from our side only, we lost 4-5 seats. But the alliance between JDS and BJP, overall, Karnataka voters, they accepted this
So I remember campaigning for Mr. Amit Shah in Chanpatna, with Amit Shah in Chanpatna for Mr. Manjunath. That was a massive campaign at that point. And today, you see the results of that really bearing fruit with, Bangalore Rural, the bastion somewhere of the Congress being, broken away?
When we decided to put Manjunath as the candidate in Bangalore Rural Constituency, after the consultation and after the advice from Honorable Home Minister, that strategy worked out very well in this election. Our party workers from BJP and JDS, they worked very hard to get this Bangalore Rural Constituency. With huge margin, we are getting that seat. That strategy worked out very well.
Last question for Hassan, sir. How do you really look at that?
Hassan, that result, some mistake is done by us also. But future days will say.
So what do you think is the mistake?
Actually, people, our party workers, at that time they are not happy with some development in Hassan. For that they advised us several issues, but some error by taking some decision.
Do you think the selection of the candidate, sir?
But because of that error, we lost the election.
Sir, congratulations.
From southern India, let's talk about North India, shifting focus to Haryana now, which has been under political turmoil ever since the BJP snapped ties with its ally JJP. The political churn in the state has resonated on a national level. The pollsters have been defied once again, with the Bharatiya Janata Party sharing the spoils with the India Bloc. While the BJP is ahead on 5 seats, the India Bloc is leading on the remaining 5 seats.
देखिए मैं तो पहले से कह रहा था, आपने कई बार मुझसे पूछा कि हरियाणा में कांग्रेस के पक्ष में लहर चल रही है और वो साबित हो रही है।
तो बीजेपी दावा कर रही थी 381 सीट आने का, तो क्या कमी रही बीजेपी की नहीं
आपने देख लिया हरियाणा में तो बिल्कुल साफ है वो जो पक्ष में लहर चल रही। मैंने क्लीन स्वीप की बात की थी, 1-8 सीट छोड़ के तब कांग्रेस जीतने जा रही है।
जो रुझान आए उनसे संतुष्ट है सर?
बिल्कुल लोगों का मन साफ है और संकेत दिए हैं लोगों ने कि हरियाणा में कांग्रेस की सरकार चाहते हैं।
तो क्या लोकसभा चुनाव में विधानसभा में असर पड़ेगा?
हाँ, ये साफ संकेत है, लोगों ने संकेत दिया है कि आने वाले हरियाणा के चुनाव में लोग कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
Let me go across to my colleague Amandeep for more. Amandeep, neck and neck run race there in Haryana, important seats out there. The political battle, of course, playing out quite interestingly in that state. Get us the latest that you're picking up.
Well, absolutely, Shreya. There is a very neck-to-neck fight between Congress and India Bloc. And in fact, some of the key seats that turned out to be the most prominent and most close fight seats. And in fact, Karnal, Khattar won by the largest margin. And even Sirsa's seat, Kumari Shelja has taken over of the Congress party. And in fact, Rohtak seat, obviously, Dipender Hooda has taken over. But there are certain other seats which remain in the close fight between Congress as well as BJP. But in this entire scene, Shreya, JJP is nowhere, INLD is nowhere, all the allies has been reduced, and in fact it was a direct fight just because India Bloc has given 1 seat to Aam Aadmi Party of Kurukshetra. He was earlier in the fight, but later Naveen Jindal from BJP has taken over the constituency and in fact leading from that seat as well. And on the other side, the Congress is claiming and Congress is witnessing this entire situation for the next assembly elections, and Bhupender Singh Hooda's claim is that he is just concentrating betting on the assembly election just few months after the Lok Sabha results as well. And this is the pre-board for the Congress party. And in fact, now they are expecting a lot in the assembly elections of the Haryana. And in fact, 5 seats so far, 5 seats are being leaded
we'll
by
have to see,
Congress
Amandeep,
and
of
5
course, how
are by
it
BJP.
moves forward for the Congress in the assembly elections and eventually the confirmed numbers that come in. But let's also get you more from Rajasthan, viewers, which elected BJP in the state last year. In the 25 seats, the BJP is winning on 14, while the Congress and its allies are ahead on 11 seats. The figure is once again in contrast to what the pollsters had predicted. They had claimed, remember, the BJP will win somewhere between 18 to 22 seats. We'll keep getting you the latest minute-to-minute updates of the Lok Sabha election results. But for now, it's a wrap on this broadcast. News and updates continue on Mirror Now. Stay tuned.
Presenting a show
You're watching the Urban Debate.
where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy, where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो. We go and
That is why we move beyond the shouting matches and bring stories that matter to you. Information that you can...
questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow.
Was a transformer blast. No arrests have been made.
On Mirror Now, we take the road less traveled, fight all odds, risk everything, only to highlight your plight. I am Neha Hebale, reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
From politicians' dharna to citizens' agitation, for us, every issue is of equal importance. We at Mirror Now report from the ground on the issue that interests you, that impacts you. Government doesn't have that willpower. People of Delhi are struggling not just with deteriorating air quality. And now you can clearly see it's been 3 to 4 days that the situation has been the same. Demanding accountability from those in power.
Good evening and welcome, and what a day it has been so far, and we are still a long way away from it ending. We hope you have been enjoying our election coverage as much as we have enjoyed bringing it to you so far. But in case you've just joined us, welcome. I'm Ritangshu Bhattacharya. Let's begin with the top headlines at this hour. Forget 400 Paar, NDA falls short of 300. BJP fails to reach a majority mark on its own, now desperate and dependent on its allies. India Bloc alliance Dharma kicks off to a rollicking start. Over 200 seats seem to be certain. All exit poll predictions have been unanimously trashed. The big upsets for the BJP come from its key bastion of Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party's cycle is in cruise control mode. The Congress makes a comeback in the Hindi heartland state. Shehzadas Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi shine on. After big gains, all eyes are on kingmakers Chandrababu Naidu of the TDP and JDU's Nitish Kumar. Will they stick on with the BJP they have dumped before over Narendra Modi? BJP decimates Naveen Patnaik's 24-year-old rule in Odisha, with the state emerging as a ray of hope for the Saffron Party amid the Lok Sabha debacles. The BJP emerges as the single largest party and is all set to also form the government in the state. With battle lines redrawn, voters decide who the real Shiv Sena and the NCP are in Maharashtra. It's the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi that leads in on at least 27 seats in the state. The Mahayuti experiment fails. There's a split in factions, and as a result, there's a split in votes as well. Against exit poll predictions, there is no BJP wave in West Bengal. The saffron camp trails as the TMC leads in around 30 of the state's 42 seats. Sandesh Khali does not turn out to be Mamta's Nandigram moment. A decisive verdict in Manipur as the Congress takes a significant lead in both seats in the strife-torn state. Has the BJP been punished for its mishandling of the 13-month-long ongoing ethnic conflict? Ripple effects are felt in neighboring Nagaland and Mizoram as well. And Khalistani sentiment gets an electoral mandate. Separatist Amritpal Singh, who is in jail over the National Security Act, is leading by over 1.5 lakh votes in Punjab's Khadur Sahib. After a bloodbath for the BJP, there's a bloodbath on Dalal Street as well. Sensex, Nifty see their worst session in 4 years. All the optimism after exit polls fizzles out. It has been, of course, a roller coaster of emotions, of numbers, and of fortunes on verdict day so far. The BJP-led NDA were projected to surpass their 2019 tally of 350 by almost all exit pollsters. Some pollsters had even expressed confidence that the Prime Minister's claim of 400 Paar will come true. The reality so far, as you can see in the bottom of your screens, is in stark contrast to what was compared in the prediction. The leads and results indicate that Narendra Modi is on course to become a Prime Minister for a record equaling third term. There's no disputing that. He will likely come back as Prime Minister because the NDA has the numbers on this side. As you can see, they have 294. Currently, that number's been oscillating in the 290s for much through the day, and that's clearly above the 272 mark required for majority. However, unlike 2019, unlike even 2014, the future of the BJP and the fate of the Narendra Modi government is in the hands of its allies, specifically two alliance partners who have done very well this time. Chandrababu Naidu, who's set to be Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister because he's done well in the Andhra state elections as well, and Nitish Kumar, who's already Bihar Chief Minister. Both these leaders have a track record of switching sides and have dumped the BJP before over Narendra Modi. So what do the 2024 polls mean for India's netas? Let's look at what it means to the key leaders and the big faces of this election. First, let's focus on what it means to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There is no doubting the fact that this result is a big dent on Prime Modi because this election was fought in the Prime Minister's name. And as a result, Modi ki guarantee has failed to take BJP home to its 400 level mark or its 400 level target. Most importantly, in Varanasi itself, where the Prime Minister was the sitting candidate eyeing a third term, the margin of victory has dropped by 60%. That is of immense concern to the BJP. Let's now focus on what it means for Rahul Gandhi. The big headline for the Congress Gandhi sign is that he has retained his family bastion of Rai Bareli with a thumping victory, which proves that the Congress party is far from being a spent force, and also there is resonance of Congress's guarantees. And as a result, he has led Congress to its best tally in Uttar Pradesh since 2009. Has he buried the ghosts of 2014 and 2019? Some would say they have made a huge step in that direction. What about Smriti Irani? The giant killer who slayed the giant of Rahul Gandhi in Amethi has been a giant today who's been slayed herself. She has faced a humbling defeat to a Gandhi family aide, not even Rahul Gandhi himself. She's gone from being the giant killer to the fallen giant. Then there's Uddhav Thackeray. He has successfully claimed the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, and he's also gotten the backing of the Marathi Manus, and that sets the tone for what's going to come in Maharashtra later on this year, assembly elections. It's the same story for Sharad Pawar as well. Ousted from his party, deprived of his party symbol, he has cut nephew Ajit Pawar to size and has showcased that he is still the kingpin of Maratha politics by winning the family bastion Baramati in style. Finally, Mamata Banerjee. Her bastion of West Bengal is safe. There are all the questions about BJP making inroads, they've all been proved false. And as a result, it is established that Sandesh Khali is no Nondigram for Mamata Banerjee. And then there's Chandrababu Naidu. He is a man who's been in politics for 25 years. He has seen the ups and the downs. He has been down and out several times. Many people have written him off, but he has come back in style, and he has done that again this time. He has swept aside Jagan's YSR Congress party, both in the assembly elections and in the Lok Sabha elections, and he is the undisputed kingmaker. And then Akhilesh Yadav, the man who was ridiculed and mocked and underestimated by a lot of politicians from the BJP gang and pollsters. He stunned the BJP with a stunning comeback in Uttar Pradesh. Or his pitch of paper leaks, inflation has worked wonders. He has even thwarted the BJP in Ayodhya in the constituency of Faizabad. For Yogi Adityanath, this is a setback for bulldozer politics. The polarizing pitch that was built in Uttar Pradesh has failed, and it remains to be seen as to whether the BJP will course correct in Uttar Pradesh. Those are what are, in a nutshell, what the big faces have been in the election and what the verdict so far means for all of them. I'm being joined by a litany of guests. Thank you so much for joining me. Vinita Hariharan, spokesperson of the BJP, Sujata Paul, spokesperson of the Congress, Pugar Gandhi, spokesperson of the DMK, Tariq Khan, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, Tavleen Singh, senior journalist, Ruhi Tiwari, senior journalist, and Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, also senior journalist, joining me at this point. I'll go to Vinita Hariharan, who's joining us first. Vinita, to begin with, yes, I will first commend the BJP for... Okay, we've just lost Vinita at this point, but let me try if Sujata Paul, spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us at this point. Sujata Paul, if you can hear me, congratulations. It seems to be quite a significantly improved performance from the Congress party. You have doubled your tally in 2019 at this point, but you've come quite close, but yet no cigar, as they say. You are still about 40 short of the mark here. Is the Congress party going to, or at least as the India Bloc, going to concede defeat to the BJP?
Well, I think today we need to thank the Janta Janardhan of this country. There was one man who thought he was God and he was making pawns out of people. And today the people of India have told him that he is the pawn and they are the Janta Janardhan. So we thank the people of the country today. And the fact that the results have proved that Bharatiya Janata Party and announcement of 400 was really such a farce, and we knew it, and we were screaming our lungs out on every channel that all your analysis, all your exit polls are false. We have been proved correct today, and I rejoice in the fact that that people have stood up and given their verdict also. But the game is not yet over. We have taken the constitution to the people, and people have respected our constitution, and it is not Modi ji's constitution that they want India's constitution. And that is why we need to wait for some more time, because I don't think we've seen Mr. Modi yet. Let's wait and hear what he has to say. Has he conceded defeat, or does he think that he will still form the government? We're waiting to see that.
The Prime Minister does not need to concede defeat. So far, the numbers are in favor. And let's put it this way, yes, perhaps, and I'll put that question across to Vinita as well when she joins us. Yes, maybe the BJP has been a victim of its own hubris and a victim of its own hype machine. But if you remove the 400 Paar hype, coming back to Paar, facing 10 years of anti-incumbency, coming back to Paar for a third term and getting a majority on its own as an alliance, it's not a mean feat.
Oh, really? Is that so? When you have the ED, the CBI, the income tax, and you have a whole lot of Godi media with you, then you call this not a mean feat? Well, we know exactly how what they did in Surat, what they did in Khajuraho, Indore. So for Mr. Modi, it was all about himself. And yes, it is not BJP's defeat, it is Modi ji's defeat more than it is the BJP's defeat. But when I say that the game is not yet over and Mr. Modi needs to come out, we need to know whether his allies are still with him, because it doesn't really behove well unless the public gets to know whether the allies are still with them or not. Because who would want to stand with a dictator? Time will tell. However, I must say that Rahul Gandhiji's Bharat Jodo Yatra and Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra have given confidence to people, and that is why people have managed to rise and come out in the open. And you look at the celebrations today. I heard some media persons talking amongst themselves, and you know what they said? They said, "Ye jeet kar bhi ye haar gaye." That itself says a lot.
Okay, Sujata Paul, stay on with us. Before I go across to my senior journalists also joining us, Tavleen Singh, Rui Tiwari and Nilanjan as well, let me go into which in my opinion has been the man of the match so far. And we have Tariq Khan joining us as national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Tariq Khan, what was the secret of Akhilesh Yadav's success in Uttar Pradesh? Because let's be honest, fine, a lot of pollsters, opposition party, I mean your opposition in the BJP, none of them had predicted this spectacular victory. Many people are saying that the Congress's show in Uttar Pradesh is also because of the back of the Samajwadi Party's splendid performance here at this point. Do you feel that this is a moment of vindication for your party and for Akhilesh Yadav?
Listen, first of all, full credit to the people of the state. They believe in our leadership, in Akhilesh. What he delivered, what he convincingly delivered to the message, that we'll work for the formula that is PDA. That was very successfully delivered to the people of the state. Point number one. Point number two. What Modi ji said, Modi ji called it Shehzada. When people voted for somebody, they became Shehzada. So today, Akhilesh ji actually became Shehzada of the people, by the people, to the people. That is the basic fundamental of democracy. Point number two, who will take the responsibility of this defeat? Either it would be Modi ji or Yogi ji. As he said, that the agendas of state is being discussed in central election, when your 5 to 6 cabinet minister has already lost in Uttar Pradesh, who will take the responsibility? A seat just adjacent to Banaras, that is Chandoli, Mahendra Nath Pandey, the cabinet minister, has already lost. Who will take the responsibility? I think the CM and the PM should come up front and they should take responsibility that why they have lost Uttar Pradesh. And as our leadership has been decided, we believe in the leadership of Akhilesh ji, and we from the bottom of our heart will thank the people of the state that they have shown full faith in the leadership of Akhilesh ji. There was nobody, when Akhilesh ji won, we had won in 2012, they said that was because of Netaji Mulayam Singh Yadav was there. Now, there is nobody, only Akhilesh ji's leadership. These people have come forward and shows that we believe in the leadership of Akhilesh ji, and our regular contact with the people. They said they have Panna promo call that 6 people at every page. Where are they? And people have also said one thing that is very important.
Let me put that question, Tariq Khan ji. Let me put that question across. Let me put that question across. Both Sujata Paul and Tariq Khan, this is a defeat for the BJP, both Narendra Modi in India and Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh. Tavleen Singh, senior journalist with us. Tavleen Singh, do you see it the same way? Is this really a defeat for the BJP given the fact that they are, after all, set to come back to Paar if the numbers hold, and they have been holding so for almost the entire day so far? Or is it a loss of pace because they promised so much and ultimately delivered well short of expectations?
It's, in my view, a defeat, particularly for Narendra Modi and for Yogi Adityanath. Because I really think that the most important results in this election have come from Uttar Pradesh. Nobody expected that the BJP would lose that many seats in UP because both Yogi and Modi were showing such a complete faith in a very divisive communal campaign which they ran. And it's a very good thing for India that the communalization of electoral politics has now really been rejected. So, it's a victory really, most of all, for the people of India.
But so, Tavleen Singh, the three headlines you focused on Uttar Pradesh, and the three headlines that come to me from Uttar Pradesh which are really damning. One is that the BJP loses Amethi to someone who is seen as someone who is a family loyalist of a Gandhi, not even to a Gandhi family member. And after the entire song and dance of what happened 5 years ago. Second, the party loses Faizabad, which has Ayodhya, the entire epicenter of the Ram Temple movement. After all that we saw in January this year, the party doesn't even hang on to Ayodhya. And finally, as you pointed out, so far, the BJP can try and spin it a narrative around the different local issues which resulted in anti-incumbency against the local leadership. But the fact still remains that the Prime Minister's victory margin in Varanasi, he's just won, by the way, but his victory margin is not to the extent of what was expected, and for perspective, it's even lower than Rahul Gandhi. So do you feel that this was actually also an anti-Modi vote that happened, especially in Uttar Pradesh, Tavleen Singh?
I think it absolutely was, because actually Modi he's turned it into a referendum on himself, because the BJP was really second fiddle to Modi. Everything was Modi's guarantees. Even the manifesto of the BJP had Modi on it. So really, there's no question that the Prime Minister will have to accept that this is a humbling of himself.
Okay.
And let's hope that he learns from this, and that we now have more inclusive politics from him if he becomes Prime Minister again. But it certainly is a personal defeat for him and for Yogi Adityanath, who ran, who invented actually one of the ugliest things that I have seen in India, which is called bulldozer justice, and which actually targeted only one community. So both these men, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and the Prime Minister of India, have to accept a personal reason for this. And, whether we like it or not, even if, Modi becomes Chief Minister again, it is a defeat. It is a personal defeat for him.
Okay, so Tavleen Singh is agreeing with Sujata Paul and Tariq Khan, saying that this is a defeat for the BJP, Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath. We'll come back to my remaining guests, Pugat Gandhi, Rohit Tiwari, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay joining me very patiently. But first, we've got some news coming in. There's drama outside Chandigarh. And this is what the Congress party has been alleging for the past while or so from Jairam Ramesh's tweet and all. Now we've got visuals of the Congress staging a protest over a delay in result declaration in Chandigarh. Remember, Chandigarh is where senior Congress leader Manish Tiwari has been leading for pretty much the entire day. And now we see that the Congress is now staging a protest because they feel that the results in Chandigarh are being inordinately delayed. Now, why this is significant is because Chandigarh is the same place where a few months ago there was a massive controversy over a local body election being allegedly manipulated after the actions of the polling officer were exposed, and as a result, the result was voided here. But that is a big story coming in here from Chandigarh as well. And we'll try and connect to my colleague Amandeep for more details at this point. Anyway, That's what we're getting in from Congress. We'll go back to Amandeep if we get gotten back with us. But I'd like to bring in Rui Tiwari and Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay at this point as well. Rui Tiwari, the big debate, the big talking point which comes out at this point is that forget 2019. This is worse than 2014 for the BJP, because for the first time, the BJP under Narendra Modi has to deal with the reality that it needs allies to cross the mark. Yes, it's always been at the helm of an alliance, but in both the previous elections, the BJP had crossed 272 on its own. This time, that's not the reality, and it has to rely on two leaders, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, had a history of dumping the BJP over Narendra Modi in the past year. How is the BJP planning to walk that tightrope in your assessment? Rui Tiwari.
Well, that is going to be an interesting thing to see, because we don't have much precedence of the BJP, of Narendra Modi's BJP working in a coalition government. But if you leave aside the allies for a minute and you look at just the BJP, what the BJP needs to try and understand is that this over-reliance on the Prime Minister has its limits. You've won many elections in his name, many state elections. You won the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. But you cannot keep doing that, because when someone's popularity peaks, the next thing that can happen to it... Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go on. We can hear you, Rui. We can hear you, Rui. Please continue. Okay, I think Rui can't hear us, but we could hear her speak as well. We'll try and restore that. But Nilanjan, would you like to take that point forward here? Do you think that the BJP erred by relying too much on Narendra Modi?
No, that is the way the BJP has always been under Mr. Narendra Modi, relying. That's the politics of Mr. Modi. So there is no other possibility, no other option besides that. Otherwise, Mr. Modi would not be in the party and play second fiddle to somebody else and promote a collegial style of leadership. This issue of that how comfortable would he be with dealing with the new allies, and how comfortable will the allies be in dealing with him? There is a certain history to it. The BJP, even when Mr. Modi is not actually leading the coalition, does not actually have a very good history of being able to run a coalition very smoothly. Look at what happened with its relationship with Shiv Sena, with the original Shiv Sena. The problem is that the BJP makes an entry into a state, where there is a fairly strong regional party, and then starts to nibbling at the core voter support, voter base of that particular party. That is what happened with Nitish Kumar. That is why at that time he went away from the BJP, also factored by the fact that Mr. Modi had been chosen as the leader of the BJP, but there has been a history. So we really have to see that the new Mr. Narendra Modi, how does he actually deal with allies? This is completely against the grain of his own personality. Most important to see and track over the next...
Absolutely. I think that's the biggest takeaway at this point here. That's something which even the BJP will now have to evolve and will have to take on board allies at this point. And will these allies stay with the BJP? Will more allies stay with the India Alliance? Because let's be honest, that is an even more of a assortment of different political parties who have been at war with each other. But one place where at least the Congress has never had any alliance problems, and that party has done spectacularly well once again, is the DMK. Pugat Gandhi, thank you for waiting very patiently with us at this point. The big talking point at this point was for the elections as to the rise of BJP in Tamil Nadu, especially under Annamalai, who many people were seeing as the firebrand young leader. At the end of the day, it has come to naught. But if there's one takeaway which comes from Tamil Nadu, it is the fact that perhaps the BJP now, going by the vote share, is now your #1 opposition and has eclipsed the AIDMK. So do you see that as an end to the traditional Dravidian politics of Dravid Munnetra Kadagam versus Anna Dravid Munnetra Kadagam? Do you think that being finally coming to an end?
First of all, I don't know from where you got the numbers that BJP is closing in as #2 party in the state. It is not so. In many places, BJP today have contested for at 21 places. Out of these 21 places, they were not even able to cross 1 lakh votes in 14 seats. Total votes today, as of now, polled for BJP, somewhere close to 24 lakh votes. Whereas in 2019, when BJP contested alone, they polled around 15.5 lakhs, which means the numbers have not gone up drastically because of the addition of the new voters in this particular election. Last year, in the last elections, when they contested, it was 3.5%. This time, it will be somewhere close to 5%. That's it, in spite of having contested for more than 21 seats. So Annamalai is not at all a factor, and BJP is not at all a rival or even a competitor for any Dravidian party in the state. This state is ruled by the Dravidian parties for the last 50 years, and only those parties which adhere to the principles of social justice and to the ideals of Anna and Periyar will be able to do it. Even today, there was high level of projections that Mr. Annamalai will win hands down, and even he was giving interviews, and he was occupying the social media space saying that the DMK will lose its deposit. But even Annamalai couldn't win. So where is the question of the Saffron party getting inroads in Tamil Nadu? It is not at all possible. Today, even in the national level, when you talk about the national level, this is an end of an authoritarian rule. Because even if Modi come back to power, it will not be the same Modi who was in the country for the last 10 years. Now, Mr. Modi has to be at the beck and call of Mr. Naidu or Mr. Nitish Kumar. He cannot be so authoritarian. So this election is an eye-opener. The communal divide, the communal politics is coming to an end. Even BJP lost its battle in Ayodhya, where they tried to divide Hindu-Muslim, and inside the Hindu-Muslim...
In fact, Mr. Gandhi, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have just been joined by the BJP guest, and we're awaiting a Congress press conference shortly. So I just want to get the BJP guest so far, because we've heard all parties except the BJP. Vinita is finally with us. Thank you so much for joining us at this point, Vinita. The focus at this point is that this is a massive loss of face for the BJP. Almost all our panelists and the opposition party leaders have said that this is a loss of face for the BJP, especially for Narendra Modi at the center and Yogi Adityanath at the state. Now, at the end of the day, you've still won a third term, and you're still coming back to Paar if the numbers hold. But was the BJP a victim of its own hubris by promising 400 Paar, which is why this figure now looks very insignificant at this point?
So, this question for me?
Yes, Vinita, it is for you. Okay, I think we've lost that connection with Vinita Hariharan, but we'll try and restore it. What we'll do is we'll head in for a short break, but we'll continue this debate on the other side. Stay on with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
If we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
Have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy, where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context.
That is why we move beyond the shouting matches and bring stories that matter to you. Information that you can use in your life from India and across the world.
That define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते हैं, आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो. We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Welcome back. You're watching Verdict Day coverage on Mirror Now. The brass tacks is that the number you see on your screens is where they stand at this point. The India is set to come back to par if the numbers hold. They've got 294. They needed just 272. But it is a pretty impressive performance by the India Bloc as well, which has got around 230 seats as well. And we are now awaiting a press conference by Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, in which they will hear from the Congress party for the first time officially after the results are out. But we are still discussing it with my panel of guests. I'm very glad to be joined in the studio by Karan Verma, author and political analyst as well. Karan, welcome to the show. You have been with us since morning. Absolutely. And you've got a ringside view as well of what's been happening at this point. How do you read these developments here? Because Sujata Paul, Pugar Gandhi and Tariq Khan, they insist that this is a loss for the BJP. And it is a loss for Narendra Modi because his margin of victory has been cut down in Varanasi. It's a loss for Yogi Adityanath. It's a loss for them in the Hindi heartland. At the end of the day, they're still coming back to power. Absolutely. But are they a victim of their own hubris by promising 400 and then not even delivering 300?
Look, let's have some perspective here. All said and done, after the dust has settled, BJP remains the single largest party, 243 seats. Nobody is even remotely close. Nobody is half of the BJP in terms of as a political party. So yes, they haven't lived up to the expectations, but those were such tall expectations. Only BJP is the only party that has had 272 seats in the last 30 years. So they've been beaten by their own standard. Others, they are still heads and shoulders above them. Mr. Modi is still all returned as the Prime Minister, Modi 3.0. And the fact that someone is elected as Prime Minister for the third time is a historic feat in itself. So let's not lose focus of that. Yes, the opposition succeeded in making this election as localized as possible, which is where the anti-incumbency against the local leaders came into the play. And people, even though they weren't as such disillusioned or disenchanted with Mr. Modi, the local factors came into play. And also the 400 Paar slogan, let's be honest, it backfired. Because then people thought, Modi ji ke to aa hi jayenge, 399 aa jayenge, we'll vote our MP out. Modi ji is still going to win. That is where it backfired. Otherwise, I did not see a palpable anti-incumbency against the Prime Minister. And it's not that that's why he's 2.5 times bigger than the next political party in the fray. So even this all speculation that whether Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu will chip away or what, they are all going to coalesce around the singular force of BJP because it is the only tall force that exists. Congress is at 97 seats.
It doesn't add up for 3 reasons. Number one, I don't buy the argument that if BJP wins, it's credit to Narendra Modi. If BJP loses, it's credit.
They haven't lost.
No, I mean, if it doesn't perform well, I mean, the places where they've lost, it's because of local leadership. Places where they've won, that's because of BJP. It's an argument which at one point the Congress used to make with the Gandhi family, and I'm glad they've left that.
It's different. Yes.
The second thing is, two reasons. Second point is, if it comes down to bad candidate selection, again, it reflects on the leadership. Third point is, if it was really a vote against the local leadership, the Prime Minister struggled early morning in Varanasi. His margin of victory is less than Rahul Gandhi's margin of victory in Rai Bareli. So, can you really say that there was no anti-Modi vote at all?
I don't think there was an anti-Modi wave. Otherwise, we would have not seen the Prime Minister romp past 243 seats for the BJP. I mean, there's just 29 short of a majority. You understand how big that would have been as a feat 10 years back. Okay. Just because Mr. Modi has normalized getting 272 above, just as Virat Kohli has normalized getting centuries for fun, doesn't mean 60 or 70 odd is a bad performance by any stretch. So it wasn't a bad performance. Okay. Wherever there have been lacunas, it's because of local factors. Unlike the Congress where they are routed off and they still blame the local factors, I'm saying BJP has not been routed off. It's coming back to power. Yes, their wings are a little clipped because of the local factors, which I'll tell you what, they will very soon course correct. It's a dynamic party.
The BJP will beat the BJP, not the Congress or other parties.
I think BJP lagged behind in their ticket distribution. There were lots of factions which weren't happy with the candidates who got the tickets. How do you justify BJP losing in Ayodhya? How do you justify that?
There are explanations which I guess are put on. Sujata Paul, I'd bring you in on that point. At the end of the day, the BJP by itself has seats than the rest of the India alliance if these numbers hold at this point. How do you respond? How do you respond to those claims that It's the BJP's own
Bhagwan
hubris and
Ram has
miscalculation which
kicked
resulted in not credit of the India bloc.
Everybody is contesting on the name of Modi ji. So, Bhagwan Ram has kicked Modi ji out of Ayodhya. That itself speaks a lot. And the fact is that if you look at his victory
Sujata,
margin,
just for 1 second, if I may dare interrupt, we were just showing visuals of Rahul Gandhi. Ek second. Sujata ji, just 1 second. I'm sure you won't grudge me for this. We were just showing visuals of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi who have reached the Congress headquarters, and we expect a press conference to come from them shortly. With these visuals, Sujata ji, please go on and continue your point.
Yes, you know, Mahamanav, God himself, incarnate or believes that he is incarnate, has won by a margin of 1,52,513. Mr. Ajay Rai has got 4,60,457 votes. That itself speaks a lot about Mr. Modi's popularity in Kashi. And Rahul Gandhi ji on both the seats is very close to 4 lakhs. And these are still leads. So the fact is that this is Mr. Modi's loss and nobody else's, because on every seat he was contesting. And the way he treated his own allies, let's just wait. No, let's hold our guns, because you don't know which allies are going to stay. Don't you remember how at one point of time they thought they would get the Mahayuti in place of the there's a disturbance, can you please correct it? In Maharashtra. So in Maharashtra, what did we see? We saw that the Mahayuti was brought in by breaking the Shiv Sena and the NCP. So let's wait and watch and let's see what happens. Because if you go and break your allies, then those allies will break you. And ultimately that's what's going to happen with him.
Okay, let's bring in my Samajwadi Party guest as well. Tariq Khan, I want you to respond to Karan's assessment that the reason why a party like BJP lost Ayodhya or Faizabad, to be more precise, the birthplace of the Ram Temple movement, is because of strategic calculations which went wrong for the party, and not because of the work by the Samajwadi Party, which actually won that seat. How do you respond to that, Tariq Khan?
I have nothing to say on that. It's just the people believe.
Go on, Tariq Khan.
And it's just, am I audible? It's just the belief of the people.
Yes, please go on, Tariq Khan.
That people have shown belief in Samajwadi Party. And I just want to go back to the basics of civics. What somebody is saying, just I have listened to the panelist. He said that the BJP is just 27 far from the majority, that is 272. So by how many votes Vajpayee government had lost? That was 1 vote. So in parliamentary type of democracy, we need to learn civics and understand the importance of each and every member of parliament. It's not a presidential type of democracy, which you have been, or the people like you or BJP have tried to make India. There is importance of elected MPs, and they have been elected and they will be elected. And on the basis of the floor test, it will be decided, because this is the first time after 2014 BJP haven't got the majority. Last time that was 303. Now presently where it will hold, we have to wait and watch. But my friend, we have to wait for the floor test, and we as well have to wait because Chandrababu Naidu promised reservation, 4% reservation to Muslims. No, BJP and Modi has said that they are against that reservation, and time and again Chandrababu Naidu has said this. So whether BJP is going to hold that stand, or for the satta or for the power, they will compromise everything, as they have already compromised, and they have been compromising. So there has been a lot thing to go ahead. Just like Nitish promised Jatigat Jangarna. BJP denied it at the floor of parliament. They will never have that Jatigat Jangarna at the center level, because Jatigat Jangarna is ultimately done by the central government, not by the state government. So these are the key issues. We have to wait tight and see that what is in the future course of action. And the present situation is this, that BJP alone haven't got that mandate. People have voted against BJP. People have shown faith in Akhilesh ji, in the leadership
Let
of
me
Samajwadi
bring in
Party
Rohit Tiwari
and
on that
Mullah
note.
PDA.
Let me bring in Rohit Tiwari on that note. Rohit, I hope you can hear us now. You had lost us for a few seconds earlier. Is that going to be Prime Minister, and I'm assuming he's going to be Prime Minister for a third time, the numbers say that. Going to be Narendra Modi's biggest challenge going forward, running a coalition in which this time the numbers actually do matter, something which he had the luxury of not wondering, not caring about in 2014 and 2019. Because as the previous panelist, as Mr. Tariq Khan pointed out, there are differing agendas. For instance, the issue of minority quota, which Chandrababu Naidu has come out and has said that he is in favor of. How will the BJP form a common minimum program? These are issues which the Prime Ministers never had to deal with.
Correct. And actually, to be fair, it's even more jarring compared to 2019, because 2014, he was still a new prime minister. They were still trying to consolidate power. They were still trying to get a hang of Delhi, of running the country. In 2019 and onwards is when they actually consolidated power and became the strong force that they did at the center. Often brazenly, pushing through policies, agenda, etc., etc. So compared to that, this is going to be a huge challenge. The BJP cannot continue to do what its top command wants at its whim. Will have to take allies along, and I think that is what coalition dharma is all about. I mean, the BJP did manage to do exceedingly well in 2019 and not have to deal with coalition parties and coalition dharma. But this is going to be a challenge, particularly because of the way the BJP under Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah has shaped up. The question, however, is how far are its allies willing to go to keep the BJP in check? Are they going to sort of keep the BJP in check, raise their voice when needed, or are they going to just continue playing second fiddle and say that it's fine, do what you want to, and we'll only step in when something really, really big happens?
Karavarma, how do you see the BJP navigating alliance arithmetic?
All said and done, BJP remains the single biggest force around which I believe it's only natural. Look, alliances, all said and done, alliance partners are opportunistic. We all know that. Let's talk real in the pragmatic world of politics. So they all understand that if there is one alliance which can actually form a party, form a government and run it for 5 years, it's the BJP, the NDA government. So all of them, whether it's Chandrababu Naidu, whether it's Nitish Kumar, they are eventually going to coalesce around the BJP. They know that even if they, even for a minute, start thinking about the Indie alliance, it'll fall apart. Just a couple of hours back, we saw the posters doing rounds, Akhilesh for PM. Then we saw somebody say this one, Nitish Kumar for PM, then others. So, abhi gaon basa nahi hai, lutere aa gaye. That is the saying. So, they will not be able to walk the distance. It was fine together for whatever little period they came, but they cannot possibly give a stable government which will have some consequence. So, both these partners, whether it's Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu, they will understand that true opportunity lies with the BJP. Yes, their negotiating power, their bargaining power has gone up, but they'll still come to the BJP.
That's interesting. But I'll just get in one response from Pugar Gandhi as well, because Mr. Gandhi, the response, the statement, the view that is coming in at this point is that the India alliance cannot be trusted to hold its flock together enough to manage to challenge, to mount a sustained challenge in terms of alliance versus alliance to the BJP, whether it be now or sometime during the next 5 years, because there are too many egos wanting to be prime ministers, wanting to have a lion-shaped portfolio. How do you respond to that?
No, it's not a question of India alliance getting a lion's share portfolio or anything. It is a matter whether BJP on its own, whether Mr. Narendra Modi will become the prime minister, because today the situation is even there will be opposition within the NDA and opposition within the BJP for Mr. Narendra Modi to become the prime minister. The principal opposition will be from people like Mr. L.K. Advani and Subramanian Swamy, because they are all the leaders who are waiting for a time to take on Mr. Modi, for the simple reason that how Mr. Modi treated them in 2014 and 2019. So, the Mr. Modi, even if he becomes the prime minister, the first question is whether he can become the prime minister, whether he can become the parliamentary leader of the BJP. That is going to be the talking point in the coming days. And secondly, even if he becomes the prime minister, he will not be the same Mr. Narendra Modi as he was before. He cannot be authoritarian. He will have to listen to his own alliance partners, and he has to answer the parliament, he has to answer the cabinet, and he has to answer the coalition partners. And once a government significantly reduces its numbers, even the institutions will become more or less independent, because like the Honorable Supreme Court or maybe EDs or CBIs, they will not be falling in line like what was happening before from 2014 to 2012 till today. So it is going to be a tough time for Mr. Modi, and Mr. Modi cannot be the same Modi again.
Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, do you agree with the view that we are now gone back to a state of coalition politics where egos have to be kept in check, other opinions have to be taken on board, whether it be allies or opposition, and you cannot steamroll through legislations or important decisions through parliament anymore on the forces of brute majority? You will have to literally take all views on board and be a party of Sabka Saath and Sabka Vikas.
No, you have to actually refer bills to standing committees, which has been virtually, stopped in the last 10 years. You have to become much more, your approach has to become much more consensual. Try to reach out for dialogue. These are all skills, we will have to see new skills of Mr. Modi. Nobody has ever seen him work with coalition partners, work with the opposition parties, keep things under control. There would be all kinds of messages going on. It is not a very pleasant situation for the BJP that its target was 370 seats for itself, and it ended up winning only about 240 seats or maybe even less than that. So that's a huge shortfall. So there would obviously be a lot of pressure from various places, and Mr. Modi will have to really come with new skills, which I'm not very sure that how effective they would be, whether he would be able to carry everybody along together or not. And we now have a very peculiar kind of number game in Parliament, where it might quite be possible for an alternative government to be formed. I would not say that much can happen in 5 years. Between 2024 and 2029, much can happen, and many of the things which have been planned is not going to happen. I do not, for instance, see an immediate rollout of one nation, one poll anymore. Definitely there will be greater challenges for it. So there are all kinds of issues, all plans which have been made by Mr. Modi, which will be checked. He had very loftily said he had ordered every department of his secretaries in various departments, 100-day plans to be made. Those have to be very carefully scrutinized. He just cannot rush and announce them. He'll have to take everybody on board. That's going to be quite a challenge.
Okay, Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, thank you for joining us at this point. We are cutting across live to the Congress press conference. You can see Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, and Jairam Ramesh, who has really been the voice of the Congress party, at least on social media and in media interactions as well. I believe I have time to take a quick question with Karan while we wait for the audio to be. Karan, you mentioned that the BJP on strength of numbers is best posed to lead an alliance because it's the single largest party. But that's not what happened in 2004. Mr. Vajpayee had the single largest party, but ultimately it was the UP.
He didn't have the single largest party. Vajpayee had 138 seats,
yes,
and Congress had 145 seats.
I'll change this. Yeah.
So Congress had a slender margin, 7 seats.
But at the end of the day, it's the Congress which actually, especially Sonia Gandhi on screens, the Congress actually has a track record of running two governments at the center as an alliance.
They don't have the
No,
numbers.
I'm saying
98 seats.
I'm talking of historic, hypothetically, if there's an alliance. Okay, the Congress has started speaking. Let's listen.
क्योंकि इसको नहीं डाला शायद Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji, और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े, हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया, इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया, इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
खड़गे जी, आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे। क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं। आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया। और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी। और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होके लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे हैं वो स्टॉक्स उनके, तो बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है। जनता अदानी जी को मोदी जी से डायरेक्टली कोरिलेट कर रही है। मोदी जी की हार होती है, स्टॉक मार्केट कहता है भैया मोदी जी गए तो अदानी जी गए, मतलब डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप है, करप्शन की रिलेशनशिप है। और देश ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को साफ कह दिया है कि हम आपको नहीं चाहते हैं। एंड दिस इज द मेन थिंग दैट दिस इलेक्शन हैज सेड। द कंट्री हैज unanimously and clearly stated, we do not want Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah to be involved in the running of this country. We do not like the way they have run this country. We do not appreciate the way they have attacked the constitution. We do not appreciate the way they have run this country for the last 10 years. So that is a huge message to Mr. Narendra Modi. I'd like to thank everybody who has participated in this election. I am extremely proud of the people of India. I'm extremely proud of the people who have resisted this onslaught on the constitution. और अंत में मैं आपको कह दूं कि इसको बचाने का काम हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है। सबसे गरीब लोगों ने किया है, मजदूरों ने किया है, किसानों ने किया है, दलितों ने किया है, आदिवासियों ने किया है, पिछड़ों ने किया है। इन लोगों ने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया है। ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन देश की आवाज है। बहुत सारे लोग ने इसको नहीं बचाया, चुप रह गए थे, मगर हिंदुस्तान के सबसे गरीब लोग, से कमजोर लोग खड़े हो गए और उन्होंने इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाया। मैं उनका धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, उनसे कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी आपके साथ खड़ी है। जो हमने आपको वायदे किए थे, हम वो वायदे आपके लिए पूरे करेंगे। जाति जनगणना, महालक्ष्मी, ये हमारे वायदे हैं। धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया राहुल जी। अभी 3-4 सवाल सिर्फ हम लेंगे। एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए प्लीज, शांत हो जाइए, 1 मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट शांत हो जाइए। एक मिनट, खड़गे जी और राहुल जी आपका 4-5 सवाल लेंगे। संजीव, हाँ जी, 1 मिनट, एक एक करके चिल्लाइएगा मत प्लीज, चिल्लाइएगा मत। हाँ संजीव।
Rahul ji, although the NDA has emerged as, they are getting the majority, but some of its partners have been your partners in the past, including the TDP and the JDU. So have you decided to sit in the opposition, or there are chances of government formation by the India government?
As we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion.
सर, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि ये हिंदुस्तान के गरीब की जीत है, संविधान बचाने की जीत है, तो अगर आप लोग विपक्ष में बैठते हैं और सरकार बनाने की पहल नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि नंबर एनडीए और इंडिया अलायंस में कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, और अगर पहल नहीं करते हैं तो कैसे उनको आप जो है आगे उनका हक दिलाने के लिए आगे आ पाएंगे?
वही सवाल आप मतलब दूसरे तरीके से पूछ रहे हो। कल डिसाइड होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा अलायंस डिसाइड करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
सर, खरगे साहब भी आपसे पूछना चाहते थे कि यहाँ पे बीजेपी में जश्न हो रहा है और उनके हिसाब से एनडीए को मेजॉरिटी मार्क्स से ऊपर मिला है, तो एनडीए सरकार बना रही है। तो यहाँ पे क्या आपको लगता है कि आपने कहा नैतिक आधार पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को नहीं बने रहना चाहिए, क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में भी खेमेबंदी होगी इसको लेके, और क्या खुद नरेंद्र मोदी को ये फैसला लेना चाहिए?
देखिए, अभी राहुल गांधी जी ने आपके सामने स्पष्ट किया, जब तक हम अपने अलायंस पार्टनर से बात नहीं करेंगे और जो नए पार्टनर हमको जुड़ने वाले हैं उनसे भी किस तरीके से हम बात करके अपने को मेजॉरिटी बना सकते हैं वो देखेंगे। सारे स्ट्रैटेजीज अगर यही मैं बोलूँगा फिर मोदी जी होशियार हो जाएंगे, इसलिए
जयराम जी
राहुल जी, खरगे साहब ने कहा कि हम जनादेश को स्वीकार करते हैं। जनादेश इंडिया गठबंधन के लिए क्या है? विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए या सरकार बनाने की कोशिश करने के लिए? और आप दोनों सीटों से जीते हैं, बधाई। आप कौन सी सीट रखने वाले हैं?
नहीं, सब दोनों सीटों से जीता हूं, और रायबरेली और वायनाड के जो वोटर्स हैं उनका दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। अब डिसाइड करना है कौन सी सीट पे मैं रहूंगा, थोड़ा पूछूंगा और फिर डिसाइड करूंगा। दोनों सीटों में तो नहीं रह सकता हूं, बट अभी डिसाइड नहीं किया है।
राहुल जी, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के लिए जब आप निकले थे तब से लेके अब तक काफी लंबी यात्रा रही, काफी बीच में उतार चढ़ाव आए। अब 100 का आंकड़ा आपने छुआ है। 2009 में जब इसी तरह का मैंडेट आया था तो पार्टी के अंदर दो राय थी, एक हम विपक्ष में रहें, पार्टी मजबूत करें, या सरकार के साथ जाएं। आप सरकार के
2009 में
2009 में, हाँ
नहीं 2009 में तो क्या बात
नहीं 2009 में दोबारा जब बहुमत मिला था तब एक राय थी कि आप विपक्ष की पॉलिटिक्स करके पार्टी को मजबूत करें।
ऐसी कोई राय नहीं थी, आपकी रॉन्ग इन्फॉर्मेशन।
अब मैं पूछ रहा हूं, अब आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, दो चीज है। ये जो मैंडेट मिला है, आप अपोजिशन में रह के पार्टी मजबूत करना चाहते हैं या सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? आप चाहते क्या हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम एक कोalition के भाग हैं, ठीक है? कांग्रेस पार्टी है, बाकी पार्टियां हैं, और उनके साथ अभी हमारा डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ है। हमने, भैया शांत हो जाए, हमने उनसे कहा था, इंडिया पार्टनर से कहा था कि चुनाव के बाद 5 तारीख को हमारी मीटिंग होगी और उस मीटिंग में हम ये जो सवाल है इसको डिसाइड करेंगे। तो सचमुच में इस सवाल का जवाब आज हमारे पास है नहीं, कल होगा।
राहुल जी, अमेठी में आपके लिए कहा गया कि राहुल गांधी ने अपने पीए को चुनाव लड़ा दिया, अब उन्हीं किशोरीलाल शर्मा
नहीं, देखिए ये
बीजेपी ने कहा था।
नहीं, देखिए बीजेपी लोगों को रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करती है,
और आज उन्हीं किशोरीलाल ने हरा दिया।
तमीज से बात नहीं करती है। मगर किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी जो हैं वो 40 साल से अमेठी में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं और उनका अमेठी की जनता के साथ रिश्ता है।
शायद बीजेपी के लोगों को ये बात समझ नहीं आई थी कि किशोरीलाल शर्मा जी अमेठी से बहुत क्लोजली कनेक्टेड व्यक्ति हैं और इसलिए उनकी जीत निश्चित थी। और मैं उनको कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं कि अच्छी तरह वो जीते हैं। और उनको बारे में ये कहना कि वो पिए हैं, स्टनो हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है, ये ऑफेंसिव है, ये नहीं कहना चाहिए।
राहुल जी मैं मोहित हूं न्यूज नेशन से। सर कहते हैं
आपने एक बात बोली जो मैं इसके जवाब देना चाहता हूं। देखिए, यूपी की जनता से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आपसे ज्यादा पॉलिटिकल विजडम, मतलब आपने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। यूपी के जनता ने कमाल करके दिखा दिया। नहीं, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने कमाल करके दिखाया, मगर बीजेपी यूपी ने हिंदुस्तान की राजनीति समझकर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर खतरा समझकर उत्तर प्रदेश ने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की रक्षा की है। और मैं सब स्टेट्स का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश को मैं स्पेशल कहना चाहता हूं। आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी का, इंडिया गठबंधन का समर्थन किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी
आखिरी सवाल। और इसमें यूपी में एक और बात मैं बोल देता हूं, एक और बात यूपी के बारे में बोल देता हूं। इसमें मेरी बहन प्रियंका गांधी का भी काम है, जो यहां पीछे छुपी हुई है।
राहुल जी
शुक्रिया साथियों, शुक्रिया हो गया।
सर राहुल जी लेट्स गो।
Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress just about wrapping up its press conference there. A couple of things that have been said by Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi. Number one, the most important question that was asked is, what do you think this mandate is? Is this a mandate for you to sit in the opposition? Is that what you're going to do? Or is this a mandate for you to form the government? The answer to that question was a diplomatic one. We are in a coalition. We do not disrespect our alliance partners. Tomorrow, all of us will meet and then decide. So there is no clear yes or no on whether the India alliance will actually reach out to the TDP and to the JDU, which actually are becoming the kingmakers in this battle. Mamata Banerjee is speaking as well, so there are a lot of reactions that are coming in, and we are going to go right across to all of them because the big players now are speaking. Let's listen in to Mamata Banerjee. Absolutely stellar work by the TMC in the state of West Bengal, almost sweeping it.
সেই রকম তমলুক কন্টাইতেও কিন্তু মেরুদণ্ডটা ভেঙেছে। আমাদের আগে ভোটের রেজাল্ট থাকতো 2 লাখ, 2.5 লাখ, 3 লাখ। যেভাবে অবজারভারকে কাজে লাগিয়ে এসব করে বেড়াচ্ছে, এর বদলা আমরা নেব, রাজনৈতিক বদলা। এমনকি কোর্ট রায় দিয়েছে, সে খুন করলেও, তার বিরুদ্ধে খুনের অভিযোগ আছে, তার বিরুদ্ধে কোর্টে কেস করা যাবে না। ইলেকশন চলাকালীন আপনারা দেখলেন 26,000 টিচারের চাকরি খেয়ে নেওয়া হলো। আমরা গ্রেটফুল টু সুপ্রিম কোর্ট ফর দেয়ার গুড জাস্টিস। আপনারা ইলেকশন চলাকালীন দেখলেন 15 লক্ষ ওবিসির সার্টিফিকেট বাতিল করে দেওয়া হলো। ইলেকশনের আগের দিন আমাদের অনেক ছেলে মেয়েকে সিবিআই নোটিশ পাঠিয়ে ভয় দেখানো হয়েছে।
Certificates given to OBC candidates were cancelled unfairly at the 11th hour.
একদিকে সিবিআই, একদিকে ইডি, কি নয়?
On one hand, we have to deal with the CBI. On the other hand, there was the ED. This is not right. This is not a fair fight.
ইমিডিয়েট প্রধানমন্ত্রী থেকে রেজিগনেশন দেওয়া উচিত। কারণ
The Prime Minister must resign immediately. He has lost the moral right to be Prime Minister.
আমি বলেছিলাম 200 পার হবে কিনা দেখে রাখুন, কারণ কিছুটা হাতে রাখতে হয়। আমি বলেছিলাম পগার পার। এখন তাকে পায়ে ধরতে হচ্ছে টিডিপি আর পায়ে ধরতে হচ্ছে নীতিশ। বাট এদের আমি খুব ভালো করে চিনি। এরা ইন্ডিয়াটাকে ভাঙতে পারবে
not
না
have majority on its own. In order to win the majority, it needs the support of the BJP, it needs the support of the TDP, and it needs the support of Nitish Kumar. And I know these leaders very well.
অ্যাট্রসিটিস হবে না ইডি সিবিআই অ্যাট্রসিটিস করলে আমরা ইন্ডিয়া টিম পুরোপুরি চেপে ধরবো অখিলেশ আমাকে এখনো বলেছে কয়েকটা সিটে ওরা সার্টিফিকেট দিচ্ছে না জেতার পরেও ইলেকশন কমিশন চেষ্টা করছে যাতে বিজেপিকে আরো যদি কিছু সিটে বাড়ানো যায় এটা তাদের কাছে কাম্য নয়
Yes, well, they're still not handing out certificates to candidates who have won. There are still attempts being made by the election commission to delay the result so that the BJP can try and build numbers in its favor.
হচ্ছে আমি মনে করি যে আজকে জুডিশিয়ারি তার স্বাধীনতা ফিরে পাক স্বাধীনতা মতো কাজ করুক मीडिया তার স্বাধীনতার মতো কাজ করুক नाउ मैं यही कहना चाहती हूँ मैं अखिलेश को कंग्रेचुलेट किया है बहुत बढ़िया किया है आने वाला चुनाव में वही अखिलेश यूपी में जीतेगा बिहार में जो रिजल्ट दिखाया है अभी तक वो सच नहीं है तेजस्वी यादव का साथ मेरे को बात हुआ उन्होंने कहा दीदी अभी बहुत बाकी है काउंटिंग ये झूठा बोलता है আমি উদ্ধব ঠাকরেকেও কনগ্রাচুলেট করেছি শারদ যাদবকেও করেছি অরবিন্দ স্ত্রীকেও করেছি আমি কল্পনাকেও করেছি হেমন্ত সোরেনের
Sharad Pawar, I've also congratulated Arvind Kejriwal.
শারদ পাওয়ারকেও করেছি যতটা পেরেছি যাদের ফোনে পেয়েছি ধরতে এমনকি রাহুলকেও আমি কংগ্রেস মেসেজ পাঠিয়েছি
I have also congratulated Rahul Gandhi.
they were busy for election কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত ওরা কারোর সাথে আমাদের কন্ট্যাক্ট করেনি না করলেও আমাদের কোনো যায় আসে না আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই মনে আছে আপনারা অনেক সময় আমাকে আন্ডার এস্টিমেট করেন আমি কি বলেছিলাম তোমাদের দুটো সিট দিচ্ছি তোমাদের একটাও এমএলএ নেই দুটো সিটেই জিতে যাবে আর আমি বলেছিলাম তোমরা ইন্ডিয়া চেষ্টা করো সবার সাথে তাহলে তুমি 100 সিট পাবে আমার কথাটা মিলেছে কি মিলেনি এই মিলা কি নেই মিলা
Given them 2 seats in West Bengal to contest, and I told them to fight them, and they will win it. And also told them to get India alliance members together, and they would get at least 100 seats if they conceded seats to the alliance members. And both of these predictions have come true.
कौन किया है बीजेपी किया है रुपया किसका है बीजेपी का जान पहचान का आदमी का है हम शेयर बाजार नहीं समझते
Okay, so that is Mamata Banerjee. Again, the question, and I think, ladies and gentlemen, this becomes the big question at 6:16 p.m. Is the India alliance? Look, the fact is that if you just look at the numbers, and the numbers are on your screens, and that is what matters by the end of the day, the NDA is down 57 seats, but it is at 293, which means it is way above the numbers that it requires to form the government, 272. So it has 293. It's in the clear. The India Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, has 233. These are leads. They are up 103 seats. Fact is, who are the two major components of the NDA Alliance? It's the TDP, led by Chandrababu Naidu. It is Nitish Kumar of the JDU. They are the ones who are adding heft to the BJP's numbers. Now, in case they decide to migrate to the India Alliance, is India Alliance in a position to form the government? Do they even want to do that? These are questions Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are saying will be answered tomorrow. Tomorrow is when the alliance meets here in Delhi and take a call on that important question. What a day this has been, ladies and gentlemen. What a day. In one word, unexpected. It's the sort of election result that has pollsters crying. I'm not joking, just go on Twitter. The BJP is scratching their heads, and the opposition-led India Bloc is saying, we told you so. But by the end of the day, one thing is clear, the BJP-led NDA Alliance has the numbers to ensure a third term for Prime Minister Modi. We are expected to hear from him at 7 o'clock or 7:30 this evening. But it's a case of the victor coming third. On top of the show, we are giving you the big takeaways from what has been one of the most interesting elections in our times. But before that, let's, okay, my team is telling me no headlines. Let's quickly give our viewers the big takeaways. So that's what we'll do. We'll defer to the wisdom of the newsroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 10 hours, we have seen historic victories and humbling lessons. I want to take 2 minutes of your time to take a look at what 2024 means for the big. Let's start with Prime Minister Modi. Has there been a dent to brand Modi? Yes, there has been a dent to brand Modi. The BJP on its own, well, it's still the single largest party, but it's still not managed the numbers it requires to form the government on its own. 272 on its own, it's still not managed. The Modi ki guarantee has failed to take the BJP home. Is this a credibility crisis? Very importantly, the margin of his victory in Banaras has actually dropped by 60%. If you remember, in 2019, it was somewhere around 4 lakh. This time, the victory margin has dropped to 1.5 lakh. Very good, but a drop of 60%. What about Rahul Gandhi? We just saw him a few minutes ago. Well, he's managed to retain his family bastion, Raebareli, with a thumping victory. Actually, he's bettered his mother's record from last time, 10% better. The victory margin is about 4 lakh votes. He's proving, and what essentially the results are showing is that there has been resonance of the Congress key guarantees, especially the 30 lakh rupee jobs. I'll speak to my guests about that if that was the only thing. But the Congress key guarantees, it seems people were willing to believe it on the ground. He has led the Congress to its best tally in Uttar Pradesh to 2009. The Congress party, I think, is nearly, the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh is getting about 7 seats. If you remember, in 2019, Raebareli was the only seat that the Congress party had won. This time, the leads are in 7 seats, including, ladies and gentlemen, Amethi, which Kishori Lal Sharma of the Congress party has won. Smriti Irani has lost the seat of Amethi to a virtual unknown. He's very well known in Amethi, but not outside Amethi. Has Rahul Gandhi buried the ghost of 2014 and 2019 with 2024 and the results that we are seeing across India? Perhaps yes, but it can be a subject of debate. Speaking of Smriti Irani, the lady on your screens, it's a humbling defeat for Smriti Irani. She has lost to a Gandhi family aide. He's someone, Kishori Lal Sharma, for anyone who knows him or has been to Amethi, has covered Amethi, will tell you that he's been a family loyalist for the longest time. When his name was suddenly announced to fight the Amethi elections, he said, "Arey, mujhe bhi nahi pata. Ye kya ho gaya? No one asked me." Smriti Irani essentially has now gone from being the giant killer to the fallen giant. That is as far as Smriti Irani is concerned. Let's shift our focus from Uttar Pradesh to the second most electorally significant state in our country, that is Maharashtra, has 48 seats. Uddhav Thackeray, the big gainer here, he has successfully claimed the Shiva Sena and the Bala Sahib legacy. That is very clear. He's got the backing of the Marathi Manos. I think that is something that the elections are making very clear. Has this set the tone for the big MVA victory in the assembly elections? Remember, Maharashtra goes to the polls this year itself, so does Haryana. We'll just have to wait and watch. Staying with Maharashtra, Sharad Pawar, he's cut nephew Ajit Pawar to size. He showcased his hold over Maratha politics once again. Most importantly, Supriya Sule, his daughter, has defeated Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra and won the family bastion of Baramati in style. So essentially, to cut a long story short, in Maharashtra, the people of Maharashtra, forget what the courts have said. The people of Maharashtra have decided who the real Shiva Sena is and who the real NCP is, irrespective of who has the symbol. Mamata Banerjee, ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard her. What was the big prediction? The big prediction was that the BJP is going to do extremely well in West Bengal, get more seats than the TMC, sweep it in one sense. That has not happened. Mamata Banerjee has retained her citadel with big wins. She has brushed aside the BJP's challenge. She has proven detractors wrong over Sandesh Khali, very importantly. So that's the West Bengal story. The BJP was hoping to make stunning inroads here. They'd done very well last time, remember, winning 18 seats. The predictions were for them to go up to 22. That hasn't happened. Chandrababu Naidu. He's stormed back to power in style. He's swept aside Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP. He's emerged as a kingmaker in the Lok Sabha as well. Essentially, he's the next chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, and he's in a position to decide who rules in Delhi. At the moment, he has a alliance firmly in place with the NDA. Akhilesh Yadav, gentlemen, क्या हो रहा है भाई? There's some big breaking news coming in. We were just speaking about Chandrababu Naidu, and it seems there's a suspense over Mr. Naidu's alliance pick. As I said, this is interesting. This is what Indian politics and elections are about. Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has called off the press conference he was supposed to do.
Okay.
Now his team is saying he will not be able to speak to the media. ये तो बड़ी अजब और गजब बात है, because he has won the
landslide victory.
Victory.
And you don't speak on
won the state.
He doesn't need the BJP.
He's won the state, ladies and gentlemen, and he's won the Lok Sabha elections in his state as well. So chief minister maker भी हैं, but गला खराब हो गया suddenly. Tehseen.
So गला खराब हो गया, or the way things are going to be. So let's get everything right.
No, I want you on this first. This is extremely interesting.
I'm coming on this. I'm exactly coming on this. This is a prelude to what's going to happen, and therefore I'm just putting the scenario out. Number one, the President of India, she's duty bound to call NDA and the BJP. She's duty bound. It's the single largest pre-poll alliance. It's the single largest political party. She can't call anyone else. Unless the single largest pre-poll alliance, NDA, cannot form the government. So once Prime Minister Modi is Prime Minister and she has 15 days to prove majority, he's going to do his thing. But what is interesting with BJP not touching 272 is, you're not seeing the same Prime Minister Modi now. The same Prime Minister Modi can come on air and say, in 4 hours, main notebandi kar raha hu, in 4 hours, I'm putting a lockdown. That won't happen. Now, I have another theory out here. With what Chandrababu Naidu ji just did, or before that, when Nitish ji tweeted, and I don't know if you saw the tweet of Nitish ji, Nyay or Vikas jeete hai. You have to understand what Nitish ji tweeted. Nyay ka haath Vikas ke saath. So what's happened is, you now know that the trajectory is going to be that the BJP or Prime Minister Modi not be able to take all decisions so moto as he does. Will Prime Minister Modi now, he also has a card to play the Rajiv Gandhi ji card, where Rajiv Gandhi, despite being the single largest party, said, listen, I will sit in opposition, aap banao. This is interesting. This is not over till it's over.
It's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say. This is not over till it's over. Tomorrow is going to be very interesting. If today has been interesting, tomorrow is going to be a thriller by the looks of it.
And I can promise you, all flights to Delhi are running full.
Acha.
And all the private chartered flights are booked out.
Too much money politicians have.
So
much money has been spent in this election. Anyhow, Tehseen, I believe you have to be on another channel. So
do I?
Yeah, I think so. Anyhow, stay if you can. Karan Verma, would you want to hazard a guess as to what exactly is happening?
You know, we can have fun while it lasts, but I think in the end, they are all going to gravitate towards the NDA. Yes, it has given them immense bargaining power now. Mr. Nitish Kumar, जैसे कहते हैं ना, सारी उंगलियां घी के अंदर हैं. So Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, right now, कुछ पुण्य किए होंगे उन्होंने, that they are in this unique position where barely having a few seats makes them kingmakers.
Karan,
yeah.
Nitish Kumar for Deputy Prime Minister?
That's what I said, and suddenly India Alliance started floating it.
Listen,
Kumar for Deputy Prime
all
Minister.
This right now is, as they say, newsroom ki gupshup.
Correct.
And all source based, and no one knows what this source is.
What do you think Mr. Nitish Kumar is aiming at? What do you think Mr. Nitish Kumar is aiming at right now? We all know Mr. Nitish Kumar. Do we know Nitish Kumar? Can anyone dare to know? Nitish Kumar. Does Nitish Kumar know?
What does the tweet? Nyay or Vikas saath? What does that tweet mean?
What I'm hearing now, when you're talking about Gupshup, I can tell you what I'm hearing right now from some good sources. Nitish Kumar is not entertaining any phone call, anything from the BJP side right now. Now, is he trying to act pricey? Is he trying to, bargain? I don't know what he's trying to do. He's a master negotiator. Let's admit that. Somebody who has been able to form multiple governments within 3-4 months, you got to give it to the man.
Can I just come in here, and I just want to see our other guests on the show as well. I know in politics it's Sam Dam Dan Bhed. I understand that. But Mr. Nitish Kumar has a bit of a reputation, and you'll agree with that.
Wonderful
would the India Alliance want to go with someone who lacks credibility? I mean, the election has been fought. It's been they've led a decent campaign. They've batted for decency, doing the right thing, etc., etc. Now you go with someone who's called Paltu Ram.
But the BJP is also doing with Paltu Ram. But look,
BJP का तो पहले से alliance है ना उनके साथ. That's a different thing.
Alliance total alliance was के पहले वो alliance was के we can't. But look, I'll tell you what?
Inception.
If you were to ask me what the India Alliance should do, they should gracefully sit in opposition. This is the moment for Rahul Gandhi. Today is his day, right? He should now become leader of opposition. He should take up that responsibility with articulation, with good command over both English and Hindi. He should raise issues of the nation and thereby hold the Prime Minister and the government to accountability, something that Lok Sabha has not seen for a long time because of tyranny of the numbers. You now with the 230 odd have the numbers to hold Lok Sabha accountable. The speaker will have to give you more time. They cannot move the camera away when Rahul Gandhi will speak or Akhilesh Yadav ji will speak. So I think
you can't bulldoze over with laws.
UCC is out. One nation, one election is out. UCC is out. One nation, one. And I tell you what, I see, and Karan, you help me out here. I see a very positive thing here. With the BJP actually winning Odisha, doing well in Andhra or the way it's done, it does set the tone for BJP to being slightly more diverse. Imagine the Prime Minister was fighting the election on mutton and machi. अब वो मुद्दे ही नहीं होंगे ना इन्हीं
रुक जाओ everyone. I just want, before I go to Uttar Pradesh, where the second big story is developing. The one big story that is developing is Chandrababu Naidu. Scheduled press conference. He is the king of Andhra, the kingmaker of Delhi. Scheduled press conference, suddenly he has cancelled. He says he doesn't want to speak today. Rahul Gandhi has asked a question on whether he is going to join hands, whether he is going to offer a hand to Chandrababu Naidu and to Nitish Kumar. He is saying, "Bhai, we respect our allies. Kal baat karenge is bare mein." Jairam Ramesh before that has already tweeted that if we come to power, Andhra Pradesh gets special status. So all this is going in one direction, ladies and gentlemen. So that is where the story is now developing. Clyde Crasto, you are part of the India Alliance. Is it your sense that the India Alliance could make up its mind not to sit in the opposition and give government formation a real shot?
Well, Shreya, I just heard you saying it ain't over till the fat lady sings, or it ain't over till the last ball is bowled. All I can say is, since we're talking about movies and stuff, there's a movie called Creed, and Sylvester Stallone says, "One step, one punch, one round at a time." So wait, that's what's going to happen now. We'll wait and watch. And BJP has been given a nice punch by the people of India. So we'll wait and watch.
True. But the mandate, look, by the end of the day, the mandate is with the NDA. Let us not forget that. They have 293 seats. 272 is the halfway mark. They are down 57. The India Bloc has done extremely well, but they don't have the mandate to rule. The mandate to rule given by this country is to the NDA. A diminished mandate, yes, but that is how things stand. We'll see how things play out. I'm just going to slip into a very quick break on the show. Up next, I want to look closely at the state of Uttar Pradesh. What a surprise this has thrown us. That's up next. Do stay with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate.
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
Authorities are forced to commit and respond on issues.
Good conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
I have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
Come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold
bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते आप उनको मरवाने के लिए लेके आते हो. We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, the big story is also coming from Uttar Pradesh today. The BJP definitely not Uttam in Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party cycle is cruising its way to the top. As we speak, I am looking at the numbers that are coming to me from the Election Commission. That's all I'm going by. These are leads, and I mean now it's more than 6:30. So these leads are solidifying. The Samajwadi Party, ladies and gentlemen, is leading in 37 seats, which is 4 more than the BJP. The BJP right now is leading in 33 seats. Who would have imagined this? Did no one see this coming? By the looks of it, no one did. The Indian National Congress. Last time, 2019, it was at 1. The only seat that the Congress party won was the seat of Raebareli, the Indian National Congress, now leading in 6 seats. The RLD, which is a partner of the BJP, formerly partner in the India Bloc, is doing well as well too. Point is, now if there is an effort being made to wean away allies of the NDA, of the BJP to the India Bloc, will the RLD be approached as well? We'll see, but it's a stellar resurgence of UP ke do ladke, Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav. They were called Shehzadas by the Prime Minister. They have given a body blow to the Bharatiya Janata Party. The performance in the key Hindi heartland has left the BJP red-faced across all 80 seats. Remember, they had 62. The BJP had 62 in 2019. The estimate of the exit polls was that the BJP individually on its own will probably manage to get a little more seats, say 3 or 4 more seats. But privately, in Lucknow, the talk was that we will go down a bit, say to about 60, we'll lose a couple of seats, but not more than that. The Samajwadi Party has emerged as the principal opponent of the BJP in UP. Again, just reading the numbers that we are seeing on, that I'm seeing on the Election Commission website, 80 seats overall in the state of Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party leading in 37, the BJP leading in 33, the Indian National Congress in 6, and the RLD is leading in 2. So that's the story as it stands right now. And since we are speaking of Uttar Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, also an interesting tidbit, Ayodhya, Faizabad constituency, Ayodhya, that has been won by the Samajwadi Party, not the BJP. Can I just quickly then go to my guest this evening? Namaskar, you're back, Mr. Silas. Thank you very much. खुश तो आज बहुत होंगे आप.
यस बिल्कुल बहुत खुश हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी करते हैं जिस तरह से उन्होंने इंडिया अलायंस और समाजवादी पार्टी द वे दे हैव सपोर्टेड अस इज रियली फिनोमिनल एंड वी कुड सी इट दिस कमिंग इफ आई टेल यू टेक्निकली व्हाट हैपेंड इन 2022 वी वर जस्ट 3.5 to 4% लेस देन द
5 सीटें थी आप लोगों की.
ना मैं 22 के चुनाव की बात कर रहा हूं.
अच्छा मैं 24 की बात, मैं 2019 की बात कर रही हूं.
मैं 22 की बात कर रहा हूं जो विधानसभा का चुनाव हुआ था. तो इफ यू सी द लार्जर पिक्चर वी वर जस्ट 3,25,000 वोट लेस देन द भारतीय जनता पार्टी. Though the Bharatiya Janata Party formed the government in 2022, but we fell short by 3,25,000 votes in entire UP. And we knew if we work hard, this was very evident. It had to come because the people of Uttar Pradesh trust in the Samajwadi Party, and it's shown. Because the Bharatiya Janata Party and the media also, when we started debating, they were just giving us 2 seats. And one they were giving to the Congress and 1 seat to the Samajwadi Party. That too of Mainpuri. According to the media, everyone was losing in Uttar Pradesh except the Bharatiya Janata Party. So now the mandate that has come is really phenomenal, and I congratulate everyone who has worked hard in the Samajwadi Party.
I'll get to the exit poll in just a bit because there are big question marks on the exit polls that came out day before yesterday. Big question marks actually now. But Ruhi Tiwari, You have travelled in Uttar Pradesh, Karan. I know you want to come in. Matthew Anthony, good evening. Thank you very much. I see you as well on the screens. Nilanjan Mukhopadhyay, thank you for being with us. We'll just come to you in just in a bit. But Rohit Tiwari, you're someone who travelled in Uttar Pradesh, and we were talking about this earlier as well. It seems everyone missed what was happening in Uttar Pradesh. Everyone, almost everyone missed it.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely, and there is. I have no qualms in admitting that I was on the ground in Uttar Pradesh and I missed it. You can call it a huge sort of wave in a sense for the Samajwadi Party to go up from 5 seats to 30+ seats and to reduce BJP to a lesser number. It would require that sort of a wave to bring the BJP down. So it's really quite inexplicable what happened. The candidate selection perhaps was a huge sort of victory for the Samajwadi Party. It managed to do it very well. The alliance, as I mentioned earlier in the show in the morning, the vote transfer between the Samajwadi Party and Congress finally happened. It's something that they were struggling with in, for instance, the 2017 assembly elections. That seems to have finally happened, and so they've probably cracked that code, having gone through it earlier. So maybe a lot of things have come together for the Samajwadi Party. But just one small thing, Shreya, before you move on, is the Congress. It's done very well as compared to its last tally. I mean, it had gone down to its all-time low in 2014, so it could only go up from there. But the question the Congress needs to ask itself is whether it can be in a position by 2029 to become a party that can get 200+ seats and become the fulcrum of a proper coalition government instead of just staying at this 100 figure. And for that, it needs a state like Uttar Pradesh, which sends 80 MPs minus allies. It needs to be able to rebuild itself in big states like Uttar Pradesh, in states like Maharashtra, minus allies, to be able to become a party that can get 200+ seats. So that's something the Congress will have to think about going forward in terms of its strategy.
But what we are seeing, and I'm going to get Matthew Anthony in here, but what we are seeing is the resurgence of the Congress party. If you look at the data that the Election Commission is putting out to us, the Congress right now is leading in some 94 seats, which means, and it was 52 last time, which means it's nearly doubled its tally. Matthew Anthony, well done, but my question to you is again this. Is this a mandate for you to govern, or is this a mandate for you, according to you, to sit in the opposition?
Shreya, thanks for taking me in.
आज के दिन तो आप म्यूट ना रहिए.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. So I've been waiting for some time.
Yeah, I can. Good evening. Go ahead.
Which we have been doing for the last 10 years, and it's paying off. And one thing which I should do is that we should congratulate our leader Rahul Gandhi for traveling crisscross this country with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which has created the foundation for his victory, and also the Mallikarjun Kharge's leadership and the whole Congress party's leadership to stitch the India alliance together. We did a lot of sacrifice to put the alliance together. We partnered with a lot of parties who inflicted damages on the previous elections, but we stood for a national cause, and it has paid the results, and it has paid back, and we have performed well. Now, looking into the mandate, Modi's guarantees has completely failed. Look at the result in
some network issue, I believe.
The moment he said Modi ki guarantee failed, the frame
अरे तो ये Digital India तो frame नहीं हो, fail नहीं हो रहा.
Frame froze हो गया because it was so incorrect कि freeze कर गया वहीं पे.
Okay. Karan, would you want to come in on the question of Uttar Pradesh?
Yeah, please. I want to explain this. Yeah.
Because here's the point. I come from Uttar Pradesh, and you come from Uttar Pradesh as well.
Yeah,
Mr. Silas is from Uttar Pradesh. So all three of us here in the studio are from Uttar Pradesh. The fact is, if you went to Lucknow, if you went to Banaras,
right,
you'd be told that there has been delivery. There has been delivery not just as far as the ration is concerned, there's delivery not just as far as the Ram Mandir is concerned, but the roads have become much better, bijli nahi jati hai, pani aata hai. There has been delivery, and most importantly for Uttar Pradesh and Yogi Adityanath, the one big tick mark he always got, 10 out of 10 in one subject that he got was law and order. Anyone you speak to in Lucknow say, Samajwadi Party is gundas. But that's the perception, right? But Yogi Adityanath, they call him bulldozer Baba, आके इन्होंने law and order ठीक कर दिया है. If there were so many pluses,
right,
as far as the BJP is concerned in Uttar Pradesh. Hua kya? Now, I'll tell you the conspiracy theory I've heard today. That the RSS has worked against the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. This is a conspiracy theory. Of course, these are things that will circulate. But anyhow, what's your analysis?
So, just 30 seconds on what all has been delivered in UP. UP has leapfrogged from the 7th largest economy of the country to the 3rd. 3 crore tap water connections, 3.5 crore toilets given, ration given, law and order is improved, giant strides in law and order. And still, today, we see this kind of a mandate. So what does this tell you? In 2017, Akhilesh was decimated. He ran on his record, jo kaha kiya, and he was decimated in 2017. 19, they lost. 2022, they lost. They lost by 7%. He can cherry pick the number of votes, but there was a 7% sizable vote share difference. What happened this time? It's the fact that there was local anti-incumbency against the candidates and the candidate selection was poor. The cadres didn't support the candidates, that they didn't work as hard as they had to perhaps. It is in no way a referendum on the Prime Minister.
नहीं, वोट तो आपसे मोदी जी के नाम पे मांग रहे थे. ये अच्छी बात है. When you lose, you say candidates की गलती है. When you win, you say the mandate is for Modi ji.
अभी भी the highest vote share in UP is of BJP. SP plus Congress का vote share भी BJP से कम है. If you check, 43.5% है BJP का. So it's not that BJP has capitulated. They are still holding on to their vote share of 44%. It's just that because of poor candidate selection, the cadres at the ground, they got disgruntled, which is a tactical mistake. Let's own it. BJP has made this blunder. But in no way can you say that governance hasn't happened, as you rightly said, in UP. And in no way is this a referendum on the Prime Minister or Yogi Adityanath. And I'm telling you, they will course correct in due time. So yes, today is a day for our great friend Vivek ji to celebrate, but this celebration won't last long because BJP is going to course correct in due time.
Acha, chalo. I think, yes, Clyde, hi, go ahead, please.
Hi. No, Shreya, I just want to, repeat what I said earlier, probably on your channel, but with some other anchor. The point here is, everywhere you went across the country, and I'm talking about, say, I've trialed Maharashtra during the election and in Mumbai, there were huge cutouts of Modi ji. The candidates themselves were told that you need to ask votes in the name of Modi ji. People were going around saying that please vote for Modi ji. Nobody knew who the candidate was. So today, if the mandate of the Bharatiya Janata Party has come down, then the mandate is against Narendra Modi ji. I mean, if you're asking for votes in the name of Modi ji and you're not getting the amount of votes or amount of seats that you are asking for, then I think the people of India has rejected the leadership of Narendra Modi ji. So the fact is, I mean,
Karan, please remember that
you will cross
the number of seats for the BJP has halved
400
in the state.
Yeah.
From 62 to 33.
So what has happened is, Shreya, this 400 Paar, abki baar 400
exactly.
Paar, this has backfired.
No, so that's what I'm trying to say. The mandate is against Modi ji.
It was
I am agreeing. No, it's not against Prime Minister. एक मिनट मैं बता रहा हूँ क्यों. What happened was, Shreya, that people were disillusioned with the MP. They thought BJP is winning anyways. 400 नहीं आएगा, 399 आ जाएगा मोदी जी का. And they voted against the MP. Eventually, this all did not fare and did not augur too well for BJP, and that's why we're seeing that their vote tally has gone down.
It's interesting.
Vote share hasn't.
No, I'll let Matthew Anthony also. I'll also let Matthew Anthony come in.
Sure.
But maybe there are people who have voted against the Prime Minister as well. Why would you say that this is not a mandate against the Prime Minister?
He's usually
no, he's popular, all right.
He has delivered as a factual statement.
I will give you that. I'll give you that. He's popular. And I will also give you that right now the BJP is the single largest party. But there is an undecided voter. That floating voter who has not decided who's not ideologically committed, who has not decided मैं किसके लिए vote करूँगा, and that voter
perhaps didn't like the local candidate.
No, that voter perhaps didn't like mutton, mujra,
picked up in the entire campaign
Mangal
and you
Sutra,
generalized it.
Muslim, bhains,
and tap water you miss, what toilets you miss, ration you miss. This is convenient. Shreya, this is really convenient. One statement out of the entire.
आपकी भी तो बात convenient है. Where you are saying that MP there was disgruntlement against the local MPs. तो ये भी तो बात गलत है ना.
भाई अभी तक सपा क्यों नहीं?
Actually, nothing makes sense in this election.
It makes sense. Why was Sapa losing till now? आप बताओ मुझे. Suddenly they started winning.
Matthew Anthony wants to come in and then Mr. Silas. हाँ. अच्छा, Dimple Yadav बोल रही हैं. Let's quickly listen into her. The Samajwadi Party's day, so let's listen into her.
समाजवादी विचारधारा का जो समर्थन किया है और जिस तरह का साथ और आशीर्वाद दिया, तो सबसे पहले तो मैं उनको दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी। इसी के साथ समाजवादी पार्टी की प्राथमिकता रहेगी कि मैनपुरी का विकास आगे कैसे बढ़े।
इंडिया गठबंधन ने बड़ा अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया है, अप्रत्याशित परिणाम आए हैं, कैसे देख रही हैं आप, क्या कहना चाहती हैं?
मैं समझती हूँ उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक सबक सिखाने का काम किया है। उनका अहंकार, उनकी तृष्णा को तोड़ने का काम किया है कहीं ना कहीं। और जिस तरह सभी समाज और सभी वर्ग के लोग एक साथ आए और जिस तरह समर्थन दिया, क्योंकि सभी लोग त्रस्त हैं और जो मौजूदा सरकार थी वो ये मानने को तैयार नहीं थी कि जनता परेशान है, कि युवा परेशान है, कि हमारी माताएं बहनें परेशान है, कि किसान परेशान है, कि मजदूर, बुनकर सभी लोग परेशान है और कहीं ना कहीं ये लोगों की जीत है।
लगातार ये देखा जा रहा है कि इंडिया गठबंधन अब अपने प्रधानमंत्री पर दबाव करने वाला है।
Okay, that's a tough question to answer. That's a tough question to answer. So wisely, Dimple Yadav has decided. चलो वो जो साउंड बाइट देना है दे दिया. She was of course fighting on a Samajwadi Party ticket from Benpuri, which is her father-in-law's seat, and she has won that. But come in, Vivek, you were responding to what was being said here.
Talking about the popularity of the Honorable Prime Minister. So if you see what happened in Varanasi, the Prime Minister managed to win that seat by a margin of 1,52,000 votes only. Last time he won the seat by 4,86,000 votes. So you can see the popularity of Prime Minister in his Lok Sabha in Varanasi has come down very, very low. Secondly, Honorable Dimple ji was right here. She has won she has won the margin of Dimple Yadav ji was more than the Prime Minister itself. If you see Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is winning by 4 lakh votes. So these are the margins that we are getting. Okay. And if you see Varanasi and see Purvanchal. On the top is Gorakhpur, and on the south, if you see Purvanchal, is Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji as of now. What happened to all the adjoining seats? They've lost and they've crashed. Why? Because the people of Uttar Pradesh don't trust either on Chief Minister Yogi or Prime Minister Modi. Otherwise,
I don't think that's what the
lost badly. It's not that you have won by 10,000, 12,000. We are winning by lakhs of votes. So what does it show?
I agree. But that's because of the local candidate. You can't say that Yogi
Don't blame the
Adityanath
candidate.
is not popular. Can you say Yogi Adityanath is not popular? Please. He is very popular. So is the Prime Minister. They are perhaps two of the most popular leaders we have in the country.
Why only 1,52,000 votes in Varanasi? Why only 1,52,000 votes in Varanasi?
I think complacency. That is where complacency. Everybody took it for granted that the Prime Minister is winning anyway. And that's where the
that is why they didn't vote for him. Come on.
No,
that is not
they
an
didn't vote
argument.
for him. No, he did win by 1,50,000. He's won. I don't know what the margin is, but he's won it comfortably.
By 152.
Lost
to the Prime Minister.
So one question, Vivek ji,
to his image.
What has Akhilesh done in the last 1 year or 2 years that suddenly he's catapulted to these heights? He didn't catapult to these heights.
Clearly something right.
Something wrong has been done by the BJP local candidate. It is this disappointment which is showing us.
I am blaming the local candidate. When you fought this election in the name of Prime Minister Modi, Karan, come on.
मुझे बताओ ना, मैं आपसे एक लॉजिकल क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा हूँ. अरे मैं आपकी बात मान रहा हूँ सर, आप जीत गए, बहुत अच्छी बात है. आप मुझे बताओ एकदम से क्या हुआ that people started voting for Akhilesh Yadav?
Because the people of UP started distrusting the Prime Minister.
Not the Prime Minister, the local candidate. If they had distrusted the Prime Minister,
eventually they had to vote for the Prime Minister.
Matthew Anthony, you are raising your hand. Go ahead. I mean, just go ahead. You are smiling, you are laughing, and you are also raising your hand. Go ahead, please.
Let us accept the defeat of Modi because it was on Modi's guarantee they have fought the election and they have lost the majority as a single party. So that is very clear.
They haven't lost.
Let us give the credit. Let us give the credit to the Congress Party as well as to the India Alliance partners. Let me complete it. Now, the Congress Party and the India Alliance had a narrative. We addressed employment. We addressed the price rise. We provided solutions for that one. People of India has recognized that one. Now, the people of India has voted out against the Modi's guarantee. It is very clear because else Modi's guarantee would have got a 400 plus. Now they don't even have the majority of a single party with 272 plus on their own. They have to go for it NDA alliance. Now, look at in the last 10 years of the news channels, how many times you have said NDA than BJP. Now suddenly all of you are saying NDA. Now, in the last 10 years' time, BJP themselves have insulted and they've shown their arrogance to the NDA partners, and suddenly now they need NDA partners. This is this is a failure
one of the
Narendra
big
Modi
losses in
as a
Uttar Pradesh.
PM because yes.
Shreya.
Okay. Okay, but since we are talking about Uttar Pradesh, just a minute. Since we are talking about Uttar Pradesh, one of the big defeats and the big upsets for the BJP has been in Amethi. I believe Smriti Irani, who's lost the seat to Kishori Lalji, is now speaking to the press. We can quickly go ahead and listen to her.
आज इस मंच पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक पीढ़ी ऐसी है जिन्होंने अमेठी में संघर्ष शुरू किया 1970 के दशक में। एक पीढ़ी ऐसी जो साल 2014 से लेकर 24 तक हारी जीती और आज फिर संघर्ष के मोड़ पर खड़ी है। सर्वप्रथम भाजपा के सभी समर्थकों को, कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं, जिन्होंने पूर्ण परिश्रम और निष्ठा के साथ क्षेत्र की और पार्टी की सेवा की। हर गांव में नाली खड़ंजा से लेकर बाईपास, मेडिकल कॉलेज, 30-30 वर्ष पुरानी लोकसभा क्षेत्र की मांगों को पूरा करने का सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ। आज मैं नरेंद्र मोदी, योगी आदित्यनाथ जी का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूं कि 5
Okay, that is Smriti Irani there in a press conference, essentially accepting defeat. Chandrasekhar Jha, your spokesperson of the Shiva Sena, you've been very patiently waiting for us. We had hoped that we could be in a position to discuss Maharashtra. We'll, of course, do that in the course of programming here on Mirror Now. We love Maharashtra and we love the sort of politics and the sort of results that it has. But very quickly, when it comes to the national picture, should the NDA alliance look at the numbers as a victory or a defeat? In this case, the way I'm putting it, the victor is actually coming in third.
See, what has happened today, it is a complete mandate which the public has made. And the mandate is completely against Mr. Modi. And BJP was not in picture because all the elections have happened on the picture of Mr. Modi. So deliberately they are trying to escape now that the whole of NDA has got this much of seat and that much of seat. But this does not absolve them from the liability that public has completely rejected them. And at this moment, in total of the India, what the alliance happened and how this poll has been conducted, how many times Mr. Modi got down from his position being a PM, how did he misinterpret and misguided the public, everything is now in picture.
Okay.
The guarantee of Mr. Modi was never ever guaranteed or was done by Mr. Modi. It was just a jumla, and that jumla has been given answer by the public of India. It's a complete dance of democracy. And if you see the dance of democracy, the public is the only, particularly the public has decided upon the mandate, and Mr. Modi should go. And that mandate is very clear right now. And in every aspect,
you're saying
India
no. Why are you saying Prime Minister Modi should go? I understand that Uddhav Thackeray is a big winner when it comes to Maharashtra, right? But why are you saying that the Prime Minister needs to go? I understand that in the Congress press conference, Mallikarjun Kharge started the press conference saying this mandate is against Prime Minister Modi, but he stopped there. He stopped short of saying that the Prime Minister should resign, etc., etc. So right now with the numbers as they stand, and these are leads that we are looking at, that, I think the result is very clear. The NDA is at 293, 272, I'm just going to keep repeating myself, is the halfway mark, which means the NDA very much in a position to form the next government. and Prime Minister Modi to get a third term, historic, because the only other Prime Minister who's got a third term in India before him has been Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, we are expecting, ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister to speak at 7 or 7:30. 7 o'clock was the time given to us, but that could stretch and probably go to 7:30 as well. So we'll wait to hear from the Prime Minister and what he has to say. For the moment, what an interesting, incredible day this has been. But it's not ending here. It's not ending here, because tomorrow promises to be even more interesting, because we'll get to know whether the India Alliance decides it wants to sit in opposition or to make an attempt to actually stitch together a government trying to push the TDP and possibly the JDU as well. All these questions still hanging in the air, ladies and gentlemen. 7:30 when the Prime Minister is expected to speak. I'm slipping into a quick break on the show. Our coverage continues. Do stay with us.
Presenting a show.
You're watching the Urban Debate,
Where we try to find answers for all the questions the day has brought with it. A show where instead of easing behind bickering and noise,
if we don't start planning for the future, things will only get worse. What has happened in Bangalore is a violation of an individual, a citizen's fundamental right.
authorities are forced to commit and respond on
Good
issues.
conduct, assume for a moment it was so, but that is not the sacrosanct criteria.
have to follow the constitution. State government of Karnataka is very clear, saying that the civic authorities have been involved in road apathy, where the road accident has happened.
So we can together improve our urban reality. The Urban Debate with Shreya Dhondial, weeknights at 8 p.m. only on Mirror Now.
You get information on practically every device. What you don't get is the correct context. We often miss the wood for the trees. On Nation Tonight, we come with the promise of giving meaning to the information, taking you through the day's biggest events that define the state of the nation. With me at 9 p.m. on Nation Tonight.
To me, news is about one bold, strong voice that breaks silence. बोलो आपकी जान की रक्षा करते हैं, आप उनको मरवाने के लिए क्या दो? We go extra mile to give voice to stories that otherwise go untold. This tunnel is being constructed with the connivance of Pakistani army. We believe in asking straight, direct and pointed questions to people in corridors of power. I am Pradeep Datta reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
Your issues are my stories, and that is news to me. Resident doctors out on the street. We expose the lies, uncover the truth, and demand accountability, all for a better tomorrow.
With a transformer plan.
Our agenda. From airfares to government high-handedness, we voice your concerns and demand answers for your questions.
4 से 5 घंटे की बिजली कटौती हो रही है.
I am Neha Hebale, reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
From politicians' dharna to citizens' agitation, for us, every issue.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. You're watching South Speaks. This is the show where we are going to decode what today's elections mean for the south of India and what does that translate for rest of India. The big numbers, the big takeaways. Has the big South fort, has it been breached? That's what we are going to be looking at in few minutes from now. First, the headlines. Forget 400 Paar, India falls short of 300. BJP fails to reach majority mark on its own, now dependent on its allies. India Bloc alliance Dharma kicks off to a rolling start, over 230 seats certain. All exit poll predictions crushed.
Major upset for BJP in its key bastion Uttar Pradesh. Samajwadi Party cycle in cruise control mode. Congress makes a comeback in the Hindi heartland state. Shehzadas, Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi shine. BJP decimates Naveen Patnaik's 24-year rule in Odisha, with the state emerging as a ray of hope for the Saffron Party amid Lok Sabha upset. BJP emerges as the single largest party, all set to form government in the state. With battle lines redrawn, voters decide. Real Sena and NCP in Maharashtra. Opposition Maha Vikas Aghadi leads on 27 seats in Maharashtra. Mahayuti experiment fails in the key states. Split in factions, results split in votes. Jagan's YSRCP routed in both Lok Sabha and Assembly elections in Andhra. Stellar show by ends of BJP, TDP and Janasena. Naidu to take oath on June 9th as Chief Minister for the fourth time. Calls off the press meeting. Set to meet Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah tomorrow. Is something cooking in Andhra's NDA pot? BJP JDS seat share drops in Karnataka while Congress's seat share goes up. Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar's brother DK Suresh stunned in Bangalore rural, while sex scandal accused Prajwal Revanna of the JDS set to lose from Hassan. History in the making for BJP in Kerala opens its Lok Sabha account in the state with Suresh Gopi clinching the Thrissur seat. Tharoor manages to retain his constituency, Thiruvananthapuram, defeats Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar in a very close battle. Big upset for BJP in Tamil Nadu despite Prime Minister Modi's mega outreach. BJP fails to perform in the state. Party chief Annamalai loses from Coimbatore. BJP-led NDA is the winner of 2024 in terms of numbers, but it's the BJP-led NDA, and that's the big difference from 2019 when it had won 303 by itself. This time, the opposition limiting BJP to around 245 till the last ECI update. As an alliance, it's not been able to cross 300 this time, contrasting the 2019 numbers. Well, BJP has had its share of sweeps, but its fair share of setbacks as well. Can the BJP breach the South Citadel as Prime Minister Modi and top BJP leaders led several campaigns and public events across the South? Prime Minister Modi and BJP's focus on the South was a given. But the results are a mixed bag, but largely has the opposition holding its fort. Though there have been some decisive wins for the BJP as well. Let's break it down. Let's start with Andhra first, where you had the assembly and the parliamentary elections both. And quite frankly, Chandrababu Naidu in the south and Nitish Kumar in the north together are literally emerging as the kingmakers, with a very close contest between the NDA as well as the India Alliance, with India Alliance holding through. And what's fascinating is that Chandrababu Naidu, despite his huge win in Andhra, routing Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP, has now gone ahead and called off his press briefing. So what's really unfolding? We'll try and get more insights into this. In fact, we are being told he's set to meet Prime Minister Modi as well as Amit Shah tomorrow. But why this sudden change in a media briefing that was announced well in advance? What's happening? There's so much to uncover in that. We'll try and get our reporters as well on this. I'm also going to be joined by panelists on this, but let's also move on to Kerala. Well, the state that has had two national level allies as sworn rivals, Congress and the left the state will be getting its first elected Lok Sabha MP from the BJP. A huge, huge deal by all means. The fact that the Congress-led UDF has won handsomely, has retained most of the numbers that it won last time, and the CPIM that rules the state and the BJP are both at one each is BJP's big achievement. Don't go by just the number one, because quite frankly, BJP winning that one seat in Kerala is massive. In fact, Shashi Tharoor has just about managed to retain his Thiruvananthapuram seat. But the point is, he has done so for the fourth consecutive time, this time against BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who gave him a close fight. BJP, in fact, and this is important, BJP has seen a 4% vote share increase in Kerala compared to a 2% decline in Congress vote share, while the left is almost at the same. So remember, the gain for the BJP seems to be from the vote share of Congress, at least if you look at it largely with the figures that are currently available with the Election Commission of India. And that's very important. There's a similar pattern that you will see in other states as well. Let's just quickly look into Tamil Nadu. DMK has swept the state, even as BJP raked up the Sanatan Dharma controversy and heavily rallied around Tamil history and symbolism, while BJP drew a big zero yet again this year. But so did AIADMK. The vote share BJP has is a huge increase. It's hit the double digit from 3.66% to 10.9%. And the DMK has seen a massive decline in vote share from 32.7% in 2019 to 25.9%. This is according to the data that is currently available with the Election Commission of India. Karnataka, BJP has maintained a comfortable lead in 17 out of the 28 seats. However, this has reduced from the last time when the party won 25 out of the 28 seats. The BJP's loss is Congress's gain, which is leading on 9 seats as opposed to the single seat it won last time, witnessing a whopping 13% rise in vote share, even as the BJP saw a 5% decline in its vote share. Before I open this discussion up to our panelists, let's just quickly go across to my colleague Imran. Imran, very quickly take us through what's happening in Andhra. Chandrababu Naidu has all the reasons to meet and greet and address the people of Andhra Pradesh as well as the media. He was going to do so, but he has decided not to do so last minute. He is the legitimate kingmaker. He could possibly be the kingmaker along with Nitish Kumar in the north. What's happening, Imran?
Well, absolutely. This is very interesting that for media, which has been waiting for almost 8 hours to see what Chandrababu Naidu says after a historic win, he refused to come address the media. In fact, he came to the party office, he met his supporters, he spoke to his close cabinet colleagues, and then he left without answering the media, saying that he will not address the press conference, but today he will not speak to any of the media. In fact, as part of we even tried to go close to Naidu and asked him a question about what he has to say, but he refused to answer, saying that he will not answer today. Many sources of the TDP say that Naidu at the moment does not want to comment anything over this after this victory, because there are a lot of issues pending right now. The situation is very volatile, and as far as seat sharing is concerned, as to who will get how much, and most importantly, he does not want to at the moment address over the issue of whether he seek a demand about special status for Andhra Pradesh, a demand which Congress has already, Jairam Ramesh has held a press conference, said that if they were willing to fulfill and give special status to Andhra Pradesh, and these are the questions which the Naidu does not want to address at the moment till he has a meeting with Pawan Kalyan tonight, and then he will go to Delhi and speak to the Prime Minister of Narendra Modi, and then he will probably address the media, is what we're hearing from his party sources.
Right. Imran, thank you very much for joining us. Let's just open this up to our panelists at this point. I'm being joined by GS Prashant, who is the BJP spokesperson. I'm also being joined by Kanaka Medala, Ravindra Kumar, who is a spokesperson for TDP and former MP Rajya Sabha, Professor Madhav Nallapat, Vijay Grover is going to join us shortly. Advocate APS Khadial, who's a spokesperson for Congress. P. Santosh Kumar, who's an MP for CPI. A. Sarvanan, spokesperson for DMK, as well as Mahesh Bigala, who's a leader for BRS. I think the best guest to go to at this point would be TDP. Let me just go across to Mr. Kanaka Medala Ravindra Kumar. Sir, first question to you. With what's unfolding in Andhra, what's really happening, sir? Why has Mr. Naidu cancelled his press briefing last minute?
In Andhra Pradesh, you have witnessed a landslide victory to the Telugu Desam Party and also NDA alliance, Janasena and BJP. It is a pre-poll alliance is there. And Chandrababu Naidu has given an assurance to the people. Babu surety, Bhaushat guarantee. In future assurance, future guarantee has given. By virtue of the unruly rule of Jagan Mohan Reddy, who committed to destruction and demolition, corruption and scams, the people, all walks of life have suffered a lot. That's why they voted in favor of NDA alliance, number one. Number two, the Andhra Pradesh people experienced the visionary leader of Chandrababu Naidu, who had ruled the state for a period of 14 years as chief minister and 14 years as opposition leader. And people felt that he is the only leader to rule the state of Andhra Pradesh. That's why the victory has a landslide victory with thumping majority.
So that's my question, sir. And by the way, big congratulations, huge victory. But that's my very question. Such a landslide victory, such a huge margin of victory. Chandrababu Naidu was going to meet the media, was going to address the people who have given him this landslide victory. What happened? Why the sudden change? Why was this press briefing cancelled last minute?
Madam, as far as the question, please. Hello. Chandrababu Naidu as a partner, major partner in NDA. He has to, he will come to discuss with the leaders of the, NDA and take appropriate decisions with regard to the national politics. What is your exact specific question, madam?
Okay, all right, that's interesting because I'll get to Congress on that, but I'm also being told that Asaduddin Owaisi is addressing the media. Let's just quickly dip in.
You and me can form an opinion how it's right as we speak right now. The counting is being still done. We don't know the exact number, but the picture is, in my opinion, I don't think so. BJP will get 272. There are various rumors within BJP. We don't know what will happen.
NDA or BJP?
No, within BJP, we don't know what will happen. There are various. See, these are all hearsay. It might be hearsay. We don't know what will happen.
What will happen? There will be any clash?
Huh? No, I don't know what will happen. Maybe you know better because you're close to them. I'm not close to them. I don't know what will happen.
Sir, we cover everyone, sir, but...
No, I know. You cover. I know that. You cover.
What would be your demand, sir?
No, there is no...
Because Mamata is demanding that Prime Minister should resign.
You know, it will be very interesting to see Narendra Modi if he forms a coalition. Mr. Modi walking on political crutches. It will be very, very interesting to see. We don't know how he will react, what he will do, because you see, BJP has already said that this, that they'll do. If Mr. Naidu wants to be part of India, will he agree to it? JDU, will it agree to what Mr. Modi wants? So we'll have to see. Let us see what happens. See, sometimes there what we call a popcorn moment will come. We'll have to wait and see what will happen.
So do you think the BRS can come back having such a horrible electoral setback? Do you think BRS can come back?
Well, I have immense respect for KCR. I will continue to respect him. And we don't know how they will do, what they will do. But I was very surprised that in many places in Telangana, they should have not compromised. But unfortunately, the news which we are getting,
Okay, that's Asaduddin Owaisi speaking about the challenges possibly for the BJP to form a government, if at all it has to work along with its alliance. Seems to be really the case at this point. Let me getting Advocate APS Khadial at this point. Well, congratulations to you. Quite a fight from the India Bloc. My question to you really at this point would be, Asaduddin Owaisi calls something as a popcorn moment. He's saying, who knows what happens? With Chandrababu Naidu already calling off his media address, and we may be reading a bit too much into it, but it's never too much into politics, Mr. Khadial. How much of what's happened in South is going to determine who really forms the government? Or is the messaging different?
Well, I'd like to start by thanking the people of India for having destroyed the arrogance of certain parties that had taken the people of India for granted, that had time and again undermined the democracy, the constitution, the institutions, the pillars of democracy and whatnot. Today, India in one voice has conveyed it to those powers that Indians will not be taken for granted. You cannot just walk all over us. Second of all, the knives have come out. I mean, there are so many leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party that are very happy that Mr. Modi is no more even the prime ministerial candidate. And I want to thank Mr. Gadkari, I want to thank Mr. Rajnath Singh, I want to thank Ms. Vasundhara Raje, Mr. Khattar, Mr. Shivraj Chauhan, Mr. Yogi Adityanath especially. All these leaders did not want Mr. Modi to be the PM candidate. These leaders are against Mr. Modi because they're all well aware of his dictatorial ways. They're all well aware of his modus operandi, which is completely autocratic. And there is no room for democracy at all whatsoever. And not just the leaders, they're the allies, the non-democratic alliance of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which supposedly consists of 38 parties, but no one other than Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah were allowed to talk. And that's why the double-engine train stopped before even reaching the station. And so many dabbas of the train, they fell off the wagon. For example, JJP, AIADMK, Samta Party, SAD, SAD Sayukt, and many more. And not just that, there are many candidates that were given tickets by the Bharatiya Janata Party that left because they knew it was a sinking ship. Two-term MPs, one-term MP left the Bharatiya Janata Party. They knew they saw it coming. It was only Mr. Modi that did not see it coming. And we have been seeing videos also. Hoardings are being taken out allegedly from their offices of Mr. Modi. Because I think the BJP leadership has made up their mind. And second of all, many people of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the leaders, the workers would have voted against the BJP and for India Alliance, for the Congress Party, for one reason. This fight was between two alliances. One alliance wanted to save democracy, save constitution, save reservation, and save the country. That was India Alliance, and the other alliance, non-democratic alliance, wanted to
Mr.
do away with all that.
You've made your point, but even as you're speaking about why BJP was not voted for in the pockets that it was not, why the India Alliance could make the formidable gains that it has, there's also the state of Kerala, where for the first time ever, there's going to be a BJP elected MP. GS Prashant, people may say it's one seat. It's a 4% vote share increase. It's not a big vote share increase. It's a 4% vote share increase, but it's a one seat that finally BJP has been able to win in Kerala. GS Prashant.
Is the question being posed to me? Is the question for me?
Mr. GS Prashant? All right, GS Prashant, if you can hear me, this is for you. This question is to you. Okay, we seem to have some issue at this point. Let me just go across to P. Santosh Kumar, who's a CPI MP. Mr. P. Santosh Kumar, my question again to you remains the same. The fact that BJP has been able to get that one seat in Kerala, many may say, so what, it's just one. But the fact remains, anybody who has tracked Kerala, this one seat is a formidable win for the BJP in the state. And would the left and the Congress concede that they've not been able to stop them?
In fact, earlier also, a candidate who was supported by the BJP won the Lok Sabha election. That was Mr. P.C. Thomas. That happened long ago. So, in fact, this is not a new development. But while talking about this particular victory of BJP candidate in Thrissur, I am sorry to say the Congress party should answer to this question. Because the Congress won the Thrissur Lok Sabha seat in 2019 a comfortable majority. Now they came to the third position. More than 1 lakh vote of Congress party was shifted or transferred or purchased by the BJP. And it is the Congress party to explain this particular phenomenon. The topmost leader, ex-Chief Minister's son was the candidate. It's all the internal matter. But in fact, to put it in, precisely, I can tell you, it is a Congress, a section of Congress plus BJP victory over the left. So I can't explain, nothing more. This, the Congress party has to explain. And the increase of BJP votes are nothing new in it. It happened many times.
Okay.
And,
okay, that's interesting, P. Santosh Kumar, because you are saying that when actually the alliance partners really in the national level are the Congress and the left. If that's your take, it's going to be hard to explain that, one, to the people of Kerala and also to those who are outside Kerala, because at the end of the day, it is the left and the Congress who are hand in gloves at the national level in the national politics.
No.
But that apart, let me just come across to, allow me to go to others. There are others as well who are waiting to speak. A. Sarvanan, the spokesperson of DMK. Mr. Sarvanan, a huge win for the a huge win for the DMK. It swept Tamil Nadu, but the vote share for BJP has hugely increased in Tamil Nadu. DMK's seems to have decreased, at least with the data that's out now. Huge concern. Mr. Sarvanan? Okay, we don't have Sarvanan, I'm told. All right. Mr. Madhav Nallapat, how do you really look at this, Mr. Madhav Nallapat? You know, you do see big gains, you do see big losses, whichever way you want to see this, but the fact remains that the India Bloc seems to have been able to hold their fort down south. And that's considerably huge, considering the extensive campaigns that not only Prime Minister, but all the top BJP leaders have done. But the vote share really may present a different game.
Sneha, let me tell you that I know Thrissur very well. Thrissur is basically my district. And the BJP candidate won with a significant number of votes of the Christian community. There is a very vibrant Christian community, very, very vibrant. And a lot of the votes that the BJP candidate got was from this particular community. Now that is, and at the same time, Suresh Gopi, he participates in Muslim feasts, he participates in church rituals, and of course he goes to temples as a believer in Hinduism. But that is the kind of approach that Suresh Gopi has got, absolutely non-communal. And if I may say so, that has stood him in very, very good stead in Thrissur. As far as Trivandrum is concerned, a very tough fight was given to Shashi Tharoor. Even though the Congress has got a very strong base there, he has built up a formidable ground game over 3 terms in Trivandrum. But he came within a whisker of losing to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who is, who is a Malayali, but who has spent most of his life outside Kerala, but yet he almost defeated him. Now, so far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, in my view, it's a self-goal by the BJP. The fact is that if the BJP had had an alliance with the AIADMK, along with the other allies it has got, there's a very good chance that DMK would have been defeated in at least 15 seats in the state. You yourself pointed out their vote share has gone to just a quarter, to 25%. The AIDMK is not far behind. But for some reason, the state the BJP decided they will oppose both ADMK and DMK and shun the ADMK. As a consequence, this is what has happened to them in Tamil Nadu. They have handed over Tamil Nadu to the DMK on a platter, if I may say so, and to the Indie Alliance on a platter.
Okay.
So I'd like to say that in the South, the reality is that smart alliances will generate good politics. And firstly, and secondly, what works in the North is not going to work in the South for the BJP. And you cannot talk in terms of language or anything. You cannot talk in terms of communities. But there are the BJP leadership, many people
Mr.
in the
Nalapat,
BJP.
allow me to just interrupt you at this point.
Yes.
There seems to be a message from Narendra Modi to the people. He has said that people of India have placed their faith in the NDA. That's the message that's coming in to the people as well as the Karyakartas. He has gone on to say that people have placed their faith in NDA, historic feat in India. Narendra Modi says he will continue the good work. That's the message from Narendra Modi, who's literally looking for yet another term as the Prime Minister. He calls this a historic feat in India's history. But, Mr. Nalapat, continuing where you left it at this point, let's just quickly play in Shashi Tharoor's reaction, because he says something very much in line with you, but with something as a warning.
I might add that while the World T20 is going on in the US and the West Indies, the Super Over was here. It was a very tight race, and let me congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Paniyan Ravindran, for having put up such a spirited fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala.
See, Mr. Nalapat, it's almost what you said, but then it's a different tone for the BJP. Let me just go across to GS Prashant at this point. GS Prashant, in very challenging times, you've been able to get one seat in Kerala. And it's a big win for the BJP, of course. But it's very interesting to see the candidate that has been elected from Kerala. It's very interesting to see how he campaigned, the rhetoric that he spoke about, the people that he reached out to. Is there a message for BJP in this? To overcome the challenge of wanting to breach the southern fort? Does that one seat of Kerala have a big message for the BJP?
Definitely yes, because as BJP, we had 2 seats in the Lok Sabha in 1984, and now we are eyeing a third consecutively, which has not happened for the last 60 plus years. So therefore, even one seat beginning in Kerala would only open doors for us to make further inroads and strengthen our base there. Take Kerala for that matter, yes, we have won one seat. We probably wanted to win a couple of more, but nevertheless, it's a good beginning. And coming to what happened in Andhra, the NDA has streamrolled the Jagannath Reddy's Jagannathan and stopped it, and we have won probably 22 out of 25 seats there. So we've considerably upped the ante and won a good number of seats in the south compared to what we had in the previous occasion. Nevertheless, on the larger national front, we were aiming for a 400 NDA. Definitely, we have ended much lower than that. We do accept the people's mandate, but what is important to take note is that it is the BJP-led NDA which will be forming the government for the third time consecutively. There is no doubt on that, because all these were pre-poll alliances made with JDU or the LJP or TDP. All these were pre-poll alliances, which means BJP also sacrificed seats to ensure that the allies would contest there and vice versa. Therefore, a BJP-led NDA would be coming back to power, and as our Prime Minister has already pointed out, that we will continue to do the good work, and NDA would reign supreme in the years to come. And we will strengthen wherever, and as BJP, we can assure you that all right from the Prime Minister till the Karyakartas, we will actually introspect as to why we could not get 400. Because we are not disheartened, because we are forming the government here. We will introspect as to what we should have done better to reach that number, which ultimately we failed to reach. And that's how BJP goes about handling elections after elections.
Okay. Now, we have your alliance partner actually with us. Kanaka Medala, Ravindra Kumar, to you again. Do you agree that the BJP-led NDA is going to form the government at the centre?
There is pre-poll alliance with the BJP. So the question of deviation does not arise. Earlier also were the partners of NDA. Even due to, during Vajpayee regime, in 5 years we have given outside the support without joining in the government, without any disturbances and interruption. Now in 2014 also we have joined in NDA government. On the fag end of the year, that tenure, due to some state interest and reorganization, implemented some politics, that we came out. So subsequently, we have joined as an NDA in pre-poll alliance. So it is a pre-poll alliance. We committed to that. There is no question of any deviations. Apart from that, our leader will come to Delhi and he will discuss with our NDA leaders, BJP leaders. And NDA partners have, particularly, you have to note that the people of Andhra Pradesh voted in favor of NDA alliance. For example, Janasena has got 21 seats. 21 seats, they got 1. BJP out of 10, they won in 8. And Lok Sabha 4. It shows vote transfer is there between the NDA alliance. So the ambition of the people of Andhra Pradesh also to continue the alliance. So there is no question of deviation. I agree with that.
So that's interesting. Are you then resting this case here for even what Asaduddin Owaisi said, what Congress seems to be indicating at? Are you saying that there is no question of any talks with the opposition alliance and you're going to back the BJP completely?
No. The question is, the